Chapter 1 Returning to Oath Manor. In Punlong City, at Wenren Manor, a group of bearers set down a festivired sedan entrance. Passers-by occasionally cast curious glances at the scene where they Wenren family stood empty to welcome me their rival, creating a rather comical contrast with the vibrant sedanker. Welcome back, 6th Miss, Kalada the headmaid maid, Wang Mama, but the manner remains a in response. In Sedetha Sedin care, the girl was engrossed in reading the latest novel she had acquired, oblivious to the commotion outside. Time passed, and eventually, the curtain of Tisadin was side. Wang Mama foresee a smile, saying, 6th Miss, what have arrived home, please step out of that care. Where is me mother, wasn't she supposed to come form, she inquired. Ithapan suddenly on just learned if it Mijilf. A messenger from Wanjian Sect reported that 5th Miss encountered an accident during her brain through to golden choristage. It seems her deo hardest unstable, and the madam has rushed to Wanjian Sect. Wang Mama refrained from elaborating further the priority as had been made clear to her by Steward Su. One way suggested 5th Miss, son to establish her core while it heather was thy legitimate. Teres be a crude villager. Waste madam's attitude towards that one not sufficiently evident? You understand. Tian Ning closed her book on step down from the sedin, grasping her heavy trunk. Steward Su who had come to assist Wang Mama, expected some backlash given that when the family had sent Samiana to Themertal realm to see an atir biological child, they hadn't one tension off bringing back Thyson familiar 6th Miss. The plan had merely been to for some easel vertisilencer, leaving her to remain in Themertal realm. This way, they could avoid the troubly phrasing the old girl while also protecting 5th Miss feelings. However, they hadn't anticipated that the man who said the 6th Miss was asked to born rogue, who clung tenaciously to the Wenren family, demanding the take her back. Eventually, they had not choice but to comply. Stewards who observed the girl as he descended from the carriage dressed on a pinconator ned with several conspicuous patches clearly aram nantoff a rusty cup bringing, she likely were her best attire for the occasion, unaware if they'd paled in comparison to the garments of the manor's maid servants. Her hair was secured with a crooked wooden hairpin and dating a sparrow perched on her shoulder, its malleus locking with us, in her hand, she carried a larger trunk, upon which a languid white cat lounged. Such modesty washered lefidden for the occasion. Yet, her appearance so espacible Harry outful faciberi a hint of innocence, vibrant tan lively, with curiosity surveying her surroundings. Upon confirming hot nunuous theory to welcome me her home, Tian Ning with her were gargays. She had done imagine at that world of cultivation would be best different from Themertal realm, yet the reality before her suggested otherwise. Imtai red please to take me to my courtyard to rest. After days of travel, Tian Ning merely wished Takerloop in bed, engrossed in hernival, and thin sleep. She cared little for it so Khaled biological mother ho had promised to it for Herathon, only to abandon her for Ramather ho had occupied her place for over Rodkid. Her background was somewhat melodramatic. She was supposed to be cherished to the illustrious Wenren family, yet due to a nefarious plot, she had been swapped at bird hand inadvertent like cast into Themertal realm. The Wenren family was not only one of the 8 prominent familias in the cultivation world, standing alongside the 6 major sects, but their bloodline was also protected beyond ancient divine dragon. On Seth the descendants of Wenren family Riak at Tegia 15, they could visit the ancestral hall and touch the dragon summoning stone, which would summon a dragon willing to form a contract. Thought the probability of such a contract was exceeding Lyslamoni and 10,000 it was a powerful opportunity no nethless. For a millennium, the Wenren family had maintained its esteemed position within the cultivation realm, remaining steadfast to Venisother familias Rosienfeld, the emergency of a dragon contract bearer within the family could yield me a surable valiant the future. As for the false daughter raised in her stead Wenren Susi had been blissful unaware for 50 years until she suddenly sensed something amiss. It was than that she's in Samiana to find Tian Ning, prompted by the dragon summoning stone. Wenren Xue, possessing remarkable talent and intelligence, had never been doubted as a true member of Wenren lineage. Additionally, she had captured the heart of the Prince of Eastern Sidragonclan, hobad to form a contract with her for life, leaving no room for suspicion regarding the identity of her true parentage. Even if Wenren Xue had no connection to the Dragon clan, Prince Long Yin tended to force ablaze the dragon summoning stone to establish a master-servant bond between him. The lofty Dragon clan willingly lowered tier heads, and many within the family envied Wenren Xue. Yet, Nune had anticipated that the dragon summoning stone would publicly expose Wenren Xue's lack of true Wenren blood. This revelation triggered a series of events that followed. 6th Miss Doya truly wished to bring those creatures into the manor, Steward Suisketas approvingly glancing at the sparrow and white cat. The cultivation world washered lie a rural village where an immonless beast could be brought into be kept dissipate. Indeed, Tian Ning replied, unflinching before Su, showing no signs of heat amid chona might expect from a country girl. Bringing these atwopets into the manor was Madam's agreement, Wang Mama interjected, nudging Steward Su, she lowered her voice, whispering, "You'll have an idea how the toldman from the countryside he insisted he almost brought his pig sand cows along." It was precisely because of those absurd pig sand cows that Madam had reluctantly agreed to all of these atwosmal creatures. Steward Su slipped twitched a feather out of teeth the pigs in comparison, the sparrow and cat see less objectionable. After all, she was merely a country bumpkin, unaware of how embarrassing her situation truly was. Sixth Miss, allow me to carry your luggage. Steward Zuford, concealing his disdain beneath a polite facade is for the sparrow and cat. You must first visit the ancestral hall to this dragon summoning stone. It would be inconvenient to bring the sea creatures along. Nani and I wouldn't be able to lifty, Tian Ning stated, assessing him with a single glance. Sixth Miss, you may not realize a thought the mortal realm is not the same as the cultivation realm. I am a foundation establishment practitioner, here retorted. The great Eldarinth dragon clan elder have been waiting in the ancestral hall for quite some time. The family head has instructed that you must test dragon summoning stone. You cannot keep them waiting. Do it or negligence. Ash spoke, he tempted to lift the trunk. Children of cultivation family is placed great importance and bloodline is and talent. Since the sixth miss had been raised outside, should have a long since list the favor of the family head and madam, making talent the most crucial factor. Thus, the family head had decreed that the first task for the returning sixth miss was to visit the ancestral hall, followed by the sex testing. On her first day back at Wenren family, Tian Ning would not allow Wayne reservant to bully her. Sherily said her grip, allowing Steward Zu to exert his strength, but no matter how hard he tried, heckled no lift the trunk. Thwike perchadata Pitevan benevolently jumped down to lighten the load, yet the trunk remained immovable. Tian Ning remarked, Sothis is festering though a foundation establishment practitioner I've gained new insight. What? Zu stammered, his face flushing with embarrassment. Tasha felt through it off her unspoken ridicule. How could a frail girl lift the trunk while he, a dignified foundation establishment practitioner, could not? Sixth Miss. Then perhaps you should leave your belongings, Shura, and do got at the ancestral hall first. First, I will go to me courtyard. Once I am settled, he will naturally proceed to the ancestral hall. This is the family head sorter, and besides, testing dragon summoning stone is for your own good. Sixth Miss. Tian Ning regarded him coldly, refusing to yield. If I understand the urgency, why did you not act sooner? You speak of the cultivation realm, yet it did not expect to find das servant heiress cunning and slipperia zany found in the mortal realm. I am not familiar with our customs, but he will not go to the ancestral hall until I am settled in, and tend Tosio who suffers more. You, a negligent servant, Ori. Her word struck Zuliki slapped Toth face, leaving her momentarily speechless. With facile indisposition, held her to the courtyard. Tian Ninja fortless like read her trunk to her residence, settled that Wosmal creatures, and then followed Steward Zu to the ancestral hall. Along the way, she encountered many curious gazes and heard whispers soft heezer vance. Tian Ning paid him to mean she did not return to the Wenren family seeking parental affection or to compete with Wenren Xue had it not been for the insistency of the old man demanding chest pin to the realm of immortality to assist in restoring peace. Tian Ning would have happily remained in her small village, living a joyful life. Foolish child, how much longer must he wait? War delaying my return to the Dragon Palace. Just look at the audacity of Wenren family. Inside at the ancestral hall, a handsome young man with effie-irid hair wore an expression of anger. Clearly he had been waiting impatiently. If it were Miss Xue, one could understand after all. She's the contract partner of Bethune Prince, but what is this wild girl from the mortal realm worth? Beside him, an elder lemon with graying hair smiled obsequiously, continuously offering flattering remarks. Elder, the sixth miss has arrived. Steward trembled as Sheknal taught the entrance at the overwhelming pressure within made him hesitant to enter. Enough, Leatherin, you may leave, the Grand Elder commanded, Eogurto finally Seatherl. Yes. Steward Zu moved forward, meaning to cast a significant glance at Tian Ning. Heknuth Dragon Clan's elder Yen had a fairy temperament, and Javent the atmosphere inside the girl would surely be terrified. However, to his astonishment, Tian Ning entered the ancestral hall with poise, her step steady and firm, her ray sparkling with anticipation. There was no trace of her about her. Steward Zu? You worry if I read Dragon, Tian Ning declared, her beautiful eyes fixed intently an elder Yan of the Dragon Clan. Dragons belong to water, while a phoenix says belong to fire. Fire dragons, like phoenixes, are exceedingly rare. This does not imply they possess greater talent further. Their opposing attributes make cultivation more challenging, akin to the survival struggle soft terror whitelians in the grasslands, leading to limited cultivation potential. Yet fire dragons are indeed uncommon, and Tian Ning felt a thrill at the thought of raising such unique a creature. Elder Yan Waystake and Ebak Bethedral soon expected Lefarigas once arrogant discomposure hecklier disthroat, feeling dies inclined to argue with this naive child. Ahem. You da possess some discerningize. Initially, upon hearing reports from Wenren family envoy in Themertal realm, he had expected the girl they brought back to be calculating on cooning, but now that this a heron person, he couldn't help you feel a sense of finis and foolishness emanating from her. And what was with thought look she was giving him, Ikeways of Shori openly declaring her admiration. Little girl, do not dare to harbor any delusions about me. Elder Yankel no help but say. My uncle is her Donskausen unsmarried a former princess of Dragon Palace, so there was a trace of royal blood in my veins. Tian Ning. Was such a tenuous connection true Lysa nothing to boast about? Chapter 2 Smoke rising from the ancestral tomb. With a foolish Gerlicia, even if I contracted dragon of impure blood, I would be smoke arising from my your ancestral tomb. Elder Yan remarked, his demeanor exuding an air of superiority, as if she were unworthy of his attention. Tian Ning sighed, perhaps we're destined to meet? Yumabi's Maldril, beauty or ambition surig. Very few can forge a bond with a dragon. Let's see if dragon summoning stone even acknowledges you first, here torted. Unbeknownst to them, the atmosphere in the ancestral hall had shifted from tense to unexpectedly relaxed. Even elder Stone softened considerably. This transformation surprised Tilder beside him, for thine ita pressure off to dragon clan was palpable. Even cultivators felt discomfort standing near them. And elder Jan's change in attitude. Cold at Beth at 6th Mr. Lip possessed the bloodline of Wenren family, a natural affinity with the dragon's ways of ident. After their earlier display, they had forgotten their previous grievances. That Wolders guided Tian Ning to the center of the ancestral hall, where at the ancestral tables of Wenren family were enshrined. First, follow my lead and pay in your respects, Fielder instructed. Tian Ning obediently tell unsay to him, bowing to the ancestors of Wenren family. Fielder then produced Asmal knife, extend your hand. Wait a moment, Tian Ning interjected, hastily retrieving a healing pill from air pocket, clearly intending to swallow white immediately after Fielder drew blood, bracing herself for pain. Such audacity. Elder Jan Waystaken aback that a lady would bestow a top-grade healing pill upon this girl. After all, she was her biological daughter, a pisaus the that fallen from her. Tian Ning was soon aware of Tilder's musings. This bill was a result of the old man's insistence that she practice alchemy. Due to her runic bloodline, it could not be a solid detected beothers, prompting the old man to have a herefin and numerous healing pills, enough to lest Alafim. Have feared she might be discovered by nefarious individuals outside, jeopardizing her life. As the blood appears at her skin, blood welled forth, but instead of falling, it ascended, gradually infusing into a dark stone before her. Tian Ning noticed Elder Jan's breath quickening, like a beast greedily inhaling the sweet scent of blood in the air. She promptly popped the healing pill into her mouth. The victways instantaneous to wound healed in an instant. She was fortunate that the dragon envoy's cultivation was not particularly high otherwise. The moment Fielder drew the knife, Tian Ning would have retified. Elder Yen, still perplexed by his inexplicable thirst for her blood, was suddenly illuminated by the glow of dragon summoning stone. This girl truly possessed the ability to bond with a dragon. He couldn't wonder what hewn fortunate soul waste be burdened with such amortal, a girl who had long since set the prime years for cultivation. Soon, the figure of hewn fortunity owner was revealed as stunning beauty, with a complexion like Judean and deus like bright stars. Her deep blue agazeous cold eyes, her exquisite features resembled those of a celestial being fallen to the immortal realm, evoking not hot of disrespect. This. Elder Yen found himself at a loss for words. Fielder beside him was equally astonished by the manifestation of dragon summoning stone. After a moment of reflection, he realized that this girl was the tamon bear of the dragon clan, nor had she been for nearly a century. Understanding Elder Yan's demeanor, he surmised, could this bear a Verdance store of the dragon clan who has cultivated for a millennium? If so, the 6th Miss Shade indeed stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. Once she formed a contract with the dragon, the family had set attitude toward her would surely change. Silence, Elder Yan exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Fielder. A mere human dares to harbor delusions of contracting gur dragon ancestor. Shameless, you were real dreaming. Fielder was taken aback. Tian Ning remained speechless. In Thedragonclan, Thestidus of the dragon ancestor was soon paralleled. Both Elder Yan and Tian Ning felt the girl unworthy of such a connection, let alone a esteemed dragon ancestor revered beol. If the news of his reacheth Dragon Palace, the entire Dragon clan would erupt in fury. Woe among them had the audacity to attempt to contract with their revered ancestor. Did the wish for death, whereth he tired of living? Fielder long and to suggest that, as in the past, the Elothishuman and Dragontus exist for 3 months to see how it unfolded. After all, there had been instances where dragons were unwilling to bond to dragons by nature, where proud beings, often looking down on human cultivators. However, the dragon summoning stone seldom made dearers most humans and dragons were willing to contract after 3 months of interaction, boasting a success rate of 90%, a rule established by their ancestors. Due upon seeing Elder Yan's furious visage, Fielder hesitated. Hezen said that if he'd a read to speak, these enraged fire dragon old be more than willing to eliminate him. Yet, how enticing was the prospect of a dragon? Elder. Fielder Berlin managed to a word when Elder Yan abruptly interrupted him. This matter must note with the Wenren family. I shall return to Dragon Palace immediately to consult with Dragon King. Of course. Elder Yan's gaze shifted to Tian Ning, a mixture of confusion, disdain, and contempt reflected in his eyes. Recalling the earlier scene, Heffeltus thought the revered dragon ancestor was a beautiful flower placed on a pile of dung. Before departing, Hysudistern warning some individuals would dowel not foolishly zenith iron demise our dragon ancestor not some yana thought mer humans are worthy of. It was clear that the prospect of Tian Ning forming a contract with Themon Saman with dragon summoning stone was utterly impossible. As Elder Yan's presence faded, Fielder looked at Tian Ning with a complex expression. He could hardly have anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. 6th Miss, you shall return. You will report this matter to the family head for discussion. However, you must not divulge what transpired to dato and no teven to those within Wenren family. Tian Ning acknowledged with a simplum. She felt no particular attachment to the dragon ancestor, yet she found elder Yanrather likable, likewise apatithotalidified dragon did not regard her. Upon returning to her courtyard, Tian Ning immediately immersed herself in a novel, captivated by its melodramatic tales, completely oblivious to the upheaval outside. When fatigue overcammered, she curly dupe with her fluffy white katan drifted off to sleep. Ike was not until the next morning that a maid knocked on her door and entered with a delivery. 6th Miss, this is a gift from 4th young master, instructed Metabrinjitoya, he mentioned that Ninhauer, the madam and 5th Miss will return to manor, and shall prepare towel them, the maid explained, as a group of people entered the courtyard carrying several large boxes. Tian Ning, still bleary-eyed from sleep, paid no attention to the maid. She had stayed to play to reading her novel and felt quite drowsy, merely rolling over to continue her slumber. When she finally awoke naturally, it was near noon, and her stomach rolled with hunger. She fed her little white katan thesperos home fish and spirit rice, then rummaged through her storage bag for scallion pancakes the old man had made her to fill her stomach. After eating, she began to the garum, opening the large trunk she had brought from home. If stewards were represent, Hugh Woocher Livy astonished. Inside the trunk lay an assortment of various items, Allen miniature form pots, bowls, bedding, furniture, novels, decorative pieces. Event the stony mills rum the front of her home had been crammed inside. Worried that she might struggle to sleep in a new environment, the old man had nearly moved her entire home along with her. As Tian Ning took out some of the decorations, the miniatures began to enlarge, returning to their original size once they left the trunk. The trunk was a magical artifact, anything placed inside would shrink, capable of holding gain in less amount of items. However, their weight outside. While the item shrank, their weight did not diminish. The trunk contained which equivalent to an entire room, which was what Tian Ning had said stewards who could not lift it. Tian Ning transforming her room into Orplicavere's space ain't her mortal realm, surrounded by familiar surroundings. She felt content as a Poldutano novel, diving back into its captivating tale. As for the large boxes of items in the courtyard, she did not even spare a theme glance. Time passed unknowingly, and as noon approached, another maid entered, urging her, 6th Miss, Burea stealing her ingeniorum, the madam, 5th Miss, 4th young master, and the Princi of Tedragon Plainer waiting for Iato went him for lunk. At that moment, Tian Ning was engrossed in a particularly dramatic part of her story, struggling to close that book, eager to finish her meal and return to read more. Understood, let's go, she replied. However, the maid didn't move, her gaze fixed in Tian Ning's patchadrian and pink dress. You cannot meet madam in such a tirade is inappropriate. Ash spoke, she directed the other maids to open the large boxes in the courtyard, revealing a plethora of clothing and accessories, their opulence far beyond what an ordinary family could have imagined. The 4th young master said that after the hardships you endured for the past several years, now thought you have a return to the family. You must not bring shame to Wenren family. They will not scampant this worldly good choose whatever you need from within. Tian Ning got initially intended to Yoretha made incessant chatter, but upon seeing the boxes appeared, she was struck by feeling a ring sent off attempts that had clearly been used by others. Now she could no longer delay her reading. Aria saying go off the cis form, she inquired. Indeed, please return to your room and tie your appearance, the maid urged. Tian Ning did return to her room, but she took nothing. This left the maid somewhat dissatisfied. After all, these were retrius aristath her scuddenly dream of possessing. What was 6th Miss planning, she had already failed to greet madam and 5th Miss in Themmerning, which was improper etiquette. The madam hadn't scolded her, yet now she was still dawdling. When Tian Ning final emerged from her room, a sparrow perched of her head. What are you thinking, 6th Miss, it's near meal time, how can you keep madam and 5th Miss waiting, the maid exclaimed. Tian Ning burly glanced at the maid. Jojo burnt the Caesars away. She pointed at the boxes, and before a the maid could react, the sparrow, not much larger than a fruit, flappedite swings and flew above the boxes, spewing forth little flames. The flammes appeared as if they could be extinguished by a breeze, but the moment they touched the boxes, egwazes thafedum had broken, and the roaring inferno erupted in the courtyard. A hits and fire. Quick, put it out. The maid swore thrown into chaos while Tian Ning pulled a wilder little maid, nearly seeing bitha sparks, and asked, where are we having lunch, Yugi deem? 6th Miss. The fire. The little maid stammered, flustered and confused, she could not fathom how, at Sakamand, the 6th Miss remained so calmly inquiring about lunch. Arathi not busy trying to extinguish the flames, Tian Ning replied, pulling out some espiritre Caesar word. Shejin Lai patted Jojut he had and instructed, remember to gather the flames back and see our dune burning theme away. Thespero lifted its shed, chirping happily in response. The little maid felt an inexplicable sense of pride emanating from Thespero, as if it were seeking praise. Amidst the flames, several servants rushed to the courtyard with buckets of water, yet to a figure strode against the light, and no matter how much water was thrown, the fire showed no signs of abating. When the little maid arrived at the kitchen, her voice trembled as he announced, Madam. The 6th Miss has arrived. Chapter 3 Refusal of second-hand goods. Within the confines of a lavishly adorned room, a round dining table was laden with an abundance of food. The resplendent matron sat at the head of the table, her left side graced by a youthful maiden clad in a simple white garment, whose delicate beauty could not be obscured by her modest attire. Continuing to the left, one would find a dashing gentleman dressed in opulent purple robes, sporting two dragon-like horns at his temples, presumably the so-called little prince of the Dragon Palace. Further left sat a youth, slightly older than Tian Ning, bearing a resemblance to the matron, accompanied by a man in a sky-blue long robe beside him. In stark contrast to the fully occupied left side, the space to the right of Madame Wenren remained unoccupied. Ning has arrived. Quickly, come sit by me, Madame Wenren beckoned with a warm smile, her eyes crinkling in delight as she patted the seat beside her. Tian Ning walked over and took her place, seemingly unfazed by the blatant isolation. This is your sister, Xue. You two must get along well from now on, Wenren Xue gently remarked. Sister just returned from the mortal realm, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. From the moment Tian Ning entered the room, the eyes of all present scrutinized her. To their astonishment, the little girl appeared frail, perhaps slightly malnourished, yet her complexion was fair and rosy, her beautiful eyes sparkling with clarity, far from the unsightly image they had envisioned of a rustic mortal. Moreover, due to her lineage, she bore a striking resemblance to the late former head of the Wenren family, unmistakably marking her as one of their own. This is His Highness, the little prince of the Dragon Palace, your fourth brother, Wenren Yang, along with the esteemed elder, Long Han, who is bonded with your fourth brother. Mother! I am not her fourth brother. What is she even? I only have Xue as my sister. Wenren Yang's expression soured from the moment Tian Ning stepped inside, his brow furrowed in disdain. Throughout the encounter, Madame Wenren maintained her composure with unwavering grace. Even in the face of her son's outburst, her smile remained intact. Look at your fourth brother's nonsensical words, it must be my indulgence that has spoiled him. He is still young, Ning, do not take his wild temperament to heart. Tian Ning found herself rather bored, these people were excessively loquacious. In truth, she yearned to return to her book. The tale of a pitiful adopted daughter imprisoned by a powerful brother, desperately praying to the heavens for her childhood sweetheart, forced into marrying a princess, to rescue her. After all, she had invested in the childhood sweetheart's stock. Casting a glance at the food on the table, now growing cold, Tian Ning, with a hint of irritation, exclaimed, "Let's eat. I am hungry." Very well, let us begin, Madame Wenren replied, visibly surprised by her obedient demeanor, having expected her to be more like that old man, a source of constant worry. Noticing Tian Ning's undivided attention on the food, Wenren Yang sneered, clearly both greedy and gluttonous. It was evident she had never feasted on such delicacies before. As the meal commenced, Madame Wenren was the first to serve a piece of steamed pork rib to Wenren Xue. Xue, do try this. It is your favorite, and I specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare it early this morning. Mother, I am not a child anymore, Wenren Xue replied, her brows arching in amusement, her smile as gentle as a spring breeze. Moreover, I have already formed my core and can fast without sustenance. It is better to save it for my sister. That simply will not do, you have just formed your core and sustained injuries, and you must nurture yourself properly. Long Yi, seated nearby, interjected, forcefully insisting, behave, and ensure you finish everything on your plate. Wenren Yang further insisted, presenting an entire platter of squirrel fish to Wenren Xue. Sister, do eat more, or else I shall worry. Such a harmonious scene was one that Long Han had long grown accustomed to. He wished to serve food to Xue as well, but given that she already had plenty, he thought it best to simply observe her from afar. As the conversation flowed, they collectively remembered Tian Ning's presence and turned their gazes towards her. They could almost envision the jealousy and envy etched across her face. However, as silence fell, the distinct sound of rice being eaten resonated through the air. To everyone's astonishment, she paid them no mind, not even sparing them a glance, as she diligently devoured her meal. The towering pile of shrimp shells beside her was testament to her earnestness, rivaling the mountain of dishes before Wenren Xue. No one doubted she had no time to concern herself with the happenings on Wenren Xue's side. Occupying the majority of the right side of the table, she had nearly consumed all the food set before her. Wenren Yang's lips twitched. Was she a pig, consuming so much? Before he could formulate a retort, Tian Ning swallowed the last piece of braised pork, set down her chopsticks, and announced, I am full. You may take your time eating, I shall return now. Her book awaited her. Wait a moment. Wenren Yang sprang up, attempting to seize her. The little girl slipped away like an eel. Had it not been for a maid entering from outside, he might have failed to catch her as she darted away. What would people say if they found out that a golden core stage sword cultivator could not catch a mere girl? However, before he could voice his grievances, the maid immediately knelt, her face smudged with dirt, hair disheveled. Fourth young master. You must help me. Out of kindness, you sent gifts to the sixth miss. The maids worked diligently, yet we do not know where we went wrong. She has burned everything you sent. What did you say? Wenren Yang's brow twitched violently, and just as he was about to chastise the maid for her lack of decorum, he felt his balance shift. Tian Ning was completely ignoring him as she moved forward, inadvertently dragging him along. He had no idea what material her tattered clothing was made of. Despite his strength, he could not resist her, and he was nearly pulled out the door. What on earth? How could such a little girl possess such strength? Upon hearing the commotion, others emerged from within. Wenren Yang awkwardly released his grip on the maid's garment, not wishing for anyone to witness this humiliating scene. Ning, what is happening? Madame Wenren, having overheard the maid's words, suppressed her urge to question and spoke gently. Your fourth brother only wishes the best for you. How could you set fire to the courtyard and harm the maid in such a manner? Indeed, sister, even if they are maids, they are still human. If the flames had spread, it could have caused a grave calamity for the entire Wenren estate. Wenren Xue added, her expression one of shock and concern. Although Tian Ning longed to return to her book, she could not tolerate their audaciousness this time. She seized the maid by her collar, lifting the kneeling girl, who resembled a frightened chick, and forced her to stand upright. Tian Ning inquired, did I burn down the Wenren estate? The maid shook her head helplessly. Did I kick you into the fire, causing you to be burned like this? The maid shook her head again. Did I set fire to my own courtyard? The maid's head shook vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. In truth, she too could not comprehend the bizarre scene from earlier. The uncontrollable flames had suddenly surged in one direction before vanishing, but even more astonishing was that, aside from the few boxes sent by the fourth young master, the sixth Mrs. Courtyard remained unscathed, hardly resembling a place that had been set ablaze. I have finished my inquiries, Tian Ning stated succinctly. But all the items that fourth young master sent to sixth miss have been burned to nothing, the maid protested. How could you do such a thing? Wenren Yang leapt up, demanding an explanation. Did I not say those items were meant for me? Thus, I may do as I please, Tian Ning retorted. I have never seen someone lament over gifts once bestowed. Surely, your Wenren family as fourth young master cannot be so miserly as to begrudge such trifles? If you cannot bear to part with them, perhaps you should not have sent them in the first place. You, unable to contain herself, Madame Wenren interjected, Ning, what manner of conduct is this? Tian Ning tilted her head slightly, a radiant smile gracing her lips. What nonsense are you speaking, mother? I am but a 15-year-old girl, still so young, having been raised without a mother. Your fourth brother is already 18, how could he possibly hold me accountable? Madame Wenren's expression stiffened. This familiar rhetoric was precisely what she had just used against Tian Ning. Now, when the same words were directed at her, she felt a pang of discomfort. Sister, those items were expressly chosen by me and fourth brother. Even if you do not favor them, you ought not to act in such a manner, Wenren Xue interjected, her eyes filled with disappointment and sorrow. Do you enjoy food that has been gnawed on by a dog? Tian Ning finally directed her gaze at Wenren Xue. Wenren Xue's face paled. Sister, we are meeting for the first time, why would you speak to me in such a way? Long Yi beside her wore a displeased expression. Otherwise, why would you bestow such items as treasures, presenting them to others? Tian Ning dismissed their inexplicable animosity. I have no fondness for second-hand goods. Do you understand? At this moment, Madame Wenren realized, Yanger, Xue, how could you send used items to your sister? Though she voiced her disapproval, her tone lacked the reproachfulness present earlier. What does it matter? They are merely items that Xue has used once, clothes, jewelry, all as good as new. What face does she have, coming from the mortal realm, to be so choosy? Wenren Yang scoffed. This was his proposal, a way to assert dominance over Tian Ning, yet he had not anticipated that this country bumpkin would dare to resist. Do you so enjoy passing off second-hand goods? Tian Ning, having released the maid, approached Wenren Yang, her expression devoid of emotion as she extended her hand. Then I have taken a liking to your garment. Remove it and give it to me. Before Wenren Yang could react, her delicate hand began to mercilessly strip him of his clothing. Wenren Yang's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly infuriated to the point of bursting. Stop! What are you doing? Yet he could not withstand the girl's formidable strength. His formerly elegant attire was on the verge of being torn to shreds, as Tian Ning handled it with the ease of plucking feathers from a chicken. As Madame Wenren called out for the maid to intervene, a loud ripping sound echoed through the air, and Wenren Yang's inner garment was torn open, revealing his well-defined abdomen. Ah! The maid squealed, her face flushed with embarrassment as she covered her eyes. Wenren Yang, akin to a virtuous woman having been assaulted, panicked and hid behind Madame Wenren. Mother, she has gone mad, she is insane. Long Yi and Long Han, of course, would not step forward to aid a grown man like Wenren Yang. He was no delicate flower like Wenren Xue. Besides, Wenren Yang was a golden core sword cultivator. They could hardly fathom that he would be publicly humiliated by a wild girl from the mortal realm. It was simply disgraceful, a man's dishonor. Ning, cease this foolishness. I will ensure that your fourth brother is punished for this. Please, there are others present. I shall compensate you for the clothing and jewelry. Even as the matriarch of the Wenren family, Madame Wenren had never encountered such chaos. Very well, I hope fourth brother remembers not to repeat his mistakes next time. Tian Ning dismissed Wenren Yang, who was now a turtle retreating into its shell, and cast a casual glance at the visibly displeased Wenren Xue. Oh, and there is another person who ought to remember. Long Ye's gaze turned icy. In defense of his beloved, he unleashed the pressure of the dragon clan with ruthless intent. He aimed to make this arrogant little girl kneel before him, regretting her earlier words. Yet Tian Ning treated him as if he were invisible, seamlessly passing by them and swiftly returning to her courtyard, as if the dragon's might had never existed. Long Ye? Even if he was adept at concealing his emotions in public, a look of perplexity and confusion was evident in his eyes. Just as he believed he had not employed the dragon's pressure earlier, he locked eyes with Long Han, who bore a similar expression. The two dragons exchanged glances. Such a coincidence. Were they thinking the same thing? But what on earth was wrong with that little girl? Long Yi inquired. Xue, could she have formed a bond with our dragon clan? This was the only explanation. He was eager to discover which member of their clan would dare to form a bond with someone he despised. Wenren Xue shook her head. I do not know. Since our return, Mother has not received any news. How could she possibly bond with the dragon clan? If that were the case, the Grand Elder would have announced it to everyone. Once Tian Ning had vanished from sight, Wenren Yang felt emboldened to speak. It is likely that only a failed bond would result in the current situation. Everything returned to a calm state, as if nothing had transpired. Long Yi understood this reasoning, yet, dismissing other outlandish thoughts, he considered that perhaps the Wenren family had provided that girl with rare protective artifacts to compensate for their biological daughter. Chapter 4 of the unequal treatment of two children. Madame Wenren's notion of punishment amounted to little more than a few light-hearted words directed at the siblings. Upon witnessing Wenren Xue's submissive demeanor and willingness to admit fault, she refrained from delivering the stern reprimand she had initially intended. After all, she was the mother of a daughter she had nurtured with her own hands. Even if the fault lay with Xue, her heart naturally leaned toward her. I shall send someone to the shop to procure some fashionable garments and jewelry, which I will have delivered to her courtyard later. Let this matter conclude here. After all, she considered the child, raised in the mortal realm, to be easily appeased with a bit of gold and silver. In the eyes of cultivators, ordinary gold and silver held far less value than a single low-grade spirit stone. For Madame Wenren, the compensation sent to Tian Ning was trivial. She understood that her children were not truly concerned with such material possessions but were merely indulging in jealousy and childish temperaments. Mother, are you truly going to let that wretched girl off so easily? Wenren Yang exclaimed, his anger palpable. He had never before endured such a significant indignity. Enough, she is merely a mortal who cannot cultivate. Even with a longer lifespan, she will only live for a century. Why should you concern yourselves with her? Not wishing to dwell on the troublesome Tian Ning any longer, she turned her attention to Wenren Xue, speaking with care. Xue, you have only recently formed your core. You must not allow such trifles to destabilize your Dao heart and hinder your cultivation. Rest assured, mother, I will not let my sister's immaturity affect me, Wenren Xue assured, displaying her maturity. She noticed a fleeting disdain in Madame Wenren's eyes when she mentioned Tian Ning, revealing a clear lack of maternal affection for her so-called biological daughter. Especially after witnessing Tian Ning's unreasonable outbursts, it was evident that her mother harbored extreme aversion toward this so-called daughter. This realization allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. Subsequently, Wenren Xue smiled and suggested, her words brimming with consideration for Tian Ning, since my sister is unable to form a contract with the Dragon Clan and her lifespan is limited, why not have the family invest in a spirit pet contract? This way, she could join the Beast Master Sect as an outer disciple? Wenren Yang interjected, Sister, you are too soft-hearted, she is nothing more than an inept mortal, even allowing her to become an outer disciple of the Beast Master Sect would be an undue elevation. Madame Wenren sighed, looking at Wenren Xue with affection, I cannot make this decision alone. It must be approved by your father. Though she spoke thus, everyone knew that the head of the family placed the utmost importance on the family's interests. If Tian Ning were an exceptionally talented individual capable of successfully forming a contract with the Dragon Clan, perhaps such a proposition could be entertained. However, faced with a progeny who would bring no benefits to the family, the head would certainly be unwilling to waste resources on such a person. The head of the Wenren family returned home in the afternoon. He had been preoccupied due to the emergence of a new secret realm near the symbol Immortal Sect. The 8 great clans were embroiled in fierce competition for entry into the secret realm, and he had even been unable to return promptly to attend to the affairs concerning his beloved daughter's core formation incident. Had it not been for the urgent message from the Grand Elder, indicating a matter of utmost urgency that could not be elaborated upon, he would not have returned at this moment. What on earth has happened? Following the Grand Elder, he arrived at the ancestral hall, noticing the Elder had already set up restrictions to prevent eavesdropping. A frown crossed his face. What could be so grave as to warrant such caution from the Grand Elder? It concerns the 6th Miss and her contract with the Dragon Clan. After the incident yesterday, the Grand Elder had searched through the records left by the Immortal Ancestor and was already aware of the immense prestige the Dragon Ancestor held within the Dragon Clan. If this matter were mishandled, it could jeopardize the Wenren family's contract with the Dragon Clan. The Grand Elder felt compelled to exercise extreme caution, fearful of any information leaking out. That child brought back from the mortal realm? What error has she committed? Could it be that she has offended an elder sent by the Dragon Clan? The head of the Wenren family spoke with a tone of displeasure, this being the gravest mistake he could fathom Tian Ning making. If only it were merely a matter of offending a Dragon Clan elder. The Grand Elder wiped non-existent sweat from his brow and recounted the events of the previous day to the head in detail. Are you certain that it was indeed the Dragon Ancestor? The head of the Wenren family wore an expression of disbelief. What a monumental occurrence! It was something one wouldn't dare to dream of, but did the Wenren family possess the capability to handle such a situation? Absolutely, the Dragon Clan has made a unanimous declaration. They will not permit the 6th Miss to contract with the Dragon Ancestor. This matter must be discussed with you personally regarding how to proceed with the Dragon Clan. Indeed, not contracting is the correct course of action. The head of the Wenren family felt dizzy. He did not wish for the Dragon Clan to annihilate the entire Wenren family. Quickly activate the Dragon Summoning Stone. I must personally apologize to the Dragon Clan and ensure that the esteemed elders are not kept waiting. The Grand Elder dared not delay, hurriedly infusing blood into the Dragon Summoning Stone to establish contact with the Dragon Clan. Before long, the Dragon Summoning Stone displayed the grand scene of the Dragon Palace. Unlike the past, where the Dragon King sat majestically on the throne, exuding an aura of authority, the Dragon Ministers below maintained their imposing presence. The very sight of it conveyed immense pressure. At this moment, the Dragon Palace Hall resembled a chaotic marketplace, with dragons shouting and bickering, barely avoiding physical confrontation. Opposed, firmly opposed, a brash little girl has no right to lay a finger on the Dragon Ancestor. But this is a contract established by the former Dragon King with the human race, with heaven as witness. How can one act in bad faith? Enough of your drivel. The former Dragon King wouldn't be worthy to serve the Dragon Ancestor. She is merely a little girl, just give her something to send her away. The head of the Wenren family and the Grand Elder remained silent, too intimidated to interject. Ahem, the Dragon King cleared his throat. Cease your unrestrained remarks, the head of the Wenren family is present. What do you all look like? The dragons struggled to regain their composure, no longer behaving like shrewish women, yet some still expressed their unease. This concerns the Dragon Ancestor, we implore you to deliberate carefully. Naturally. The Dragon King appeared exceedingly dignified, yet internally, he felt uncertain. At this point, not a single dragon dared to inform the Dragon Ancestor. In my opinion, it would be best to compensate that little girl as previously suggested. What do you think, head of the Wenren family? The head of the Wenren family fell into silence. What was there for him to think? Since the head of the Wenren family has no objections, then it is settled. The Dragon King decisively proclaimed, in the next few days, I shall send someone to deliver the compensation to that little girl. Let this matter be as if it never occurred. However, everyone in the Wenren family must remember, this matter must not be disclosed to the outside world, lest it tarnish the Dragon Ancestor's reputation. While the earlier words were said in a gentle tone, the latter carried a warning. The head of the Wenren family and the Grand Elder exchanged a nervous glance, their hearts racing as they listened to the Dragon King enumerate a lengthy list of compensatory offerings, leading them to reassess their biological daughter, whom they had brought back home. Dinner was once again summoned by a maid, announcing the return of the family head. Tian Ning, having read all day, felt her eyes grow weary upon seeing the maid. She suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. The maid, uncertain of her intentions but recalling the events of lunch, adopted a markedly respectful demeanor and refrained from provoking her. This time, a stern-looking middle-aged man joined the dining table, with Long Yi and Long Han absent. The atmosphere was markedly less casual than it had been at noon. Father. Tian Ning addressed him obediently after hearing Madame Wenren's introduction. The head of the Wenren family nodded, unexpectedly remarking, "You have grown up in the mortal realm, untouched by the ways of cultivation, yet I trust the Wenren bloodline will not be lacking. I shall arrange for suitable mentors to guide you in the coming days." Surprised by her husband's concern for Tian Ning, Madame Wenren smiled. "Speaking of which, Xue and I were just about to discuss this with you." "Indeed, father," Wenren Xue dutifully reiterated her suggestion. "In terms of guidance, our family is not on par with the 6 great sections. I believe that as long as my sister has a spirit pet contract, the Beast Master Sect will certainly allow her entry into their ranks, given our family's reputation." The head of the Wenren family neither agreed nor rejected the proposal. He turned to the little girl. "What does Ninger think?" "Her?" Wenren Yang chuckled lightly, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "Which sect would accept this waste of space? It's only through the Wenren family's connections that she is even considered." "I am speaking with your sister. When did it become your place to interrupt?" The head of the Wenren family frowned and slammed the table in reprimand. "Father," not only was Wenren Yang stunned, but the others also found the head's attitude surprising. Wenren Xue quickly explained, "Father, brother did not mean any harm." Madame Wenren added, "Younger is still young, he merely spoke without thinking. How old is he that he still bullies his younger sister? This is all your indulgence." Tian Ning raised an eyebrow, finding the unfolding drama amusing. Wenren Xue's eyes brimmed with tears. I only wanted to help my sister with good intentions. I never intended for you and fourth brother to quarrel. It is all my fault." Her tearful confession finally spared Wenren Yang from further reproach. The head of the Wenren family inquired, "Which sect does Ninger wish to join?" The expressions of Wenren Yang, Wenren Xue, and Madame Wenren all turned grim. The 6 great sects were not something one could simply choose from like cabbages, were they? What are the available sects? The Symbol Immortal Sect, the Beast Master Sect, the Myriad Sword Sect, the Pill Refining Sect, the Artifact Refining Sect, and the Body Refinement Sect, the head of the Wenren family explained patiently. With so many sects to choose from, it was not a decision that could be made hastily. Typically, cultivators would select a sect based on their innate talents. Tian Ning produced a copper coin from somewhere, saying, "I can't decide. Let fate choose for me." The old man had mentioned that when one was unable to make a decision, they should toss a coin, and destiny would guide their path. Face up means yes, face down means no. The first toss is for the Symbol Immortal Sect. She tossed the coin lightly, and it quickly landed on her palm. Face down, that meant no. Next, the Beast Master Sect. Again, it landed face down. She truly was choosing randomly, but was this truly an appropriate method? As everyone momentarily lost their focus, the coin for the Myriad Sword Sect landed face up. Wenren Xue, no one could believe that such a ridiculous method of coin tossing was being employed. If 2 sects landed face up, would she be split in half and sent to both? Wenren Yang had planned to point out her choice, eagerly waiting for her to reveal the flaw in her coin tossing. However, as the 6 sects were tossed, only the Myriad Sword Sect landed face up. Tian Ning declared, "I have decided, I will go to the Myriad Sword Sect." How incredibly reckless. Chapter 5 of the indecent script. Wenren Xue, with a good heart, spoke up, "Sister, it's not that I wish to discourage you, but the path of a sword cultivator is fraught with difficulty, and I fear that your constitution may not withstand it. Moreover, the rules of the Wanjian Sect are stringent. Even if our family wishes to assist, the sect would likely refuse." The meaning was unmistakable. While the Beast Master Sect might rely on spiritual beasts to gain favor, the rigid sword cultivators of the Wanjian Sect would not permit such leniency. Madame Wenren added, "Indeed, Xue and Younger possess undeniable talent, which is why they were accepted into the Wanjian Sect. However, if Ninger were to participate in this recruitment, I fear she would not be chosen. It would be quite embarrassing for the Wenren family if word got out that our child was rejected." Their words successfully prompted the head of the Wenren family to ponder for a moment. "Very well, I shall take Ninger to meet Master Shao of the Wanjian Sect tomorrow. If there is fate, it would be a fortunate outcome. If not, then it is best to forego it and not waste time preparing for the disciple selection in 7 days." Concerned for the Wenren family's reputation, the head made his decision after careful consideration. Yet, it was evident to all that, although he did not openly express excessive affection for his biological daughter, he genuinely sought to assist Tian Ning. However, even Madame Wenren could not comprehend why her husband would act in such a manner. Tian Ning had no objections. She merely made a modest request, "Could you assign a maid to my courtyard?" The head of the Wenren family raised an eyebrow. "Ninger, do you not have a single maid to attend to you in your courtyard?" "It's just that some matters have delayed this," Madame Wenren awkwardly explained. "I shall instruct someone to arrange this immediately." After a meal filled with unspoken thoughts, the atmosphere was heavy, yet it did not dampen Tian Ning's appetite. As was her custom, she consumed a considerable amount of the dishes laid out before her and then returned to her courtyard to see the maid Madame Wenren had arranged for her, much to the surprise of the head of the Wenren family. Has she always eaten so much? Wenren Yang's face displayed disdain. She probably has never tasted such delicacies in her life and does not seem bothered by it. That wretched girl only had a somewhat decent appearance, resembling a member of the Wenren family. Wenren Xue subtly curled her lips, softly remarking, "Perhaps sister has grown accustomed to eating a lot from raising pigs and cattle in the rural world, so she has developed a hearty appetite." Upon hearing this, even the head of the Wenren family could not hide his distaste. After all, the old man who raised Tian Ning had initially intended for her to bring filthy pigs and cattle into the manor. Upon returning to her courtyard, Tian Ning was greeted by a row of neatly arranged maids, 5 of whom had come earlier to deliver a box, including the particularly assertive maid. The maid spoke first. "Sixth Miss, I am Cui Zhu, sent by Madame to attend to you in the courtyard." The other maids introduced themselves one by one. Among them was the young maid named Mo Ran, whom Tian Ning had previously pulled aside. After they finished speaking, Tian Ning inquired, "How many of you can read?" Replying to Sixth Miss, "We are all born into this household and, of course, can read," Cui Zhu said proudly. She had been specifically assigned, and if Tian Ning dared to throw a tantrum or seek revenge for today's events, she would certainly report to Madame, revealing just how unrefined this girl from the mortal realm truly was. Unexpectedly, Tian Ning did not instruct them to perform any menial tasks. Instead, she took out a book. The title read, "The Adopted Daughter of the Marquis Forced to Flee from Their Confinement." The maids were taken aback. What kind of book is this? How utterly vulgar and shameless! When did the scripts from the mortal realm become so reprehensible? And that word "they," how about for these maids who had been in the Wenren manor since birth? Merely glancing at the title was enough to flush their faces with embarrassment, and they turned their heads away. "You 5 will take turns reading the contents of this book to me every half an hour. In the meantime, those not reading may do as they please. Once I fall asleep, you need not continue reading," Tian Ning declared as she handed the script over, "even preparing a chair and tea. Drink if you are thirsty." The maids were at a loss. Cui Zhu, being the leader among them, pushed Mo Ran forward to prevent the 6th Miss from harboring ill intentions. Mo Ran took the script, glanced at the starting point Tian Ning indicated, and was engulfed by a storm of emotions. Ah, does she really have to read this aloud? Scorching breath brushed against her ear, while the person in her arms struggled incessantly. "No, no, we are siblings, we cannot do this." "Brother!" The man, however, smirked wickedly, gazing into the dazed eyes of the person beneath him, consumed by desire. "My little jade, you shall never escape from your brother's grasp." Mo Ran's face turned crimson, and she instinctively lowered her head, her voice dwindling to a mere whisper. The other maids were equally flustered, feeling their limbs weaken, especially upon hearing the parts about forced affection. This was too audacious. Despite their thoughts, they were filled with anticipation for the unfolding plot, particularly when the childhood friend burst in to rescue the protagonist, only to witness the brother's sordid intentions toward his adopted sister. Although Tian Ning had mentioned that during the half-hour of reading, they could do as they wished, she would not intervene. With each maid taking turns, they had a full 2 hours of freedom. Yet, throughout the entire night, none of them left the 6th Mrs. courtyard. Each one lowered their heads in shame, yet they perked up their ears, curious about what would transpire next. Meanwhile, Tian Ning, listening while tending to a pile of spiritual plants, felt drowsy as midnight approached. She yawned and ceased her work, putting everything away. She was tired. "All right, it's late. You should all return to your rest," Tian Ning said, not wishing to overextend the maid's time. They would need to rise early the next morning. She had requested the maid service simply because staring at the script had become tiresome, and she had come up with the idea of having someone read to her, allowing her to listen while attending to other matters. Yet, the 5 pairs of eyes before her were wide awake, showing no signs of drowsiness. "6th Miss, I can continue reading." Cui Zhu had long lost her initial arrogance. She was eager to read more. The tension built as they reached the part where the childhood friend relinquished family ties and everything to elope with the one they loved, only to be thwarted by the deranged brother, forcing the heroine to choose. How could the 6th Miss be tired at such a pivotal moment? Tian Ning, exasperated, replied, "Do you all not need to get up tomorrow?" Although they were her maids, she was indifferent. After all, she tended to rise late. However, the Wenren family's servants had designated early rising hours, and the overseer would conduct checks. Realizing this, the maids reluctantly set down the script, filled with regret. This was their first encounter with such a sensational yet intriguing narrative. The tales they had heard before were merely tedious stories. Even after leaving Tian Ning's courtyard, they continued to fervently discuss the plot. Mo Ran, crimson-faced, could not help but exclaim, "That brother is simply too overbearing. I feel so sorry for him, imagining he would go mad without his jade." Another maid chimed in, "Indeed. Jade should have acquiesced to her brother, he has cherished her like the moon for so many years. Xue, however, held a contrary view, her mindset being somewhat conservative, but they are siblings, their bond is not right. The childhood friend who loves Jade is far more suitable for her. But they are not blood siblings. Even so, it is still excessive that the childhood friend of the young general is quite a good match. The maids chattered animatedly about the plot, sharing their opinions before retiring for the night. In their dreams, they even envisioned the scenes from the script. Xue, naturally, was no exception. Her mind was filled with the content of the book, leaving no room for anything else, yet she vaguely felt she had forgotten something important. Little did she know, Wenren Xue had nearly waited until dawn for her. The next morning, Wenren Xue's personal maid called for Xue early. Only then did Xue realize what she had overlooked. "Fifth miss, it is my negligence." Wenren Xue lay on the beauty chair with a displeased expression, the irritation from waiting all night evident on her face, which had lost its usual gentle demeanor. "I was unaware that sixth sister possessed such capability, to make you defy my orders on her behalf. It is all my fault. Please punish me." At that moment, Wenren Yan walked in. "What is the matter, sister, who has offended you so early in the morning?" Fourth brother, Wenren Xue returned to her usual demeanor, adopting a tone of feigned innocence as she complained, "I thought sixth sister might misunderstand because of yesterday's events, so I had Xue come to inquire about the situation. I didn't expect Xue to directly return to sleep. I waited for a long time last night." Wenren Xue spoke with great grievance, on the verge of tears. Wenren Yang could not bear to see his beloved sister wronged. He hurriedly consoled her, wiping her tears. The two were in close proximity. In past instances, the people of the Wenren Manor knew that the fourth young master was exceedingly fond of the fifth miss, making such actions entirely normal. Yet, recalling the narrative from last night, Xue suddenly felt a sense of clarity. Was their brother-sister interaction pattern a bit too much? Even with her own brother, at a certain age, there was an unspoken understanding to maintain distance between genders. How could it be that the sister leaned into the brother's embrace, allowing him to wipe her tears? The physical closeness was only separated by fabric. Xue was startled by her own thoughts. This had always been the dynamic between the fourth young master and fifth miss, and they often behaved thus in the absence of outsiders. She had never perceived anything wrong with it until the sixth miss's script had stirred such thoughts within her. Yet, this was inherently inappropriate, was it not? Chapter 6, The Chaotic Spirit Root. Not long after Xue was engulfed in confusion, in another corner of the courtyard, the still drowsy Tian Ning sensed an unusual shift within her body. To her astonishment, spiritual energy began to converge autonomously within her, propelling her stagnated cultivation from the sixth stage of qi refinement to the seventh. This unexpected breakthrough left Tian Ning exhilarated, causing her to spring out of bed. 5 years, a full 5 years she had been trapped at the sixth stage, unable to advance. Who could fathom the trials she had endured during that time? Despite the myriad of celestial treasures, miraculous elixirs, and the old man's wondrous ancient artifacts capable of allowing one to cultivate for a decade within a single day, she had been unable to break through. Yet, astonishingly, just 3 days into her stay at the Wenren residence, she achieved this leap. Recalling the old man's ominous words, of this world has been invaded by malignant systems, which, along with their time travelers, brazenly plunder the fortunes of others, disrupting the cosmic order. If this continues, the world itself shall be doomed. Tian Ning recognized her unique constitution. Only by restoring balance to the world and expelling these intruders could her powers be augmented. Doubts had arisen within her regarding this. With memories from her previous life in the modern world, she technically qualified as one of the intruders the old man spoke of, did she not? Yet, the ever-jovial old man had solemnly informed her, "No, Ning, to this world, you are not an outsider." Trusting the old man who had raised and accompanied her, Tian Ning contemplated the peculiarities of the Wenren family. What had transpired yesterday to facilitate her sudden surge in strength? Besides the few individuals she encountered during mealtime, the only others present were the maids. Tian Ning was left in the dark. Thus, she produced a handful of spiritual rice as bait. "Jiao, assist me." Before long, a sparrow emerged from her room, perching atop the roof and calling out a few times, which summoned various birds from the vicinity. After listening to the sparrow's calls, they dispersed obediently throughout the Wenren estate. Not one to be idle, Tian Ning, filled with excitement, endeavored to elevate her strength further. However, despite her attempts to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy in pursuit of another breakthrough, her cultivation stubbornly remained at the seventh stage of qi refinement, refusing to budge. Tian Ning gazed in exasperation at the ceiling, resigning herself to her fate. It appeared that only by identifying the intruder and resolving the system's interference could her cultivation progress. Based on her extensive reading of novels across 2 lifetimes, she surmised that the culprit was most likely Wenren Xue, as the old man had already pinpointed the crux, plundering the fortunes of others. Evidence suggested that those with systems tended to lead rather fortunate lives in this world. Yet, Tian Ning recalled that she had not acted against Wenren Xue the previous day. So, what could account for her sudden enhancement in power? It seemed she would have to await news from Jiu. As she pondered, the white cat on her bed remained lazily sprawled on the pillow, while outside the courtyard, the 5 maids from last night had arrived, brimming with anticipation. Although Zhu felt disheartened by her reduced monthly allowance, her restless spirit drove her to continue listening to tales. At that moment, Tian Ning was engrossed with a brush, surrounded by countless sheets of paper, seemingly engaged in some cryptic scribbling. The maids, preoccupied with the tales, scarcely glanced at the mysterious symbols she was drawing, eagerly requesting to read to the 6th Mississippi. Indeed, painting alone was tedious for Tian Ning. She handed the previous night's tales to the maids, noting that a rather thick volume remained with only a few pages left. She then retrieved the subsequent volume from her chest. The maids lit up with excitement upon discovering there was indeed a second volume. Had it not been for certain scandalous passages that made their hearts race, they might have even wished to read with more fervor. They continued reading until lunchtime, and after their meal, the Wenren family intended to take Tian Ning to pay respects to Master Xiao of the Wanjian Sect. Reluctantly, the maids departed. I saw many storybooks on the shelf in the 6th Mrs. room, one maid whispered to Ran. Oh! Such fascinating tales exist in abundance. Ran's face betrayed her envy. Indeed, these tales from the mortal realm are far too intriguing. Previously, I thought the mundane world was utterly vile, unlike the practitioners of the cultivation realm, who yearn solely for ascension. Yet here we are, ordinary maids, whose lifespans are extended and appearances enhanced by the nourishing spiritual energy. Who would have thought such delightful treasures could be found in the mortal realm? Originally, they had been quite reluctant to visit the 6th Mrs. courtyard, yet now they found it hard to part ways. Sister Zhu, what troubles you? Inquired a maid closer to Zhu. Just yesterday, Zhu had been lively, discussing the plot of the tales with everyone, yet today she appeared somewhat withdrawn. The maid assumed it was due to the 5th Miss having withheld her allowance. It's nothing, Zhu stammered, her heart racing as she recalled the plot of The Adopted Daughter of the Marquis Escapes with a Child, forced to flee from their enforced captivity. She couldn't help but think of the scene from that morning when the 5th Miss was with the 4th young master. Watching the other 3 maids walk away, she noticed the vicinity was devoid of anyone else. She pulled the maid she was close to closer and whispered, Xiaohua, do you not find it strange between the 5th Miss and the 4th young master? Tian Ning accompanied the head of the Wenren family as they boarded a small flying vessel to the Wanjian Sect. Before departing, Wenren Xue smiled brightly. I specifically communicated with my master. If my younger sister shows promise, he said he would do his utmost to accept her on my behalf. The head of the Wenren family expressed his approval. Good child, your efforts are commendable. Tian Ning was no fool. She could see the gleeful malice in Wenren Yang's eyes. If my sister has helped you so much, and you still cannot enter the Wanjian Sect, it merely proves you are a waste. Wenren Yang seemed to envision Tian Ning returning in disgrace. 4th brother, Tian Ning sweetly called out, your outfit today is quite lovely. Wenren Yang, this mad girl wouldn't dare to try and strip him in public, would she? Here, at their doorstep, how could he save face? Wenren Yang fell silent, retreating behind Madame Wenren, hands clutching his clothing protectively, eyes wary of Tian Ning. Unperturbed by his cowardice, Tian Ning and her father remained silent until they reached the Wanjian Sect. Thanks to the head of the Wenren family having made prior arrangements, Master Xiao and the other elders awaited their arrival, well aware of the events surrounding the Wenren family, given that both children were direct disciples of the Wanjian Sect. The head of the Wenren family had returned with his long-lost biological daughter, while Wenren Xue's master, the esteemed Qin Mingshang, had often seen his beloved little disciple shedding tears in the stillness of the night. Even during her core formation, she was affected, nearly destabilizing her Dao heart due to this matter. Now, the Wenren family dared to send her to the Wanjian Sect? Such audacity was intolerable. He would never allow Xue to endure such humiliation. The other elders, coming with an air of curiosity, were inclined to witness the spectacle, yet, having been beneficiaries of Qin Mingsheng's teachings, they were united in their decision to reject this genuine daughter of the Wenren family in deference to the esteemed master. Wenren Patriarch, it has been a while. I must express my gratitude for bringing such promising seedlings as Xue and Yanger to the Wanjian Sect. They might just help us secure first place in next year's 6-sect competition. Master Xiao greeted warmly. Not at all, we owe much to the guidance of the esteemed elders of the Wanjian Sect, the head of the Wenren family replied politely, before presenting Tian Ning. By the way, our Wenren family has another child, the 6th in line. She yearns for the Wanjian Sect and has come to pay her respects today. I wonder if there is a chance for her. Master Xiao turned his gaze to Tian Ning, a benevolent smile gracing his face. Certainly, certainly. I shall have my disciples fetch the spirit root testing stone at once. Generally, entering a sect necessitated a test of one's spirit root. Those with single-element roots were deemed the most talented, exceedingly rare, and would cultivate at a speed surpassing those with multiple roots, making them highly sought-after talents among the sections. Tian Ning had heard from the Wenren family's maids that Wenren Xue possessed an exceedingly rare mutated ice spirit root, a cultivation genius born once in a millennium. Even Wenren Yang was gifted with both fire and wood spirit roots, just shy of being a single-root prodigy. Tian Ning had never tested her spirit root, yet she harbored a suspicion that she would not possess a single or dual root, because it seemed she could wield every element. However, in the realm of cultivation, the more diverse the spirit roots, the more chaotic they became, and especially for one with all 5 elemental roots, the prospect of reaching the golden core stage was but a dream, and her cultivation speed could never rival those singularly gifted prodigies. Soon, a disciple returned with the spirit root testing stone. The head of the Wenren family instructed, "Ninger, place your hand on the stone." Obediently, Tian Ning complied, and after a moment, radiant colors began to emanate from the stone. Like a rainbow, 5 hues red, orange, yellow, green, and blue manifested. The head of the Wenren family fell silent, visibly displeased. Was the contract with the dragon ancestor truly a mere coincidence? Had he misjudged this child? An elder with graying hair spoke. All-element root, Wenren patriarch, I fear this child's talents may make it impossible for any sect to accept her. Qin Mingchang was in a good mood. Observing the head of the Wenren family's expression, he needn't intervene personally. This waste of a girl had already embarrassed herself thoroughly. Such a worthless being could never compare to Xue. Yet, as the 5 colors faded, the testing stone revealed a half-bright, half-dark visage, soon followed by patterns of lightning, snowflakes, and fierce winds. This, an elder exclaimed in surprise, I have never seen an all-element root combined with other mutated roots. Even the experienced Master Xiao felt astonished. This was truly the most chaotic of spirit roots. Was she destined to be a cultivation failure, the legendary disgraceful waste? Oh dear, Wenren Patriarch, we cannot accept this child into the Wanjian Sect. Indeed. I believe this young lady, having grown up in the mortal realm, is wholly unsuitable for cultivation. She would be better off returning home to live as a proper young lady. The Wenren family hardly lacks for sustenance. A chorus of elders chimed in, their disdain palpable, nearly causing the head of the Wenren family to lose face entirely. He had never experienced such humiliation. He yearned to return and chastise this disappointing girl. Master Xiao interjected diplomatically, all right, let us not forget to test her bones. Once that is complete, we can allow the Wenren Patriarch to take her back. Chapter 7. In 8-sword bone. Before such a large gathering, the head of the Wenren family could scarcely utter a word. He simply gritted his teeth and awaited the conclusion of the test to return home. The disciple presented another piece of bone testing stone, and this time, no one held any expectations for Tian Ning. The bone test was an additional measurement for sword cultivators, akin to assessing the degree of extraordinary fire in alchemical cultivators' elixirs. Those with superior bone quality were more suited to become sword cultivators. However, the moment Tian Ning's hand touched the testing stone, it erupted with a dazzling brilliance that instantaneously illuminated the entire hall of the Wan Sword Sect. This is, Master Xiao could hardly believe his eyes, while the other elders, who had been sitting idly waiting for their departure, all stood up in astonishment. In 8-sword bone, someone exclaimed. The elders were left in shock. The head of the Wenren family was equally dazed. Could this truly be happening so suddenly? Just a moment ago, he had been infuriated, secretly glaring at the girl. Surely, she hadn't noticed. The head of the Wenren family was filled with regret. What did an 8-sword bone signify in the sword sect? It was almost equivalent to a third of a dragon ancestor in the eyes of the dragon clan. Did he not see how the gazes of those from the sword sect had turned fervent when looking at his precious daughter? As the radiance of the testing stone gradually faded, the elders began to crack their knuckles in anticipation. Were it not for the presence of the sect leader, they would have already scrambled to claim her. Ahem, Master Xiao forced a sincere smile. Head of the Wenren family, this child is destined to be a disciple of our Wan Sword Sect. The head of the Wenren family could only remain silent. A group of shameless old men, now they were changing their faces faster than turning pages in a book. How rare is the innate sword bone! Throughout history, those who possessed it could be counted on one's fingers, and each had shone brightly in their own right. Their futures were limitless. An elder with a robust physique stepped forward first. Little girl, if you join my sect, I will impart all my lifelong skills to you. I will even grant you the entire peak of my broken star mountain. Get lost, get lost. Who would covet your dilapidated mountain? You might as well choose me. Another elder interjected, shoving a spirit artifact forcefully into Tian Ning's hands. Even the elder who had initially ridiculed Tian Ning, with his hair now gray, could not heed Qin Mingcheng's warning glance and scrambled to join in. I believe my previous words were misguided. How could a sword cultivator be constrained by mere spiritual roots? A talent like this little girl, even without spiritual roots, is bound to achieve great things in the future. The head of the Wenren family could only remain speechless. Ahem. In truth, it would be better for such a gifted young girl to join my sect. It wouldn't be impossible for her to inherit our Wanjian Sect in the future? The elders. Master, do you still care for your dignity? The elders could barely suppress their eye rolls. Who offers an entire sect to a disciple during recruitment? As the internal strife within the Wanjian Sect escalated, the head of the Wenren family was torn over whether to intervene. Just then, a crack echoed nearby. Crack, 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 crack. He turned to see the little girl, munching on seeds. The corner of the head of the Wenren family's mouth twitched. Where on earth did she get those seeds? No, why was she snacking at such a moment? Seeing him looking at her, Tian Ning asked, "Father, would you like some?" Well. Ninger, shouldn't you go persuade them? The head of the Wenren family suggested subtly. After all, they were fighting tooth and nail for her sake, yet Tian Ning's expression revealed no joy at the commotion. She was not a child who forgot the pain after a meal. Hadn't the attitudes of everyone present been sufficiently clear? Father, as a mere little girl, I wouldn't want to be accidentally harmed by them. With that, she stepped back a bit. The head of the Wenren family was at a loss for words. He, too, feared getting hurt by these reckless sword cultivators, and only dared to step in when the fighting had lessened. Stop! Stop, you must cease this fighting. In response, he received a fist. The head of the Wenren family, ironically, he could not even express his anger after being struck, as these individuals were fighting for the sake of his daughter's innate sword bone. He should feel proud, indeed, but after much contemplation, the head of the Wenren family's mind raced. He no longer wished to endure any more blows. What is the point of continuing this fight? Ultimately, it will be Ninger who makes the decision. As for her master, let her choose for herself. His words finally bore fruit, and all eyes once again turned to the little girl. Indeed, in the end, it was all up to her words. Just then, Tian Ning finished the last of her seeds. She did not rush to respond, instead neatly gathering the shells, as one should not litter. As the elders grew increasingly anxious, wishing to pry her mouth open, Tian Ning finally spoke. She pointed directly at the only two individuals who had not come forward to contend for her, standing beside Qin Mingcheng, a youth clad in warm yellow attire. I choose him. The elders erupted. No way. Absolutely not. How could the innate sword bone be entrusted to a useless disciple of the Guardian Sword Mountain? That would be a gross waste. Girl, that lad Jing Shu has long become a waste. He is incapable of teaching you anything. The elders pleaded earnestly. The youth, somewhat anxious, spoke up. I apologize. I am merely the senior disciple under my master. My name is Fu Hongming. My master is unable to attend such gatherings and sent me in his stead. I do not have the qualifications to take on disciples on his behalf, and besides, the Guardian Sword Mountain branch of the Wanjian Sect had been utterly rendered useless 5 years ago. This was a fact acknowledged by all. Girl, that Guardian Sword Mountain encountered some unfortunate events in its early years. The current elders cannot teach you anything. Master Shao stepped forward to explain. The current disciples of the Guardian Sword Mountain were merely placeholders. My father promised I could choose. Tian Ning remained unfazed. Her choice of that youth was not solely based on his character. This Master Shao found himself in a quandary. How could her choice of mentor be as inept as her spiritual roots? Ninger, you are still young, you do not understand the importance of selecting a master. The head of the Wenren family regretted his earlier words. Yet Qin Mingcheng suddenly remarked lightly, if it is to let her choose, then why must you all interfere? Master Shao glared at him disapprovingly. Such a good seedling should not be wasted. However, after an hour of bickering, not a single elder was willing to yield. Naturally, Tian Ning did not relent either. She simply liked the Guardian Sword Mountain and would not choose another. Left with no choice, Master Shao reluctantly allowed her to temporarily join the Guardian Sword Mountain. Indeed, just temporarily. Master Shao was confident that once the little girl followed Fu Hongming to the Guardian Sword Mountain, she would surely regret it within 3 days. At that time, he would offer her another opportunity to select a different master. The elders had no objections to this arrangement. These old-timers had lived long enough to be cunning. They all planned to secretly build rapport with the little girl behind the scenes, hoping to lure her to their own mountain peaks. In their hearts, everyone had their plans, while the youth in the soft yellow attire looked utterly bewildered. He had merely come out for a trip and returned with a little junior sister for his master? Little junior sister. He rummaged through his storage bag for quite a while before finally producing a decent-grade spiritual hairpin. This is a gift from your senior brother. I am Fu Hongming, the senior disciple of my master. Seeing his humble demeanor, the elders grew even more confident. Thank you, senior brother. Tian Ning accepted the gift with delight. The head of the Wenren family decided to take Tian Ning home to pack her things, planning to send her to the Wanjian Sect in a few days. Master Xiao naturally agreed. On their way back, the head of the Wenren family received a message through his jade slip, presumably concerning some urgent matter. He hurriedly dropped Tian Ning off at their doorstep before rushing away. Once he left, a young servant who had been watching at the door turned and reported back. You mean, father was so furious that he dropped my sister off and left? Wenren Xue repeated in astonishment what the servant had said. I told you she was a waste. Wanjian fumed. I fear this trip to the Wanjian Sect will bring shame upon our family, making father so angry. Though seated in the upper position, Madame Wenren did not speak, yet her thoughts aligned with those of her children. All right, after all, she is still your sister. As long as she behaves and adheres to the rules of the household, not causing any trouble, the Wenren family will provide for her. Tian Ning, meanwhile, was completely unaware of the musings of certain individuals. Upon returning to the courtyard, she was greeted by rows of eager maidservants. Sixth Miss, you have returned. Mo Ran joyfully approached, then we can begin reading the storybooks. Cui Zhu, however, was not as naive as her, focusing on immediate benefits. Sixth Miss, how did it go at the Wanjian Sect today? Were you accepted under the name of the Immortal Master? This time, she did not forget her purpose of gathering intelligence, and moreover, she was more concerned about whether the sixth miss had truly caught the eye of the Wanjian Sect and would not remain at the Wenren residence. If that were the case, they would lose their chance to read the storybooks. I was accepted, Tian Ning candidly replied. As this was no secret, you may leave for now. I need to pack my things. You can return later for the storybooks. After the maidservants left, a little sparrow flew back into Tian Ning's room, beginning to report the clues it had gathered from the birds. After listening for a while, Tian Ning noted a conversation between Cui Zhu and another maidservant. Was there a certain feeling between Wenren Xue and Wenren Yang? Tian Ning felt that Wenren Yang's character had not yet developed the notion of love, and it was an overestimation to assume he would have any inappropriate feelings for his sister. Moreover, it had not been a month since the Wenren family discovered that Wenren Xue was not of their bloodline. Prior to that, the two had been true siblings. How could they develop feelings that crossed boundaries for a blood relative? Thinking this through, Tian Ning realized that if Wenren Xue were indeed an outsider, she would have known long ago that she was not a child of the Wenren family. Hence, she could be so carefree with Wenren Yang. Otherwise, how could Cui Zhu suddenly bring up such topics after only hearing some storybook content? However, these were merely speculations that required further verification. Chapter 8 apologized to her before the maidservants returned. An uninvited guest arrived at the Tian Ning courtyard. It was once again Wenren Xue and Wenren Yang, accompanied by two formidable dragons. Wenren Yang wasted no time in launching a barrage of accusations. What on earth have you done to infuriate father to such an extent? Tian Ning, unable to comprehend his words, merely regarded him with an expression akin to that of someone observing a severely challenged individual. Wenren Yang, with his short fuse, could not tolerate such dismissiveness. He approached with the intent to humiliate Tian Ning, determined to make her suffer. I knew that the Wanjian Sect would never accept a waste like you. Father must be angry for this very reason. His self-satisfied demeanor suggested he believed he had unraveled the entire situation, a sight that was hard to bear. Wenren Yang, are you blind? Tian Ning retorted. She had not been in this room for long, yet now had to pack away everything again, an undeniably bothersome task. What did you say? Wenren Yang, in a fit of rage, kicked a large trunk nearby. Intended as an outlet for his frustration, he was taken aback when his foot met the trunk's unyielding surface. What was it made of? The pain shot through him, nearly causing him to lose his composure, his face contorting as if he had just stubbed his toe on a rock. You. Just as Wenren Yang was about to explode with indignation, a gentle female voice intervened, diffusing the imminent conflict. Sister, brother is merely concerned about whether you and father are at odds. He means no harm. Wenren Xue appeared to genuinely play the role of a peacekeeping sister. But sister should not have spoken to brother in that manner, it would hurt his feelings. Sister, you ought to apologize to brother, she insisted. From the moment Wenren Yang had kicked the trunk, Tian Ning had ceased her activities, astonished by Wenren Xue's audacity. How could she be so insufferable, using her brother and the two dragons as shields to act with impunity? Did she think Tian Ning was an easy target? Throughout, Tian Ning had never once provoked her, yet Wenren Xue clung to her like a leech. Tian Ning was not a mere plaything to be manipulated. Those who initiate trouble are the truly contemptible ones. Since the conflict had found her, it seemed Wenren Xue was prepared to face the wrath she had invited. Setting her belongings down, Tian Ning stepped forward, her lovely face drawn tight with displeasure. Sister, I understand your frustration, but if you are wrong, slap. Before she could finish her sentence, a frail maid, shorter than Wenren Xue, struck her across the face. Everyone stood frozen, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Even Wenren Xue was taken aback by Tian Ning's audacity to publicly slap her. Ah, you, what are you doing? The impact of the slap had evidently jolted Wenren Xue back to her senses, her tone losing its earlier shrillness. Yet, the response came swiftly, a slap in return. Slap. Indeed, the two slaps were symmetrical. Tian Ning felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. It seemed that her foul mood had finally been alleviated, and with each slap, she felt lighter. But while her spirits soared, Wenren Xue was on the verge of hysteria. No one had ever dared to treat her in such a manner. She was so concerned with her appearance, and this insufferable girl had the audacity to strike her. The two dragons and Wenren Yang managed to regain their composure from the shock. Young Prince Long Yi was the first to react, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he rushed towards Tian Ning. You are seeking death. How dare she harm his beloved? Tian Ning merely called out, Xiao Bai. The white cat, previously lounging on the bed, sprang into action, leaping down without a care for the commotion around it. Instantly, the spiritual energy in the courtyard surged, a formidable pressure descending like a boulder. Even Long Yi felt his proud dragon lineage quiver, his spine bending involuntarily as if compelled to kneel. The white cat expanded rapidly, transforming into a magnificent white tiger that sent the young prince sprawling out of the room with a single swipe. Poof! Blood erupted from Long Yi's mouth as he collapsed in the courtyard, a pitiful sight akin to a defeated dog. This sudden turn of events caused Wenren Yang and Long Han, who had been comforting Wenren Xue, to immediately reconsider their intentions. What kind of beast was that? With just one blow, the dignified young prince had been grievously injured. Spirit beast? Celestial beast? Divine beast? No, divine beasts were exceedingly rare. How could such a creature be contracted by a mere girl? Yet here stood Long Yi, a prince of the dragon clan, with royal blood coursing through his veins, easily felled by this girl. Brother Yi! How could you harm Brother Yi? Wenren Xue shrank back in fear, unable to believe her eyes. Tian Ning, with her delicate, fair arms, affectionately stroked the tiger's soft fur. She tilted her head, meeting Wenren Xue's gaze with a bright smile. If I do not harm him, should I then harm you? The young girl's exquisite face appeared innocent and harmless, yet her words were as chilling as those of a devil from the depths of hell. No. Please do not hurt me. Wenren Xue felt an icy dread spreading through her body, forgetting the nearly unconscious Long Yi at her feet. She hastily concealed herself behind Wenren Yang and Long Han. Both Wenren Yang and Long Han were not faring much better, just making eye contact with the white tiger's amber eyes sent tremors through their legs. Tian Ning watched, satisfied, as the three of them teetered on the brink of submission. Feigning innocence, she asked, Is it permissible to speak normally now? The white tiger allowed the girl to touch it without protest, like a docile cat, yet the palpable pressure surrounding them was no jest. Even Wenren Yang, who was typically oblivious, recognized the gravity of the situation and refrained from provoking her further. Silence enveloped them, the invisible weight pressing down grew heavier. Thud. The first to succumb was Wenren Xue, who fell to her knees, her cultivation still unstable after her recent breakthrough. She could not withstand such overwhelming pressure. Nearby, Long Yi struggled to rise, his eyes filled with malice, consumed by the desire to eliminate Tian Ning. Yet, at that moment, he was powerless to even maintain his stance, let alone protect Wenren Xue, as he resorted to safeguarding his heart meridian, desperately swallowing recovery pills. What does the sixth miss wish to achieve? We are all family, must we endure such humiliation? The usually unassuming Long Han shattered the silence. Tian Ning raised her eyes slightly, amusement dancing in them. You are on the verge of kneeling, and yet you speak with such conviction? It appears it is still insufficient. No sooner had she spoken than the man, who had been putting on a brave front, could no longer withstand the pressure and fell to his knees, dragging Wenren Yang down with him. What do you want from me? Wenren Yang had never experienced such degradation. They had underestimated her. Who would have thought that a wild girl from the mortal realm would have such a divine beast in her company? Apologize, Tian Ning stated bluntly, for she was not one to be unreasonable. Upon hearing this, Wenren Yang released a sigh of relief. I'm sorry. He believed this girl would do nothing further. After all, how could she possibly harm them? Even with such a powerful beast by her side, what could she do? Alas, he had spoken too soon. Tian Ning slowly shook her head. That will not suffice. I do not sense any sincerity of brother 4. Your attitude is quite disheartening. If sister 5 and the others share your disposition, I fear my wounded heart will never heal. She made a dramatic gesture, clutching her chest. The white tiger understood her cue. The others felt as though their heads were heavy, almost inclined to bow before her. What do you want me to say in my apology? Wenren Yang ground his teeth, nearing the edge of his composure. After pondering, Tian Ning decided that Wenren Yang would be incapable of uttering any flattering words about her, so she graciously offered, "Very well, I shall teach you how to apologize." With that, she approached the table, retrieving paper and ink. After an extended period, she handed a sheet to Wenren Yang, filled with her writing. "Just read what's on it," Tian Ning instructed. "Make it heartfelt, otherwise, you shall have to repeat it." Wenren Yang fell silent as he stared at the densely filled paper. This girl, could she not show a modicum of humility? Tian Ning raised an eyebrow. "Are you unwilling?" Before the white tiger could exert its pressure again, Wenren Yang took the paper and began to read aloud. "I, Wenren Yang, a selfish and short-sighted fool, utterly foolish." How many derogatory terms had she penned about him? "It was my childishness that wounded the fragile heart of my sixth sister. She is so pure and kind, refreshingly unique, gentle and dignified." Wenren Yang's lips twitched in despair. "Herein, I sincerely request forgiveness. Sixth sister, please do not remain angry with brother Four, will you?" By the time he reached the end, he felt utterly numb. "Brother Four, smile, are you still upset with me?" Wenren Yang managed a smile that was more painful than tears, thoroughly exasperated with this mad girl. Yet Tian Ning, seemingly oblivious to his turmoil, tugged at his collar, pulling him up from his kneeling position. "All right, I have generously forgiven brother Four." She stood proudly, hands on her hips. "Now, who shall be next?" Wenren Xue and young Prince Long Yi remained silent, humiliated. Wenren Yang, however, felt a flicker of joy at standing upright again. It turned out that simply apologizing allowed him to rise. The others who remained kneeling looked on enviously, yet upon recalling Wenren Yang's previous words, they were engulfed by a sense of degradation. Wenren Yang now wore a grin like a simpleton. Reciting those lines was far better than remaining on the ground, wasn't it? Moreover, they had nearly been made to bow in submission moments ago. "I shall go next." Long Han spoke up. Unlike Wenren Xue and Long Yi, who were accustomed to privilege and adoration, he found no shame in reading the apology aloud. Tian Ning did not withhold the paper from him. Long Han was, as his name suggested, a cold and indifferent character, but beneath his icy demeanor lay a heart of devotion that he harbored a secret love for Wenren Xue, sacrificing everything for her, even lowering his status to forge a master-servant contract with Wenren Yang, all to remain in the Wanjian Sect and catch glimpses of her. As he read the contents of the paper, Long Han's expression turned complex as he glanced at Tian Ning. He had always believed himself to be discreet, yet he did not expect that a mere girl would see through his facade. Chapter 9. Bowing the proud head low. I, Long Han, a man who adeptly masquerades as a paragon of virtue while engaging in nefarious deeds behind the scenes, insidiously scheming for my own selfish desires at the expense of the innocent. Long Han's words halted abruptly, caught in his throat, rendering him unable to continue. "It seems you are contemplating giving up and starting anew?" Tian Ning remarked nonchalantly, unaffected by his gaze. Sensing Wenren Yang's bewildered scrutiny of the written words, Long Han steeled himself, realizing that this veil of shame could no longer conceal the truth. "I have ruined the cultivation of the innocent Zhao family girl, ordered her tendons severed, merely because she competed with Wenren Xue for a piece of exquisite attire from the rare treasure pavilion, thus destroying her entire life. I, like a rat in the gutter, secretly admire that Wenren Xue yet resort to such despicable means." His confession left Long Yi and Wenren Yang in shock. It was not merely that he had obliterated a young woman's cultivation, but that he had concealed his feelings for Wenren Xue. Long Yi's expression darkened. Faced with absolute power, he cowardly redirected his hatred towards Long Han, exclaiming, "I had no idea you could disguise yourself so well while harboring such vile thoughts towards Xue." Long Han could only continue reading with a stiff demeanor. Tian Ning was not one to let them off easily. Did she truly seem unaware of what these two dragons had done to her following their midday meal 2 days prior? It was quite the coincidence. A bird sent by Jojo had overheard this dark-hearted fellow, clutching a pillow, raving madly about the disgraceful acts he had committed for Wenren Xue, seemingly lost in his infatuation. Observing Long Yi's sudden outburst, it appeared the fish in Wenren Xue's pond were about to clash. That, however, who could blame this group for seeking trouble? Tian Ning bore no guilt about it. Even if the pond of Wenren Xue were to explode, it would not concern her. As Wenren Xue displayed an expression of surprise, saying, "Brother Yi, I truly did not expect that Brother Han would harbor feelings for me." It seemed she was eager to clear her name. Long Yi, naive as ever, believed her. "Xue, I know your heart is set on cultivation and you are indifferent to such matters. It is this disgusting wretch who harbors delusions, a lowly spawn born of impure blood." His increasingly vulgar tirade prompted Tian Ning to raise her large box and hurl it in that direction. Already injured, Long Yi suffered another blow to the head. "You!" "Silence, you are far too noisy." I cannot hear his apology. Long Yi struggled to suppress his fury. This made Wenren Xue nearly utter brother Yi, but she forcibly restrained herself. Long Han finished reading, his face a mask of despair that he could almost foresee the days ahead filled with Long Yi's torment. Tian Ning, how truly malicious she was. Without even a glance in his direction, she casually remarked, "All right, you may rise now." She then addressed the others on the ground, "Two of you, who will go first?" If the beginning had been humiliation, then after Long Han concluded, it transformed into sheer terror. Who knew what other words this girl had inscribed on that paper? Tian Ning, devoid of concern, awaited, leisurely munching on sunflower seeds while seated, unconcerned that it was not her kneeling. "You." Sixth sister, when Renyang softened his tone, having learned to speak more kindly, "Fifth sister is but a girl, could you not show some leniency? Do you enjoy speaking? Then kneel and read it again?" When Renyang fell silent, opting to watch instead, knowing full well how frightening this girl could be when riled. Wenren Xue's fingertips dug painfully into her palm. Having lived a life of ease, she had never endured such indignities. This was her first experience, with no one to teach a lesson to those opposing her. Not even Long Yi could help. If only her master were present, with his prowess, he would certainly assist her in dealing with this wretched girl. Tian Ning remained oblivious to Wenren Xue's thoughts, and even if she had known, she would not have cared. Her sunflower seed munching slowed slightly as she, for once, kindly advised the young prince, "I suggest you apologize and rise." Long Yi, haughtily turning his head away in disdain. "I shall take my turn." At this moment, Wenren Xue had come to a realization. Why should she rush? Once she returned to the myriad sword sect and recounted her grievances to her master, he would surely help her exact revenge. With her master's transcendent skills, how could someone as insignificant as Tian Ning escape her wrath? Tian Ning, indifferent, handed the paper to Wenren Xue. Even though she had prepared herself thoroughly, the words inscribed still incensed her, but what could she do? With no one to support her, she could only endure and read aloud. Her resentment deepened, vowing that she would ensure Tian Ning would meet a miserable end. "I, Wenren Xue, a usurper of the nest, am not as innocently virtuous as I appear. I am plagued by insecurity and fear, terrified that the true bloodline of the Wenren family will one day reclaim all that I have stolen. I give my used possessions to my sister, deceiving myself into believing I am the sole heiress of the Wenren family, allowing her to see my mother's concern and my brother's affection, igniting her jealousy towards me, as if gazing into a mirror." The paper reflected all of Wenren Xue's dark thoughts. Even though she was acutely aware that Long Yi, Long Han, and Wenren Yang would never believe such fabrications, exposing her innermost thoughts and voicing them aloud was the true horror. The repulsiveness lay not with others, but with herself. It felt as if her facade of virtue had been stripped away, laying her grotesque self bare beneath the sun. Wenren Xue concluded her reading, feeling utterly humiliated, yearning to escape immediately, yet with Long Yi still kneeling, she had to persuade him, "Brother Yi, there will be many opportunities in the future." She nearly uttered her intent to eliminate Tian Ning. Now, only Long Yi remained kneeling, the others having finished their readings. Wenren Xue granted him an opportunity to descend from his pride, making it less unbearable than at the outset. "Give it to me." His rebellious demeanor resembled that of a monkey from a May mountain. Tian Ning passed it to Wenren Yang, commanding, "Take it to him." Wenren Yang accepted it, his eyes wide with anticipation, yet unable to muster any resistance. The contents of Long Yi's paper were similar to Wenren Yang's, yet it infuriated him nonetheless, causing him to grind his teeth in suppressed rage as he read. But halfway through, someone arrived from outside the courtyard. "Sixth Miss, it was the Grand Elder. We previously discussed compensation for the earlier incident." Upon witnessing the scene in the courtyard, the Grand Elder was taken aback. Why, young prince, the several dragon elders trailing behind the Grand Elder were rendered speechless. What were they witnessing? Why was the prince kneeling and reading from a piece of paper? The expressions of the dragon elders were complex. Utterly perplexed by such behavior, Tian Ning shrugged in helplessness. She had already advised them, but they had not heeded her. Meanwhile, Long Yi's once unyieldingly proud head now shrunk in embarrassment. How utterly humiliating! How could he bring himself to disclose his disgrace to others? He could quietly inform his father upon returning to the Dragon Palace, asking his father to eliminate Tian Ning, but he could not bear the thought of making this public knowledge. Would he allow the face of the Dragon Palace's young prince to be trampled into the ground, even among kin? He would never permit them to learn of this. This prince was merely engaging in a game with the Wenren siblings, Long Yi stammered, fabricating an excuse. The moment the Grand Elder and the others entered the courtyard, Bai who had already shrunk back to his feline form, and the oppressive atmosphere dissipated in an instant. This lent some credibility to Long Yi's lie daughter, so he thought, nonsense about a game, just look at the damaged doors of the house and the young prince's disheveled appearance. They would believe he had been in a brawl. Long Yi lacked the patience to have them accept his explanation and abruptly changed the topic, questioning, "What brings you here?" The dragon elders exchanged glances at Wenren Xue and Wenren Yang, their gazes evasive. With outsiders present, even if revealing this matter to the prince posed no issue, it was not something to be discussed now. What is happening? Long Yi, now standing, regarded them with suspicion. Did she not lack a contract with the dragon clan? Why had this group of elders specifically sought out that wretched girl? Actually, the dragon stone has revealed the identity of her contracted partner Elder Yan, another elder urgently interjected, reminding him that there were others present. The Dragon King had long since decreed that no more than 3 humans should ever learn of the dragon ancestors' affairs. Elder Yan was well aware of this, yet he steeled himself and produced a dragon egg. We are here to escort the contracted partner of 6th Mississippi. Dragon clan elders, you're quick-witted. An intricate tug-of-war ensued, with both sides weaving lies. Wenren Xue and Wenren Yang stared at the dragon egg in confusion, while Long Han felt astonished, and Long Yi's expression turned grim. That egg was the designated successor to the next Dragon King. The first offspring of the Dragon King had once held great expectations for it, yet after nearly 1,000 years without signs of hatching, he had to shift his focus to other children. But Long Yi understood all too well. The Dragon King's paternal love for that lifeless egg had not diminished in the slightest. The Dragon King not only refrained from discarding the egg, which had no chance of hatching, but it even allowed it to occupy the title of the Dragon Clan's crown prince, refusing to designate a successor. It could be said that as long as that egg hatched something, Long Yi, the Dragon Clan's most favored prince, would surely lose his position. Long Yi was wary, yes, wary of an egg. However, as time passed, he had long forgotten that a mere egg posed no substantial threat, only to find it suddenly resurfacing one day, contracted by a human he wished dead. Very well, all the things he despised had gathered together. He watched Elder Yan hand the dragon egg to Tian Ning, sneering, "Did you not deliver it? Why are you still here?" In fact, His Majesty the Dragon King has instructed us to deliver additional items to 6th Mississippi. Long Yi's eyelids twitched. What items? Then he watched as the dragon elders produced a trove of treasures that even he coveted. A heavenly grade alchemy furnace, top-tier attire, 9th-tier spiritual plants, premium elixirs, along with hundreds of millions of high-grade spirit stones. Long Yi could scarcely believe his eyes. The others could not help but gasp in shock. This was exceedingly extravagant. Those unaware might assume Tian Ning was the Dragon King's illegitimate daughter. Even Long Yi, as the young prince, had never encountered such a bounty, and Wenren Yang and Wenren Xue's eyes burned with eagerness as they watched Elder Yan place the items into a storage pouch for Tian Ning. As members of the Wenren family, did this not imply they too might partake in some of this fortune? Chapter 10. Is this truly not a mental asylum? Not only were they envious, but even the Grand Elder was scheming to relay every detail to the family head, hoping to gain some advantage. Tian Ning was merely a young girl without any cultivation. What use would she have for such splendid treasures? Due to the presence of the Dragon Clan elders, the individuals with varying thoughts refrained from expressing themselves. After all, the person in question was still within the Wenren household, and there was no need to rush. A lamb that cannot safeguard its precious treasures will inevitably be devoured by the wolves. Once the gifts were delivered, the Dragon Clan elders took their leave, and the Grand Elder politely saw them off, with Long Yi and Long Han naturally following suit. They could not fathom why the Dragon King valued a mere girl so highly. The remaining two would not be foolish enough to linger with Tian Ning. As the group departed, the once crowded courtyard was left desolate, with only Tian Ning remaining. She stowed away the treasure she had just received, astonished by the generosity of the Dragon Clan. Gazing at the azure-patterned dragon egg in her hands, shimmering like a gemstone under the sun, she pondered whether the unfulfilled contract with the dragon ancestor meant she was destined to nurture this child. Chirp chirp, should I try being a mother and hatch it? It should be akin to a hen brooding over her eggs. Perched atop the roof was a sparrow, a quarter the size of the dragon egg, tilting its head in confusion, unable to comprehend the notion of maternal affection transcending species. Never mind, fire and water are inherently antagonistic. If Chirp were to hatch it, she and Shabai would likely end up feasting on a banquet. Tian Ning rummaged through her storage pouch for the necessary healing pills, popping a handful into her mouth like candies before biting her finger to let a drop of blood fall upon the dragon egg. As her fresh blood touched the egg, a pale blue glow emerged, and the ripples radiated outward like waves infused with vitality, reminiscent of a sparkling sea, captivating enough to steal one's breath away. It seemed the contract had succeeded. As for what followed, it would rely on the little creature's own efforts to emerge from its shell. After placing the dragon egg into her box, she paid it no further mind and busied herself tidying up the room. She could no longer remain in the Wenren household. To wait for that group of troublemakers to come knocking would be foolish. Meanwhile, the anticipated maids arrived in the courtyard, only to be taken aback by the chaotic scene within. The door to the sixth Miss's room had been torn off its hinges, resembling a place ravaged by bandits. The cozy chamber that the sixth Miss had once decorated was now utterly vacant. Sixth Mississippi. Had they been robbed? Thankfully, she was unharmed and still standing there. Before they could ponder how the Wenren household could have been robbed, they heard the unflustered sixth Miss declare, "I am going to the Wanjian Sect. You need not come anymore." The maids were aware of this development, but they had not anticipated the sixth Miss would depart so swiftly. They felt a pang of regret for the unfinished stories they wished to share, yet the master-servant relationship held them back, leaving them unsure of how to voice their sentiments. Among them, Ran had the purest intentions, not overthinking the situation. With reluctance, she implored, "What will happen if you leave, sixth Miss? I haven't seen the conclusion yet. Can't you delay your departure? And what about those books in your room? It seems such a pity. If you are fond of them, I can lend them to you. I have many more books waiting for you." Tian Ning generously retrieved a stack of novels from her box to share with the maids. Clutching the weighty novels in their hands, the maids' smiles broadened. The sixth Miss was truly wonderful. Xue was also elated. Their monotonous days in the grand estate were often filled with tedious chores, and the occasional joy came from listening to the gossip among the matrons. To encounter such an intriguing collection of tales was entirely unexpected, and none could have foreseen that the sixth Miss would be so willing to lend them her books. However, upon glancing at the titles of the novels the sixth Miss had provided, Big Brother Only Favors the Soft and Sweet Fake Sister, Ultimate Love Rivalry, Five Brothers Won't Let Me Go, and The Fake Princess has become the darling of the group. Xue was left bewildered. If she hadn't been certain that the sixth Miss was oblivious to her suspicions regarding the fourth young master and fifth young Miss, she would have almost believed it was intentional. Even the books given to the other maids revolved around sibling relationships. Was it truly merely a coincidence? With such doubts lingering, the maids returned to their quarters to read the novels, gathering together with their close friends, intrigued by the stories. Despite the melodramatic plots, illogical content, and occasionally scandalous themes, the novels possessed a certain allure that made them impossible to put down. The trend of reading these novels swiftly spread among the servants of the Wenren household. The older maids would scold, "Those little hussies are utterly shameless," while the younger maids blushed and secretly read under the covers, only to realize dawn had broken. Even the young lads curiously asked the maids to borrow them for a look. As for Tian Ning, she had long since embraced her newfound treasures and made her way to the Wanjian Sect. Upon parting, her senior brother had gifted her a token of a direct disciple, allowing her to enter and exit the Wanjian Sect's mountain gate freely. Tian Ning inquired of a passing disciple for directions to the Sword Guardian Mountain, who looked at her curiously but nonetheless pointed her the way. The Sword Guardian Mountain was rather secluded, almost hidden within a corner of the Wanjian Sect. It took Tian Ning quite a while to reach her destination, where she spotted a youth in a pale yellow robe seated on the steps. Senior brother. Fu Hongming, hearing his name called, turned to see the new junior sister who had just entered the sect. Junior sister. Upon noticing Tian Ning carrying a large box, accompanied by a sparrow and a white cat, he hurried over to assist. No need, senior brother. I can manage. I had a minor disagreement with my family. Is it alright if I stay here directly? I've already packed my things, Tian Ning inquired. Of course you can. Fu Hongming, having learned some details about her background from the sect leader, understood she was also a pitiful soul. Junior sister, let me take you to your new residence and introduce you to the master and the others. Just to be prepared, their situations are not very good, he added. Tian Ning nodded obediently. Living here was certainly better than staying in the Wenren household, where trouble seemed to arise every few days. Fu Hongming led her to a relatively spacious courtyard, evidently cleaned in advance, with all the necessary furnishings. There was a small bamboo grove by the west gate and ample open space for her to do as she pleased, even larger than the quarters she had been given in the Wenren household. It may have been a bit rushed in the preparations. If you find you lack anything, just let me know. The gentle demeanor of her senior brother endeared him to Tian Ning. After placing her belongings down, she followed Fu Hongming to meet the others. They first arrived at their master's residence. As Fu Hongming pushed the door open, they found a celestial beauty lying on an ice bed, her complexion pale, resembling a lifeless figure. Fu Hongming approached to check for signs of breath, and upon confirming she was still alive, he exclaimed with joy, "That's wonderful, junior sister, our master is still alive today." Tian Ning, as Fu Hongming regained his composure, he explained, "Our master has suffered greatly. 5 years ago, the treacherous fifth junior sister betrayed the sect and fell into demonic cultivation. Our master was left in a comatose state due to her actions, and we do not know when she will awaken." The elders from the Tian Ning sect have visited, but they were helpless. As Fu Hongming spoke, his emotions were stirred, and he took out a handkerchief to wipe his tears. "They say our master might not survive. She could perish in her coma. I come daily to check on her, fearing the worst. Oh, senior brother, I suffer greatly each day, terrified that our master may be lost. If that happens, Sword Guardian Mountain will be disbanded, Tian Ning, so, if their master were to pass, they would dissolve their sect on the spot. Had she joined such an unstable establishment? After Fu Hongming had cried enough, he continued to lead Tian Ning to the next residence. This time, before they even entered, they were met with billowing smoke from the chimney. Inside, a woman akin to a wicked witch from a fairy tale was stirring a cauldron of strange green liquid, her shrill voice ringing out, "Wretches, die, just die." Had it not been for the distinctive clothing of a direct disciple and her striking features, Tian Ning would have thought she had stumbled into the wrong scene. Third junior sister. Third junior sister, please pause for a moment. This is our new junior sister, Tian Ning, Fu Hongming said, seemingly unfazed by the chaos. Junior sister, this is your third senior sister, Shi Qinqin. Ah, a new junior sister? Shi Qinqin covered her mouth and scrutinized Tian Ning earnestly, then broke into a mischievous grin. You don't seem to be the sort that associates with that fifth junior sister. As she spoke, she handed Tian Ning a vial of the mysterious green liquid. Here, this is a special poison crafted by your third senior sister. If you encounter a man who deceives you, use this to eliminate him. Don't spare the wretches around him either. Tian Ning, is this truly not a mental asylum? Chapter 11. Hitting people without striking their faces, harming without stealing their money. Fu Hongming skillfully produced a handkerchief and began to drone on, "Little junior sister, your third senior sister is truly unfortunate." This familiar opening line left Tian Ning feeling numb. She has encountered a scoundrel, falling for the sycophant of our former fifth junior sister. That vile creature harbors dark energy within our Wanjian Sect, trampling upon your third senior sister's sincere heart. Knowing full well that she is a sword cultivator, he not only destroyed her dantian but also, emulating the wicked woman who harmed the second brother, severed her tendons. Woe is me, my poor third junior sister, who is a sword cultivator, can no longer lift her sword. How can she survive? Ultimately, she was forced to become an alchemist and practice alchemy. Tian Ning suddenly began to grasp the nature of this concoction of grievances. A typical alchemist was akin to a physician in the mortal realm, yet her senior sister's resentment had evolved into toxic cultivation. Elder brother, be quiet. Women are most troubled by past misfortunes, especially those involving failed romances. She had suffered so dreadfully at the hands of that wretched man. How could elder brother expose such painful history? She seized a broom from the ground and charged at the two. Fu Hongming, no longer able to feign tears, grasped Tian Ning's hand and fled from Qi Xian's courtyard, not stopping until the pursuing woman ceased her chase, panting heavily. "Our little junior sister. I shall take you to meet fourth junior brother." Tian Ning, she felt that meeting fourth senior brother was not imperative today. Before she could refuse, Fu Hongming pointed at a beggar rummaging through trash by the roadside and shouted, "Fourth junior brother. Fourth junior brother." Tian Ning, the beggar, upon hearing the call, hurriedly shielded his recently scavenged refuse, regarding the approaching duo with wary eyes. Though the man was tall and his figure did not resemble that of a beggar, his tattered clothing was even worse than that of the roadside vagrant, clutching his pile of trash as if it were a treasure, terrified that someone might steal it from him. Fu Hongming introduced, "This is our new little junior sister, Tian Ning. Little junior sister, this is your fourth senior brother, Long Outyan." Tian Ning, a man named Long Outyan leading such a dismal life? Long Outyan displayed no hint of enthusiasm. He cared little for the arrival of a new junior sister, fiercely guarding his precious garbage. "Let me make it clear, I have nothing to offer you." His ungracious demeanor prompted Fu Hongming to hastily clarify, "Little junior sister, do not misunderstand. Fourth junior brother was not always like this." As he recounted the sorrowful tale, Fu Hongming's handkerchief made another appearance. "Your fourth senior brother has suffered greatly. Originally, he was born under auspicious signs, capable of drawing in energy at the tender age of 3, a legend among legends, a genius among geniuses. But alas, his fiancée betrayed him, brothers became foes, and his family conspired against him. He was not only adorned with a green hat but also suffered a regression in his cultivation. They even seized all his possessions. Woe is me, my poor fourth junior brother," Tian Ning exclaimed. "This is outrageous. How could they reduce fourth senior brother to a penniless wretch?" She firmly believed in the principle of hitting people without striking their faces and harming without stealing their money. "Indeed. From then on, your fourth senior brother has been plagued by psychological scars. He hoards his wealth out of fear of being robbed, not even daring to wear decent clothing." Fu Hongming appeared to want to weep on Long Outyan's shoulder, but the latter guarded himself as if against a thief. For once, Tian Ning empathized with Long Outyan and said, "Fourth senior brother, rest assured, I will ensure that all the garbage in my courtyard belongs to you. As long as I am here, you shall have a daily supply of refuse to collect." Long Outyan, shouldn't a normal person expect some sympathy and receive something good in return? Fu Hongming had cried so much that his voice was hoarse, one might think he had gone to mourn. It is getting late, little junior sister, you should return and rest. If you feel hungry, I have some fasting pills here. Just eat one if you are famished. Fu Hongming kindly offered Tian Ning a fasting pill. This day had certainly been tumultuous. Reflecting on their unconscious master and the peculiar behavior of her brothers and sisters, Tian Ning couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, elder brother is a normal person like me. That thought vanished completely by the next morning. After a long night spent tidying up the courtyard, Tian Ning, in good spirits, retrieved some fruit wine from her storage bag and, basking in the gentle moonlight, leisurely read a novel in her courtyard, thoroughly enjoying herself. Just as the plot reached its climax, her eyes sparkled with excitement. For some inexplicable reason, raucous sounds of fighting erupted outside, yet Tian Ning was disinclined to pay them any mind. She endured the noise, refusing to relinquish the captivating narrative of her book, but the clamor outside proved too disruptive for her to concentrate. What could possibly be happening at such a late hour? Reluctantly, she set down her beloved book to investigate. Outside, she found Long Outyan sprawled on the ground, still clad in his beggar's rags, though they appeared even more tattered, caked with dirt, and his face bore bruises, as if someone had assaulted him. Fourth senior brother? Tian Ning was bewildered by his condition. Cough, cough. Long Outyan spat out a mouthful of blood and addressed her. Newcomer, what is your name again? Tian Ning. It seemed he truly could not recall. Never mind. Quickly, sixth junior brother, take second and third junior brothers down the mountain to seek refuge. Tian Ning felt he was cursing, yet she had no proof. That madman has gone berserk. Long Outyan pointed towards their master's courtyard. You all must find a safe place to hide. I will confront him. What on earth is happening, fourth senior brother? Throughout the entire Jiangard mountain, Tian Ning felt no presence of intruders, and neither Xiao Bai nor Jiujiu sensed any threat. Why did fourth senior brother appear as though the sky was falling? She glanced towards the courtyard. Could it be their master had awakened? Despite his serious injuries, Long Outyan stubbornly rose to his feet, sword in hand, charging towards their master's courtyard. Ah! Fourth senior brother, your injuries, at least take some elixirs first. The siblings entered their master's courtyard, with Long Outyan unceremoniously kicking the door open. Bang! Tian Ning followed closely behind and immediately spotted Fu Hongming, who had been weeping into his handkerchief during the day, now towering with a large cleaver raised high, poised to strike their unconscious master. Tian Ning, in the night, Fu Hongming had donned a crimson outfit, and the once unruly expression on his face now bore an inexplicable malevolence, evoking the image of a once obedient student transformed into a street thug. Tian Ning was momentarily stunned, unable to process the absurd contrast. Long Outyan, accustomed to the bizarre, swiftly intercepted Fu Hongming's cleaver with his sword. However, he was overpowered, his hands trembling from the force, and the sword slipped from his grasp. Little four, why won't you let me kill this old man? Fu Hongming arched an eyebrow, a smirk gracing his lips. Once this old man is gone, the Jiangard mountain can be dissolved, and we shall all regain our freedom. Madman, you cannot harm our master. Such a bore. Fu Hongming raised his hand and struck Long Outyan's chest, sending him flying 10 meters away with a powerful internal force, and he coughed up blood. Put. Fourth senior brother. What on earth was happening? Tian Ning blinked. Shall I help you escape? Escape? Long Outyan scoffed inexplicably. Tian Ning sensed an imperial aura emanating from him. In my dictionary, there are only the words to die in battle. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, propping himself up, his back straightening, his tattered beggar garments billowing as if caught in an unseen wind. The moonlight illuminated him, transforming his shabby attire into a semblance of a formidable warrior on the verge of awakening, poised for an eruption. I will expend all my cultivation to confront this madman. He declared with an inscrutable expression. Sixth brother, flee quickly. I fear I might accidentally injure you. Tian Ning, could he not refrain from using that address? Then, he bellowed, sword, come. The long sword on the ground emitted a resonant hum, seemingly responding to its master's call, soaring back into Long Outyan's hand. His gaze sharpened, the sword's tip pointed directly at Fu Hongming with a glimmer of cold light. I shall slay the world without hesitation. Today, fourth junior brother has offended. Tian Ning, filled with excitement, instinctively took out some seeds. Oh my, a live-action showdown between formidable rivals, how thrilling! Fu Hongming parted his lips slightly, his voice steady as it reached their ears. Little four, if you utter one more word, I shall strike you down even harder. Long Outyan Tian Ning thought she saw a tremor in fourth senior brother's shadow. Surely it was an illusion. When comparing the two sides' auras, it was evident that fourth senior brother was stronger, yet, as soon as Fu Hongming made his move, he pinned Long Outyan to the ground without even using his cleaver. Long Outyan, battered and bruised, cried out in frustration, Fu Hongming, do not go too far, my life is mine to command. not fates. I refuse to believe I will forever be unable to defeat you. It was clear he exerted every ounce of strength he had, yet he was still no match for Fu Hongming. He was struck mercilessly, howling, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Fu Hongming, do you believe that I awe? Fu Hongming flung him through a crumbling wall? Tian Ning, with such incompetence, must he insist on being stubborn? Fu Hongming frowned, evidently annoyed by Long Outyan's incessant chatter, and tightened his grip on the cleaver, flames igniting around its blade. If you wish to beat the old man to death, I shall grant you your wish. In the pitch-black night, aside from the moon, a fiery glow danced wildly in pursuit of its target, a striking sight. Tian Ning found her seeds increasingly delightful. She was an exemplary spectator, dutifully appreciating the efforts of the actors. This was akin to a novel transformed into a 3D film. How splendid it was! If only elder brother and fourth senior brother could become action film stars, she would fervently cheer for them. Alas, this well-meaning spectator would unwittingly suffer a tragic fate amidst the chaos. The courtyards were separated by considerable distance, yet Fu Hongming and Long Outyan fought recklessly, disregarding boundaries. One sought to unleash his fury, while the other faced relentless punishment. When their conflict spilled into Tian Ning's courtyard, Fu Hongming unleashed his spiritual power and cleaved a fire dragon, which Long Outyan barely dodged, nearly singeing his hair. However, the table behind Long Outyan was not so fortunate. No! Tian Ning cried in despair. Her unfinished rare novel lay atop that table, but the table, along with the book, was instantly reduced to ashes. Tian Ning's heart felt as though it had been cleaved in two. She held the remnants of what was left, grief-stricken, mourning deeply as the gentle night breeze swept by, scattering the ashes like the elusive sands of a desert, forever slipping through her fingers. At that moment, Tian Ning's fists clenched tightly. Chapter 12 of The Little Monsters. Raised by the old monster with his body battered and bruised, Long Outyan struggled to maintain his composure, a bitter smile of resignation tugging at the corners of his lips. His cultivation had regressed once more. He was no longer a match for Fu Hongming. Was this truly where he would meet his defeat, to stand idly by while that madman inflicted harm upon his master? A wave of helpless frustration surged within him. Just as he contemplated lowering his head, he felt a hand upon his shoulder. Fourth senior brother, allow me to deal with the elder brother. You should step aside, I fear I might accidentally harm you. Long Outyan, no. I know my lines sound incredibly cool, anyone would want to use them, but a little chick like you is simply not enough for the big guy to play with. Wait, was there a fierce blaze of anger flickering in her eyes? Long Outyan, before he could offer further counsel, Fu Hongming's massive blade descended upon them without mercy, leaving no room for respite. It is well known that Fu Hongming was a violent sword cultivator. How could a delicate girl like her ever hope to contend with him? This thought lingered in Long Outyan's mind for but a fleeting moment. Tian Ning kicked him aside, and he heard a distinct crack. Oh, was that his bone? Broken? Damn, are you trying to kill me? That kick was even harsher than Fu Hongming's. Long Outyan was about to comment on her mercilessness at such a tender age, how she dared to harm a fellow disciple, when he witnessed a remarkable turn of events on the battlefield. The previously arrogant Fu Hongming was now being thoroughly trounced by the slender girl, Long Outyan. It must be that he was not observing correctly. Bang, bang, bang. The little junior sister landed 3 swift strikes to the elder brother's head. Fourth senior brother was convinced that the world had become utterly fantastical. Surely, he must have been struck silly by Fu Hongming. Fu Hongming, too, was left dazed for quite some time. You! His head, tilted askew, turned back with a pronounced look of fury. Little junior sister, considering I have yet to unleash my wrath, you would do well to vacate my sight immediately. Otherwise, the elder brother cannot guarantee what excessive actions he might take. As if to validate his warning, Fu Hongming caressed the blade, the implicit threat hanging heavily in the air. Tian Ning remained unfazed. She grasped the hand that held the sword while effortlessly meeting the blade with the tip of her sword, applying what seemed to be no effort at all, yet Fu Hongming's weapon shattered into 2 pieces. Elder brother, you may proceed. Fu Hongming, what kind of violent little girl was this? His sword was, at the very least, a mid-grade magical artifact. Elder brother, hurry up. Once we're done, we will settle the accounts, Tian Ning urged. You burned the rare edition I painstakingly acquired. If I don't vent my anger by giving you a few hits, I won't be able to breathe easy. That was a limited edition. What worthless thing, burned is burned. Fu Hongming dismissed it, still oblivious to the impending danger. What can this little girl possibly do to a cultivator at the nascent soul stage? It was not that Fu Hongming was arrogant. He was indeed among the elite of the younger generation. What could she possibly do to him? The response came in the form of an unassailable fist, each punch landing with excruciating force. The situation on the battlefield reversed dramatically. Long Outyan stared in disbelief as Fu Hongming, who had just moments ago pursued him like a madman, now appeared as a pitiful figure, desperately fleeing to evade the seemingly light punches of the little junior sister. Is this truly the same madman who kills without a second thought when enraged? He appears so pitiful. Tian Ning made a slicing gesture across her neck. Elder brother, if you dare to recklessly set fire in my courtyard again, I won't hesitate to send you before our master. It must be noted that she had plenty of manuscripts in her room. She could not allow this person to lose control and incinerate them. The nearly lifeless Fu Hongming. Where on earth did this monster come from? Wasn't it said that they had brought back bloodlines from the mortal realm? This girl bore no resemblance to the kind nurtured in the barren lands of the mundane world. He would believe it if someone claimed she was a little monster raised by some ancient being. The following day, when Fu Hongming opened his eyes again, he scratched his head in confusion, wondering how he ended up in the little junior sister's courtyard. Little junior sister, I didn't injure you last night, did I? Connecting the dots regarding his condition, Fu Hongming inquired with genuine concern. Yet, the moment he moved, every part of him screamed with pain, as if he had been thoroughly beaten. His bones felt as if they were on the verge of breaking. A jolt of fear struck him. Could it be that he had committed unspeakable acts while unconscious? Had the situation escalated to the point that the elder had to intervene personally? Tian Ning was digging in the dirt, carefully placing the remaining ashes from the previous night into a hole she had prepared, erecting a wooden marker with a sorrowful tone. Elder brother, come pay your respects. Fu Hongming. He had taken a life. Tian Ning ignored him, reminiscing about her cherished past. With it was my favorite tragic love story. Every year, I would take it out to reread. Our time together was brief, just 3 short years, but I thought we would have a future, 10 years, 20 years. Yet just last night, we are forever separated. Fu Hongming was at a loss. Little junior sister, what is buried in there? Tian Ning, my manuscript. Fu Hongming, Tian Ning emphasized, a rare edition. Fu Hongming, no. Is she unwell? Fu Hongming desperately wanted to voice such thoughts, yet he felt he had no right to do so himself, given his own issues. He found himself at a loss as he paid his respects at the grave of a manuscript, a scene more absurd than his interactions with 4th senior brother and 3rd junior sister. What could he do? He was indeed in the wrong for burning the little junior sister's manuscript. Little junior sister, I didn't dare tell you, there's another me within my body. He has a volatile temperament and sometimes emerges at night to engage in reckless behaviors. However, he only just came out a few days ago. I didn't expect him to emerge again so soon. He was desperately trying to suppress that other self. I'm sorry, little junior sister, for not informing you in advance and allowing him to harm you. Tian Ning shook her head, her expression earnest. Elder brother, rest assured, he is too weak to harm me. He can only bully those fragile, pitiful manuscripts. Fu Hongming felt that the little junior sister was merely trying to comfort him. The other him had reached the nascent soul stage, far beyond what this little girl could handle. Thinking of the little junior sister's feigned strength to comfort him, Fu Hongming's eyes grew misty. What a wonderful child. He must strive to enhance his cultivation and keep the restless other him at bay. Little junior sister, though our protecting sword mountain has fallen from its former glory, even our master now lies there. I swear to teach you diligently. I will ensure that you do not fall behind in your cultivation. Fu Hongming vowed silently to take good care of this kind-hearted yet slightly dim-witted little junior sister. Unbeknownst to him, the other him within was rolling his eyes skyward. This seemingly harmless girl had, just the night before, effortlessly dispatched a nascent soul. As Fu Hongming spoke, he disregarded the pain in his body and rushed to gather a pile of sword cultivation techniques left behind by his master, bringing them all to Tian Ning's courtyard. Little junior sister. Fu Hongming called out to Tian Ning, choose one. I will guide you in channeling your energy, and then accompany you in sword practice. Tian Ning propped her chin on her hand, using a dry leaf as a bookmark in her manuscript. Elder brother, I'm already quite strong. I've reached the 7th stage of qi refinement and know many sword techniques. There's no need for further practice. It wasn't that she was unwilling to train, rather, she had grown weary of it after 15 years. The old man seemed to have anticipated her arrival in the realm of cultivation, ensuring she learned a little of everything: swordsmanship, talisman crafting, alchemy. It was akin to preparing for a college entrance exam, covering everything without exception, and requiring perfection. If she failed to meet the standard, she would have to double her efforts. Under such rigorous training, Tian Ning had truly grown weary of it. Having finally escaped home, it felt akin to completing a grueling exam and welcoming a brighter future. She had no desire to continue the endless cycle of practice. Tian Ning simply wished to embrace her manuscripts with fervor. Occasionally, she would balance her efforts, and when she grew fatigued from reading, she would dabble in alchemy or talisman crafting. But, little junior sister, Fu Hongming attempted to speak further, only to be interrupted by Tian Ning dropping a blade manual into his arms. Elder brother, this is for you. Consider it a token of appreciation. Fu Hongming opened it with skepticism, only for his eyes to light up almost instantly. Little junior sister, you truly wish to gift this to me? Yes, elder brother, do your best. I will give you a quiz once you learn it. Having spent 15 years as the old man's grandson, Tian Ning suddenly felt an urge to experience being a teacher. Fu Hongming was astonished. Little junior sister, you can wield a blade? I have a basic understanding. Tian Ning smiled sweetly. But Fu Hongming quickly realized that this so-called basic understanding was akin to scoring 99 out of 100 on a test. Just as he was about to practice, he found his hands empty. How strange, where is my blade? Tian Ning. Unable to resist, she had inadvertently snapped it in two last night. That night, the other Fu Hongming emerged again, stealthily making his way toward the master's courtyard. He intended to eliminate that old codger and dissolve protecting Sword Mountain once and for all. Previously, he had regarded this place as a gathering of insufferable misfits, but now, having encountered a little monster that overshadowed him, his mindset was on the verge of collapse. Just the thought of that fearsome fist filled him with dread, and he could no longer endure staying in this pathetic sect for even a day. Elder brother, the ethereal voice echoed softly. Fu Hongming shivered involuntarily, feeling inexplicably unnerved. Little junior sister, why are you still outside at this late hour? In the past, when the night version of Fu Hongming appeared, he would always exude an air of superiority. Now, he was forced to play the fool, employing every tactic to appease the little girl. Little junior sister, you're still young, you should hurry to bed, or you won't grow tall. Who knew why cultivators wouldn't grow taller if they didn't sleep? Regardless, he had heard others use such lines to coax children. Tian Ning fixed her gaze on him. You're not the bad elder brother that comes out at night, are you? The prefix was added by Tian Ning to differentiate between the two personalities. How could that be? He felt the hairs on his neck stand on end, every pore vehemently denying it. Then why is the elder brother standing at the master's door so late at night? Just passing the time, enjoying the moonlight, the two of them gazed into the pitch-black sky. Not only was there no moon, but even the stars were absent. Fu Hongming could no longer contain himself. Little junior sister, what on earth are you trying to accomplish out here at this hour? Nothing in particular, I just grew tired of reading my manuscript and came out for a stroll. Tian Ning twisted her neck slightly, feeling a bit sore. Since it's such a coincidence, why don't you demonstrate the results of your daytime practice, so I can see where you might improve? After all, they were both free at the moment. Fu Hongming scoffed, a chi refinement cultivator instructing a nascent soul. This little girl was a fraud. He was eager to see what she could actually do. That night, Fu Hongming retained the memories of his daytime self, evident from the moment he addressed Tian Ning as little junior sister. He also acknowledged that the blade manual she had given him was indeed a valuable resource, yet even with his nascent soul cultivation, he could not fully comprehend its contents. He admitted that the little junior sister was a formidable force with her extraordinary strength, but when it came to the blade, he certainly did not believe a little girl could be that impressive. Very well, let us see what you can do. Fu Hongming's interest was piqued. He demonstrated the techniques from the blade manual before Tian Ning, executing each move while mocking her, questioning whether the little girl could even comprehend it. Elder brother, stand up straight, your hand positioning is off. Haven't you noticed? The essence of a strike is not about being stylish. A swordsman must exude a sharper aura. What's with your soft, limp movements? She somehow produced a branch, sternly correcting his missteps. Incorrect. Do it again. Fu Hongming, is she unwell? Who in their right mind would instruct someone to practice their blade skills at such an hour? He attempted to resist, yet he found himself unable to overpower her. Consequently, for several consecutive days, Long Outyan found it peculiar that the elder brother, who usually wreaked havoc at night, had surprisingly settled down. Chapter 12 of the little monsters raised by the old monster injured and battered. Long Outyan barely managed to hold himself upright, a bitter smile of helplessness tugging at the corners of his mouth. His cultivation had regressed once more. At present, he was no match for Fu Hongming. Could it truly end here? Would he allow that madman to lay hands on his master? A sense of powerless frustration welled up within him, and just as he contemplated bowing his head, a hand landed on his shoulder. Fourth senior brother, I'll handle big senior brother. You go cool off, I fear I might accidentally harm you. Long Outyan, wait, I know my lines are really impressive, and anyone would want to use them, but someone as weak as you is simply not enough for the boss to play with. Wait, did he just perceive a blaze of fury in her eyes? Long Outyan, before he could offer further counsel, Fu Hongming's massive blade came crashing down, offering them no respite. It was essential to note that Fu Hongming was a violent sword cultivator. How could a delicate little girl like her ever hope to compete? This notion lingered fleetingly in Long Outyan's mind. Tian Ning kicked him aside, and he heard a crack. Oh, was that his bone broken? Damn it! Do you wish to kill me? That kick was even more savage than Fu Hongming's. Long Outyan wanted to comment on her ruthlessness at such a tender age, as she sought to harm her fellow disciple. But then, the tides of battle shifted. This slender, delicate girl delivered a stunning blow to the previously arrogant Fu Hongming. Long Outyan, caught off guard, he must have been blinking incorrectly. Clang! Clang, clang! The little junior sister struck big senior brother's head 3 more times. The 4th senior brother was convinced that the world had turned surreal. He must have been knocked senseless by Fu Hongming. Fu Hongming, too, remained dazed for quite some time. You! His head, tilted askew, turned back with a fierce glare, his charming features now shadowed by a palpable rage. Little junior sister, since I have yet to lose my temper, you best vacate my sight at once. Otherwise, big senior brother cannot guarantee what outrageous acts he might commit. As if to validate his warning, Fu Hongming caressed the blade of his sword, the implicit threat unmistakable. Tian Ning remained unfazed. She grasped big senior brother's hand that held the sword while effortlessly meeting the tip of her own blade, seemingly exerting no effort at all, yet his sword shattered into 2 pieces. Tian Ning, big senior brother, do as you wish. Fu Hongming, what kind of violent little girl was this? His sword was at least a mid-grade magical artifact. Big senior brother, hurry up. Once we're done, we can settle the accounts, Tian Ning urged. You burned the rare book I painstakingly acquired. If I don't beat you a few times to vent my frustration, I won't find peace. That was a limited edition. What worthless thing, let it burn if it must, Fu Hongming dismissed, still oblivious to the encroaching danger. What can you, a mere girl, do against a cultivator at the nascent soul stage? This was not mere arrogance on Fu Hongming's part. He was indeed a standout among the younger generation of prodigies. What could she possibly do to him? In response, she unleashed an unassailable fist. Every strike landed painfully. The situation on the battlefield flipped dramatically. Long Outyan gazed at Fu Hongming, who had just moments ago pursued him like a crazed lunatic, now reduced to a pitiful, helpless figure, desperately fleeing to escape the seemingly light punches of the little junior sister. Is this truly the same madman who could kill without a second thought? He looked so pitiful. Tian Ning made a slicing gesture across her neck. Big senior brother, dare to ignite flames in my courtyard again, and I won't hesitate to send you before master. She had many precious books in her room, and she couldn't allow this person to ignite a fire in a fit of madness. Fu Hongming, sprawled on the ground and half dead. Where did this monster come from? Wasn't it said that she was a bloodline brought back from the mortal realm? This girl bore no resemblance to those nurtured in the barren lands of the mundane world. She could easily be the offspring of some ancient monster. The following day, when Fu Hongming opened his eyes again, he scratched his head, puzzled about how he ended up in the little junior sister's courtyard. Little junior sister, I didn't hurt you last night, did I? Recalling his own condition, Fu Hongming inquired with concern. Yet, as he moved, he felt pain coursing through every inch of his body, as if he had been thoroughly beaten, his bones nearly shattered. A sudden realization struck him. Did he commit heinous acts while unconscious? Had things escalated to the point where an elder had to intervene personally? Tian Ning was digging in the dirt, carefully placing the remnants of ashes from last night into a freshly dug pit, marking it with a wooden sign, her tone sorrowful. Big senior brother, come pay your respects. Fu Hongming. He had killed someone. Tian Ning ignored him, reminiscing about her fond memories with it. It was my favorite tragic love story. Every year, I would take it out to reread. Our time together was short, nearly 3 years, and I believed we would have a future, 10 years, 20 years, but just last night, we are forever separated in life and death. Fu Hongming, at a loss. Little junior sister, what is buried here? Tian Ning, my book. Fu Hongming, Tian Ning emphasized, a rare edition. Fu Hongming, no. Was she unwell? Fu Hongming wanted to voice this thought, yet he felt he had no grounds to say such things himself. He found himself speechless as he bowed to the grave of a book, the scene more absurd than his interactions with the 4th junior brother and 3rd junior sister. There was no escaping the fact that he had indeed burned the little junior sister's book, and he was in the wrong. Little junior sister, I didn't dare to tell you, there's another me inside me. He has a bad temper and occasionally emerges at night to do outrageous things. But he just came out a couple of days ago, and I never expected him to surface again so soon. He was struggling to suppress that him from causing harm. I apologize, little junior sister. I failed to inform you in advance, allowing him to hurt you. Tian Ning shook her head, her expression earnest. Big senior brother, don't worry, he is too weak to harm me. He could only bully her fragile, pitiful books. Fu Hongming felt that the little junior sister was merely comforting herself. The other him had already reached the nascent soul stage and was not someone this slender girl could contend with. Reflecting on the little junior sister's pretense of strength to comfort herself, Fu Hongming's eyes grew misty. What a good child, he must strive to enhance his cultivation and suppress the restless other him within. Little junior sister, although our sword guardian mountain is now in dire straits, far from its former glory, and even master lies there. I, big senior brother, shall ensure to teach you well. I will absolutely not allow little junior sister's cultivation to lag behind others. Fu Hongming swore silently, vowing to take good care of this kind-hearted yet slightly simple-minded little junior sister. Unbeknownst to him, the other him inside was rolling his eyes to the heavens. It was this seemingly harmless girl who had, last night, effortlessly defeated a nascent soul. As Fu Hongming spoke, he disregarded his pain and rushed to gather a pile of sword cultivator manuals left by master, bringing them all to Tian Ning's courtyard. Little junior sister. Fu Hongming exclaimed, choose one. Big senior brother will first guide you in channeling your energy, then accompany you in sword practice. Tian Ning propped her chin up, using a dried leaf as a bookmark for her book. Big senior brother, I'm very strong. I am already at the 7th stage of chi refinement and know many sword techniques. There is no need to practice any further. It was not that she was unwilling to practice, but rather that she had been trained so hard for the first 15 years that she was fed up. The old man seemed to have anticipated her arrival in the world of cultivation, insisting she learn every skill, not just swordsmanship, but also talisman crafting and alchemy, as if preparing for an all-encompassing examination, with no subject left behind, and demanding perfection. Failure meant doubling down on training. Under such devilish training, Tian Ning had truly grown weary. Finally escaping home felt akin to finishing a grueling exam and stepping into a brighter future. She had no desire to continue the endless cycle of practice. All she wished for was to immerse herself in her books. Occasionally, a balance of work and rest would suffice. When she grew weary of reading, she could dabble in alchemy or talisman crafting, which was also pleasant. But, little junior sister, Fu Hongming wanted to say more, but Tian Ning dropped a blade manual into his arms. Big senior brother, this is for you. Consider it a return gift. Fu Hongming opened it with skepticism, his eyes instantly lighting up. Little junior sister, are you truly gifting this to me? Yes, big senior brother, do your best. I'll be checking your progress. After 15 years of being a subordinate to the old man, Tian Ning whimsically wanted to experience the role of a teacher. Fu Hongming was taken aback. Little junior sister, you know how to wield a blade? Just a little. Tian Ning smiled sweetly. But Fu Hongming soon realized that her so-called little understanding was akin to scoring 99 out of 100 on an exam. But just as he prepared to practice, his hand was suddenly empty. Strange, where is my blade? Tian Ning thought she couldn't resist and had snapped it in two last night. That night, the other Fu Hongming emerged again, sneaking toward Master's courtyard. He intended to eliminate that old fool and dissolve Sword Guardian Mountain once and for all. Previously, he thought this place was merely a gathering of bothersome lunatics. Now, with the emergence of a little monster who overshadowed him, his mindset was on the verge of collapse. Just the thought of that fearsome fist made him feel he could no longer remain in this wretched sect for a single day. Big senior brother, an ethereal voice echoed softly. Fu Hongming shuddered, an inexplicable dread washing over him. Little junior sister, why are you still outside at this late hour? In the past, when the nighttime Fu Hongming appeared, he always bore an air of superiority, yet now he was trying his utmost to play the fool, employing every tactic to coax the little girl. Little junior sister, you're still so young. Hurry and get some sleep, or you won't grow tall. Who knew why cultivators wouldn't grow tall if they didn't sleep? He had merely heard that others used this line to soothe children. Tian Ning stared at him. You're not the bad big senior brother at night, are you? The addition of a word was Tian Ning's way of distinguishing between the two personalities. What could possibly be the case, he stammered, every hair on his body standing on end in denial. Then why is big senior brother standing at Master's door at this late hour? Just out for a moonlit stroll, the two gazed into the pitch-black sky. There was not even a glimpse of the moon or stars. Fu Hongming could no longer contain himself. Little junior sister, what exactly do you want to do at this late hour? Nothing much, just tired of reading and came out for a walk. Tian Ning twisted her neck, feeling a bit stiff. Since it's such a coincidence, why don't you showcase the results of your practice from earlier? It would be a perfect opportunity for me to see where you might be lacking. After all, she had nothing else to do. Fu Hongming scoffed, a chi refinement cultivator instructing a nascent soul? The little girl was a trickster. He was eager to see what she could do. The nighttime Fu Hongming possessed the memories of the day, as evidenced by his greeting of Tian Ning as little junior sister upon their first encounter. He also admitted that the blade manual she gifted him was indeed a fine item. Even with his nascent soul cultivation, he could not fully comprehend its contents. He acknowledged that the little junior sister was a formidable force, but he doubted she could be that skilled with a blade. Very well, let us see. Fu Hongming became intrigued. He demonstrated the techniques from the manual one by one before Tian Ning, performing the movements while mocking her. Could the little girl even comprehend? Big senior brother, stand up straighter, your hand positioning is incorrect. Haven T, you noticed, the essence of striking isn't and looking cool, a swordsman's aura must be more fierce. What's with your soft, feeble actions? She somehow produced a twig and sternly corrected his mistakes. Wrong. Do it again. Fu Hongming, that was she, unwell, who in their right mind would guide someone in swordsmanship at such an hour. He attempted to resist, but he found himself unable to fend her off. Thus, for several consecutive days, Long Outyan found it peculiar that the big senior brother, who often wreaked havoc at night, had suddenly become remarkably subdued. Chapter 12 of the little monsters raised by the old monster injured and battered. Long Outyan struggled to maintain his composure, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his lips, as he realized his cultivation had regressed once more. He was no longer a match for Fu Hongming. Was it truly here that he would meet his defeat? Would he allow that madman to lay a hand on his master? A wave of helpless frustration surged within him. Just as he contemplated bowing his head, a hand rested on his shoulder. Fourth senior brother, allow me to deal with the eldest brother. You should stand back, I fear I might inadvertently harm you. Long Outyan, wait. Lao Lu, I understand that my lines are undeniably impressive, and anyone would want to borrow them, but you, a mere fledgling, are hardly enough for the eldest brother to toy with. Yet, in her eyes, he seemed to glimpse a blazing fury. Long Outyan, before he could offer further counsel, Fu Hongming's massive blade came crashing down upon them, offering no respite to it. Was essential to note that Fu Hongming, the madman, was a violent swordsman. How could a delicate girl like her stand a chance against him? This thought lingered in Long Outyan's mind for but a fleeting moment. Tian Ning kicked him aside, and he heard a crack sound. Oh, was that his bone broken? Damn, are you trying to kill me? That kick was even fiercer than Fu Hongming's. Long Outyan wanted to remark on her ruthlessness at such a tender age, contemplating the harm she wished to inflict upon a fellow disciple, when he witnessed the battlefield shift dramatically. The seemingly frail girl delivered a resounding blow to the once arrogant Fu Hongming. Long Outyan, stunned, he must have been mistaken about how he was observing. Clang, clang, clang. The little junior sister struck the eldest brother's head 3 times. Fourth senior brother was convinced that this world had turned surreal. He must have been rendered foolish by Fu Hongming's assault. Fu Hongming, too, was dazed for a considerable time. You. His head, tilted at an odd angle, turned back, his handsome features now clouded with intense anger. Little junior sister, considering I have yet to lose my temper, you would do well to vacate my sight immediately. Otherwise, the eldest brother cannot guarantee what transgressions may ensue. As if to validate his warning, Fu Hongming caressed his great blade, the implication in his tone unmistakable. Tian Ning remained unfazed. Gripping the eldest brother's hand that held the blade, she met it with her sword's tip, exerting seemingly no effort, yet Fu Hongming's sword shattered into 2 pieces. Eldest brother, you may proceed. Fu Hongming, what manner of violent little girl was this? His weapon was at least a mid-grade magical artifact. Hurry up, eldest brother, once we are done, we shall settle the accounts, Tian Ning urged. You burned the rare tome I painstakingly acquired. If I do not vent my frustrations upon you, I shall find no peace. That tome was a limited edition. What worthless thing, let it burn. Fu Hongming dismissed her concerns, still unaware of the impending danger. What can you, a mere girl, possibly do against a cultivator at the nascent soul stage? It was not arrogance on Fu Hongming's part. He was indeed a standout among the younger generation. How could she possibly threaten him? What responded to him was a fist that could not be resisted. Each strike landed with bone-crushing force, eliciting unbearable pain. The situation on the battlefield underwent a dramatic reversal. Long Outyan watched as the maniac who had just pursued him with murderous intent transformed into a pitiful creature, desperately fleeing to escape the seemingly light punches of the little junior sister. Was this truly the madman who would kill without hesitation? He seemed so pitiable. Tian Ning made a slicing motion across her throat. Eldest brother, should you dare to recklessly set fire in my courtyard again, I would not hesitate to send you before our master. It is worth noting that she had many precious tomes in her room. She could not allow him to go on a rampage and burn them to ashes. Fu Hongming, lying on the ground, half dead, where on earth had this monster come from? Was it not said that she was a bloodline brought back from the mortal realm? This girl bore no resemblance to those nurtured in the meager spiritual energy of the mundane world. Were she to be said to be a little monster raised by some ancient fiend, he would have readily believed it. The following day. As Fu Hongming opened his eyes, scratching his head in confusion, he pondered how he had ended up in the little junior sister's courtyard. Little junior sister, I did not injure you last night, did I? Recalling his own state, Fu Hongming inquired with concern. However, upon moving, he found every inch of his body ached, as if he had been thoroughly beaten, his bones felt as if they might snap, a chill gripped his heart. Had he committed unspeakable acts while unconscious? Could it be that the matter was severe enough to warrant the elders to intervene personally? Tian Ning was digging in the dirt, placing the remnants of ash from the previous night into a prepared hole, erecting a wooden marker with a sorrowful tone. Eldest brother, come pay your respects. Fu Hongming. He had taken a life. Tian Ning, not looking at him, reminisced about the fond memories she shared with it. It was my favorite tragic love story. Every year, I would take it out to reread. Our time together was fleeting, nearly 3 years, but I thought we would have a future spanning 10, 20 years, yet just last night, we are eternally separated. Fu Hongming, bewildered. Little junior sister, what lies in the grave? Tian Ning, my precious tome. Fu Hongming, Tian Ning emphasized, a rare, limited edition. Fu Hongming, no. Was she unwell? Fu Hongming wished to voice this thought, yet he felt he lacked the right to do so. Given his own issues, for the first time, he found himself speechless as he bowed before the grave of a book, the scene more absurd than any interactions he had with his fellow disciples, unable to escape the guilt of having burned the little junior sister's treasured tome. Little junior sister, I must confess, within me resides another self. His temperament is rather poor, and occasionally, he emerges at night to engage in indiscreet activities, but he had only just come out a few days prior, and I did not foresee his swift return. He struggled to suppress that other self from causing harm. I am sorry, little junior sister, for not informing you in advance, resulting in your injury. Tian Ning shook her head, her expression earnest. Eldest brother, do not worry. He is far too weak to inflict harm upon me. He could only bully her fragile, pitiful tomes. Fu Hongming felt that the little junior sister was merely trying to comfort him. The other him had already attained the nascent soul stage, a feat far beyond what this girl could contend with. Considering the little junior sister's facade of strength to console herself, Fu Hongming's eyes grew misty. What a wonderful child! He must strive to enhance his cultivation to keep the rest of him in check. Little junior sister, although our sword guardian mountain now faces misfortune and is not as it once was, and even our master lies there, I, the eldest brother, will certainly guide you well. I will ensure that little junior sister's cultivation surpasses that of others. Fu Hongming silently vowed to care for this kind-hearted, albeit somewhat naive, little junior sister. Unbeknownst to him, the other him within was rolling his eyes skyward. This seemingly harmless girl had, the previous night, effortlessly dispatched a nascent soul cultivator. As Fu Hongming spoke, he could no longer ignore the pain in his body. He rushed to gather a plethora of sword cultivation techniques left by his master, bringing them all to the little junior sister's courtyard. Little junior sister! Fu Hongming exclaimed, choose one. I shall teach you to draw energy into your body, and then accompany you in sword practice. Tian Ning propped her chin on her hand, using a dried leaf as a bookmark in her tome. Eldest brother, I am quite strong. I have already reached the 7th stage of chi refinement, and I know many sword techniques. There is no need for further practice. It was not that she did not wish to practice. Rather, after 15 years of rigorous training, she was utterly exhausted. The old man seemed to have anticipated her arrival in the world of cultivation, ensuring she learned every skill proficiently: swordplay, talisman crafting, alchemy. It was akin to preparing for a college entrance exam, leaving no subject untouched, demanding perfection, and if one failed to meet the standard, they would be forced to practice doubly hard. Under such devilish training, Tian Ning had indeed reached her limit, finally escaping home, akin to having completed her exams and looking forward to a brighter future. She had no desire to return to the endless cycle of practice. Tian Ning simply wished to immerse herself in her tomes occasionally. A balance of work and rest, refining elixirs or crafting talismans when bored, sufficed. But, little junior sister, Fu Hongming wished to elaborate further when Tian Ning tossed a blade manual into his embrace. Eldest brother, this is for you, consider it a return gift. Fu Hongming, skeptical, opened the manual to peruse its contents, his eyes instantly lighting up. Little junior sister, you truly wish to gift me this? Yes, eldest brother, do your best. I will be sure to test your knowledge. Having been a subordinate to the old man for 15 years, Tian Ning suddenly had the whimsical desire to take on the role of a teacher. Fu Hongming, taken aback, little junior sister, you know how to wield a blade? I have a modest understanding. Tian Ning replied with a smile, yet Fu Hongming quickly realized that her so-called modest understanding was akin to scoring 99 out of 100 on a test. Just as he prepared to practice, his hand found itself empty. Strange, where is my blade? Tian Ning, unable to resist, she had snapped it in two the previous night. That night, the other Fu Hongming emerged, stealthily making his way towards the master's courtyard. He intended to eliminate that old codger and dissolve Sword Guardian Mountain at the earliest opportunity. Previously, he regarded this place as a gathering of pitiful misfits. Now, faced with a little monster who overshadowed him, his mindset was on the verge of collapse. Just the thought of that terrifying fist made it impossible for him to remain in this wretched sect for another day. Eldest brother, a haunting voice echoed softly. Fu Hongming shivered involuntarily, feeling an inexplicable dread. Our little junior sister, why are you still outside at this late hour? In the past, when the night Fu Hongming appeared, he always exuded an air of superiority. Yet now, he had to suppress his instincts and feign the foolishness of the day, employing every tactic to coax the little girl. Little junior sister, you are still young, hurry off to bed, or you shall not grow taller. Who knew why cultivators did not grow taller if they did not sleep? Regardless, he had heard others use such lines to persuade children. Tian Ning fixed her gaze on him. You aren't the bad eldest brother at night, are you? She added a word to discern between the two personas. How could that be? He felt a chill run down his spine, every pore desperately denying it. Then why is the eldest brother standing at our master's door at this late hour? Just passing time, enjoying the moonlight, the two gazed into the pitch-black sky. Not a moon nor a star was visible. Fu Hongming could no longer contain himself. Little junior sister, what exactly do you intend to do at this hour? Nothing, I merely grew weary of reading and came out for a stroll. Tian Ning twisted her neck, feeling a bit stiff. Since it is such a fortuitous coincidence, why not have the eldest brother showcase the results of your daytime practice? It would allow me to observe any shortcomings. After all, she had nothing better to do. Fu Hongming sneered, a chi refinement cultivator instructing a nascent soul. The little girl was a fraud, he would see just what abilities she possessed. Very well, let us see. Fu Hongming was intrigued. He demonstrated the techniques from the blade manual before Tian Ning, performing each move while mocking her. Could the little girl comprehend? Eldest brother, stand up straighter, your hand positioning is incorrect, have you not noticed? The essence of striking lies not in appearance, the swordsman must radiate a fierce aura, and your stance resembles a soft, flowery pillow. She produced a twig from somewhere, sternly correcting his mistakes. Incorrect. Once more. Fu Hongming, was she unwell, who, at such a late hour, took it upon themselves to instruct another in swordplay? He attempted to resist, but he could not overpower her. Thus, for several consecutive days, Lan Outyan found it strange that the eldest brother, who often wreaked havoc at night, had become remarkably subdued. Chapter 13. How can siblings embrace each other? On the other side, the Wenren family. Wenren Xue deliberately informed Madame Wenren about Tian Ning acquiring so many treasures, and together with the Grand Elder, they sought out numerous formidable uncles within the clan, including a formidable being at the transformation stage, all in a bid to seize the possessions from Tian Ning's hands. However, upon their arrival, they found the courtyard deserted. A maid cautiously informed them, the sixth miss has gone to the Wanjian Sect ahead of time. The crowd was left speechless. The little girl was quite clever and had made a hasty retreat. Wenren Xue was incredulous, but sixth sister was not chosen by the Wanjian Sect, was she? It was the sixth miss who told the maid herself, the maid replied truthfully. How could that be? She clearly drove father away, and when he returned home, he was so furious that he didn't even enter the door. Perhaps overwhelmed by the day's shocking events, Wenren Xue could no longer maintain her facade. She was solely focused on snatching away the treasures Tian Ning had acquired. Compared to what the Dragon Clan had bestowed upon Tian Ning, the gifts from Long Yi and Long Han, meant to curry her favor, were merely trifles. How could she not feel envious? I will send a message to my master for clarification right now. She refused to believe that Tian Ning had truly entered the Wanjian Sect. If Tian Ning was under the protection of the Wanjian Sect, then the Wenren family would find it exceedingly difficult to seize the precious items from her. It was only after receiving a reply from Qin Mingcheng that Wenren Xue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her master confirmed that Tian Ning had indeed entered the Wanjian Sect, but specifically to the Sword Guardian Mountain. The group of incompetents at Sword Guardian Mountain posed no threat whatsoever. Her master also assured her to rest easy, promising to help her exact revenge, ensuring that Tian Ning would not have it easy. Instantly, Wenren Xue's spirits lifted considerably. It was common knowledge that the nominal elder of Sword Guardian Mountain had been in a coma for 5.5 years, neither alive nor dead. The remaining few direct disciples were either mad or utterly useless, with one being a traitor who had fallen into darkness. As long as her master intervened, Tian Ning, a mere newly admitted disciple, would undoubtedly face dire consequences. At that point, she would see how she could continue to act arrogantly in front of her. As for how Tian Ning managed to enter the Wanjian Sect, Wenren Xue thought little of it. The incompetence of Sword Guardian Mountain was plain to see, and it must have been her father who used his connections to persuade the elders of the Wanjian Sect to accept her, which explained the subsequent developments. Was she truly a biological daughter? Wenren Xue mused, relying on their blood ties. Even if the head of the Wenren family looked down upon Tian Ning, he still lent a hand. However, now that Tian Ning had entered the Wanjian Sect, no one would come to her aid again. If, in the future, she were to perish in a secret realm, with her treasures vanishing without a trace, it would have nothing to do with her. With this thought, Wenren Xue felt a significant alleviation of the pent-up resentment within her, yet when she recalled the grievances that Tian Ning had endured upon returning to the estate, unprecedented in the 15 years spent in the Wenren residence, it still left her feeling utterly miserable. That day, a group returned empty-handed from Tian Ning's courtyard, and the expressions on their faces were far from pleasant. The plump lamb had escaped. Today, Wenren family's second son, Wenren Yan, returned from the Tian Ning sect, and it was a rare occasion for the three siblings to gather. Upon seeing Wenren Xue's gloomy countenance, Wenren Yan comforted her. "Sister, do not worry, I would never believe the words written in that girl's apology letter. In my heart, you are certainly not the kind of person who is cruel and vindictive." Wenren Xue, she wished to tell her fourth brother that if he could not comfort her, he should just remain silent. Given the persona she maintained in public, no one would think otherwise. Wenren Xue exclaimed, "Fourth brother, I will never speak to you again." "Wenren Yang? Let me see who has made our little princess so upset." A young man with ink-black hair half tied back, dressed in a white brocade robe, interrupted their conversation. Upon seeing him, Wenren Xue, in a fit of pique, pouted, "Second brother, look at what fourth brother has done." A tender smile graced Wenren Yan's handsome face as he handed Wenren Xue the most exquisite peach blossom from the courtyard, his usually frosty lips curving into a smile. "Second brother has picked the most beautiful peach blossom for Xue. Let us see her smile and not be angry, shall we?" "Second brother is the best." Wenren Yan indulgently allowed his sister to nestle against him, whispering sweet nothings. "Second brother, I genuinely wish to coexist peacefully with sixth sister, especially since she has suffered so much outside. But I never expected sixth sister to harbor such resentment towards me, even demanding that fourth brother and I kneel. Rest assured, Xue, your fourth brother is merely a thoughtless fool. Second brother will help you teach that girl a lesson." "Really, second brother, but sixth sister knows she has caused trouble and has now hidden away in the Wanjian Sect. Second brother is at the Tian Ning Sect and likely cannot assist me." "Silly sister, have you not heard that money can make the devil push the mill?" There was a glimmer of affection in Wenren Yan's eyes. Among the six great sects, the Tian Ning sect was undoubtedly the wealthiest. Even if he could not personally go to the Wanjian sect to relieve his sister's grievances, what could he not accomplish by employing those impoverished sword cultivators? As long as sufficient benefits were offered, many would eagerly volunteer to teach that muddy-legged girl from the mortal realm a lesson. "Rest easy, Xue, second brother will definitely help you vent this frustration." I knew second brother was the best. Perhaps overwhelmed with joy, Wenren Xue planted a kiss on Wenren Yan's cheek. He did not mind and pulled her closer, sharing amusing tales from the sect. Wenren Yang wanted to remind his elder brother not to underestimate that girl. Despite appearing delicate and fragile, having come from the mortal realm, every encounter with her had left him at a disadvantage. The thought of her sent shivers down his spine, yet before he could articulate his concerns, he noticed the surrounding maids casting furtive glances at his elder brother and younger sister, their expressions seemingly awry. He was not mistaken. Two maids who had just delivered pastries whispered to each other in a deserted corridor. How can the fifth miss, at such an age, disregard the distinction between male and female, embracing the second young master? Indeed, I had not paid attention before. But last night, after borrowing Sister Chuizhu's novel, brother was merely wiping Heiress' tears and was scolded by the princess for being unchaste in seducing him. The fifth miss's behavior, exactly. The book lent to me by Sister Mo Ran illustrates that the fake princess and the second prince confirmed their love before daring to sneak around. How could the fifth miss and the second young master? The two maids chattered away, and it was not just them. Other servants in the residence had already heard rumors about the fifth miss and fourth young master. To their surprise, the second young master was similarly involved. "What are you two discussing?" "Ah. Fourth young master. We were just talking nonsense." Wenren Yang frowned at the two kneeling maids. "What novel? Hand it over." This, the two maids were uncertain, wondering if they could truly comply. "Discussing your master behind their back. Do you wish for me to inform mother about today's events?" Wenren Yang exerted his authority. Now, the two maids had no choice but to comply. Soon, Wenren Yang found himself in possession of two novels: the adopted daughter of the Marquis fleeing with a child forced to escape their confinement, and the fake princess becomes the beloved of the group. Wenren Yang, what in the world are these? He returned to his courtyard with the novels, casually selecting one to read. Time slipped away, and it was not until a servant came to inquire that he realized. "Fourth young master, it is time for dinner." "Not going." As he was engrossed in his reading, Wenren Yang glanced at the darkening sky and nonchalantly replied. Being at the golden core stage, skipping a meal was of little consequence. The servant returned to inform Madame Wenren, who was dining, and Wenren Xue, surprised, remarked, "Is fourth brother unwell? Why is he not coming to eat?" "Xue, why do you care? Perhaps he feels guilty for not protecting you well enough and is too ashamed to show his face," Wenren Yan interjected. Wenren Xue did not think much of it. Her fourth brother, with his stubborn nature, would soon come around after a few days. She was currently quite troubled. Long Yi had returned to the Dragon Palace, and Long Han was avoiding her, and now her fourth brother was throwing a tantrum. She had no time to concern herself with that. Little did she know, Wenren Yang had spent the entire night in his courtyard reading novels. When he looked up again, was it dark? The servant stationed at the door appeared anxious. "Fourth young master, you have not left your room all day." At this moment, Wenren Yang could not help but find some validity in what the two maids had said. His hand unconsciously brushed against the other book beside him. Glancing at the title and the synopsis, he felt a stirring. It looked quite intriguing. "Ahem, this young master has matters to attend to, so I shall not be joining for dinner." Once more, he plunged into the sea of knowledge. When he looked up again, it was morning. This particular novel was relatively thin, and he finished it in a single night. Wenren Yang felt a sense of lingering desire, only to recall the two maids' words and how they corresponded with the novels. It became clear, the way he and his sister interacted daily was inappropriate. After all, she was a young lady. How could they embrace one another like brothers? Such behavior was utterly improper. Wenren Yang's mind was in chaos as he tidily stored the novels away, intending to step outside for a casual stroll to clear his head. However, upon entering the courtyard, he happened upon Wenren Xue and Wenren Yan embracing each other. "What are you two doing?" In the past, he had never thought much of such interactions. Yet after reading the two novels, he was acutely aware of how siblings ought to interact. One of the female antagonists in the novels had explicitly stated that no matter how close siblings were in childhood, as they matured, they would unconsciously maintain a respectful distance. This was not a sign of estrangement but rather a way for an elder brother to protect his sister's reputation, expressing love in myriad ways, but never in a manner akin to that of lovers. "What madness is this?" Wenren Yan, angered by his younger brother's sudden interruption, nearly pushed Wenren Xue over. "Sister is a young lady now. Second brother, you are not her partner. You cannot embrace her as you would another woman." Wenren Yang did not want his elder brother to tarnish his sister's reputation, especially since Wenren Yan would eventually have a partner of his own. "What are you talking about, fourth brother? We are simply interacting as we usually do, as siblings." Wenren Xue sensed something was amiss but could not pinpoint why. Ever since Tian Ning had left, nothing unusual had happened in the Wenren residence. I do not know how to address this. Let us call mother." He was merely a young lad, wholly unversed in the art of education. In truth, had he observed closely, he would have realized. Wenren Xue never once exhibited behavior unbecoming of a sibling in front of Madame Wenren, always maintaining their familial bond. Chapter 13. How can siblings embrace each other? On the other side, the Wenren family. Wenren Xue deliberately informed Madame Wenren about the numerous treasures that Tian Ning had acquired. Together with the Grand Elder, they sought out several formidable uncles within the clan, including a formidable being at the transformation stage, all in an effort to seize the items in Tian Ning's possession. However, upon their arrival at the designated location, they found the courtyard devoid of people. A maid cautiously informed them, "The sixth miss has already departed for the Wanjian Sect." The group was left speechless. The clever little girl had indeed made a swift escape. Wenren Xue was incredulous. Wasn't sixth sister not chosen by the Wanjian Sect? It was the sixth miss who personally told the maid. The maid replied truthfully. "How is that possible? She clearly drove father away, and when he returned home, he was so furious that he didn't even enter the door." Perhaps due to the overwhelming blow she received today, Wenren Xue could no longer maintain her faade. All she desired was to swiftly snatch away the treasures that Tian Ning had acquired. Compared to what the Dragon Clan bestowed upon Tian Ning, the gifts from Long Yi and Long Han to curry her favor were mere trifles. How could she not feel envious? "I will send a message to my master right now." She could not accept that Tian Ning had truly joined the Wanjian Sect. If Tian Ning were protected by the Wanjian Sect, then the Wenren family would find it exceedingly difficult to take the treasures from her hands. It was only upon receiving a reply from Qin Mingcheng that Wenren Xue finally felt a sense of relief. Her master confirmed that Tian Ning had indeed entered the Wanjian Sect, but only to the Swordguard Mountain. The group of inept individuals at Swordguard Mountain posed no threat whatsoever. Her master further reassured her, stating that he would undoubtedly help her take revenge and ensure that Tian Ning would not have it easy. At that moment, Wenren Xue's mood considerably lightened. It was common knowledge that the nominal elder of Swordguard Mountain had been in a comatose state for 5.5 years, and the remaining few direct disciples were either mad or utterly useless, with one being a traitor who had fallen into darkness. As long as her master intervened, it was inevitable that Tian Ning, a mere low-level disciple, would face dire consequences. At that time, she would see how she could continue to act so arrogantly before her. As for Tian Ning's entry into the Wanjian Sect, Wenren Xue did not dwell on it too much. The ineptitude of Swordguard Mountain was evident. It was undoubtedly her father who had pulled strings to have the elders of the Wanjian Sect accept her, which explained the subsequent developments. Was she truly the biological daughter? Wenren Xue pondered. Relying on their blood connection, even if the head of the Wenren family looked down upon Tian Ning, he still intervened to assist her. However, now that she had entered the Wanjian Sect, no one would ever help Tian Ning again. If she were to perish in a secret realm in the future, with her possessions vanishing, it would be of no concern to her. With this thought, Wenren Xue felt a significant release of the suppressed resentment in her heart, yet, recalling the grievances Tian Ning had endured upon returning to the estate, grievances that had never been experienced in the 15 years within the Wenren household, she felt an immense sense of discomfort. That day, a group of people returned empty-handed from Tian Ning's courtyard, and everyone's expression was far from pleasant. The fat lamb had escaped. Today, Wenren family's second son, Wenren Yan, returned from the Tian Ning sect, and it was a rare occasion for the three siblings to gather together. Seeing that Wenren Xue's face appeared to be in poor spirits, Wenren Yang comforted her. "Sister, do not worry, I will never believe the words written in that girl's apology letter. In my heart, you are definitely not that kind of cruel and vicious person." Wenren Xue wished to tell her fourth brother that if he could not offer comfort, he should remain silent. Given the persona she maintained in public, it was unlikely anyone would think along those lines. Wenren Xue exclaimed, "Fourth brother, I shall never speak to you again." "Wenren Yang? Let me see who has made our little princess so upset." A young man, with his black hair half-tied and dressed in a white embroidered robe, interrupted their conversation. Upon seeing him, Wenren Xue pouted and acted spoiled. "Second brother, look at what fourth brother has done." A fond smile graced the handsome face of Wenren Yan as he handed Wenren Xue the most exquisite peach blossom from the courtyard. His usually cold lips curled into a smile. "Second brother has picked the most beautiful peach blossom for Xue. If you smile for me, will you not be angry anymore?" Second brother is the best. Wenren Yan habitually allowed his younger sister to nestle against him and whisper sweet nothings. "Second brother, I truly only wish to get along peacefully with sixth sister, for she has suffered so much outside. Yet, I never expected sixth sister to harbor such resentment towards me that she would even demand fourth brother and me to kneel. Rest assured, Xue, your fourth brother is merely a foolish dolt. Second brother will help you teach that girl a lesson." "Really, second brother, but sixth sister understands that she has caused trouble and has now run off to the Wanjian Sect. Second brother, being at the Tian Ning sect, may not be able to assist me." "Silly sister, have you not heard that money can make the world go round?" Wenren Yan's eyes brimmed with affection. Among the 6 great sects, the Tian Ning sect was undoubtedly the wealthiest. Even if he could not personally go to the Wanjian sect to take revenge for his sister, what could he not accomplish by employing those impoverished sword cultivators? As long as sufficient benefits were offered, numerous individuals would be eager to help him teach that mud-legged girl from the mortal realm a lesson. "Rest assured, Xue, second brother will definitely help you take this revenge." I knew second brother was the best. Perhaps overwhelmed with joy, Wenren Xue planted a kiss on Wenren Yan's cheek, who nonchalantly pulled her closer, sharing amusing stories from the sect. Wenren Yang wished to remind his elder brother not to underestimate that girl. Despite appearing frail, having come from the mortal realm, every encounter with her had resulted in his loss. The mere thought of that girl now sent a shiver down Wenren Yang's spine. However, before he could articulate his concerns, he noticed the maids surrounding them cast peculiar glances at his elder brother and younger sister. He was not mistaken. 2 small maids, who had just delivered snacks, whispered among themselves on a deserted path. How can the fifth miss, at her age, still disregard the propriety between men and women, embracing the second young master? Indeed, I never paid it much mind before. But last night, I read a book from Sister Cui Zhu. The brother simply wiped away Yuer's tears, yet the princess scolded him for being unfaithful and seducing her brother. The behavior of the fifth Mississippi. Yes, the book that Sister Moran lent me depicts how the fake princess and the second prince confirmed their love behind the scenes. How can the fifth miss and the second young master? The 2 small maids chattered away, and it was not just them. The other servants in the estate had long been gossiping about the inappropriate behavior between the fifth miss and the fourth young master. To their astonishment, the second young master was no exception. "What are you talking about?" "Ah, fourth young master. We were just speaking nonsense. Wenren Yang frowned as he looked at the two maids kneeling on the ground. What book are you referencing? Hand it over. The two maids felt uncertain, wondering if they could truly hand it over. Gossiping about your masters, do you wish for me to inform mother about what transpired today? With that, Wenren Yang's imposing presence emerged. Reluctantly, the two maids had no choice but to comply. Soon, Wenren Yang found himself in possession of two books. The adopted daughter of the Marquis family runs away with a child. Forced to escape their enforced confinement, and the fake princess becomes the beloved of the group. Wenren Yang, what on earth are these? He returned to his courtyard, casually selecting one of the books to read. Time passed without his notice until a young servant came to inquire. Fourth young master, it is time for dinner. Not going. As he was engrossed in his reading, Wenren Yang glanced outside at the darkening sky and nonchalantly replied. He was already at the golden core stage. Skipping a meal was of no consequence. The servant returned to inform Madame Wenren, who was dining, and Wenren Xue, surprised, asked, "Is fourth brother unwell? Why isn't he coming to eat? Why should you concern yourself with him, Xue? Perhaps he feels guilty for failing to protect you and cannot bear to show his face," Wenren Yan interjected. Wenren Xue did not think much of it. Fourth brother, with his single-mindedness, would soon come around after a few days of sulking. She was currently quite troubled. Long Yi had returned to the Dragon Palace, Long Han was avoiding her, and now fourth brother was throwing a tantrum. She had no mind to care. Little did she know, Wenren Yang had spent the entire night reading those books. When he finally looked up, it was dark outside. The young servant at the door appeared anxious. "Fourth young master, you have not left your room all day." At that moment, Wenren Yang found the words of the two small maids to hold some truth, and his hand unconsciously brushed against the other book beside him. He glanced at the title and the description, and felt intrigued. It looked quite appealing. Ahem, this young master has matters to attend to. I shall skip dinner. He once again immersed himself in the sea of knowledge. When he looked up again, it was dawn. This particular book was relatively thin, and he finished it in one night. Wenren Yang felt somewhat reluctant to part with it, but as he recalled the conversations of the two maids corresponding to the content of the book, he realized their usual way of interacting with their sister was indeed inappropriate. After all, she was a young lady. How could they embrace each other like brothers? Wenren Yang's mind was in disarray as he put away the book, intending to step outside for a moment to clear his head. However, as soon as he entered the courtyard, he spotted Wenren Xue and Wenren Yan in an embrace. "What are you doing?" Previously, he had never perceived anything amiss, but after reading those two books, he clearly understood how siblings should interact. One passage in the book explicitly stated that even the closest of siblings would unconsciously maintain a distance as they grew older. This was not a sign of estrangement, but rather a way for an elder brother to protect his sister's reputation. There were countless ways to express love, but it must not resemble the manner of romantic partners. What madness is this? Wenren Yan was furious at his younger brother's sudden appearance, nearly causing him to topple Wenren Xue in his embrace. Sister is a young lady now. Second brother, you are not her partner. You cannot embrace her as you would another woman. Wenren Yang did not want his elder brother to ruin their sister's reputation, especially since Wenren Yan would eventually have a partner as well. Fourth brother, what are you talking about? We are just interacting as usual, as siblings. Wenren Xue vaguely sensed that something was amiss, but why? Ever since Tian Ning had left, nothing had changed in the Wenren household. I do not know how to explain this. Let us call mother. He was merely a boy, hardly capable of offering guidance. In truth, had he paid closer attention, he would have noticed that Wenren Xue would never engage in any behavior deemed inappropriate in front of Madame Wenren, all in the name of strengthening sibling bonds. Chapter 14 Journey to the Secret Realm. Tian Ning remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding at the Wenren Manor. However, on this particular day, she felt a subtle indication of a breakthrough in her cultivation, unexpectedly leaping from the 7th to the 9th level of qi refinement. The sudden delight compelled her to yearn for a spirited duel with her mischievous senior brother. Regrettably, it was broad daylight, and her wayward senior typically emerged only under the cover of night. Upon stepping outside the courtyard, she was greeted by a lively scene. Senior sister Qinshin was clinging to senior brother Long Outyan, refusing to let him leave, while the elder brother stood idly by, attempting to mediate the situation. Fourth junior brother. Please accompany me to the new secret realm of the Wanjian Sect. This may be my only chance to wield a sword. Can you bear to see your third senior sister remain a useless alchemist forever? Qinshin persisted, gripping Long Outyan's ragged attire tightly. Third junior sister, you speak as if it's so simple. Your meridians are completely shattered. What good is it to merely reconnect the severed channels, not to mention, that secret realm may not even contain what you seek, with one of us being a 5th level foundation cultivator and the other a sword cultivator who has fallen from the golden core stage. There's a strong possibility we could meet our demise in the secret realm. Long Outyin declared obstinately, please, do not disturb me while I rummage through trash. I would rather toil diligently than be robbed and perish outside. Curiosity piqued, Tian Ning approached. Elder brother, what is happening here? It's our little junior sister, Fu Hongming explained, surprised to see Tian Ning, who usually sequestered herself in the courtyard, venture out. Recently, a new secret realm has emerged near the Wanjian Sect. Your third senior sister received word that there might be a 6th grade spiritual herb called the blazing fruit within. With this crucial ingredient, she could potentially mend her severed meridians. Coincidentally, your third senior sister once saved the sect leader's prized disciple. In gratitude, that disciple secured 2 spots for her to enter the secret realm. Tian Ning inquired, so, third senior sister wants 4th senior brother to accompany her to the secret realm? Fu Hongming nodded. Originally, third junior sister intended for me to join, but as you know, our situation at the Sword Guardian Mountain is quite precarious. Our master still lies in slumber, and I cannot abandon my post. Fu Hongming expressed filial duty. I must report daily on our master's condition. I cannot allow the Sword Guardian Mountain to fall apart. Tian Ning remained silent, wishing to express that perhaps keeping a distance from their master might prolong his life. By the way, if 4th junior brother is unwilling, our little junior sister could go. Fu Hongming suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. After all, she cannot remain at the sect indefinitely. According to sect regulations, disciples must deduct a certain amount of contribution points each month, which can only be earned by completing tasks. If the contribution points drop below 0 3 times, one will be expelled from the sect. This was indeed to encourage disciples to actively complete tasks. Little junior sister, you might as well seize this opportunity to accept some tasks from the mission hall that can be accomplished in the secret realm. His suggestion left Tian Ning perplexed. But I've noticed that you and the others rarely undertake tasks, always remaining within the sect? Fu Hongming clarified, that is because we completed all the contribution points needed for the next 100 years 5 years ago. Tian Ning pondered, so, what kind of so-called useless individuals were they in the past? While Tian Ning was still contemplating the proposal, Qin and Long Outyin both vehemently declined. No way. She has only just joined the sect and has no one to guide her in cultivation. How could she possibly venture into such a perilous secret realm with me? Long Outyin protested. Absolutely not. Little junior sister cannot go. If she does, I would be left to fend off the crazies that come out at night all on my own. After all, it was a rare opportunity to have someone capable of suppressing the madness, allowing him a moment to breathe without being beaten to a pulp. As a homebody, Tian Ning was not particularly enthusiastic about venturing outside, yet the prospect of being expelled from the sect due to negative contribution points spurred her into action. She didn't wish to relocate yet again. She would have to work diligently. Tian Ning envied her elder brother's ample contribution points, enough to last a century, and devised a plan to accept numerous tasks at once from the mission hall. Fu Hongming reassured Qin, third junior sister, our little junior sister is exceptionally capable. Rest assured, being with her is far safer than bringing along 4th junior brother. Long Outyin interjected, could you I have a way to deal with the elder brother who comes out at night. As she spoke, she turned to Fu Hongming, when I return, I will check how well you've been practicing your sword. If you neglect your training and only focus on fighting with 4th senior brother, even if the Sword Guardian Mountain crumbles, I will track you down to the ends of the earth, my dear senior brother. Although her tone was unusually gentle, a chill ran down Fu Hongming's spine. Another Fu Hongming thought to himself. Qin raised an eyebrow, unexpectedly intrigued by the dynamic between Tian Ning and the two brothers. She ultimately acquiesced to Fu Hongming's proposal but took him aside to issue a precautionary warning. Elder brother, you understand my situation. With men, it's manageable, but with women, I cannot guarantee what might happen with our little junior sister. I fear she may be harmed. That will not happen, Fu Hongming asserted firmly. Third junior sister, you must exercise extra caution. Qin was perplexed. As she recalled the ruthless manner in which the little junior sister had instructed her in swordplay, Fu Hongming silently lit a candle for third junior sister in his heart. Meanwhile, Long Outyin endeavored to caution Tian Ning, little junior sister, remember, you must never act pretentiously in front of the third sister, do not flirt or behave coyly, she will go mad. Tian Ning queried, have you ever done so, 4th senior brother? It was not me. It was the 5th junior sister from before. The third sister was once infatuated with the man who admired 5th junior sister. After being cruelly scorned, she became somewhat unhinged, Long Outyan explained, pointing to his head. You must remember, do not engage in any romantic displays before her. She is intolerant of any perceived slights, Tian Ning nodded, absorbing Long Outyan's admonitions. By the way, fourth senior brother, what should I prepare for my journey? Having spent her entire 15 years at home, she had never ventured far. Her only outing was to Wenren Manor, which was merely a day and night's journey this time. However, traveling to the secret realm near the Wanjian Sect would take at least half a month. Long Outyan, who had been rambling just moments ago, now casually remarked, that doesn't matter, third senior sister will handle it all. Tian Ning was taken aback. Having covered all necessary precautions, Long Outyan hastily returned to his trash collection, leaving no time for further idle chatter with Tian Ning. Not one to pry excessively, she resolved to embark on her journey alongside third senior sister the following day. Tian Ning first visited the mission hall to accept numerous tasks that appeared feasible. In truth, aside from outdoor training tasks, some could also be completed within the sect, such as caring for a senior brother's spiritual pet or polishing an elder's sword case. However, these tasks offered minimal contribution points and were considered daily chores without any cultivation benefits. Early the next morning, Tian Ning set off with third senior sister. Due to Xiaobai's laziness, she did not bring him along, opting instead for Jiu, who was conveniently small enough to perch on her head. As they traveled, just as fourth senior brother had predicted, third senior sister had meticulously planned every detail, from the flying spiritual tools for the journey to the lodging expenses and inns. She even considered that Tian Ning was unable to fast yet, personally preparing meals when they would need to camp outdoors. Her culinary skills were extraordinary. Although Tian Ning had never been particularly picky about food, finding sustenance sufficient, she found herself devouring everything that third senior sister prepared, leaving her pleasantly stuffed. Third senior sister, your cooking is so remarkable that if you opened a restaurant, it would undoubtedly thrive. Tian Ning praised sincerely, clutching her round belly. Had she known third senior sister was such a culinary genius, she would not have spent every day in the courtyard consuming fasting pills. Life without the joys of gastronomy would be far too bland. Oh, I'm so glad you enjoy it, Cherished replied with a smile, using a handkerchief to wipe the sauce from the corner of Tian Ning's mouth, her gentle demeanor indistinguishable from that of any ordinary person. With nightfall still far off, and having nothing to occupy her mind, Tian Ning casually initiated a conversation. Did third senior sister specifically learn to cook, or do you enjoy experimenting on your own? Me? It was because of someone. Cherished gazed into the distance, seemingly lost in memories. At that moment, Tian Ning remained oblivious to the gravity of her question. Cherished continued, he said he admired women who quietly supported their husbands in the mortal realm, and he hoped to eat my home-cooked meals every day. I set aside my sword to create a life of earthly pleasures for him, yet what did he do? He destroyed everything for that wretched woman. As she spoke, Cherished suddenly cradled her head, crying out in anguish, he pierced my golden core with a single sword. That was not enough. To please that wretched woman, he even severed my tendons. Hong Lang, why are you so cruel? Tian Ning had not anticipated that such an innocuous question would lead to such an emotional breakdown. Third senior sister, are you all right? Cherishd's bloodshot eyes glared at Tian Ning, devoid of reason. Little junior sister? Hong Lang was seduced by you, the little harlot. Third senior sister, I am your sixth junior sister. The fifth junior brother you speak of was expelled from the sect long ago. Tian Ning attempted to restore her sanity. However, the deranged individual was beyond reason. Cherished swiftly retrieved a pouch of poison powder from her storage bag, hurling it frantically at Tian Ning. Do not think I am unaware that you, the so-called little junior sisters, are all harlots who steal men. Today, I shall eliminate you, and rid the world of this scourge. Tian Ning was left speechless. Indeed, she should never have harbored any hope for normalcy within this sect. Faced with the girl, Tian Ning hesitated to retaliate too harshly. As she consumed an antidote pill while evading third senior sister's onslaught, she resolved to wait for her to regain her senses before addressing the situation. Yet while Tian Ning held back, Cherished regarded her as a target, launching lethal strikes. After enduring a night of relentless attacks, Cherished finally regained her composure and expressed her regrets. Little junior sister, I am truly sorry. Sometimes I lose control of my emotions and things spiral out of hand. I hope I did not harm you. I am fine. Reflecting on third senior sister's attentiveness throughout their journey, Tian Ning proactively said, I apologize, third senior sister. It was I who instigated the situation last night. I will certainly be more mindful of my words in the future. Chapter 15. The little junior sister is truly unfiltered. This notion was utterly shattered in the ensuing days. As they drew nearer to the secret realm, for the sake of safety, Tian Ning donned the garments crafted for her by the old man, which she had retrieved from her mustard seed bag. The clothing fashioned by the old man was impeccable in its protective qualities, serving as an absolute defense. Not even a full-force strike from a cultivator at the transformation stage could rend it asunder. However, the old man's craftsmanship was rather mediocre, showing little improvement over the years, and the patched fabric appeared only slightly better than the ragged attire of the fourth senior brother. Previously, when at the sect, Tian Ning had not felt the need to wear it, but with the uncertainties of their inaugural venture into the secret realm, she prepared herself with this protective gear, as they would soon enter the domain of the Wanjian Sect in just 2 days. Cherished, puzzled, remarked, "Little junior sister, why does your outfit look so tattered? It appears to be several torn garments sewn together." "Third senior sister, you are unaware, this is a defensive robe," Tian Ning replied, treasuring her own life dearly. Before departing from home, the old man had specifically cautioned her never to sustain injuries lightly, for her blood was a rare tonic to certain formidable beings, and inciting them could lead to troublesome consequences. Cherished observed her treating the ragged clothing as if it were a treasure, her gaze flickering with an inexplicable tenderness. "Silly girl, wearing such attire will only invite ridicule from others. Fortunately, I have several pieces of fine fabric here. I shall craft you a beautiful dress that any young lady would adore." Naturally, Tian Ning was overjoyed. She perceived her calm third senior sister as a gentle and nurturing figure, not only proficient in cooking delicious meals but also adept at managing various matters, reminiscent of the omnipotent mother in a child's eyes. Raised by the old man's rough methods, she found herself contrasting sharply with the meticulousness of her third senior sister, realizing that a man could indeed keep a child alive, albeit with much less finesse. Yet, recalling her recent experience of being pursued by the mad third senior sister, Tian Ning had learned to be wise. She nodded obediently, fearful of saying anything that might remind Cherished of the treacherous man who had betrayed her. However, she underestimated the fragility of Cherishd's nerves, which could easily spiral into thoughts of that scoundrel. In one moment, Cherished was presenting fabrics and needles with a smile, inquiring about Tian Ning's preferred style. The next, a tear slipped from the corner of her eye. She clutched her abdomen, saying, "Little junior sister, I once had a child." "Tian Ning, why did the topic shift so abruptly?" Alarm bells rang in Tian Ning's mind, a premonition of impending calamity. As expected, Cherishd's expression began to fray. "Had she been a girl, she would have undoubtedly been as charming and adorable as you, constantly pestering me for the latest stylish skirts. But Hong Lang, in his attempt to assist that wretched woman, cruelly ripped my unborn child from my womb, all to prevent her from losing her cultivation. My heart is filled with rage. How could those vile creatures harm my child?" Tian Ning was taken aback by the revelation that Cherished had endured such trauma. Fu Hongming had only mentioned that Cherished was deceived by a scoundrel, but she never fathomed the cruelty that extended to even her own flesh and blood. When a person descends into madness, they often seek an outlet for their pent-up rage. By the law of proximity, Tian Ning bore the brunt of it. Another night was spent under the relentless pursuit of her third senior sister, leaving Tian Ning sprawled on the ground, gazing helplessly at the sky. She finally understood why the eldest and fourth senior brothers had refrained from joining them. At this rate, she too would soon be driven to the brink of insanity. The beautiful moments were not only devoid of the chance to read stories but also marred by the threat of being hunted. It was truly lamentable. "Little junior sister, are you all right? Shall we rise and have some chicken?" Perhaps feeling guilty for her earlier frenzy, Cherished had remained attentive, preparing a roasted wild chicken and offering it to Tian Ning early in the morning. The tender meat of the wild blackbone chicken, coupled with Cherishd's culinary skills and a sprinkle of various seasonings, filled the air with an enticing aroma that made Tian Ning swallow her pride. "Third senior sister." Tian Ning eagerly tore off the most succulent chicken leg, her eyes ablaze with uncontainable fury as she declared, "I will definitely help you eliminate that despicable scoundrel. That vile man." He had caused her to be relentlessly pursued by her third senior sister, and Tian Ning would not let that rascal escape unscathed. Cherished, with a chicken leg in one hand and a raised fist in the other, she looked far from intimidating, to say the least. "Little junior sister, do you not hold any resentment towards me?" she suddenly blurted out. "Third senior sister, you were merely unwell." As she devoured the juicy chicken leg, Tian Ning replied without a moment's hesitation, "Your affliction stems from the lingering shadows left by that scoundrel. I understand you cannot restrain yourself, yet you are also endeavoring to heal, otherwise, Cherished would not have suggested entering the secret realm to seek the flame fruit." Tian Ning was unaware of the depths of pain Cherished had endured, but their time together had allowed her to see the true nature of her third senior sister under normal circumstances. Given that Cherished prepared meals for her and sewed her new clothes, Tian Ning's fondness for her exceeded that of the other two senior brothers. She looked forward to the blissful life of relishing her third senior sister's cooking upon their return to the sect. Third senior sister, keep it up. Strive to regain your cultivation and show that scoundrel what for. When you go to kill, I will hand you the blade. When you set fire, I will handle the aftermath. For the inexplicable hardships she had endured, Tian Ning silently noted this unacquainted scoundrel in her mental ledger. Cherished, the little junior sister truly spoke without a filter. You child, how can you speak of vengeance and murder as casually as one discusses daily meals? It is not as simple as that. Yet, despite her words, a rare smile of relief spread across her features. For 5 years, she had been plagued by shattered golden cores and the torment of inner demons, all due to a misguided love that had led to her ruin. Even her once proud hands, which had wielded a sword, had suffered severed tendons, forcing her to abandon the path of sword cultivation and, in despair, switch to alchemy. She harbored resentment, how she longed to charge into the demon realm and slay those two vile creatures, yet the harsh reality loomed before her. Those two were still carefree and untroubled while she had become a pariah, shunned by all. Her fellow disciples of the Wanjian Sect scorned her for falling in love with a demonic cultivator. The elders admonished her not to create further troubles that could implicate the sect, and her master and fellow disciples offered gentle words of consolation, suggesting that everything would pass. But none of that was what she desired, until a single phrase from the little junior sister reignited the long-dormant resolve of her sword cultivation. Destroy that scoundrel. 5 years had passed. She had hidden away in dark rooms, crafting poisons time and again, her heart overflowing with malevolence, wishing to poison all unfaithful men and wicked women, to the point where she had forgotten that she was once a sword cultivator. Kill him, yet just the thought of it made Cherishd's once still heart race wildly. Little junior sister, thank you. Tian Ning, her hand, gnawing on a chicken wing, paused. No, surely her third senior sister wouldn't spiral into madness again? Was there no cooldown period? She hadn't even finished one chicken yet. My desire to become a poison cultivator in alchemy stemmed from wanting to see those I despise suffer a fate worse than death. Yet even that fails to satisfy me. The more she spoke, the tenser Tian Ning became, ready to face any sudden outburst of madness. Now that I think about it, nothing compares to the swift relief of striking down with a sword. Little junior sister, I have made my decision. I shall strive to heal and wield my sword once more. Cherishd's eyes blazed with fervor as she gazed at Tian Ning. She recognized that this little junior sister was a good child, unlike the former fifth senior sister, who had always feigned weakness to seduce me. And as the fourth senior brother once remarked, the fifth senior sister could easily pierce a pig with a single sword thrust, yet she chose to appear delicate and helpless before them. Due to the psychological scars left by that wretched woman, Cherished often viewed other women through a tainted lens, particularly this new little junior sister. It was essential to note that she had once genuinely adored the previous fifth senior sister, only to endure a painful reckoning. But the little junior sister was unlike her predecessor. The bond she shared with the eldest senior brother and fourth senior brother was a genuine representation of sibling camaraderie. Moreover, Cherished was acutely aware that despite her repeated lapses in control, the little junior sister had only sought to evade her, never truly retaliating for fear of causing her harm. What a remarkable child she was. Tian Ning remained oblivious to Cherishd's self-reflection, her heart lodged in her throat, apprehensive of another potential outburst. Furthermore, Cherished was skilled in the use of poison. Each time Tian Ning consumed anything, she had to take an antidote to ensure her safety, fearing the possibility of an untimely demise without warning. The softer Cherishd's gaze became, the more terrified Tian Ning felt. Fortunately, in the following days, nothing untoward transpired, and they safely arrived at their destination. The new secret realm of the Wanjian Sect had not attracted many visitors. The perilous nature of this uncharted territory deterred the 6 major sects and 8 prominent families from risking their disciples. Additionally, it was said that this secret realm predominantly catered to alchemists, offering limited opportunities and primarily housing rare spiritual herbs. Tian Ning accompanied Cherished to locate an inn for lodging. Concerned that Tian Ning might go hungry, Cherished secured a table and ordered the signature dishes, meticulously picking out fish bones and shrimp shells and placing them in Tian Ning's empty bowl. Little junior sister, eat more. You are still in your growth years. Tian Ning adored her third senior sister immensely. If she were a man, she would have surely married Cherished long ago. Just as she was enjoying her meal, a raucous group burst into the inn. Tian Ning remained engrossed in her food, blissfully unaware of the commotion. After all, they had finally reached their destination, and with several days before the secret realm opened, she had planned to indulge in some reading during their rare respite. However, the harmonious atmosphere between the sisters was destined to be disrupted, as one of the newly arrived cultivators appeared to recognize Shi, swiftly snatching the squirrel fish that the waiter had been about to serve and taking an ambiguous seat directly across from Tian Ning. "Isn't this your junior sister from the Wanjian Sect? Why are you not hiding away on Swordguard Mountain concocting your vile poisons, but rather gracing us with your presence here?" The disdainful tone unmistakably suggested a grudge against Shi. Tian Ning raised her gaze slightly and noticed that the man across from her was missing his left arm, his right arm intact. Realizing that Tian Ning was scrutinizing his disability, the man smiled rather than expressed anger. "Are you afraid, junior sister? This is all thanks to your esteemed senior sister sitting beside you." Chapter 16 A performance of poisoning on the spot. Tian Ning blinked, believing the man's words. As a victim pursued by the third senior sister during her frenzy, how could she not trust him? Moreover, given that the third senior sister was now merely a shattered golden core cultivator, her formidable prowess was evident. One could only imagine the devastation she could unleash at her peak. This man before her would surely be left to wail in despair. The man, mistaking Tian Ning's understanding for confirmation, seized the opportunity to vent his grievances, incessantly rambling on. "I advise you, junior sister, to distance yourself from this ruthless woman. She is no virtuous soul. It is common knowledge that she shamelessly fell in love with a demonic guardian. Had it not been for the mercy of the Swordguard sect, she would have been expelled long ago, and now she would be reviled like a rat scurrying through the streets." He paid no heed to the presence of numerous other disciples from various sects within the inn, self-righteously recounting the embarrassing past of Shi in front of Tian Ning. "Junior sister, let us leave." Shi's tone was fraught with an unusual tension. The demons had claimed countless lives, and they were the common enemy of all in the cultivation world. There was no one who did not harbor hatred for the demons. Had they still been within their sect, she could have explained. Back then, she had been utterly oblivious to the fact that her counterpart was a demon, deceived from beginning to end. Yet, the people outside had no patience to hear her elaborate explanations. They were merely there to spectate and mock. Shi wished for nothing more than to shield her junior sister from those disdainful gazes. "What? Is the truth not allowed to be spoken?" the man interjected, blocking their path as they attempted to leave, slamming his palm on the table and drawing the attention of all within the inn. "Shi. It was you, this vile woman, who severed my arm back then, and now, you dare to show your face here. Ha, I know you are here for the blazing fruit, aren't you? Truly, you are incorrigible. Do you intend to wield that sword again to win back the demon who cast you aside? Do you recall how infatuated you were with that demon? I wouldn't be surprised if you were to betray your sect and ally with the demons in the future." This inn was the largest at the foot of the Symbol Sword Sect's mountain, and most of the disciples who had come to explore the secret realm were lodging here. The commotion drew whispers among the gathered disciples, who were keenly discussing the unfolding drama. The 10,000 Sword Sect versus the Dan Ding Sect? Did the Dan Ding Sect claim the 10,000 Sword Sect colluded with the demons? How shameless! 5 years ago, during the great battle with the demons, so many lives were lost, and yet she still dreams of being subservient to a demon. Truly disgraceful. How does someone like her still have the qualifications to enter the secret realm? I wonder what the situation is with the 10,000 Sword Sect. Most of the attendees to the secret realm were new disciples who had recently joined their respective sects, unaware of the enmity between Shi and Xiu. However, upon hearing Xiu claim that Shi was enamored with a demon, they quickly took sides against her. Shi, unable to endure the slander any longer, was on the verge of poisoning her adversary. "Xiu. You seek death." Tian Ning's alarm bells rang. With so many witnesses, should the third senior sister resort to lethal force, there would be no way to mitigate the consequences. Others would only perceive her as a desperate woman intent on silencing a foe. In these times, slander could be spoken with ease, but refuting it would require an arduous effort. In a moment of urgency, Tian Ning grasped the fraying edge of Shi's composure. "Third senior sister. I spotted someone selling candied hawthorn in the alley. Would you accompany me to buy some?" Tian Ning was oblivious to the events of 5 years prior, yet, the current state of Shi was alarming. Her eyes were bloodshot, teetering on the brink of madness, and she could erupt into a violent display of poison at any moment, endangering everyone present. One could not expect reason to prevail with a person lost to their emotions. Thus, Tian Ning could only pull Shi away, yet Xiu had no intention of letting them escape easily. "Junior sister, I am only trying to be kind, considering your youth and vulnerability to her manipulation. If you refuse to heed my warning, do not blame me for what follows." Before he could finish, a group of Dan Ding Sect disciples blocked their exit. Tian Ning found herself laughing in exasperation. It seemed every word had been uttered. She had little desire to engage with the Dan Ding Sect, as she was unaware of the history between them and the third senior sister. Her only concern was preventing Shi from losing control and inadvertently harming other disciples. Tian Ning understood the blatant intent behind their actions. The Dan Ding sect had likely calculated Shi volatile state and orchestrated this scene deliberately. Beside her, Shi continued to angrily curse, "Junior sister, let go of me, I must poison this scoundrel who only knows how to prattle on." "Third senior sister, be quiet," Tian Ning exclaimed, giving her a sharp rap on the head. Shi felt her head buzz, the frantic emotion that had consumed her dissipating under the sudden blow. She heard the little girl beside her say, "From now on, be silent and do nothing." Shi, what was she planning? Shi did not believe Tian Ning possessed the capability to deal with the Dan Ding sect disciples. Regaining her composure, she attempted to pull her junior sister away, but the entrance was completely blocked. "Since there are grievances to address, let us converse properly," Tian Ning declared, seizing Xiu by the collar with one hand while pulling Shi towards a pre-arranged room on the second floor. Xiu, taken aback, had not anticipated that this seemingly underdeveloped girl could physically drag him and Shi simultaneously to the second floor chamber. The scene was so astonishing that many stood frozen in disbelief. The disciples of the Dan Ding sect, eager to intervene, found themselves too late. They had been stationed at the entrance, fearing a retreat, and had never imagined Tian Ning would pull someone inside. "What are you doing?" "Release us, senior brother Xiu," a Dan Ding disciple shouted, only to be met with the resounding thud of the door slamming shut. Both Xiu and Shi found themselves unceremoniously thrown to the ground, and in that rare moment, they shared a common look of bewilderment. What sort of girl possessed such incredible strength? In scarcely a moment, Tian Ning had fortified the room with soundproofing talismans, privacy charms, and barriers, that just as she finished, Xiu's furious voice erupted, "What do you intend to do to me?" At this point, Shi had realized Xiu's ulterior motives. "Junior sister, he is being deceitful. He spoke half-truths earlier. As long as those outside believe even a fraction of what he said, they will take his side." Shi was incensed, genuinely contemplating poisoning that scoundrel Xiu. A mere alchemist of the Dan Ding sect would not be foolish enough to confront two opponents alone. While Shi spoke, Xiu attempted to escape through the window, only to find it barred by some unseen restriction. Recalling Tian Ning's earlier activities, Xiu felt his confidence waned out, and no longer was he the self-assured figure he had been before the crowd. Now, he shrank back, hugging his own towering frame. It was not fear, it was the realization that if Shi truly lost control, he might very well find himself dead. "Junior sister, you must leave, I will take care of him. This matter is no longer your concern, my life is already worthless. If he seeks death, I shall oblige." As expected, Shi, who had previously dared to act recklessly, now exhibited no fear. Xiu screamed, "Ah, Shi, do not come any closer, you vile woman, why should I ruin my bright future alongside you?" Before a hulking man quaking in terror, on the verge of tears. Tian Ning could hardly articulate her thoughts. "Third senior sister, allow me to handle this." Tian Ning rolled up her sleeves, addressing Xiu, "You must have been plotting this for a long time, haven't you? I advise you to disclose your plan if you wish to avoid suffering." Xiu remained silent. Shi was skeptical. Her junior sister appeared fragile and delicate. How could she possibly execute the lethal measures necessary to eliminate this Xiu scoundrel? Moreover, she did not wish to stain her junior sister's hands with blood. Then she witnessed her junior sister deliver a punch that dislocated Xiu's remaining arm. Xiu howled in agony, desperately wishing for outside help to arrive, but the silence outside was deafening. The young girl from the 10,000 Sword Sect struck him again, this time breaking his leg. Tian Ning posed the question once more, "Will you reveal your plan?" This time she produced a sound recording stone from her storage pouch. Xiu's eyes widened in horror at the sight of the recording stone, his teeth clenched tightly. As long as he could endure until his sect brothers arrived to rescue him, he would be fine. He could tolerate the pain of broken limbs. He simply could not believe that this young girl could possess any truly insidious methods, but reality proved otherwise. After enduring another leg fracture, Xiu watched helplessly as the girl retrieved a basin of top-tier healing pills from her pouch. Xiu, a basin, such a large basin, even as an inner disciple of the Dan Ding sect, he had never witnessed such a spectacle. Who would store precious pills in a basin? The real question was, who would lavish so many top-tier healing pills on a mere girl? Even if one were to bind the elders of the Dan Ding sect and practice day and night for a year, they could not produce this many top-tier healing pills. Tian Ning casually tossed one into his mouth. The pill dissolved upon contact, its effects immediate. While a high-level healing pill could not mend broken bones, a top-tier healing pill could. Before Xiu could even exhale in relief at the diminishing pain, the young girl struck him once more, returning him to his initial pitiful state. Tian Ning remarked, "If you are willing to speak, just give a sign." Xiu, humiliated, pressed his lips together tightly. It was acceptable to kill, but he would not tolerate the insult. From this moment on, he would rather die than speak. In response, he was met with another top-tier healing pill, accompanied by another punch at it that seemingly light blow landed with a force that could nearly take a person's life, particularly as Tian Ning continuously fed him top-tier healing pills to keep him barely breathing. For the first time in his life, Xiao experienced the sensation of being caught between the extremes of life and death. It was terrifying. This girl was even more fearsome than Shi. Beside them, Shi watched in shock. This was too brutal, wasn't it? Yet, the more she observed, the more exhilarated she felt. She realized that compared to torturing someone with poison, her junior sister's methods were truly extraordinary. Though the cost was somewhat steep at consuming so many top-tier pills like candy, if the sect leader of the Tian Ning sect were to arrive at this moment, he would surely berate them for their extravagance. Meanwhile, Xiao found himself in utter despair. His body suffered repeated injuries, healing only to be battered anew. While his wounds could mend, the psychological torment was unbearable. Stop, I'll talk, just let me go. The news of the blazing fruit in the secret realm was leaked by me. I wanted to ruin Shi reputation, who forced me to lose a portion of my left arm to save a female rogue cultivator back then. I simply could not resist that woman's allure. How could I know she would be so provocative? That woman turned out to be fine. I just couldn't accept it. My actions were nowhere near as severe as Shi's infatuation with the demon, although she was indeed deceived by that demon at the time. Now, Xiao spilled everything without reservation, exposing the entire scheme. Chapter 17. Do you think the supreme elixir is cabbage? The recording stone captured every word spoken by Xiao. With the desired outcome achieved, Tian Ning no longer confined Xiao. She unsealed the barrier at the door, allowing him to stumble out, dazed and disoriented. Xiao. Are you all right? As soon as Xiao emerged, the disciples of the Tian Ning sect immediately surrounded him. This room had evidently been ensnared by some mysterious restriction, rendering their earlier attempts to enter futile. Even summoning senior brother Helion had proved ineffectual. Yet now, Xiao had walked out on his own. The disciples rushed forward to inspect him, and upon discovering he bore no injuries, they collectively exhaled in relief. All is well, Xiao is unharmed. They remained blissfully unaware that every inch of Xiao's body was in excruciating pain, the sound of his bones cracking still echoing in his mind. He merely stared blankly at the disciples who had gathered around him. That he had survived, he had actually emerged alive from the clutches of that brutal girl. Overwhelmed with joy, Xiao heard a fellow disciple beside him speak. Xiao, rest assured, we have summoned senior brother Helion. With him present, they won't dare to harm you. Upon raising his gaze, Xiao was met by the sight of Helion Boda, the foremost disciple of the Tian Ning sect. Historically, Xiao and Helion Boda had been at odds within the sect, often regarded as rivals. Helion Boda was a prodigious talent from one of the 8 great families, recognized for his exceptional alchemy skills and favored by the sect leader, earning the title of chief disciple. His fairness and integrity garnered the respect of the elders, while Xiao, the sect leader's son, was of mediocre aptitude, often scorned by his father for his lack of talent and subjected to comparisons with Helion Boda. Consequently, Xiao harbored a deep disdain for Helion Boda, never bestowing upon him a kind word. Yet at this moment, he had never been more eager for Helion Boda's arrival. Senior brother Helion! Xiao exclaimed, his excitement akin to that of a long-lost child reuniting with their parents. He rushed forward, gripping Helion Boda's sleeve tightly, crying out in anguish, Senior brother Helion, you must stand up for me. The other disciples, accustomed to witnessing Xiao's usual arrogance, exchanged bewildered glances. What could have happened to make him feel so aggrieved? In addition to the Tian Ning disciples, onlookers from various sects within the inn remained, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Who doesn't relish a good gossip? They had witnessed the earlier tension and had presumed that disciples from the Wanjian Sect intended to eliminate Xiao inside. To their astonishment, he emerged unscathed, and moreover, he appeared to have more refined skin than before. Despite looking somewhat disheveled, he bore no visible signs of the ordeal he had endured. However, witnessing Xiao seemingly on the verge of begging Helion Boda for justice, they speculated whether the Wanjian Sect had employed some insidious poison against him. Helion Boda, who typically harbored little fondness for Xiao, well aware of his misdeeds, had always refrained from confronting him due to the sect leaderess influence, yet he had never anticipated that Xiao would find himself in such a position, seeking his assistance. At that moment, all eyes were on Xiao, awaiting his explanation. True to form, Xiao did not disappoint. He recounted in vivid detail how Tian Ning had mercilessly beaten him, breaking his arms and legs, and then produced a basin of supreme healing elixir, recounting the relentless cycle of being battered and force-fed medicine. He described the ordeal with fervor, gesticulating wildly, convinced he had portrayed Tian Ning's brutality to perfection. Little did he realize, the more he spoke, the more the gazes directed at him shifted to that of incredulity. A basin of supreme healing elixir. Even the Dan Ding disciples beside him found his claims fantastical. Who possesses a basin-sized quantity of supreme healing elixir? After all, even the wealthiest within the Dan Ding sect would not consider an excess of supreme elixirs, especially to treat injuries sustained from a beating. Yet Xiao Xiu seemed oblivious to the perplexed expressions surrounding him, his righteous hand pointing accusingly at Tian Ning, determined to reclaim the dignity he had lost. It was her, a mere child with a heart of a viper, tormenting me until I was unrecognizable. Excuse me. Xiao Shixiang, do you not wish to listen to your own words? The crowd turned their attention to Tian Ning, who appeared innocent and harmless, her eyes sparkling with confusion, unable to comprehend Xiao Xiu's outrageous claims. This seemingly harmless junior sister merely possessed a bit of strength. How could Xiao Shixiang speak of her in such a manner? Some female cultivators began to think along these lines. The prolonged silence made Xiao Xiu acutely aware that something was amiss. What are you all staring at? She beat me to a pulp and forced me to vomit the supreme healing elixir. Helian Boda, you must help me deal with her. I want her to pay. Just as everyone was at a loss, a light laugh rang out from the girl. What are you laughing at? Xiao Xiu blared at her. What nonsense is this brother spouting? My third senior sister and I merely inquired why you set a trap to embarrass us today, and yet you seek to implicate me in your grievances. I cannot bear such unfounded calamities. Look at you, healthy and sprightly. Where do you resemble someone I have beaten? Tian Ning continued, I trust the disciples of the Dan Ding sect have already examined your condition. If there were truly any issues, they would have stood up to advocate for you long ago. Tian Ning spoke effortlessly, leaving even cherished, who stood beside her, momentarily speechless. With a smile, she retorted, I truly cannot fathom why this brother insists on humiliating us. Is it not enough that you have embarrassed my third senior sister? Must you also go to such lengths to stage this charade to defame me? Is it merely because my third senior sister and I are two seemingly defenseless young women traveling alone? You are talking nonsense. Xiao Xiu was nearly driven to madness, desperately trying to explain. I have said it repeatedly, it was you who forcefully fed me the supreme healing elixir multiple times. Xiao Shixiang, even the disciples of the Dan Ding sect could no longer hold back. Isn't this a bit excessive? Setting aside the fact that Xiao Shixiang's lies were far too implausible, it was evident he had not prepared a coherent story in advance. And did he not notice the hostile gazes directed at him from the crowd? Regardless of the circumstances, one ought not to bully a young girl. Xiao Xiu, did Xiao Xiu not comprehend? Was it he who had lost his sanity, or was the world mad? Why was it that when he spoke the truth, no one believed him? Shouldn't they be siding with him to condemn that wretched girl? Had he claimed that Tian Ning had fed him one or two supreme healing elixirs, perhaps they would have believed him, but a basin. Ha, does he think supreme healing elixirs are as common as cabbage in a market? Aside from Xiao Xiu, Tian Ning, and cherished, no one present believed Xiao Xiu's words. Helian Boda, evidently fed up with Xiao Xiu's antics, furrowed his brow and said, Enough, Xiao Shidi, cease this unreasonable ruckus. I am the one causing a ruckus? Xiao Xiu was on the verge of insanity, yet Tian Ning seemed to find his plight insufficiently embarrassing, producing the recording stone before the crowd, feigning a moment of realization. I believe I now understand. Xiao Xiu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the object in her hand. This is what I recorded earlier when my third senior sister and I were humiliated. She was humiliated. Xiao Xiu could hardly believe his ears. He had never encountered someone so shameless, yet Tian Ning ignored him entirely, continuing her performance. I was incensed by his treatment of my senior sister, so I discreetly recorded it with the recording stone. My intention was merely to reveal the truth, to let everyone know that my third senior sister is not the person this brother claims. Now I realize this brother must have known about my recording all along, and he intends to turn the tables on us, labeling my sister and me as villains, thereby ensuring no one believes our words. The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she appeared, her pitiful demeanor inciting whispers among the crowd directed at Xiao Xiu. Sensing the atmosphere had shifted, Tian Ning activated the recording stone with her spiritual energy, and Xiao Xiu's earlier words echoed in everyone's ears. How he had schemed, deliberately framed others, and nitpicked. As he was publicly exposed, no one remained on Xiao Xiu's side, not even the disciples of the Dan Ding sect, who felt a wave of shame wash over them. Aside from cherished, it was only the second time in his life that Xiao Xiu fell into such a pit, and after a prolonged silence, he managed to sputter, You will pay for this. With that, he disregarded the gazes upon him, frantically shoving aside the disciples beside him, and fled back to his room without a backward glance. Helian Boda stepped forward to utter a few perfunctory words, sending the onlookers away. Cherished gave Tian Ning a thumbs up. Little junior sister, you were amazing. Third senior sister will prepare delicious food for you later, along with some fun activities. Truly, she was their family's little gem. Third senior sister, I want to eat the beggar's chicken you make. Tian Ning boldly requested. All right. Alright, third senior sister will make it for you. Shirchin Xin affectionately ruffled her soft hair, cherishing this little junior sister. However, just as the two had not yet returned to their room, they were intercepted. Senior sister sure, and this junior sister, I apologize for today's events. I extend my apologies on behalf of Chiu Shidi for his rudeness. It was Helian Boda, the chief disciple of the Tian Ning sect, with his crimson lips and pearly white teeth. His handsome features embodied the quintessential young aristocrat. What transpired earlier is already in the past, Shirchin Xin replied coolly. This incident had nothing to do with Helian Boda, but upon hearing Shirchin Xin's words, he did not take his leave. Wrong is wrong, an apology must be made. However, Helian Boda continued, this junior sister is young and inexperienced, and I hope senior sister prioritizes the reputation of our sect. Chiu Shidi's mistakes can be resolved privately within the Tian Ning sect, without needing to escalate matters and jeopardize the relationship between our sections. Helian Boda, you are as rigid as ever. Always prioritizing sect honor above all, he was truly a candidate for the future sect leader of Tian Ning. Shirchin Xin held no fondness for dealing with such individuals, her disdain evident on her face. To her, Helian Boda seemed better suited for a monastery, like those bald monks who endlessly preach. Tian Ning merely wished to return to her room to read her stories, only to be halted once more. Senior brother Helian, I believe you arrived at the inn even earlier than my third senior sister and I, did you not? She posed a sudden question. If so, why did you not intervene when Chiu Shixiang spoke disrespectfully? Given the commotion, even if you were in your room, with your cultivation level, you must have heard what transpired below, correct? Tian Ning smiled, my revealing the truth is said to affect the relationship between our sects? Yet the disciples of Tian Ning sect publicly disparaging the disciples of Wanjian Sect, causing them embarrassment, does not affect our sect's relations? Helian Boda's gaze shifted to Tian Ning, his expression growing stern, seemingly disapproving of her words. I generally refrain from intervening in the minor squabbles between disciples. I only acted when I heard that something had happened to Chiu Shidi. The matter is in the past, Tian Ning replied. If you would be so kind, senior brother Helian, please step aside. You are blocking our path back to our room. The crowd of onlookers had dispersed significantly, leaving only two individuals in the farthest corner, observing Tian Ning as she departed. Sixth sister, when Ranyang swallowed his food in a daze, not expecting to see Tian Ning here, entirely oblivious to the murderous intent emanating from Longhan beside him. Xiaoyang, I have business to attend to in the secret realm, so I will part ways with you for a while. I will seek you out later. Longhan spoke. Ah, is that so? Alright, I understand. When Renyang replied absent-mindedly, the earlier incident at home had reached their mother's ears, who was quite surprised and praised him for his actions, admonishing his second brother and sister. However, since then, his second brother and sister had begun to deliberately distance themselves from him. This time, it was a rare opportunity for his sister to initiate conversation with him, expressing a desire for the beauty-enhancing flower from the secret realm. To mend their sibling relationship, he had specially requested a quota from their Chapter 18, the assassination of Longhan. Having learned from past experiences, Xiu refrained from causing any trouble in the days that followed. Shirchin Xin occasionally took Tian Ning to the nearby streets to purchase intriguing trinkets and snacks, and together they awaited the opening of the secret realm. The sect provided them with jade tokens granting access to the secret realm, valid for approximately 7 days. Should they encounter peril, they could shatter the jade token to exit the realm. As this was a newly discovered secret realm, each of the 6 major sects dispatched an elder to oversee the situation and prevent any unforeseen incidents. Junior sister, hold tightly to my hand when we enter the secret realm, Shirchin Xin advised. If they did not grasp each other firmly, the tearing of space upon entry could separate them. Tian Ning obediently clutched her third senior sister's hand, filled with curiosity about the impending secret realm. According to the calculations of the Tianji Pavilion, the secret realm was said to be sparsely populated with demonic beasts, lacking significant opportunities left behind by powerful beings. However, it was abundant in spiritual flora. It appeared to be devoid of danger, making it an ideal environment for alchemical practitioners. This time, aside from the disciples of the Tian Ning sect, most of the participants were from various sects that were in need of spiritual stones, all eager to excavate spiritual plants. Finding high-grade spiritual flora could lead to overnight wealth. Tian Ning followed Shirchin Xin as they presented their jade tokens, joining the queue to enter the secret realm. When it was their turn, Tian Ning felt the scenery before her begin to twist and turn, transforming in an instant into a vibrant landscape within the secret realm. Just as the Tianji Pavilion had foretold, upon entering, the ground was lush with second-tier spiritual plants, resembling a tangle of weeds. Some eager individuals had already begun to dig, for such an expanse of flora could easily be worth several low-grade spiritual stones. A disciple of the Dan Ding sect whispered, they've never seen the world. In this secret realm, second-tier spiritual plants like these were hardly noteworthy, the true treasures awaited deeper within, and they certainly wouldn't squander time here. Noticing some junior disciples clad in the attire of the Wanjian Sect diligently excavating, Shurchin Xian pondered aloud, considering their financial struggles as sword cultivators, junior sister, how about I accompany you to dig for a while? Tian Ning produced a paper documenting her accepted tasks and scanned it, finding no requests for the spiritual plants they had encountered. No need, third senior sister. Let's first seek the Qian fruit, she replied. Their primary objective on this expedition was indeed the Qian fruit. We can gather any necessary spiritual flora along the way. Shurchin Xian nodded, understanding her junior sister's intent, and they continued onward. The entirety of the secret realm appeared to be brimming with spiritual plants, ensuring that all who entered would leave with bountiful harvests before its closure. The Qian fruit thrived in warmth, and Shurchin Xian led Tian Ning towards a nearby volcano. Along their path, they observed numerous disciples stopping to dig for spiritual plants, while further ahead, Dan Ding sect disciples were also busy at work except for Qiu Xiu and his entourage, led by Helian Boda, who were moving with purpose seeking the coveted 6th-tier Qian fruit. As Helian Boda's group forged ahead, Qiu Xiu, having repressed his anger for days, began to sneer upon spotting them. Oh, Shurchin Xian, still clinging to your ambitions, you, an unorthodox alchemist, can only concoct poisons. Even if you do obtain the Qian fruit, what then, do you truly believe you possess the skill to refine a revival pill? Shurchin Xian paid no heed to Qiu Xiu's taunts, dismissing his words as mere nonsense. Even if the sect's leader personally crafted a batch of revival pills, the best outcome would yield at most 5 pills. 5 pills. Over the years, many in the cultivation world had suffered injuries to their meridians, and among them was Qiu Xiu's cousin, who had experienced a tragic downfall during an outing, now awaiting a single revival pill to restore his meridians. How elusive the Qian fruit was, many disciples from various sects were in need of it. The Dan Ding sect would undoubtedly sell it to reinforce their alliances with other sections. Reflecting on this, Shurchin Xian's hand instinctively brushed against her shattered dantian. Had her meridian simply been severed, perhaps Master Shao would have sought a revival pill from the Dan Ding sect on her behalf. However, she was now a mere shell, her dantian utterly destroyed. If she did not seize the opportunity to obtain the Qian fruit, she might forever be deprived of the revival pill. A layer of cold resolve settled in Shurchin Xian's gaze as long-suppressed emotions surged forth. Qiu Xiu, I do not mind taking action against you right here. After all, this is the secret realm. If you all perish, no one will know who struck first. Qiu Xiu was infuriated, nearly hopping in rage. Shurchin Xian, you madwoman, your methods are no different from those of the demonic clans. You dare claim you have no connections with them. Before he could finish, Tian Ning, irritated by his incessant noise, produced a large bun from her storage bag and stuffed it into his open mouth. At last, peace reigned. Several disciples from the Dan Ding sect silently commended Tian Ning, as Qiu Xiu had been particularly disruptive lately, lashing out at anyone he encountered. Choking on the unexpected bun, Qiu Xiu nearly gasped for breath. He extracted the offending pastry, preparing to unleash his fury, but Tian Ning interjected, Helian Xixiang, will you not address his disrespectful words that damage the relationship between our sects? Helian Boda hesitated, regretting his previous remarks. It was evident that this junior sister held a grudge. The Dan Ding sect was in the wrong, and everyone had witnessed Qiu Xiu's initial provocation. Qiu Shidi, our primary task is to procure the Qian fruit. Behave yourself and refrain from causing further trouble. Qiu Xiu, dissatisfied, retorted, Helian Boda, do not lecture me. Qiu Shidi, had you not recklessly revealed the existence of the Qian fruit in the secret realm, we would not have had to contend with so many competitors from the Dan Ding sect. Master has already explained the pros and cons to you. Do not feign ignorance. Remember, Brother Bai is still waiting for us to bring back the Qian fruit, Helian Boda admonished with a furrowed brow. Qiu Xiu, known for his quick retorts, typically replied tenfold, yet upon hearing mention of his unfortunate cousin, he surprisingly refrained from targeting Shurchin Xian further. Fine, I understand, they cannot possibly compete with our numbers. Let us hasten our pace. The disciples of the Dan Ding sect quickened their steps, outpacing Tian Ning and Shurchin Xian. Third senior sister, should we also hurry? Tian Ning recalled her senior brother's words about the rarity of the Qian fruit, which bore only one fruit every 100 years. There's no rush. The fruit has yet to reach maturity, Shurchin Xian replied, glancing toward the volcano. Junior sister, let us first gather the spiritual plants needed for your tasks. Tian Ning agreed, and they took their time, not hastening to catch up with the Wanjian Sect's pace. Having accepted numerous tasks, Tian Ning was busy harvesting spiritual plants throughout the afternoon, making significant progress in fulfilling her assignments. Concerned that her junior sister might tire, Wanjian Sect went ahead to catch a demonic beast to roast for their meal. Upon returning, she observed Tian Ning adeptly excavating spiritual plants and could not help but comment, "Junior sister, you seem quite skilled at handling spiritual flora?" Her actions displayed a proficiency that surpassed even that of Wanjian Sect, an alchemist. Tian Ning nodded, "I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding alchemy." "Where did you catch the demonic beast, third senior sister?" Given the abundance of spiritual plants in the secret realm, they had yet to encounter a single demonic beast along their journey. "I attracted it using this," Wanjian Sect replied, producing a small porcelain vial. "This is a mating potion for demonic beasts. When crushed and sprinkled, it releases an aroma that lures nearby male demonic beasts. Administering it to female demonic beasts yields similar results. However, this particular concoction is only effective on lower-tier beasts." As she was merely an amateur alchemist, Wanjian Sect could only produce these low-tier potions that others deemed unremarkable. Intrigued, Tian Ning asked, "Do you have the recipe for it?" "Indeed, I can transcribe it for you." Before long, Tian Ning received the recipe and diligently studied it. Although she had a basic understanding of alchemy, the recipes given to her by the old man were rather conventional, making this mating potion a novel concept for her. "It's merely a low-tier recipe. You should find it easy to learn," Wanjian Sect remarked, chuckling at her junior sister's earnestness. Tian Ning clutched the recipe tightly, pondering, "What if I were to substitute the lower-tier demonic beast's fluid with that of a higher-tier beast and replace these lower-tier spiritual plants with their superior counterparts? Might I be able to develop a mating potion that attracts higher-tier demonic beasts?" However, alchemical improvement was no simple task. It was akin to refining talismans, where each step was the result of countless failures by predecessors. Despite her thoughts, Wanjian Sect chose not to undermine her junior sister's confidence. As she sliced the roasted demonic beast into even morsels, just the right size for Tian Ning to consume in one bite, Wanjian Sect called her junior sister over to eat. "Coming." Tian Ning set aside the recipe to accept the plate from Wanjian Sect. Just as her hand was about to touch the dish, she suddenly froze, sensing something amiss. Wanjian Sect swiftly hurled the plate behind Tian Ning towards a figure clad in black, brandishing a blade. "Who are you?" The figure was shrouded in black cloth, their face obscured entirely, clearly having come prepared. Without a word, they unleashed a pressure emanating from the nascent soul stage that momentarily incapacitated Wanjian Sect, making it difficult for her to act in defense of her junior sister. In a flash, the black-clad assailant lunged toward Tian Ning, their intent to kill unmistakable. They had long observed her and noted that she had not brought her white cat with her this time. Without that protective beast, it was the perfect opportunity to strike. The coldness in the assailant's gaze reflected their intent as they yearned to witness terror or rage on the girl's face, a twisted satisfaction fueling their resolve, yet there was none. The seemingly frail girl simply stood there, unmoving, her deep black eyes observing the approach with a detached calm, her lips barely parting to utter, "Long Han, you intend to kill me?" It was not a question but a certainty. How could this be? Long Han's pupils constricted in disbelief, unable to fathom that his carefully crafted disguise had been seen through so effortlessly. Even as shot coursed through him, his hands did not falter. It was she who had exposed his concealed feelings for Xue that day at the Wenren residence, the one who caused him to be ostracized by Long Yi, the one whom Xue regarded with fear. He would not let her escape. Long Han thrust his blade toward Tian Ning's heart, yet, contrary to his expectations of a bloody scene, his mid-tier magical weapon shattered as if it were a counterfeit. The blade splintered upon impact, unable to withstand the force directed at Tian Ning. What? Even Long Han was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. The girl before him was clad in tattered clothing, the same ordinary attire she wore on the day she returned home, yet how could it have destroyed his mid-tier magical weapon? Could it be that Long Han, known for his ruthless disposition, began to overthink? Could it be that within the treasure sent by the Dragon Elders was a defensive artifact? Had the Dragon King gone to such lengths to protect a mere egg, providing her with such valuable items? "Hey," Tian Ning called out, interrupting his thoughts. Long Han, in a swift motion, Tian Ning tore away the black cloth concealing his face, only to be met with a flurry of punches. This time, she held nothing back, unleashing her full strength upon him, reveling in the cathartic release of frustration. After all, the Dragon Clan was notoriously resilient, he would not easily perish. Wanjian Sect, witnessing the gruesome scene unfold, discreetly averted her gaze. Her junior sister was indeed a body cultivator, wasn't she? Chapter 19 On-the-spot resources. Ever since he climbed onto Long Ye's side and became the little princess attendant, Long Han had never endured such humiliation again. The brutal fist struck mercilessly against his face, and in a moment of daze, he felt as if the nightmares of his childhood were resurfacing. He had grown up, his wings fully developed, and he should not fear the girl before him, yet, his resistance was utterly insignificant before Tian Ning's fists. She was truly ruthless. Not only did she land a punch on his handsome face, but she also charged at his chin with force. She was undeniably doing it on purpose, specifically aiming to humiliate him. Uncertain of how many blows he had endured, Tian Ning finally paused to catch her breath, having knocked out 2 of his front teeth in the process. "I will kill you," Long Han declared, his words slurred through the gaps where his teeth once were, forcing him to succinctly convey his threat. "Fine, then I shall entertain you." "It has been quite a while since I last exercised," Tian Ning retorted, picking up a piece of firewood from the ground. At that moment, Shi, suppressed by the aura of the nascent soul stage, suddenly felt a spark of hope. As a former sword cultivator, she recognized that her junior sister was holding the firewood as though it were a sword. Long Han raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with disdain. "You still know how to wield a sword?" After all, she was merely a decorative figure who had spent less than half a month at the sword sect. "I possess a modicum of understanding," Tian Ning replied modestly, "and it is more than sufficient to deal with you." Long Han scoffed, utterly unconvinced. What gave her the audacity? She merely relied on the treasures bestowed upon her by the Dragon King and her extraordinary strength, thinking he, a dragon, could not handle her. The reality would prove otherwise. The firewood in Tian Ning's hands appeared inconspicuous, lacking any intimidation factor. Yet, when enveloped in spiritual energy, it surprisingly met Long Ye's attacks with remarkable resilience, countering them several times. It was as if she could anticipate her opponent's moves. Every strike from Long Han was effortlessly deflected by her, and she even seized the openings he inadvertently exposed to launch her own counterattacks. If Tian Ning were employing some formidable sword technique, Long Han could perhaps comfort himself with the notion that she had inherited some great power or received guidance from a mentor, which enabled her to hold her own against him so effortlessly. But the sword techniques she utilized were nothing more than the foundational methods that countless sword cultivators were thoroughly acquainted with, even Long Han himself. Basic sword techniques. At that moment, Long Han's expression was nothing short of spectacular. This utter humiliation was a direct mockery of his incompetence. He could no longer afford to be careless, and his movements became increasingly ruthless. He refused to believe that he could not handle a girl who merely knew basic sword techniques. However, the harsh reality stood before him. Without the ability to suppress Tian Ning with his nascent soul cultivation, he was simply no match for her in a contest of combat skills. After several exchanges, his hair crown had become askew, and the silky strands he typically maintained had been reduced by more than half, leaving him looking utterly disheveled. Furthermore, as time dragged on, he discovered that he was increasingly outmatched by Tian Ning, who seemed to have deciphered his patterns and struck even more fiercely, leaving him no room to breathe. Shi watched in astonishment. Her junior sister was astonishingly fierce, managing to elevate basic sword techniques to such an extent. Modern sword cultivators often favored flashy moves, rendering the foundational techniques, mere child's play, obsolete. This was the first time Shi had witnessed such standard foundational swordsmanship. It was akin to a perfect foundation when constructing a building, each movement executed with such elegance that it was nearly impossible to find fault. This revelation sent her heart racing, as if a moment of enlightenment were dawning upon her. It turned out that for sword cultivators, what truly mattered was not the might of their techniques or the expense of their spiritual swords, but rather that her junior sister could achieve such proficiency with merely a piece of firewood and a set of foundational sword techniques. Shi's insight was not misplaced. Although Tian Ning appeared to wield her sword effortlessly, the years of rigorous training under the old man had honed her skills to perfection. Before long, Long Han had completely lost his former image. His clothes looked even more tattered than the rags worn by the fourth senior brother, covered in sword marks, his face swollen like that of a pig, and his hair a chaotic mess. Having been thoroughly bested by Tian Ning, he lay on the ground, gasping for breath. The oppressive aura he had exerted over Shi had vanished entirely. Even in this state, his gaze remained sharp, glaring at Tian Ning with a contempt that concealed his deep-seated hatred. "I underestimated you," he admitted through his broken teeth, his body rendered soft, save for his stubborn tongue. "Tian Ning, what will you do to me now?" "Kill me. I have a contract with Wenren Yang. If I die, he will inevitably lose his cultivation, and the Wenren family will spare you." Shi had regained her ability to move and, in a fit of rage, kicked him hard. "You were the one who sought to kill my junior sister. And so what?" "I failed." Long Han had reached a point of indifference, no longer fearing the consequences. "You seem rather confident," Tian Ning observed, her dark eyes fixed on him, devoid of emotion, making her intentions difficult to decipher. "Let me show you something." As she revealed a recording stone, she simultaneously produced a large sack filled with more of them. One stone played a recording while the sack was used to record anew. Long Han was left speechless. He struggled to maintain his composure as his facade began to crumble. His chaotic thoughts rendered him incapable of articulating his disbelief. This girl had the audacity to use such expensive recording stones to document her impending demise? And a whole sack of them, at that. Was she suddenly a nouveau riche flaunting her wealth? No, wait. Attempting to steer his thoughts away from the absurdity of the sack of recording stones, he watched as the footage displayed began with him lunging at Tian Ning. How could she react so quickly? She had recorded it at that very moment. The footage continued until it captured her tearing off his black mask, exposing his face, before abruptly stopping. The entire assault had been meticulously documented, and once the playback concluded, the recording stone crumbled into fine dust, but the one that had recorded his actions remained intact in the sack. Tian Ning felt no pangs of regret. After all, the old man had provided her with plenty, more than enough for her to squander. After all, despite the utility of recording and sound stones, their effectiveness was somewhat lacking. Once recorded, they could only be played back once. I would be more than willing to share the evidence of your misdeeds with the Wenren family, so everyone knows, Tian Ning stated calmly. Long Han gritted his teeth, still defiant. Do as you wish, I care not for those stones. He was not like Long Yi, the petty little prince who valued his reputation. Having endured humiliation from his kin since childhood, he cared for no one, save for that one person. What about Wenren Xue? Tian Ning asked, blinking innocently. She wouldn't mind seeing it, would she? You. Mentioning the one person who had brought light into his endless darkness sent Long Han into a genuine panic. Xue was so kind-hearted, how could he allow her to witness such a cruel side of him? It would undoubtedly frighten her. He did not want to drive Xue further away. He cherished every opportunity to remain by her side. He absolutely could not allow the recording stones to reach her. If Tian Ning were aware of the turmoil within him, she might even suggest that Wenren Xue had likely already discerned his true nature, and he was merely overacting out of anxiety. However, Long Han was currently enveloped in extreme infatuation. He firmly believed in his goddess's perfect persona, terrified of revealing his own ugly visage to the light of day. Ultimately, in a moment of utter humiliation, he pleaded, do not let Xue see those recording stones. You can do whatever you want with me. He turned his head away from Tian Ning, inexplicably clutching at his tattered attire, resembling a victim forced into submission by a bully. Tian Ning was thoroughly disgusted. Unable to contain herself, she landed another punch on his face. Behave yourself. Long Han's already swollen face grew even more pronounced. Fulfill one condition, and I will exchange a recording stone for it, Tian Ning stated, putting away her sack of recording stones. Long Han suppressed the urge to spit blood. You have at least 100 recording stones in that sack. Did she think he was a wishing well, 100 conditions? Not willing, are you? Then I cannot guarantee that, with so many recording stones around, one might accidentally fall into Wenren Xue's hands. Tian Ning was not inclined to indulge him. This scoundrel had come for her life. The fact that she had not retaliated in kind and sent Long Han to meet his maker was already a testament to her compassion, and now he wished to haggle. Not a chance. The thought of Wenren Xue potentially displaying a look of disappointment towards him pushed Long Han to compromise once more. Fine. He gritted his teeth, swallowing all his grievances. Tian Ning promptly tossed him a large empty porcelain vial. Perfect, I need the essence of high-level demon beasts to refine some improved medicinal pills. Go behind that stone and collect some for me. Long Han? Sure, Qinxin, junior sister, what kind of outrageous request is that? Long Han was left dumbfounded. Had she no sense of shame? What did she mean by collect some? What on earth was that massive vial for? Did she think he was some kind of breeding pig? Fuming, Long Han ground his teeth together. Do not take me for a fool. Really? Is this too much for you? Tian Ning mocked, disdain evident in her tone. If you truly are such a virtuous man, then go ahead and end it all. After all, your suicide has nothing to do with me. When the time comes, I can spin any tale I wish with the recording stones. Tian Ning produced one of the recording stones, tossing it casually in her hand, playing with it as if it were a toy. You have until tomorrow night to fill this vial. Otherwise, you know the consequences. She was busy and had no time to wait for him. Long Han regretted ever attempting to kill Tian Ning. Facing her, there was no such thing as the utmost humiliation, only deeper shame. Even a scheming person like Long Han was on the verge of collapse, fearing she would concoct yet another humiliating scheme of this time. He learned his lesson and silently picked up the vial, heading behind the stone. He despised this wretched secret realm for not even having a cave. He could only expose himself to the elements. Grateful that no one was around to witness his pitiful state, he swallowed a healing pill and forced himself to think of Wenren Xue's face, all the while collecting resources for Tian Ning. Chapter 20. What is this filth? As Shi Qingqin reheated the chilled beast meat, her gaze inadvertently drifted towards the stone. Her heart was filled with unutterable feelings. Junior sister, do we really have to use that kind of filthy thing for alchemy? Normally, while concocting the ecstasy pill, she found no disgust in the beast materials. However, after what had just transpired, Shi Qingqin had placed Long Han right behind her detestation for scoundrels. Senior sister, he belongs to the dragon clan. Compared to other high-level beasts, his efficacy will undoubtedly be superior. Tian Ning was indifferent. Why refuse readily available materials? Shi Qingqin swallowed hard, admiring her junior sister's decisiveness. If the elixir were truly refined, the potency from the dragon clan might well incite a minor beast tide. After the two had finished their meal of beast meat, they rested. Tian Ning perused a conversation manual while Shi Qingqin, feeling an irresistible urge, retrieved a dusty sword from her mustard seed pouch, scrutinizing it for a long while before putting it away. They completely ignored the peculiar sounds emanating from behind the stone. The following day, Long Han donned a brand new outfit, his visage restored, though he appeared somewhat exhausted and worn out. Who knew whether that bottle was a magical artifact? It seemed rather small, yet he had failed to fill it several times. He was on the brink of collapse. Here. He raised the bottle, intending to thrust it into Tian Ning's embrace. Quick as lightning, Shi Qingqin produced a cloth, treating it as if it were some unsanitary object, vigorously wiping the bottle with a dozen pieces until it gleamed, yet still feeling unsatisfied. Long Han's brow twitched in irritation, nearly losing his composure. If you despise it so much, then give it back. Shi Qingqin paid him no mind, wrapping the bottle in a cloth before presenting it to Tian Ning. Tian Ning stowed the bottle in her mustard seed pouch, planning to refine an upgraded version of the ecstasy pill whenever she had the time. She tossed a recording stone in Long Han's direction. That's enough, part ways now. You may return to your own affairs. They needed to search for the blazing fruit next, and having this unstable factor around was too troublesome. Long Han, somewhat taken aback, glanced at Tian Ning. He was aware of their mission and had expected her to leverage the recording stone to compel him into assisting them in seizing the blazing fruit, yet she was letting him leave so easily. Surely, she merely wished to humiliate him? Tian Ning and Shi Qingqin paid no heed to Long Han's thoughts. Calculating the time, they figured that if they set off now, they would arrive at noon when the sun was at its peak, and the blazing fruit would likely be ripe. As they began to move, the ground trembled violently beneath their feet. What's happening? Shi Qingqin grasped Tian Ning's arm, sensing the entire secret realm quaking, an ominous feeling swelling within her. The once lush and peaceful secret realm was suddenly engulfed in turmoil, thick storm clouds gathering overhead, as if a significant event was about to unfold. Even more unsettling were the vast swaths of red lines that had appeared on the ground, seemingly converging together. Long Han keenly sensed something amiss and furrowed his brows. Something is wrong. There exists a presence here surpassing high-level beasts. Shi Qingqin was astonished. How can that be? The elders of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion clearly assessed that this secret realm was safe. Human, do not question the Dragon Clan's perception. The beasts here are not right. Tian Ning did not doubt Long Han's words, as her little sparrow overhead was pecking at her anxiously. Senior sister, please let me go for a moment, Tian Ning spoke. Once Shi Qingqin released her, Tian Ning retrieved a sword from her storage pouch and soared into the air, looking down from a considerable height. Long Han was taken aback. What level of cultivation does she possess? She can fly with a sword? Typically, a sword cultivator would need to be at least at the foundation establishment stage, yet how long had Tian Ning even been in the cultivation realm since coming from the mortal world? Long Han could not discern her true cultivation level, and it could not possibly be attributed to that sword. Did it possess a sword spirit? That thought flickered briefly before extinguishing. Sword spirits were exceedingly rare, and even the Dragon King would not be so extravagant. Shi Qingqin was equally astonished. She knew her junior sister was only at the 9th stage of chi refinement. Upon returning, Tian Ning stowed her sword, her tone unprecedentedly solemn. Senior sister, crush the jade token. We must leave this place immediately. What's wrong? Their time together had left Shi Qingqin without hesitation as she took out the jade token. This secret realm is indeed wrong. If we do not leave now, all of us inside may perish here. Tian Ning seized Shi Qingqin's jade token and crushed it alongside her own. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, they remained rooted in place. Shi Qingqin exclaimed, "What's going on? The jade token is ineffective." Tian Ning turned to Long Han. Long Han shrugged, indicating, "I am Wenren Yang's contracted beast, I do not possess a jade token." Those old geezers would never waste a slot on him. As they spoke, a burst of fireworks resembling a celebratory display appeared in the southeastern sky. Qin recognized it. It's the gathering signal from the Tian Ning sect. The location was not far from them and was likely a signal from Helion Boda and his group. Let us go take a look. We need to find a way to exit the secret realm. Tian Ning and Qin hurried towards that direction, while Long Han, lost in thought, followed behind them. Upon arrival, they indeed discovered it was the signal emitted by Helion Boda. Besides the Tian Ning sect, disciples from other sects had also sensed the anomalies within the secret realm and gathered there. Ever since the sky above this secret realm suddenly changed, any spiritual plants we dig up from the ground wither instantly. Indeed. What is happening? Even the spiritual fruits plucked from the trees are the same. Helion Xue, the Tian Ning sect has always been knowledgeable about spiritual plants. Do you think it's a problem with the soil? A multitude of disciples surrounded the Tian Ning sect members, clamoring. In the throng, Tian Ning spotted Wenren Xue, who also noticed her and Long Han from afar. Sixth sister. Long Han, weren't you supposed to be here for some business? Why are you with Sixth sister and the others? When Runyang approached with a questioned business, he intended to seize lives. Long Han, feeling guilty, avoided directly answering. Xiao Yang, see if crushing your jade token allows you to exit the secret realm. Why should I crush the jade token? When Runyang asked in confusion. It was only the second day, and with so many rare treasures in the secret realm, how could they leave so early? Moreover, he had yet to find the beauty-enhancing flower his sister sought. Tian Ning made her way to the center of the crowd to find Helion Boda. At just 15, she was not particularly tall, especially among a group of male cultivators, yet no one anticipated her extraordinary strength as she pushed through the throng surrounding Helion Boda, succinctly stating, Helion Xue, there is danger in the secret realm. My senior sister and I crushed our jade tokens but were unable to teleport out. Initially preoccupied with the spiritual plants before them, the disciples were taken aback by her statement and fell silent. Is that true? Just as Helion Boda finally had a moment to breathe, he was startled by Tian Ning's words. How could there be an issue with the teleportation jade tokens? Junior sister, please do not frighten us. How could the teleportation jade tokens possibly fail? The elders from various sects are guarding outside. If there truly was a problem with the secret realm, they would have noticed. Yes, you must provide evidence for your claims. If you have the ability, take out your jade token and crush it to prove it. Several disciples voiced their disbelief, countering Tian Ning's assertion. Qin stepped protectively in front of Tian Ning. My junior sister and I definitely crushed our own jade tokens and found we could not exit. Without the tokens, how can we prove anything? Tian Ning was unconcerned with whether they believed her. She awaited Helion Boda's decision. Among all the disciples in the secret realm, Helion Boda held the most prestige. His character was responsible, and he would surely recognize the gravity of the situation. As expected, Helion Boda promptly sought out a disciple to test the matter. He clearly stated that regardless of the outcome, he would provide sufficient compensation afterward. The disciple said nothing further and crushed the jade token in front of everyone. All eyes were fixated on the disciple, yet they waited for a long time with nothing happening. Some began to panic, immediately producing their jade tokens to crush them, yet the result remained the same. They still stood in place. They truly could not leave. How is this possible? Why can't we leave? Increasingly more disciples fell into a state of panic, but regardless of how many jade tokens they shattered, the harsh reality lay bare before them. Everyone, do not panic. The elders outside will surely find a solution. In the face of the disciples' growing distress, Helion Boda promptly spoke to stabilize the situation. Aware of the dire circumstances, Tian Ning had to pour cold water on his reassurances. Helion Xue, someone has deceived the heavenly mechanism pavilion's calculations. The elders probably have not yet detected any abnormalities. We currently have only one chance. Everyone must exert their utmost effort to locate and destroy the array within the secret realm. Otherwise, if the bloodthirsty array activates, the secret realm will inevitably bring ruin upon all living beings, and every creature that remains alive will perish here. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao, standing nearby, could hardly believe it. What is the bloodthirsty array? Tian Ning pointed to the vast expanse of red lines on the ground. This is the formation of the bloodthirsty array. Those who fly high into the air can see it. These red lines spell out a single character, bloodthirsty. They are spread throughout the entire secret realm. After a pause, Tian Ning continued in an unprecedentedly grave tone, this is a meticulously crafted trap, designed to lure us as sacrifices. Once the time comes, we will all become nourishment for the array's eye. Who desires the lives of so many disciples from various sects? What is it that they wish to feed? Tian Ning's words were overwhelmingly shocking. no one had anticipated that their journey to an absolutely safe spiritual plant secret realm would lead to such circumstances. How do you know about the bloodthirsty array? I distinctly remember you being a disciple of the Myriad Sword Sect. The speaker clearly disbelieved her. Everything had been going smoothly. Suddenly, someone announced that they would all die imminently, and they certainly would not believe it easily, feeling that a sword cultivator should not be knowledgeable about such formations. Yet, at that moment, no one paid any heed to him. The disciples proficient in formations from the Talisman Immortal Sect had already taken out their artifacts to investigate, while others either went to sea or anxiously remained in place, awaiting results. Due to the gradual decline of the formation lineage, the 6 major sects did not even have a dedicated formation sect, making formations exceedingly rare in the eastern continent. However, most disciples of the Talisman Immortal Sect would study formations, and they all awaited the input of their peers. From above, it certainly resembles the character bloodthirsty, and it is indeed a formation. However, I am not well versed in formations and have never heard of the bloodthirsty array. The first descending disciple from the Talisman Immortal Sect stated. The other disciples from the Talisman Immortal Sect gave the same answer. The ability to lay such a vast formation within the secret realm, using the lives of so many disciples as offerings, far exceeded that of a high-level formation. It was likely only the elders could comprehend it. Could it be that our Myriad Sword Sect's junior sister simply made an error? One disciple suggested timidly. Everyone hoped this was a misunderstanding. The stakes concerned the lives of all, and the matter was of utmost seriousness. It is indeed the bloodthirsty array. A male voice shattered all their hopes. Can we trust what you say? Before any further doubts could be expressed, a member from the Talisman Immortal Sect stepped forward to vigorously defend the man who spoke. This is our senior brother. Have you not heard of Bo Yong'an's name? Senior brother is a dual genius in formations and talismans from the last 6 sects competition. The steadfast demeanor of the Talisman Immortal Sect disciples silenced the doubters. As the only 2 individuals aware of the bloodthirsty array, Bo Yong'an revealed all he knew. I once encountered this bloodthirsty array while reading in the sect's library. It is an ancient array created by demonic cultivators 1,000 years ago, which led to the demise of countless predecessors, but it should have long been lost to time. Even the Talisman Immortal Sect's library only contains a few rudimentary records. Chapter 21 of the Ancient Demonic Array. As the words ancient array echoed through the air, a wave of despair washed over everyone present. It seemed that even the elders standing here would be at a loss for solutions. We are doomed, cried one, already collapsing to the ground in terror at the mere mention of the ancient formation. Just when despair threatened to engulf them all, a bright, clear voice cut through the gloom. Did you not hear what I said earlier? A flicker of hope ignited in the crowd. Indeed, this junior sister had initially proposed a solution, yet everyone had insisted she validate the authenticity of the massacre array instead. She mentioned searching for the array. Everyone, hurry to find it. Tian Ning stood there, momentarily speechless. Do you even know what the array looks like? Silence fell, with all eyes turning to Tian Ning, their expressions betraying a naive ignorance. Junior sister, please tell us. Do enlighten us. She felt an odd sense of responsibility akin to guiding a group of kindergarten children. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tian Ning stifled her urge to critique their lack of knowledge. When the demonic cultivators created the massacre array, they deployed false array eyes to protect the real one. Everyone, scatter and search. Much like a meeting led by a superior, a particularly diligent disciple even brought her a large stone to stand upon, allowing her to address the crowd. Unfazed, she spoke clearly and methodically, instructing them on how to discern the genuine array from the false. Those who discover the true array must remember not to act impulsively. The vicinity is fraught with danger. It is imperative to signal others before proceeding. These neophytes, having never faced a dire situation before, were initially like a disarrayed heap of sand, nearly collapsing under the pressure. Yet, they suddenly unified in their attention, listening intently to the girl standing above them. Her calm and encouraging tone eased their anxious hearts. After her speech, Tian Ning leapt down from the stone and received a cup of water from her thoughtful third senior sister, who had taken the care to warm it with spiritual energy, understanding that young women should not indulge in coldness. Though she harbored no grand ambitions to ensure everyone's survival, she felt a strong obligation to protect her third senior sister. She would not allow the massacre array to succeed. True to the adage, unity is strength, everyone dispersed throughout the secret realm in search of the array. Approximately an hour later, a signal was fired. They had found it. All rushed towards the source of the signal, which led them to a vast, frigid pool, at the center of which lay a colossal serpentine creature, its head resembling that of a tiger, its body adorned with scales gleaming like black gold, stretching several meters long, with 2 bulging protuberances hinting at emerging horns. This is a dragon, gasped one disciple, staring at the dormant giant in the cold pool. Rolling his eyes, Long Han scoffed, "Are you blind? You can't even distinguish between a dragon and a flood dragon. That filthy lineage is hardly worthy of being compared to my dragon clan." The dragon clan had always prided itself on its noble lineage and maintained a strict disdain for outsiders, particularly those of the flood dragon descent. The disciple's embarrassment deepened as he caught sight of Wenren Xue beside Long Han, who was well known for his connection to the dragon clan. "No wonder I sensed something amiss with the beasts here. This vile flood dragon has taken residence." Long Han dismissed the ignorant disciple, suddenly realizing that girl. Tian, Wenren Xue reminded him, Tian Ning. Tian Ning sighed. Her name was not that difficult to remember, was it? Long Han finally connected the dots. Yes, the Tian Ning was right, the secret realm is likely a trap. With this vile flood dragon present, there are hardly any other beasts around, for this creature is the undisputed ruler here, and none dare to be audacious. And the reason the secret realm is teeming with spiritual plants yet devoid of any visitors could be due to its status as a forbidden zone sealed off by predecessors, imprisoning this flood dragon. Bai Yong'an's expression darkened considerably, a sealed secret realm appearing near the symbol Immortal Sect, such a massive and sinister scheme, ensuring the demise of thousands of disciples entering the secret realm, bore a chilling resemblance to an attempt to strike down the 6 major sects. Should so many perish in this secret realm, it would not only be the disciples of the 6 major sects but also countless smaller sects and rogue cultivators. How could the symbol Immortal Sect possibly justify this to the outside world? Suppressing his seething anger and anxiety, he realized that now was not the time to dwell on the masterminds behind this plot. How would they deal with this flood dragon before them? "Esteemed dragon, in your opinion, if you and all the disciples present work together, do you believe we can slay that vile flood dragon?" Helian Boda humbly inquired. Long Han felt a sense of respect for the first time since entering the secret realm. While he appreciated the sentiment, he still regretted entering this wretched place. He had failed to slay those he intended to and encountered nothing but trouble. Chapter 22, Do not provoke the sixth sister. The current situation leaves me in a state of uncertainty. The forces behind this intend to exploit the lives of us all, using the slaughter formation as a boundary to deceive the heavenly principles, thereby aiding that vile dragon to transform. All I can do is make a valiant attempt. As a member of the dragon clan, Long Han's perceptions were far more acute than those of these humans, especially regarding the malevolent energy surrounding the formation of that loathsome dragon. He stepped forward, gathering spiritual power in the palm of his hand, and struck towards the cold pool. However, a barrier materialized around the cold pool, with crimson lines on the ground shooting skyward, forming a protective shield for the vile dragon. Long Han's attack seemed to dissolve into the vast ocean, having no effect whatsoever. The shield remained unscathed. The malevolent dragon within the cold pool seemed to sense something, its golden eyes opening, vertically slit pupils fixing their gaze on Long Han's position, as if mockingly swishing its tail, shifting into a more comfortable posture, and continuing its feigned slumber, completely disregarding the insignificant assault. Long Han comprehended the dragon's provocation. It was ridiculing him for being a dragon yet utterly powerless to save himself. Once the slaughter formation was activated, even he would find it difficult to escape death, given the formidable power of ancient demonic formations. Damn it! A torrent of negative emotions surged forth. After enduring so much humiliation, was he destined to perish alongside these human wretches? The stark reality of death looming before him caused Long Han to momentarily lose his composure as he attacked the shield again, yet regardless of how much spiritual power he amassed, it bore no fruit. Brother Bo. That senior dragon of the nascent soul stage could not breach the formation's eye. Are we truly all destined to die here? Initially, everyone had harbored hope, especially after locating the formation's eye. Upon hearing Bo Yong'an declare that they must destroy the formation's eye to survive, they had placed their hopes on this senior dragon, who had a pact with the Wenren clan, as he was the most powerful among those present. Helian Boda and Bo Yong'an had only recently reached the core formation stage, but given the current circumstances, it was clear to all that if even a nascent soul could do nothing against the shield of the formation's eye, what could they possibly achieve? Helian Boda, deserving of his potential future leadership of the Tian Ning sect, remained composed in this dire moment, encouraging other disciples to assist Long Han in breaking the formation's eye. Disciples from various sects produced their magical artifacts, employing every conceivable tactic against the formation's eye. Flames, wind blades, vines, and various other spiritual roots unleashed a chaotic array of attacks in the air, with even a pill cultivator hurling his alchemical furnace at the shield, creating quite the commotion. Tian Ning was not idle either, striking the shield with her fist, yet it remained unmoved. This was troubling. Given the solidity of the formation, it appeared only a transformation stage cultivator could hope to succeed. After a prolonged period of futile attacks, they ultimately collapsed from exhaustion. This infernal shield resembled the gaping maw of an abyss, capable of nullifying any amount of spiritual power they wielded. The atmosphere fell into a state of deadlock once again. The individual who had hurled his alchemical furnace at the shield was none other than Xiao of the Tian Ning sect. Now the shield remained unscathed, but his furnace had sustained a significant crack, rendering his mid-tier alchemical furnace utterly useless. Xiao, now cradling his precious furnace in frustration, was known for bullying the other disciples due to his status, speaking with extreme arrogance and showing no regard for others' dignity, readily cursing those he found displeasing. The disciples he had berated initially remained silent, having long grown accustomed to his temperament, but Xiao was seething with anger, feeling that nothing had gone his way during this ordeal. Now, not only was his furnace destroyed, but his life was also in jeopardy. In this predicament, he unleashed a torrent of fury upon one of the disciples. "Are you brainless? You've seen that even the sword cultivator's spiritual sword is ineffective, yet you still insist I throw my furnace? I see you're just a worthless fool who wishes to be expelled by my father when we return. What are you doing?" The unexpected turn of events unfolded in an instant. The once arrogant Xiao let out a sharp scream as the disciple retaliated against him. The disciple, having reached his limit, exclaimed, "Xiao, we are both of the same sect. I could tolerate your past humiliations, but now, in this secret realm where we may all perish, why should I continue to bear your insults?" With that, he unleashed his rage upon Xiao once more. "Indeed. Whether we survive is uncertain. Do you truly believe you will return to have your father support you as sect leader? Xiao, I have endured your arrogance for far too long. Since we are destined to die, let me at least enjoy a good beating before the end." One after another, disciples from the Tian Ning sect stepped forward. Helian Boda attempted to intervene, only to be stopped by a disciple who had long been oppressed by Xiao. "Brother Helian, you are a good person, and no one will lay a hand on you. But please, do not interfere." Faced with the specter of death, no one was willing to endure Xiao's tyranny any longer. Those who had been humiliated by him in the past stood up to deliver their blows. Tian Ning watched with pity as Xiao was besieged by a throng of disciples. She felt little trepidation regarding the impending death. Ever since the incident 5 years ago, she had lived as though in a daze, her only motivation for survival being revenge. Yet, her young junior sister had been trapped here waiting for her to retrieve the blazing fruit, filling her heart with an unspeakable guilt. The atmosphere among the Tian Ning sect impacted many. Realizing their imminent demise, some began to unleash their frustrations, seeking out old rivals to brawl, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Wenren Xue, incredulous, thought, "Aren't we supposed to work together to destroy the formation SI and survive? Why are they fighting among themselves?" Long Han, observing the turmoil, felt little surprised. In such moments, the darker aspects of human nature would inevitably magnify. This was merely the younger generation of new disciples, consumed with thoughts of exacting revenge on those they resented. But if it were the more seasoned elders involved, the situation would not be so simple. Blood would surely flow. He now understood that the hope of escaping was slim. Rather than await death, it would be better to take action. Contemplating this, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Tian Ning. Should he perish within this secret realm, he would never again see Xue, and the root of all his misfortunes lay with that wretched girl. Since he was fated to die anyway, he might as well eliminate Tian Ning in advance to alleviate the hatred within his heart. Tian Ning remained engrossed in studying the shield protecting the formation's eye, ignoring the chaos around her. Gazing at the malevolent dragon within the cold pool, she pondered whether there might be an alternative approach to coax it out. But in the midst of her thoughts, Tian Ning sensed the chilling intent directed at her. It was aimed squarely at herself. She turned to locate the source of the malice, only to discover Long Han glaring at her with evident hostility. Upon meeting her gaze, he no longer feigned restraint. Long Han's murderous intent was so palpable that even his master, Wenren Xue, was taken aback. "Long Han, you had better not provoke the sixth sister." Wenren Xue, once fearless and reckless, had never emerged unscathed in encounters with the enigmatic Tian Ning. He genuinely believed that crossing paths with her would yield no favorable outcomes. Long Han paid no heed to his warning. When facing imminent death, what was there left to fear? Chapter 23. Ineffective against the love-stricken mind. Xiaoyang, you and I should join forces to teach that girl a lesson. She has repeatedly targeted you. Don't you feel angry? Long Han was not entirely foolish. Realizing he could not handle it alone, he sought a companion in mischief. Consider how Snow Air has been bullied. Xiaoyang, as her brother, this is our sole opportunity to avenge her. His every utterance revolved around Wenren Xue, his sycophantic tendencies fully on display. However, when Ren Yang held a different perspective, he felt an inexplicable trepidation towards Tian Ning. Though not particularly astute, he was straightforward, yet he was capable of remembering, since reading those shameless novels and recognizing the inappropriateness of his brother and sister's actions, he found his mind remarkably clearer. Reflecting on his numerous fruitless encounters with Tian Ning, he stumbled upon a truth: life could be quite pleasant as long as he did not deliberately provoke the sixth sister. As the saying goes, heed the advice of others and you shall eat your fill, yet this wisdom fell flat against the love-stricken mind. Seeing Long Han recklessly intent on confronting Tian Ning, when Ren Yang, in a state of alarm, invoked the master-servant contract to restrain him, even when Ren Yang himself could not fathom why he was so fearful of Tian Ning, sixth sister, this is all a misunderstanding. Long Han might be influenced by demonic energy, please do not take offense. As he met Tian Ning's gaze, he instinctively began to explain normally, under the guidance of the dragon summoning stone, the Wenren family would establish an equal contract with a compatible dragon clan member. However, if a dragon voluntarily contracted with a member of the Wenren family, the dragon summoning stone would forge a master-servant bond, a tradition upheld for centuries. Given the unique bloodline of the dragon clan, forming a contract with them was exceedingly difficult, even beyond the capabilities of disciples from the beast tamers sect. The Wenren family, by utilizing the dragon summoning stone, could contract with dragons without any cost, a tremendous advantage indeed. Xiaoyan, how can you assist her? Have you forgotten that you declared only Snow Air is your sister? How can she be worthy of that title? Long Han's demeanor suggested he felt betrayed. When Ren Yang could hardly contain his exasperation, he wished to silence Long Han. Sixth sister. He truly covered Long Han's mouth, hastily explaining, this is all the folly of fourth brother's past ignorance. Please, do not overthink it. Tian Ning was not surprised by Long Han's sudden intent to kill her. He had always been fixated solely on Wenren Xue. What astonished her was Wenren Yang's unexpected defense of her. It was noteworthy that this so-called fourth brother had viewed her unfavorably ever since her return to the Wenren estate, consistently putting her in difficult positions. Was this a case of the sun rising in the west? Nevertheless, there was no time to ponder when Ren Yang's sudden change of heart. Tian Ning redirected her focus to Long Han, finding amusement in his obstinacy. Haven't you had enough of a lesson? Are you still fixated on killing me? Long Han persistently struggled against the constraints of the master-servant contract, utterly disregarding Tian Ning's words. Even if when Ren Yang prevented him from attacking Tian Ning, what difference did it make? Their relationship was contractual, and when Ren Yang would not allow Tian Ning to take action against him, Dr. Qinshin was thoroughly disgusted by this dragon's behavior. How could a young girl, still so tender in years, be capable of any egregious misconduct? Yet, the other party had shamelessly attempted to harm the young girl on two separate occasions. Even when Ren Yang found Long Han's murderous intent towards Tian Ning perplexing, the fifth and sixth sisters were hardly mortal enemies. Tian Ning, however, understood the nature of a love-stricken character like Long Han, deeply infatuated with Wenren Xue, a character that would undoubtedly be popular in a novel, yet in reality, he was simply foolish, malicious, and utterly irksome. When Ren Yang volunteered, sixth sister, I apologize to Long Han on your behalf, Shi Qinshin interjected, rather than apologize, it would be wiser to manage your contracted beast. If he emerges to kill, you too will be an accomplice. How can you speak so? Even contracted beasts possess their own thoughts, and moreover, Long Han is a dragon. I have never encountered such a petty creature, pursuing a 15-year-old girl with the intent to kill. His heart is smaller than that of a maggot. Long Han. Tian Ning did not join in their quarrel. She was focused intently on Long Han's face, contemplating whether her earlier thought might be feasible. Perhaps it was worth a try. Interrupting their exchange, Tian Ning declared, actually, I have a plan that might succeed. Upon hearing this, both men immediately ceased their bickering, even Long Han gazing eagerly at her. First, let us pause and assess the situation. Tian Ning gestured towards the chaotic scene, adding, this plan requires the cooperation of Senior Long Han. Her sudden use of senior sent a chill down Long Han's spine. Recalling the previous tasks Tian Ning had assigned him, he felt an ominous premonition, yet upon reflection, what sort of disastrous idea could she possibly concoct? The worst-case scenario would involve him battling the vile serpent, but with the protective barrier in place, no one could enter. He soon realized that Tian Ning's disastrous notion was far worse than engaging in battle with the vile serpent. When Ren Yang and Shi Qinshin sought out Helian Boda and Boyongan, asking them to organize the disciples to restore order, claiming that a plan was in the works. The disciples, having made enough noise, settled down with the assurance that Tian Ning had a solution. After all, it was she who had first recognized the bloodthirsty formation. Choosing a spot distant from the cold pool, the same sturdy disciple brought a stone for Tian Ning to stand upon as she addressed the crowd. This time, she pointed directly at Long Han. My plan requires the cooperation of Senior Long Han, but considering it may be somewhat offensive, I would like to ask everyone to persuade him to agree to my proposal. Tian Ning spoke with utmost sincerity. Before Long Han could respond, someone else spoke on his behalf. We believe in junior sister Tian. Rather than resign ourselves to death, we should at least try her method. Surely, Senior Long Han will not refuse. Long Han, were they so eager to speak for him? Was his voice merely ornamental? Long Han fixed his gaze on Tian Ning, refusing to acquiesce. You must first clarify what this plan entails. Tian Ning was in no rush for him to agree. In due time, he would have no choice but to comply. Tian Ning produced the coupling elixir that Shi Qianqin had given her, explaining its effects. I have improved the original formula. If we can create an elixir potent enough to arouse even high-level demon beasts, it will compel that vile serpent to emerge. However, it is evident that the serpent has grown wise and is not as easily deceived as lower-level beasts. Therefore, we require a female to entice it. Looking at Long Han, her smile radiant, she continued, with Senior Long Han's unparalleled beauty to allure it, the vile serpent will undoubtedly be entranced. After all, what could be more enticing to a serpent than the prospect of mating with a dragon maiden? Long Han? What on earth was she babbling about? He could never have imagined that she would propose such a grand scheme, urging him, a male dragon, to seduce a loathsome serpent. How dare she? Chapter 24. Initiating the self-defense mechanism. No proud dragon could endure such humiliation, least of all Long Han. His fists clenched tightly, the bones creaking ominously. He yearned to charge forward and grasp the delicate neck of the girl, sending her to meet the king of hell. However, before the ire of the parties involved could escalate, Helian Boda, as an observer, stepped forward to interject. Junior sister Tian, it is not that I question your words. Each prescription for an elixir has been painstakingly derived from the countless failures and relentless trials of our esteemed predecessors in alchemy. The modified version of the coitus elixir you propose has not only never been successfully concocted, but it was also conceived only after entering the secret realm. Being an alchemist himself, Helian Boda was acutely aware of the formidable challenges involved in amending an elixir's formula. Even the elders of the Tian Ning sect required months to refine a simple low-tier formula, let alone junior sister Tian, who was primarily a swordsman. Had they all forgotten that Tian Ning hailed from the 10,000 Sword Sect? The crowd fell silent. Helian Boda's words provided Long Han with a moment of relief. Did this imply that he need not worry about degrading his own worth to entice that serpent? Yet, as fate would have it, his joy was premature. Rest assured, brother Helian, Tian Ning assured confidently, I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding alchemy. Long Han's unease surged. He recalled how Tian Ning had previously claimed to possess a slight understanding when wielding a matchstick against him. Could it be that she truly had the capability? Impossible. It was unthinkable that a girl from the mortal realm could master both sword and elixir. He feigned calmness, casting all his hopes upon Helian Boda. The latter, though skeptical, felt it unwise to discourage Tian Ning at this juncture, especially since the others had finally settled down. After careful consideration, he suggested, perhaps, junior sister Tian could give it a try? Long Han felt as if he had been dealt a grievous blow. Very well. Tian Ning declared with unwavering confidence. She often engaged in alchemical practices, particularly in crafting healing elixirs, and her bag was overflowing with them, enough to last several lifetimes. Upon her enthusiastic agreement, all eyes turned towards her. Shi Qianqin was also curious whether Tian Ning could indeed succeed, observing her younger sister's unwavering confidence, although she had never witnessed Tian Ning in the act of alchemy before. Please step back. My furnace is rather large, Tian Ning stated, her tone calm. All right, the crowd complied, stepping back. Under the intense scrutiny of the onlookers, Tian Ning calmly retrieved her alchemical apparatus from her bag, revealing a massive cooking stove typically used in rural households. Were their eyes deceiving them? Shi Qianqin tentatively inquired. Junior sister, have you perhaps brought the wrong item? Is this truly for alchemy? One might believe she was merely hungry and was preparing to cook. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The real question was, who in their right mind would carry a household stove in their bag? Tian Ning responded with unflinching composure, I did not make a mistake. Silence fell, deafening silence. Even Helian Boda gaped in disbelief. He had never seen anyone attempt to concoct elixirs using such a contraption. Wenren Yang, an outsider, shook his head in astonishment and could not help but tell Long Han, you needn't be overly concerned. From what I see, it seems unlikely that Sister Six will manage to produce anything. Had she merely brought forth a standard alchemical furnace, there might have been some belief in her potential. But with this stove, the chances were utterly zero. Hanti they noticed how the gathered crowd had dispersed by half, yet, Long Han felt no relief from Wenren Yang's words. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he was reminded of the scene where Tian Ning had chased him with a burning stick. This girl was entirely unpredictable. Unsettled, he chose to remain nearby, observing Tian Ning as she proceeded with her alchemical endeavors. Sure, Qingqing even offered to lend her own furnace to Tian Ning, but the latter declined, explaining that her situation was somewhat unique. To avoid drawing undue attention, she needed to utilize this large stove, as it was less complicated. This was a special gift from her mentor. The remaining spectators experienced a whirlwind of emotions throughout the day, leaving them dazed. Some resumed quarrels with those they found disagreeable, while others simply watched the petite figure bustling about, igniting the fire and filtering impurities from the spiritual plants. To their surprise, she seemed to be quite adept at it. A group settled around Tian Ning's stove, with the uninformed watching for amusement, while the knowledgeable discerned the technique. "Brother Helion, it appears that junior sister Tian possesses considerable skill," remarked one disciple of the Wanjian Sect, observing her adept handling of the spiritual plants and the removal of impurities. "Indeed, junior sister Tian seems to have a natural talent for alchemy," Helion Boda concurred. "Perhaps her circumstances have necessitated this skill. After all, most swordsmen lead frugal lives. If we were to venture outside, I would surely gift her a fine alchemical furnace." Long Han could only think, frugal, do they have any idea how many precious items the Dragon King has bestowed upon her? The more he listened to the alchemist speak, the more disheartened he became. It was not that he underestimated Tian Ning, but rather that she was simply too eccentric. Tian Ning, however, seemed oblivious to the murmurs surrounding her. Immersed in the creation of her new elixir, she placed the prepared spiritual plants into the pot, carefully controlling the heat as she gradually refined the mixture. When the time was right, she retrieved a bottle wrapped in a handkerchief from her bag and poured a substantial amount of a white liquid into the pot. Wenren Yang, curious, asked, "What is that? It looks like," Long Han exclaimed. "Stop right there." Wenren Yang responded. Why was he so irate again? Long Han felt as though he were on the brink of despair. This damned world, perhaps it would be better if no one lived at all. Fortunately, not many were fixated on that white liquid. As they observed Tian Ning skillfully forming the elixir seal with her hands, the scent of the elixir began to waft through the air. Helion Boda could no longer contain his excitement and rushed to the forefront, followed closely by the disciples of the Wanjian Sect, all of them holding their breath, fixated on Tian Ning as she lifted the lid of the pot. What unfolded was nothing short of surreal. A gathering of alchemists surrounded the stove, their eyes wide open, not daring to miss the impending spectacle. Inside the pot lay 10 pristine coitus elixirs, gleaming like flawless pearls. She had succeeded. A full pot of premium elixirs? The alchemists gasped, their expressions akin to those who had witnessed a ghost. A pot brimming with top-tier elixirs. Did such a phenomenon truly exist? Even the sect leader of the Wanjian Sect could not achieve such a feat. Some began to wonder if their prolonged stay in the secret realm had led them to hallucinations. Overwhelmed by shock, one individual activated their self-defense mechanism. Perhaps it is this stove of junior sister Tian's that is extraordinary. Yes, it must be an ancient artifact. That would explain everything. The other alchemists nodded in agreement. That must be the case. Before they could collect their thoughts, Tian Ning swiftly packed away the stove and elixirs, leaving only one coitus elixir behind. With a radiant smile akin to the sun, she extended it towards Long Han, her voice sweet as honey. "Senior Long Han, here you go." Chapter 25. It turns out you have intruded into my heart. Utterly sweet nonsense. Long Han felt as though a vengeful spirit was hounding him for his life. He stood there rigidly, refusing to reach out. As a dignified dragon, he swore to resist unto death. The surrounding disciples urged him fervently, "Senior Long Han, please accept it. Indeed, this is our only chance. Sister Tian must have worked so hard, Senior Long Han cannot let her down." Long Han's expression soured, grinding his back teeth, he managed to force out 3 words, "I refuse." The notion of complying with her demands was utterly inconceivable. Disappointment flickered in Tian Ning's eyes as she slightly retracted the offering of the coupling pill, sighing, "It is my fault. I should not have pressured Senior Long Han. His dignity is of utmost importance. How could I ask him to sacrifice his honor for the lives of thousands of disciples, to entice that malevolent serpent?" Long Han, this tactic of retreating to advance was indeed cunning. There was no need for Tian Ning to utter another word. The crowd of disciples erupted in protest. How can Senior Long Han be so selfish? What matters more, your pride or everyone's lives? Exactly. We're not just living for ourselves. Don't you wish to survive, Long Han, a proud dragon, yet you cannot distinguish between what truly matters? Senior Long Han, you have truly disappointed us. Long Han was genuinely exasperated with these ancestors. It seemed she had been waiting to unleash her trump card upon him. Under different circumstances, he might have refused, as no one would dare to force a highborn dragon into such a humiliating situation. Yet in the face of life and death, these disciples cared little for his identity. They only wished to survive. Thus, with no other option, Long Han cast a deep glance at Tian Ning. Fine, I shall do it. Is that satisfactory? This girl was merciless. She sought his life, yet turned the tables, rendering his existence a living torment. Tian Ning beamed as she handed him the pill, offering a thoughtful reminder. Senior Long Han, remember to take it orally. Long Han yog, and if that were not enough, the vile serpent was no fool. It could easily discern gender with its keen eyes, necessitating that Long Han disguise himself as a woman. A kind-hearted female cultivator produced a vibrant red gown, while others hastily retrieved cosmetics, working together to transform Long Han into an unparalleled beauty. In mere moments, before the crowd appeared a woman of life form, clad in a stunning crimson gown. Her skin is smooth as cream, her aura reminiscent of blooming plum blossoms, and her beauty captivating as ripe fruit, a graceful figure exuding a myriad of charms, complemented by enchanting. Long Han's features, already somewhat delicate, took on an entirely different allure in women's attire, far exceeding expectations. Tian Ning showered him with praise. Senior Long Han is simply exquisite, a true beauty. Hey, Long Han realized Tian Ning was indirectly mocking him for being effeminate. Suppressing an urge to commit violence, he resolved to conclude this revolting charade swiftly. Senior Long Han, wait a moment. Tian Ning mysteriously handed him a small note. If you are unsure how to entice him, just refer to this. This contained knowledge gleaned from Tian Ning's readings. Long Han cast a glance at it, and his lip twitched. Brother, my heart is racing so fast. It turns out you have intruded into my heart. Brother Serpent, could you help me walk? It is our everlasting love. Long Han? The look of a subway elder gazing at a phone. He no longer wished to engage with this mad girl. Swiftly swallowing the coupling pill, Long Han dashed towards the cold pool, heading straight for the serpent's location. Tian Ning, brimming with excitement, inquired of the crowd, are there any skilled artists among you, one who can capture the moment with vivid detail? To be honest, Senior Long Han is bravely stepping forward for us. This historic moment deserves to be immortalized on canvas. Once I exit this secret realm, I shall spread the word of Senior Long Han's achievements far and wide, so that all may know of his sacrifice. Wenren Yang, how troublesome. He had warned against offending Sister Lu. Noticing no one raising their hands, Tian Ning added, for those who can draw well, I shall offer a high-grade spirit stone. Sister, look at me. A disciple immediately responded enthusiastically. He did not seek the spirit stone for himself. He genuinely wished to record Senior Long Han's magnificent moment. Sister, I can do it. I can draw 100 different angles of Senior Long Han enticing the vile serpent right here. Those with artistic skill stepped forward one after another. Tian Ning declared, there is no limit to the number of participants. Everyone should do their best to capture Senior Long Han's efforts. Submit your works to me, and you shall receive high-grade spirit stones in return. Let it be known in advance, those merely filling numbers will not be rewarded. I will inspect the results before distributing the spirit stones. At this, those without artistic talent regretted their inaction. Thus, a large group of disciples trailed behind Long Han, documenting the entire affair, while others merely sought to join the spectacle. Overcome with frustration, Long Han had no desire to engage with the crowd behind him. The effects of the exquisite coupling pill took effect swiftly. As Long Han approached the vicinity of the cold pool, he began to emit a unique pheromone indicative of female courtship, which the serpent in the cold pool seemed to sense. Its drowsy eyes snapped open, claws anxiously grasping at the air, fixated on the direction from which Long Han had emerged. So fragrant, the serpent swayed its tail, instinctively adopting a posture of courtship. It beheld the source of the alluring scent, a dragon maiden of breathtaking beauty. The primal urge compelled the serpent to leap forth and seize the dragon maiden, yearning for her to bear strong offspring. Yet, it could not abandon its post here, otherwise, all its efforts over the millennia would be in vain. But it truly craved her. Long Han met the serpent's ardent gaze, feeling goosebumps rise all over. For the greater good, Long Han endured. Dismissing Tian Ning's nonsensical and cheesy lines from his mind, he channeled the delicate allure of women from his memory, lamenting, "Oh dear. I feel so unwell, my body aches terribly. Is there anyone who could come to assist me?" This undoubtedly stretched Long Han's acting skills to their limits. He reminded himself that all of this was to survive and exit the secret realm, to see Xue once more. I shall assist the fair maiden. Fortuitously, the serpent was unable to resist temptation, or perhaps the effects of the coupling pill were too potent, as it decisively cast aside reason in favor of emotion. Its massive form radiated a glow, promptly transforming into a robust young man. He stumbled out of the cold pool, eager to approach the maiden and engage in intimate matters. However, what awaited him was a kick aimed squarely at his groin. Chapter 25. It turns out you've intruded into my heart. Utterly sweet nonsense. Long Han felt as though the female ghost was demanding his life. He stood there stiffly, refraining from reaching out to accept. As a dignified dragon, he vowed to resist to the death. The other disciples who had gathered around urged him incessantly. Long Han, Senior, please accept it quickly. Yes, this is our only chance. Senior Long Han cannot let junior sister Tian Ning's hard work and effort go to waste. Long Han scowled, grinding his molars, and managed to force out 3 words. I refuse. It was simply impossible for him to comply with her request. Disappointment flickered in Tian Ning's eyes as she slightly withdrew the mingling pill from her hand, sighing, it is my fault. I should not have pressured Senior Long Han. His dignity is of utmost importance. How could I allow him to sacrifice his appearance for the sake of the lives of thousands of disciples, luring that malevolent dragon? Long Han thought this tactic of retreating to advance was truly cunning. Without needing Tian Ning to say more, the disciples erupted in protest. How can Senior Long Han be so selfish? What is more important to you, your dignity or everyone else's lives? Exactly, we are not merely living for ourselves. Do you, Long Han, not wish to survive? A proud dragon, yet unable to discern the gravity of the situation. Senior Long Han, you have deeply disappointed us. Long Han was genuinely exasperated with this ancestral lineage. It seemed she had been biding her time, waiting for him to relent. In any other circumstance, he could have refused. As a dragon of high stature, none would compel him to endure such humiliation. Yet before life and death, what did these disciples care about who he was? They only cared about surviving. At this point, Long Han cast a deep glance at Tian Ning and declared, fine, I shall do it. This girl was relentless, desiring her life. She had instead turned his existence into a living hell. Tian Ning beamed as she handed him the pill, kindly reminding, Senior Long Han, remember to take it orally. Long Han dug. As if that were not enough, the vile dragon was no fool. It could distinguish between male and female with its eyes, thus Long Han had to disguise himself as a woman. A kind-hearted female cultivator presented a long, flowing red dress, while the others eagerly produced cosmetics, collectively striving to transform him into an unparalleled beauty. In no time at all, the woman who appeared before everyone was tall and graceful, adorned in an exquisite crimson gown, her skin as smooth as cream, her demeanor reminiscent of a red plum, and her enchanting figure exuding a myriad of charms, complemented by her soul-stirring eyes, rendering her utterly captivating. That vile dragon will surely be left dumbfounded. One of the participating female cultivators exclaimed with immense satisfaction. Long Han's features were already somewhat delicate, and donning women's attire accentuated a different allure, the effect far surpassing expectations. Tian Ning continuously praised, Senior Long Han, you are stunning, simply a great beauty. Had Long Han knew Tian Ning was indirectly calling him a sissy, suppressing the urge to commit murder, Long Han resolved to end this repugnant masquerade swiftly. Senior Long Han, wait a moment. Tian Ning mysteriously handed him a small piece of paper. If you're unsure how to entice, just refer to this. This was knowledge gleaned from the novels Tian Ning had read. Long Han glanced at it, and instantly his lips twitched. Brother, my heart is racing so fast. So it turns out you've intruded into my heart. Brother Dragon, could you help me wash something? Of course, what would you like me to wash? I like you, dear. Do you know which wine is the sweetest? It is our everlasting love. Long Han? An elderly man on the subway checking his phone that he no longer wished to engage with this crazy girl, quickly swallowing the mingling pill, Long Han hastened towards the cold pool, heading straight for the location of the vile dragon. Tian Ning, brimming with excitement, asked the crowd, are there any adept painters among you, someone who can capture the moment with exquisite detail? To be honest, Senior Long Han is bravely stepping forward for us. We must record this historic moment. Once I exit the secret realm, I will spread the word of Senior Long Han's achievements, so that everyone knows of his sacrifice. Wenren Yang. About how incredibly foolish, he had already warned them not to offend Sister Lu. Seeing no one raise their hand, Tian Ning added, for those who can paint well, I can offer a top-quality spirit stone. Sister, look at me. A disciple immediately responded enthusiastically. He was not driven by the desire for a spirit stone, but rather a sincere wish to immortalize Senior Long Han's magnificent moment. Sister, I can do it. I can draw 100 different angles of Senior Long Han enticing the vile dragon right here. Those with painting skills stepped forward one after another. Tian Ning declared, there is no limit to the number of participants. Everyone should do their best to capture Senior Long Han's efforts during this time. Just submit your results to me, and you'll receive a top-quality spirit stone in exchange. Let it be known in advance, those who simply gather numbers will not be accepted. I will review the outcomes before distributing the spirit stones. At this point, the disciples lacking in artistic skill regretted their choices. Thus, a large crowd of followers trailed behind Long Han, some merely seeking to join in the excitement. Overwhelmed with despair, Long Han had no desire to engage with those trailing behind him. The mingling pill's effects manifested rapidly. As Long Han approached the vicinity of the cold pool, he exuded a unique scent characteristic of a female in heat, causing the dragon within the pool to awaken as if sensing something. Its eyes shot open, claws restlessly scratching at the air, fixating on the direction of Long Han's emergence. How fragrant, how enticing! The dragon swayed its tail, instinctively adopting a mating posture. It beheld the source of the alluring scent, a stunning dragon maiden. The primal urge compelled the dragon to leap forth and claim the dragon maiden as its own, desiring her to bear strong offspring. However, it could not leave its current position, or all its efforts over the millennia would be in vain. Yet, it yearned for her desperately. Long Han met the dragon's fiery gaze and felt goosebumps erupt all over his body. For the greater good, Long Han endured, dismissing Tian Ning's absurd and crude love declarations from his mind. He attempted to mimic the coyness of women from his recollections, saying, "Oh dear, I feel so unwell, my body aches, is there anyone who could assist me?" This truly exhausted all of Long Han's acting skills. He reminded himself that all this was for survival, to escape the secret realm and see Xue once more. I shall assist the beauty." Fortunately, the dragon was easily tempted, or perhaps the mingling pill Tian Ning had concocted was simply too potent. In the face of rationality and desire, the dragon decisively chose the latter. Its massive form radiated a glow, and it swiftly transformed into a young man, stumbling out of the cold pool, eager to approach the beauty for an intimate encounter. However, what awaited him was a swift kick to the groin. Chapter 26. Well said, but do not speak again. A chilling scream reverberated within the secret realm. The male disciples watching the spectacle turned pale, instinctively shielding themselves. Such cruelty, this was an act aimed at complete annihilation. However, from another perspective, if a grown man approached you with such infatuation, who could refrain from responding with anger? From the moment the malevolent serpent departed from the heiress' focal point, the ominous clouds above began to dissipate, and the crimson lines on the ground started to fade, indicating the gradual dissolution of the slaughtering array. "We are saved! We are saved!" The disciples embraced one another in jubilation, their hearts racing from the thrilling adventure through the secret realm. Though they felt profoundly moved at this moment, they fervently hoped there would be no next time. Meanwhile, Long Han was unleashing his pent-up fury upon the vile serpent, as he had endured his frustration for far too long, finding a target to vent his wrath upon. After all, that serpent was no innocent creature. It had claimed countless lives, which was precisely why it had been sealed within the secret realm. As everyone celebrated, Tian Ning grasped Shi Qingshin's hand, producing a rapid talisman to affix to her magical tool. The two hastily made their way towards the eastern volcano. "Sister, do we really need to hurry so much?" They left behind fleeting shadows in the air. Shi Qingshin couldn't help but marvel at the astonishing speed of her junior sister's talisman. "Hurry, third sister. There's no time to lose." Just after Tian Ning uttered these words, the secret realm began to tremble once more, the intensity of the shaking comparable to an earthquake of magnitude 8. Meanwhile, at the location of the cold pool, Helion Boda immediately sensed something was amiss. "Oh no, the secret realm is collapsing. Everyone, flee this place at once." The slaughtering array forcibly terminated, and the imprisoned serpent broke free from its confines. This secret realm could not withstand for much longer. Outside, the elders seemed to have sensed the disturbance as well, promptly opening the entrance to the secret realm. They paid no mind to anything else, rushing to escape. The elders were unaware of the events transpiring within. They only knew that the secret realm had begun to collapse abruptly when the disciples finally emerged to recount their experiences. Coupled with the evidence of the serpent brought out by Long Han, the elders were instantly alarmed. The mastermind behind this was audacious enough to scheme against the 6 great sects right under their noses. They hastily instructed the leading disciples to account for everyone, anxious that some might still be trapped inside the secret realm. "I have the correct number here. Not a single one is missing." Hearing such reassuring words, the elders felt a weight lift from their hearts, and the entrance to the secret realm could finally be sealed. "Where is Sister Tian?" "She has not yet emerged." "Indeed, we have not seen Sister Tian." Several disciples who had exchanged spirit stones for the paintings of Long Han and the serpent searched in vain for Tian Ning and immediately voiced their concerns. An elder from the human symbol immortal sect halted his actions. One elder inquired, "Who is this Sister Tian you speak of?" The disciples clamored to answer, "She is Sister Tian Ning from the 10,000 Sword sect." Yes. It was Sister Tian Ning who first recognized that it was the slaughtering array, alerting everyone. It was also Sister Tian Ning who concocted the improved harmony pill that allowed everyone to survive. "Elders, please wait a moment. What if Sister Tian is still inside? She is the one who saved us all." Saved? Long Han scoffed inwardly. He was the true savior, the elders would never gamble with the lives of their disciples. The entrance to the secret realm was merely consuming some spiritual energy to keep open, but, did this disciple you speak of not follow everyone out? The secret realm is collapsing and cannot hold much longer. The disciples gazed eagerly at the entrance, hoping for someone to emerge. Even when Ren Yang showed signs of worry, while Long Han, in contrast, felt a sense of relief unlike any he had experienced in recent days. That girl, it would be best if she perished within. As time elapsed, just as the entrance to the secret realm was about to close forever, Tian Ning and Shi Qingqing rushed out just in time. Sister Tian Ning. Though they belonged to different sects, the disciples joyously surrounded her. The elders of the various sects watched this scene in astonishment. Had this been any other occasion, such a troublesome disciple would have undoubtedly faced reproach from all, yet, everyone displayed remarkable tolerance and concern for Tian Ning's well-being. The senior body cultivator who had helped her by moving stones specifically checked to ensure the little girl was unharmed, and fortunately, she was fine. The body cultivator spoke. Sister Tian Ning, I am from the body refinement sect. You are welcome to visit us any time. Sister Tian Ning, I am. Several overly familiar disciples gathered around, and in an instant, Tian Ning was overwhelmed, needing to distribute high-grade spirit stones to her artistic companions. Even the elders rarely witnessed such a harmonious scene among disciples of the six great sects. Though they were all new initiates, historically, the disciples of the six great sects often acted independently during secret realm explorations, and it was a rare occurrence for them to come together without squabbling over interests. Could this be the result of a shared experience of life and death? Initially, these disciples had been resistant to Tian Ning, but after enduring so much in the secret realm and witnessing her ability to refine a whole furnace of premium pills, they unconsciously developed a sense of respect for this young girl. In response, the neglected Long Han sneered lightly. A bunch of shallow-minded fools, do they see only Tian Ning? What about him? Long Han felt stifled, yet he remained silent. Indeed, he harbored an aversion to all humans except for Xue. When Ranyang, brother, your moment of glory was dressing in women's clothing to entice the same sex, what is there to be proud of? Long Han's voice was barely above a whisper, but Tian Ning, with her keen ears, caught his words. She was certainly not the selfish type who would hoard all the credit for herself. Tian Ning humbly addressed the crowd. Everyone, please quiet down. Here, I want to sincerely thank our senior Long Han. It was he who sacrificed himself for the sake of all. Compared to my trivial contributions, everyone can witness the remarkable efforts of senior Long Han. At this moment, I wish to represent everyone to express our gratitude to Senior Long Han. The earnestness in the young girl's voice left Long Han somewhat flustered. As Tian Ning's words concluded, the disciples enthusiastically expressed their gratitude to Long Han. Thank you, Senior Long Han, you are the most admirable. Long Han, well said, but do not speak of it again. If it weren't for Senior Long Han, I dare not imagine the consequences. It was truly thanks to Senior Long Han that we were able to deal with that vile serpent. It was Senior Long Han who saved our lives. Faced with such unreserved gratitude for the first time, Long Han's face inexplicably flushed with embarrassment. Receiving praise from so many in public, it was an unprecedented occurrence. This individual, scorned by Long Yi as a bastard akin to a rat in the gutter, could somehow find himself basking in the warmth of sunlight, embracing kindness from countless people. Strangely, he found himself yearning for this feeling more than his affection for Xue. He cherished this sensation even more. Chapter 27. Have they misunderstood something? It turns out that when one harbors a deep-seated aversion towards another, even the slightest redeeming quality in that person can evoke an inexplicable sense of appreciation. Long Han found himself grappling with mixed feelings towards Tian Ning. The young girl possessed a certain charm in her appearance, though her temperament was rather abrasive. She was quick to seek revenge and lacked the gentle kindness of Xue. Nevertheless, she exhibited a commendable humility, never claiming sole credit for achievements and acknowledging him in her remarks. Then, he observed Tian Ning pulling out a towering stack of papers, which documented the harmonious and delightful scenes between him and the malevolent flood dragon. Merely expressing gratitude is insufficient. Upon my return, I shall ensure these numerous prints are disseminated far and wide, so that all may know of the contributions made by Senior Long Han. Long Han, the fleeting glimmer of goodwill he had just felt towards Tian Ning evaporated in an instant. Indeed, he should have never entertained any positive thoughts regarding this eccentric girl. However, the current Long Han was no longer the same as before. Having learned from numerous past lessons, he had come to a profound realization of Wenren Xue's advice. One should never provoke Tian Ning without reason, lest misfortune ensue. The mature Long Han had mastered the art of suppressing his anger. He chose to disregard the sharp-tongued girl and carried the unconscious and beaten flood dragon towards the elders of each sect, explaining her this dragon is named Binyun. It was sealed within a secret realm by the Dragon Clan a millennium ago. Now that the formation has been broken, I must take him back to the Dragon Palace for confinement. Should the six sects require information from the Dragon Clan, they may contact the Wenren family to reach the Dragon Palace. Naturally, the elders of each sect had no further comments to make, and after Long Han elucidated matters to Wenren Yang, he departed. Once Long Han left, only Wenren Yang remained. Standing there alone, he watched as the crowd gathered around his younger sister, the sixth sister, who wore a smile and exhibited no signs of impatience towards the throng. For reasons unknown, Wenren Yang felt an emptiness within. Although they were siblings, their relationship appeared as distant as that of strangers in the eyes of outsiders. With the secret realm now closed, the elders of each sect were preparing to return to their respective sects, and any subsequent investigation into the mastermind behind the events would have to await their return for reporting to their sections. Many approached Tian Ning with warm farewells, including He Lian Bode, who stood in line among the others. "You must have gone to the volcano to gather the blazing fruit, right?" Although Tian Ning was unscathed, He Lian Bode noticed that several strands of Shurchin Xian's hair had been singed upon their emergence. He wanted to admonish her, exclaiming, "That was far too perilous. How could one disregard their safety in such dangerous circumstances?" However, recalling previous events, he hesitated, instead retrieving a mid-tier alchemical furnace from his mustard seed pouch to present to Tian Ning. Tian Ning, puzzled, inquired, "Why is senior brother He Lian suddenly giving me a furnace? She already possessed one." "Ahem. Earlier, while chatting with my junior brothers and sisters, I mentioned that should we survive, I would certainly gift you a fine alchemical furnace, junior sister Tian." A female disciple from the Dan Ding sect chimed in, "Tian Ning, just accept it. After all, your stove is rather, well, we misjudged its capabilities, never realizing it was so formidable." He Lian Bode added, "Given your current cultivation level, it would be prudent not to carelessly wield an ancient artifact such as a stove. Otherwise, you may attract the greedy gaze of those with ulterior motives, which would not bode well for you, junior sister Tian." Tian Ning, have they perhaps misunderstood something? On the other side, Bo Yong'an, from the Fuxian sect, approached as well. Since this was the territory of the Fuxian sect, there was no rush to return to their sect. Upon witnessing He Lian Bode gifting the furnace, he enthusiastically produced a piece of talisman paper he had drawn for Tian Ning. "Junior sister Tian Ning, let us exchange insights on formations when you have the time. I have noticed your impressive talent. Even the murderous formation was within your comprehension, and you recognized it without delay. Perhaps you are a promising candidate for formation mastery." "Thank you, senior brother Bo," Tian Ning replied modestly, "I do possess a rudimentary understanding of formations." Bo Yong in the crowd, did she not utter similar words during her alchemical endeavors? The onlookers were taken aback by their own thoughts. The reason Tian Ning, being so young, exhibited such formidable prowess in alchemy was due to her stove, and her familiarity with the murderous formation was merely a happenstance occurrence from a fragment she had glimpsed. Surely, she could not be an exceptional formation master. It was inconceivable for them to imagine that this young girl before them was a genius proficient in all three disciplines of sword, pill, and formation. After a round of cordial exchanges, the remaining 5 major sects set off for their respective homes. On the journey back, Tian Ning and Shurchin Xian boarded the flying vessel of the Wanjian Sect together. No longer needing to travel on foot, they could remain in their quarters, indulging in captivating tales. What a delight! As soon as they boarded the ship, Shurchin Xian eagerly pulled Tian Ning towards their room. Despite the passage of time, she struggled to contain her racing heart. "Little junior sister, we truly acquired the blazing fruit." In such critical circumstances, she had long since given up hope for the fruit. However, her little junior sister remembered her desire to reconstruct her meridians. Without a hint of hesitation, she had utilized the acceleration talisman, ensuring they emerged before the secret realm's closure. Shurchin Xian felt an indescribable sense of gratitude. Tian Ning beamed, "Third senior sister, once your hand is healed, I want to eat a plethora of delicious treats, also, beautiful garments and hairpins." "Absolutely. Third senior sister will make sure to pamper our Ning Ning." Observing the carefree demeanor of the young girl before her, Shurchin Xian silently vowed to protect her, ensuring she would remain forever joyful. "By the way, third senior sister, do you possess the recipe for the recovery pill? I believe I can attempt its refinement." Tian Ning recalled the words of Qiu Xiu during their time in the secret realm. Acquiring the blazing fruit was merely the first step, successfully refining the recovery pill was paramount. "Indeed, I have it." Shurchin Xian immediately produced the recipe for Tian Ning. After reviewing it, Tian Ning felt confident she could manage the refinement. Upon their return to the Wanjian Sect, Shurchin Xian, brimming with joy, began crafting a beautiful dress for Tian Ning. The more she observed her little junior sister, the more she adored her. It was akin to nurturing a daughter, and maternal affection overflowed within her, as she yearned to create countless garments that her little darling could wear throughout her lifetime. Tian Ning noticed that third senior sister's emotions had stabilized significantly, no longer resembling the frantic days when they had rushed to the secret realm, where she would fly off the handle at any moment. She was relieved, no longer having to live in constant fear of being pursued by a crazed third senior sister. She could now leisurely immerse herself in her beloved tales. The journey back to the Wanjian Sect aboard the flying vessel was swift, taking merely 3 days to arrive at the sect. During this time, Tian Ning and cherished scion remained sequestered in their quarters, and when Wenren Xue attempted to seek her out several times but found no opportunity, upon disembarking from the vessel, before he could utter a word, the two sisters hastily returned to the Sword Guardian Mountain. Wenren, why are you standing there in a daze? Someone patted the motionless Wenren Xue. Junior sister Wenren has already returned to the sect and has been waiting for you. Ah. Senior brother Wei. The individual before him, named Wei Xian, was a direct disciple under the same elder as Wenren Xue, possessing a close relationship with Wenren Xue, not lagging behind Wenren Xue in brotherly affection. Hearing his words, Wenren Xue suddenly recalled that he had failed to gather the beauty-enhancing flowers his sister had instructed him to procure, completely having forgotten. Chapter 27. Have they misunderstood something? It has been revealed that when one harbors a deep-seated aversion towards another, even the slightest hint of goodness from that person can inexplicably evoke a sense of appreciation. Lan Han found himself grappling with complex emotions regarding Tian Ning. The young lady was indeed quite attractive, albeit with a rather disagreeable temperament, and her dealings with others were marked by a vengeful spirit, lacking the gentleness and kindness exhibited by Xue. However, on the whole, she displayed a commendable humility, never claiming sole credit for achievements and even acknowledging him. Then, he observed Tian Ning producing a towering stack of papers, admiring the illustrations that depicted harmonious and pleasant scenes involving him and the malevolent serpent. Merely expressing gratitude would be insufficient. Upon my return, I shall ensure these numerous prints are disseminated far and wide, so that the world may know of the contributions made by Senior Lan Han. Lan Han, the faint glimmer of goodwill he had just begun to feel for Tian Ning was instantly extinguished. It was evident that he should never have entertained any positive thoughts about this madcap girl. Nevertheless, Lan Han was no longer the same individual he once was. Having learned through numerous lessons, he was acutely aware of Wenren Xue's counsel. One should never provoke Tian Ning without cause, lest they invite misfortune upon themselves. The matured Lan Han had learned to suppress his ire. He chose to disregard the insolent girl and, carrying the unconscious malevolent serpent that had been beaten, approached the elders of the various sects to explain. This serpent is named Binyun. It was sealed within a hidden realm by the Dragon Clan a millennium ago. Now that the formation has been breached, I must escort it back to the Dragon Palace for confinement. Should the 6 sects require further information from the Dragon Clan, they may contact the Wenren family to reach the Dragon Palace. The elders of the various sects naturally had little to add, and after Lan Han briefed Wenren Xue, he departed. Once he left, only Wenren Xue remained, standing solitary amid the crowd surrounding his younger sister. She wore a smile and exhibited no impatience towards those around her for reasons unknown. Wenren Xue felt an emptiness within. Despite their bond as siblings, their demeanor in front of others resembled that of strangers. With the secret realm now sealed, the elders of the various sects were expected to lead their disciples back to their respective sections. As for the subsequent investigation into the individuals behind the events, that would have to wait until they returned to report to their sections. Many approached Tian Ning to bid her warm farewells, even Lian Bo standing in line among them. You must have gone to the volcano to collect the blazing fruit, right? Although Tian Ning appeared unscathed, Lian Bo noticed that several strands of hair near cherished scion's temples had been singed. He wished to admonish her, exclaiming, that was far too perilous. How could one disregard their own safety in such dangerous circumstances? Yet, recalling the events prior, his words caught in his throat, and instead, he pulled out a mid-grade alchemical furnace from his storage pouch and presented it to Tian Ning. Tian Ning, puzzled, inquired, why has Senior Lian suddenly gifted me a furnace? She already possessed one. Ahem. Earlier, while conversing with my junior brothers and sisters, I mentioned that if we survived, I would certainly gift junior sister Tian a fine alchemical furnace. A female disciple from the Dan Ding sect chimed in, Junior sister Tian Ning, you should accept it. After all, we misjudged the capabilities of your furnace, we had no idea it would be so formidable. Lian Bo added, given junior sister Tian Ning's current cultivation, it would be wise not to carelessly reveal such an ancient artifact as a furnace, lest it attract the covetous eyes of those with ulterior motives, which would be detrimental to you. Tian Ning, were they under some misapprehension? On another front, Bo Yong'an from the Fuxian sect also approached, as this territory belonged to the Fuxian sect, allowing for a more leisurely return to their sect. Upon witnessing Lian Bo gifting a furnace, he enthusiastically produced some talisman paper he had drawn for Tian Ning. Junior sister Tian Ning, let us exchange insights on formations when you have the time. I have noticed your keen intellect. You recognize the slaughtering formation at first glance, which suggests you may be a promising talent in formation crafting. Thank you, senior brother Bo, Tian Ning replied modestly. I do possess a slight understanding of formations. Bo Yong'an of the crowd, had she not made similar claims during her alchemical pursuits? They were startled by their own thoughts. How could this young girl, possessing such formidable abilities in alchemy, merely attribute it to her furnace? Surely, her familiarity with the slaughtering formation was merely a happenstance observation from a fragment she had encountered. It was inconceivable that she could be a genius proficient in swordsmanship, alchemy, and formation simultaneously. After a round of pleasantries, the other 5 major sects set off for their respective domains. On the journey back, Tian Ning and cherished Xian boarded the flying ship of the Wanjian Sect together, relishing the fact that they need not travel on foot and could instead relax in their cabin while perusing novels. How splendid it was! As soon as they boarded the ship, cherished Xian eagerly pulled Tian Ning towards their room. Despite the passage of time, she struggled to contain her racing heart. Little junior sister, we truly obtained the blazing fruit. In such life-threatening circumstances, she had long since lost hope for the fruit, yet, little junior sister remembered her desire to reconstruct her meridians. The fact that little junior sister had utilized the acceleration talismans without a hint of hesitation allowed them to escape just before the secret realm sealed shut. Cherished Xian was overwhelmed with gratitude. Tian Ning beamed. Third senior sister, once your hand is healed, I want to indulge in many delicious treats, and beautiful clothes and hairpins. Absolutely, third senior sister will ensure that our Ning Ning grows plump. Observing the carefree demeanor of the young girl before her, cherished Xian silently vowed to protect her, ensuring she remained forever joyful and carefree. By the way, third senior sister, do you possess the recipe for the revitalizing pill? I believe I could concoct it. Tian Ning recalled the words spoken by Xiu within the secret realm. Obtaining the blazing fruit was merely the first step. Successfully concocting the revitalizing pill was crucial. Indeed, I do. Cherished Xian promptly produced the recipe for Tian Ning. After glancing at it, Tian Ning felt confident she could manage the concoction. Upon their return to the Wanjian Sect, cherished Xian, brimming with excitement, began crafting a beautiful dress for Tian Ning. The more she gazed at her little junior sister, the more she adored her, reminiscent of a mother showering love upon her daughter, wishing to create an endless wardrobe of garments for her beloved child. Tian Ning noticed that her third senior sister's emotional stability had improved significantly. She was no longer as erratic as during their initial journey to the secret realm. This brought her great relief, for she no longer needed to live in fear of being pursued by a frenzied third senior sister, allowing her to immerse herself in her novels peacefully. The journey back to the Wanjian Sect aboard the flying ship was swift, taking merely 3 days to arrive at the sect. Throughout the trip, Tian Ning and cherished Xian remained sequestered in their room, and Wenren Yang attempted to seek her out several times but found no opportunity. As they disembarked from the ship, before he could utter a word, his 2 senior sisters hastily returned to the Sword Guardian Mountain. Wenren Junior brother, why are you standing there in a daze? Someone tapped Wenren Yang, who was rooted in place. Junior sister Wenren has already returned to the sect and has been waiting for you. Ah! Senior brother Wei. The individual before him was named Wei Xian, a close disciple of the same elder as Wenren Yang, who had always been quite close to Wenren Xue, rivaling even Wenren Yang in affection. Upon hearing his words, Wenren Yang suddenly recalled that he had failed to gather the rejuvenating flowers as instructed by his sister, having completely forgotten that. Chapter 28. He suspected that the third senior sister had poisoned the dish. Tian Ning had long forgotten about a person named Wenren Yang. She was not a child lacking in love. Having grown up under the doting affection of the old man, she would not seek to ingratiate herself out of fear of her mother or brother's disdain. In this world, no one is so indispensable that they cannot live without another. Upon returning to Hujian Mountain, she spotted Fu Hongming sitting on the familiar steps from a distance. Third junior sister, little junior sister, have you obtained the flame fruit? As soon as he saw them, Fu Hongming rushed forward. He had been quite worried during this period, fearful that the 2 girls might encounter danger outside. Now, seeing them both safe and sound, without any missing limbs, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Big senior brother, we got it. Cherished was more excited than anyone. That is splendid, third junior sister. Coincidentally, I know a direct disciple of Dan Ding's sect, to whom I once saved a life in the secret realm. He owes me a favor and can assist in refining the recovery pill. Fu Hongming was well aware of Cherishd's alchemical skills, so he had already devised a plan. Cherished appreciated her senior brother's kindness. Even if their entire lineage at Hujian Mountain faced calamity and became the talk of the town as worthless, the brothers and sisters had never looked down upon each other. They only aided one another in silence. She smiled and said, there is no need for that. Big senior brother, little junior sister can help me refine the recovery pill. Little junior sister knows how to refine pills? Fu Hongming was astonished. It must be noted that the recovery pill was no ordinary low-tier elixir, and the third junior sister seemed incredibly confident in the little junior sister's abilities. Tian Ning patted her chest, saying, "Big senior brother, rest assured." Thus, the three of them proceeded to Tian Ning's courtyard. Tian Ning wasted no time and promptly brought out her stove, ready to commence alchemical work. She understood that her third senior sister had been waiting for this moment for a long time. She needed to refine the recovery pill swiftly so that her third senior sister could wield her sword once more. Little junior sister's alchemical setup. Fu Hongming pointed at the stove, his tone stiff but he was hesitant to even call it a pill furnace. Was this truly reliable? Having witnessed Tian Ning's alchemical prowess, Qinqin was brimming with confidence. "Big senior brother, don't worry. This stove of little junior sister is an ancient artifact. It's incredibly powerful. An ancient artifact." Third senior sister, do you truly wish to hear the absurdity of your words? Such items are unlikely to have even been seen by the sect master, so how could little junior sister possess one? Fu Hongming looked at her with an expression that conveyed disbelief, as if to say, "Are you jesting?" After a brief absence from the sect, it seemed as if third senior sister had become even more unhinged. Surely, she wouldn't have infected little junior sister with her madness. Fu Hongming felt a pang of sympathy for his poor third senior sister. However, Qinqin seemed entirely unfazed by his sorrowful demeanor. Observing Tian Ning's busy figure, she remarked, "Little junior sister will surely be famished after refining the pills. Moreover, given the long journey, I must prepare some delicious food, so that once little junior sister finishes, she can rest well with that." She left the courtyard to gather ingredients. Fu Hongming was somewhat astonished. In less than half a month's time, their relationship had evidently blossomed so beautifully. It must be noted that ever since the incident 5 years ago, third senior sister had developed a fear of women due to the previous fifth senior sister, instinctively feeling that all women were like the former, duplicitous and scheming. With nothing else to occupy his time, Fu Hongming merely sat in the courtyard, observing Tian Ning as she refined pills, while Qinqin occasionally entered with plates of food. Concerned that the aroma of the dishes might disturb little junior sister's alchemical process, Qinqin had even taken the precaution of isolating the scent from the dishes using her spiritual power. Meanwhile, Long Outyen returned after a day of collecting rubbish, only to find Qinqin bustling about preparing food for Tian Ning in her courtyard. Had the third senior sister and little junior sister returned? But what was this situation? Upon entering Tian Ning's courtyard, he was greeted by a veritable feast of braised pork, crispy fried crucian carp, bamboo shoots with fire goose, shiitake mushrooms with chicken, steamed lamb. It was almost akin to a grand banquet. "Is this what third senior sister prepared for little junior sister?" Long Outyen exclaimed, sitting down beside Fu Hongming, his voice lowered in disbelief. "Isn't third senior sister's condition prone to female rivalry?" Since the incident 5 years ago, he had never witnessed third senior sister displaying kindness toward another woman. When she was in a frenzy, she would strike even female demonic beasts without hesitation. He suspected that she had poisoned the dishes. Fourth junior brother, ever since she returned this morning, third senior sister has been in a perfectly normal state. I can tell she genuinely cares for little junior sister. It seems they must have shared some significant experience in the secret realm. Fu Hongming stated plainly. Long Outyen was once again taken aback. Third senior sister had been normal for such an extended period. Fu Hongming continued, "Third junior sister and little junior sister obtained the flame fruit. That's wonderful. Big senior brother, did you enlist the help of the alchemist? If not, I have an old friend who owes me a favor." His sentence was cut short as he suddenly noticed something. Earlier, he had been so astonished by Qinqin cooking for Tian Ning that he failed to notice Tian Ning diligently refining pills at the large stove. Long Outyen instinctively dismissed the thought in his mind. Stoves were meant for cooking, how could they possibly be used for alchemy? Yet little junior sister's animated actions seemed to indeed suggest that she was refining pills. "Fourth junior brother, you're not mistaken," Fu Hongming confirmed. Long Outyen retorted, "You're just going to let her go about recklessly. The flame fruit is exceedingly rare, otherwise, a recovery pill wouldn't be so hard to obtain." It was third junior sister who suggested it. Fu Hongming understood Long Outyen's perspective. Anyone witnessing Tian Ning bring out a stove for alchemy would have their worldview shattered. However, having observed little junior sister's deft movements for an entire afternoon, he felt considerably more at ease. "Let us remain quietly and await the outcome. I am confident little junior sister will succeed." Long Outyen ceased his protests, continuing to watch Tian Ning intently. Approximately half an hour later, Qinqin finished preparing the dishes, and Tian Ning was nearing completion. She formed the alchemical seals in her hands, confirming the pill's formation before unveiling the lid of the furnace. Before the three of them, inside lay 10 exquisite recovery pills, perfectly arranged. "Wow, a full furnace of exquisite pills. Big senior brother, you must see this." "Am I seeing things?" Long Outyen exclaimed, vigorously shaking Fu Hongming by the collar. Though not an alchemist himself, he understood the concept of exquisite pills and their yield. "Your eyes are perfectly fine." Fu Hongming struggled to voice his astonishment. only to be interrupted by the vigorous shaking, third senior sister. Come here. Qinxin took the recovery pill Tian Ning offered her without hesitation and swallowed it. A wave of warmth surged through her body, as if her meridians were igniting. She seated herself on the ground, beginning to refine the recovery pill within her. Tian Ning then handed another pill to Fu Hongming, saying, "Big senior brother, give this to second senior brother." ILL split the remaining recovery pills with third senior sister. Little junior sister Fu Hongming appeared somewhat awkward. "Thank you for considering second senior brother." Tian Ning looked up at the sky, realizing it had grown dark. "Big senior brother, once I finish eating, I will check how well you've practiced your sword techniques." Chapter 29. The infection of ignorance. Recently, Hujian Mountain has been bustling with activity. Ever since Qinxin consumed the revitalizing pill to restore her meridians and resumed wielding her sword, she has taken to challenging everyone to swordsmanship duels. Among those challenged is Tian Ning, who finds herself frequently interrupted during her reading of the storybooks, only to be confronted by Qinxin. In light of this, the third senior sister received a thorough beating from her junior sister, after which she obediently followed the eldest senior brother, adopting the role of a dutiful disciple, and accepted the instructional guidance from her junior. The second senior brother, Jiangxi, has also managed to wield a brush and draw talismans again. Despite being blind, the memories of his past talisman making are etched deep within him. Had his hand not been injured, he wouldn't have gone 5 years without producing a single talisman. Aware that his junior sister had thoughtfully provided him with the revitalizing pill, he promptly laid all his possessions before Tian Ning, exclaiming, "Junior sister, thank you. Take whatever you like, you may even take it all." If he weren't speaking to a tree in the courtyard, Tian Ning might have been touched. No need. Second senior brother. On my first day at Hujian Mountain, did you not also present me with a gift? Consider this a return gift from your junior sister, Tian Ning replied, pushing the items back. Jiangxi was profoundly moved and, upon returning home, devoted himself day and night to creating talismans. In just a few days, he presented Tian Ning with a full bag of talismans. Tian Ning, what kind of creature is second senior brother? Truly, life back at Hujian Mountain was quite pleasant for Tian Ning. She spent her days reading storybooks and occasionally offering guidance to her senior brothers and sisters. Aside from visiting the task hall to submit missions, she encountered a minor inconvenience. One day, recalling that she had yet to submit her task, she went to the task hall to hand in the herbs she had gathered from the secret realm. After exchanging them for points and stepping out of the hall, she was abruptly stopped by someone. "Are you the one who gained entry to the Wanjian Sect through underhanded means, Tian Ning?" The speaker was a youth clad in white, seemingly of a similar age to Tian Ning, adorned in the garb of an inner disciple. His tone was unfriendly, clearly here to provoke. A group of spectators followed behind him, whispering among themselves, "So she is the one who bribed her way into the sect, only to be relegated to the company of those useless individuals at Hujian Mountain. I heard she is the daughter of the Wenren family, cast aside. Compared to junior sister Xue, she is like a star in the sky versus dust on the ground. Did you know, my second aunt's mother-in-law works for the Wenren family and says she often bullies junior sister Xue. If it weren't for Xue's kindness, oh my. How dare she show her face without a mirror?" They spoke with utter disregard for Tian Ning's presence. The white-clad youth gazed at her coldly, his disdain palpable as he mocked, "I am Xiexingji, a new disciple under the tutelage of Master Suyu. I've heard you intentionally humiliated my sister Xue at the Wenren residence, and I have come to invite you to a duel on the martial arts stage. If you lose, you must kneel and apologize to my sister Xue." Suyu, so he is a disciple under that benefactor of Wenren Xue. The Wanjian Sect prohibits disciples from engaging in private battles, however, sparring on the martial arts stage is permitted. This was clearly a calculated move. Tian Ning genuinely felt they were idle. Each time, this group of sycophants surrounding Wenren Xue sought her out to pick a fight, speaking as if it were their right. As if fearing Tian Ning would refuse, Xiexingji pressed on, "You wouldn't dare to fight me, would you? After all, you, a useless individual, only belong among the refuse of Wanjian Mountain." This provocation was decidedly lowbrow. Tian Ning regarded him with exasperation and uttered the unexpected, "I will fight, but I do not prefer to engage with those devoid of intellect, for ignorance is infectious." Everyone assumed she was insulting Xie as an imbecile, but they had no proof. Xiexingji inquired, "What must I do to earn the right to fight you?" Tian Ning replied, "Let us make it simple. If you can answer a few questions to prove you possess intelligence and are not an imbecile, I will agree to spar with you." Fine. Xiexingji accepted, confident that Tian Ning would pose no profound or perplexing questions, especially since he had heard the elder of Hujian Mountain had been in a coma for 5 years, and it was questionable whether anyone had even taught her during her time among those deemed useless. Surely, the girl could barely hold a sword now. Xiexingji brimmed with self-assurance, yet when he heard Tian Ning's questions, he was utterly flabbergasted. Tian Ning asked, "If a mouse falls ill, will it recover from eating rat poison?" Xiexingji stood in stunned silence for a moment before responding, "It shouldn't, right? Isn't rat poison meant to kill mice?" Tian Ning did not dispute him, continuing, if a pregnant woman hits someone, does that count as a group assault? Xiexingji, will maggots regenerate after dying? If a poisonous snake is poisoned by the venom of another poisonous snake, will it die from the poison? If I were to punch myself to death, should that be viewed as a testament to my strength or an indication of my weakness? Xiexingji fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Was this truly a set of questions a person could ask? The spectators who had initially condemned Tian Ning were left speechless, their discussion lost in confusion. A pregnant woman hitting someone certainly counts as a group assault. That makes 3 people involved. Absolutely not. If the child isn't yet born, strictly speaking, it can't be considered a person, right? And the maggots? Everyone was bewildered by Tian Ning's inquiries, struggling to determine the correct answers. Meanwhile, Tian Ning had already returned to Hujian Mountain while the others were still engaged in their mental gymnastics. She had no time to spare. At Tianliang Mountain, the 4 senior brothers who dote on Wenren Xue had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Xiexingji return, the 4th brother, Lu Er, immediately approached, asking, "So, junior brother, did you teach that Tian Ning a lesson? Is she coming to bow and apologize to our junior sister?" Xiexingji appeared dazed. She said she would only fight me if I could answer a few questions. It is merely a few questions, junior brother. Your talent is exceptional, and with master's guidance, how could you fail to answer them? This was the 3rd brother, Gongfenghe. Xiexingji fell into an odd silence before relaying the questions he had been asked. Indeed, his senior brothers wore similarly complex expressions. She never specified that rat poison was a toxin. What if it was intended for treating mice? The 2nd brother, Xinzhou, interjected. "Second brother, that logic is flawed, since she did not clarify, rat poison must be taken literally." Did they truly begin to engage in earnest debate? The only one among them capable of rational thought, the eldest brother, Zhong Zhengluan, could no longer tolerate the folly of his companions. "She is toying with you all. Did you not see that?" Everyone did. "Very well, since she does not wish to come and bow to our junior sister, we shall let this matter lie. However, when the internal competition for new disciples is held by the sect, junior brother, do not hold back. Let her understand that our junior sister is not someone who can be easily bullied." Chapter 30. My stomach is weak. I need to eat soft rice during this period. Tian Ning has been fervently teaching her senior brothers and sisters. Her 15 years of rigorous training were not in vain, and it was not long before Fu Hongming and Shi Qinxin were practicing swordplay, their blades slicing through the air. Shi Qinxin had initially been thrilled to resume her sword practice, but now she found herself so immersed in it that she felt numb. This led her to reminisce about her earlier days of alchemy. "Junior sister, may I borrow your stove to refine a dan?" Shi Qinxin inquired, presenting a platter of spiritual fruits, gazing longingly at Tian Ning. After all, that was an ancient artifact, just touching it could bring joy for an entire day. Upon hearing her request, Tian Ning regarded her with a complex expression. "Third senior sister, are you truly certain you wish to use it?" Shi Qinxin assumed she was overly protective of her precious stove and hastily reassured her, "Do not worry, junior sister. I merely wish to try it once, just once, and I promise I won't break it." Tian Ning was not concerned about that. Even if the sect leader unleashed a full-force strike, the stove would remain unscathed. "Very well," she conceded, retrieving the stove and moving aside to peruse a novel, allowing Shi Qinxin to experiment as she pleased. Shi Qinxin examined the so-called ancient artifact, deliberately selecting her best intermediate-grade dan. Her previous record was 3 perfect pills per furnace, and with the enhancement of the ancient artifact, she believed she could produce at least 5 or more, if not a full furnace like junior sister. She meticulously prepared the materials, attending to each step with utmost care, eager for the dan to materialize. However, the moment she lifted the pot's lid, she was met with a low-grade dan. "Shi Qinxin?" Dumbfounded, she clutched the dan in her hand and turned to Tian Ning, who was engrossed in her reading. "Junior sister, may I?" "Go ahead." Tian Ning waved her hand dismissively. This time, Shi Qinxin attempted to concoct the simplest low-grade dan, yet she failed to even achieve a proper formation. Shi Qinxin, staring at the stove, she sank into self-doubt. Suddenly, a terrifying thought struck her. What if this stove was not actually an ancient artifact that aided dan practitioners in refining pills? Based on her 2 failed attempts, could it be a device meant to hinder dan practitioners in their craft? Reflecting on junior sister's consecutive successes with perfect pills, she pondered how formidable junior sister's dan refining skills must be, if hers were so severely restricted. In fact, her suspicions were indeed correct, and the true extent of Tian Ning's alchemical prowess would soon be unveiled during the upcoming competition among the 6 sects. At that moment, Fu Hongming entered, seeking Tian Ning. "Junior sister, the discipline hall's disciples just informed me that in a few days, the sect." Having spent considerable time together, Fu Hongming was well aware of her temperament and thus encouraged her enthusiastically. Of the top 10 in each individual match received generous rewards. "Junior sister, you can do this. The senior brother believes in you." Tian Ning replied affirmatively, contemplating that she might as well go. Meanwhile, Shi Qingqin, who had overheard their entire conversation, inexplicably dragged Fu Hongming to second senior brother Jiangxi's courtyard, enticing the rather disheveled Long Outyan, who was scavenging outside, with a mid-tier spiritual stone.
What's going on? Don T, you know my time scavenging is precious? Long Outyan exclaimed upon entering, spotting the three individuals aside from Tian Ning. What secret meeting are you having behind junior sister's back?
Shi Qingqin succinctly stated, fourth senior brother, in a few days, the individual matches for this batch of new disciples will commence.
And so? Long Outyan saw nothing amiss. Isn't that competition a piece of cake?
One could ask the gathered individuals, who among them had not secured first place in their respective cohort's individual matches. Shi Qingqin knew that Long Outyan was missing the point. On the day of the competition, the direct disciples' masters, her senior brothers and sisters, will personally be present to cheer for the new disciples. But look at our sect's situation. Junior sister is likely feeling unmotivated because she believes we won't be there to support her. Shi Qingqin reasoned logically. Fu Hongming's eyes lit up with understanding. No wonder you're my third senior sister. You truly grasped the intricacies of a girl's heart. Shi Qingqin slammed her hand on the table. Thus, on that day, we must all be there to cheer for junior sister. Jiangxi was the first to cheer. No problem. I can draw another talisman for junior sister.
The others, one couldn't help but envy the extravagant generosity of that tentacled creature. Long Outyan immediately slid to his knees, clutching Jiangxi's leg. Second senior brother. Please, share a bit with me, my stomach is weak, I need soft rice.
Jiangxi sighed, fourth senior brother, a man must rely on himself. Fu Hongming appeared troubled, I can't really assist, our master is in need of company. After being turned down, Long Outyan huffed, I still have to go scavenging. However, on the day of the competition, all the elders, including the sect leader, were taken aback to see everyone from Hujian Mountain had arrived. Indeed, they were all present. Fu Hongming, the dutiful disciple, had somehow procured a coffin and carried their master within it, approaching sect leader Xiao with a bashful demeanor. Apologies, sect leader, I truly wished to cheer for junior sister, but I was concerned that if I left, master might awaken unexpectedly, so I brought him along to support junior sister.
Sect leader Xiao, what could he possibly say?
He waved his hand, allowing him to proceed. The new disciples of Wanjian Sect had not encountered anyone from Hujian Mountain in the past 5 years, only hearing tales of their ineptitude, and now, upon witnessing them, they found them all rather peculiar. Fu Hongming, who carried the coffin, Jiangxi, who was blind and shouting, junior sister, go for it, at a wooden post, Shi Qingqin, who was frantically trying to inject poison into Tian Ning's concoctions, and Long Outyan, who wandered among the crowd in ragged clothes, desperately scavenging for scraps.
Not a single normal person among them.
Was this the price of taking shortcuts? In fact, when viewed from this perspective, it seemed that junior sister Tian Ning's plight was rather tragic. On the other hand, everyone from Tianliang Mountain had also arrived. In stark contrast, the disciples under Suyu were all poised and dignified, effortlessly overshadowing the motley crew from Hujian Mountain. Feeling the admiring glances of Wanjian Sect's disciples, Wenren Xue relished the attention and, before everyone, presented an intermediate spiritual sword to Xie junior brother. This is the sword I used when I secured first place in the competition.
Now I gift it to you, wishing you the best in achieving victory.
Xie received it with joy. Wenren Xue, hearing the praises of her generosity from the surrounding disciples, glanced at the pitiful poisons junior sister Tian Ning had provided, realizing her gift was the finest among them all. The elder responsible for the competition had already begun calling out the names of the new disciples to assemble. As Tian Ning approached, Xie blocked her path, proudly stroking his sword. This was given to me by senior sister Xue.
Chapter 30.
My stomach is weak, I need to eat soft rice during this period. Tian Ning was fervently dedicated to teaching her senior brothers and sisters. Her 15 years of grueling training were not in vain, and in no time, Fu Hongming and Shi Qingqin were sparring with swords, their blades clashing with fervor. Shi Qingqin, initially exhilarated by the return to swordplay, now found herself practicing to the point of numbness, involuntarily reminiscing about her previous days of alchemy.
Junior sister, may I borrow your furnace to refine a pill?
Shi Qingqin inquired, presenting a plate of spirit fruits, gazing longingly at Tian Ning. That was an ancient magical artifact, even the mere touch of it could bring her joy for an entire day. Upon hearing her request, Tian Ning regarded her with a complex expression.
Third sister, are you certain you truly wish to use it?
Shi Qingqin assumed Tian Ning was overly protective of her precious furnace and quickly reassured her, don't worry, junior sister. I just want to try it once, just once, I promise I won't break it.
Tian Ning was not concerned about that. Even if the sect leader unleashed a full force strike, the furnace would remain unscathed. Very well.
Tian Ning brought out the furnace and settled down nearby to peruse a book, allowing Shi Qianxin the freedom to experiment as she pleased. Shi Qianxin examined the so-called ancient artifact and deliberately selected her most adept mid-tier pill. Her best previous result had been 3 pills from a single furnace, and she believed that with the assistance of an ancient artifact, she could at least yield 5 or more, if not an entire furnace like junior sister. She meticulously prepared the materials, paying careful attention to every step, fervently anticipating the moment the pills would be completed. However, when she lifted the lid of the pot, she was greeted by a singular low-tier pill.
Shi Qianxin?
Dumbfounded, she clutched the pill in her hand and turned to Tian Ning, who was engrossed in her book. Junior sister, may I go ahead and refine? Tian Ning waved her hand dismissively. This time, Shi Qianxin attempted to concoct the simplest low-tier pill, yet the results were dismal. She failed even to form a pill. Shi Qianxin, staring at the furnace, she fell into a spiral of self-doubt. Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed her mind. What if this furnace was not an aid for alchemists but rather a restriction on their ability to refine? Given her 2 attempts, it seemed more like a tool to hinder than to help. Reflecting on junior sister's consecutive successes with her perfect pills, she pondered how frighteningly skilled junior sister must be if she was restricted in such a way. In this regard, her suspicions were indeed accurate. As for Tian Ning's true alchemical prowess, she would witness it firsthand at the upcoming 6 Sects Grand Competition. At that moment, Fu Hongming entered, seeking out Tian Ning. Junior sister, the Discipline Hall's disciples just informed me that in a few days, there will be an internal competition within the sect, and all the new disciples must participate in the individual matches. Tian Ning lazily set aside her book, feeling somewhat reluctant to attend. Having spent considerable time together, Fu Hongming understood her nature well, and thus, he encouraged her enthusiastically. The top 10 in each individual match receive substantial rewards. Junior sister, give it your all.
Big brother believes you can do it.
Tian Ning replied affirmatively, contemplating that she might as well go. Shi Qianxin, who had overheard the entire conversation, inexplicably dragged Fu Hongming to the courtyard of their second senior brother, Jiang Shi. She even used a mid-tier spirit stone as bait to summon Long Outyan, who was outside scavenging for refuse.
What is going on? Don't you know my time picking up trash is precious? Long Outyan exclaimed upon entering, spotting 3 individuals aside from Tian Ning. What secret meeting are you holding behind junior sister's back?
Shi Qianxin succinctly stated, 4th junior brother, in a few days, the individual matches for the new disciples will commence.
And so? Long Outyan saw nothing amiss. Isn't that competition a piece of cake?
One could ask anyone present, and they would all have claimed first place in their respective individual matches. Shi Qianxin realized that Long Outyan was missing the point. On the day of each competition, the masters or senior brothers and sisters of the direct disciples are present to cheer for the new disciples. But look at our sect's current situation. Junior sister likely feels disheartened, thinking we won't be there to support her that day. Shi Qianxin's analysis was sound. Fu Hongming suddenly understood, no wonder you're the 3rd junior sister. You truly have a keen understanding of a girl's feelings. Shi Qianxin pounded the table. So on that day, we all must be there to cheer for junior sister.
Jiang Shi was the first to agree. No problem.
I can draw another talisman for junior sister. The others exchanged glances. How enviable for someone to be so generous. Long Outyan immediately knelt in front of Jiang Shi, clinging to his leg. 2nd senior brother.
Please share some with me, my stomach is weak, I need to eat soft rice.
Jiang Shi sighed, 4th junior brother, a man must rely on himself.
Fu Hongming appeared troubled, I can't be of much help. Our master can't be left alone. After being denied, Long Outyan grumbled, I still have to go pick up trash.
However, on the day of the competition, to the astonishment of all the elders, including the sect leader, everyone from the Swordguard Mountain had arrived. Indeed, they all came. Fu Hongming, the dutiful disciple, had somehow procured a coffin, carrying their master inside, and approached sect leader Xiao with a bashful demeanor. Apologies, sect leader, but I truly wanted to cheer for junior sister. However, I feared that if I left, our master might awaken unexpectedly and cause trouble, so I brought him along to support junior sister.
Sect leader Xiao, what could he say?
He waved his hand for Fu Hongming to depart. The new disciples of the Wanjian Sect had not seen anyone from Swordguard Mountain in the past 5 years and had only heard tales of them being a group of incompetents. Now that they beheld the reality, none appeared quite normal. Fu Hongming, carrying the coffin, Jiang Shi, who was blind and shouting, Junior sister, go for it, at a wooden post, Shi Qianxin, who was frantically feeding Tian Ning poison, and Long Outyan, dressed like a beggar, wandering through the crowd while diligently scavenging for refuse.
Not a single person seemed sane.
Was this truly the price of taking shortcuts? In truth, when viewed from this perspective, junior sister Tian Ning appeared rather unfortunate. On the other side, everyone from Tianliang Mountain had also arrived. In stark contrast, the disciples under the virtuous sect radiated an extraordinary demeanor, easily overshadowing the peculiar group from Swordguard Mountain. Feeling the envious gazes of the Wanjian Sect disciples, Wenren Xue reveled in the attention. She purposely showcased a mid-tier spirit sword before all, presenting it to Xiexingji. Junior brother, this sword was used by me when I secured first place in the competition, now it is yours. I wish you great success. Xiexingji accepted it with delight when Wenren Xue basked in the praises of the disciples below, surveying the pitifully inferior items that junior sister Tian Ning had presented, and realized that her gift to the junior brother was the finest among all. The elder in charge of the competition had begun calling the names of the new disciples to gather. Just as Tian Ning approached, Xiexingji stepped in front of her, proudly caressing his sword. This was given to me by Sister Xue. Chapter 31. Who was truly immature, he believed Tian Ning must have never encountered such fine treasures. Good dogs do not obstruct the way. Without even acknowledging him, Tian Ning directly pushed him aside. Although her slender arms appeared lacking in strength, Xiexingji was indeed shoved away by the young girl, unable to maintain his composure. He could only raise his voice and retort at Tian Ning, "What about the gift your senior sister sent you? It pales in comparison to what senior sister Xue gifted me." Tian Ning merely curled her lips in disdain. How childish. The competition concluded within a day. Due to the large number of participants in the early stages, 20 arenas had been specially prepared. This allowed for simultaneous matches in groups of 20, and as the number of contestants dwindled, they would revert to a single arena. When Tian Ning took to the stage, disciples below began to lead the charge in accusing her of having taken the easy route. "Why do you claim that this junior sister took the easy route?" one disciple questioned, baffled. The instigator, an outer sect disciple, looked at the gathering crowd, considering the spirit stones he had received, and energetically continued, "Ask the newly admitted junior brothers and sisters, and they will reveal that on the day of the new disciple selection, this junior sister named Tian Ning did not even participate. Yet she is among this cohort of newly admitted disciples. The reason is simple: she is a scion of the Wenren family, who, out of a sense of obligation, brought her back from the mortal realm, ensuring that all her needs were met. Yet, she is insatiable, clearly devoid of any cultivation talent, yet greedily aspires to enter the Wanjian Sect. Relying on the Wenren family's guilt, she coerced them into helping her secure a backdoor entry into the sect. How could our upright master Shao possibly agree to this? If it weren't for the Wenren patriarch humbling himself to plead, the master would never have reluctantly sent her to the Sword Guardian Mountain. The reason she ended up at the Sword Guardian Mountain, mingling with those deemed useless, is precisely this. Her so-called direct disciple status is merely a favor granted to the Wenren family by Master Shao. Tian Ning, what a fabrication! If she weren't the one involved, she might have believed this nonsensical drivel. The arena where Tian Ning was competing was in such proximity to the slanderer that her opponent overheard everything. As a spirited youth, he harbored immense disdain for this sycophantic underdog. Drawing his sword with unwavering confidence, he declared, "Today, I shall make you aware of the price one pays for being a useless backdoor entry." Tian Ning, this opponent was not from the last expedition to the secret realm, where the participation from the Wanjian Sect had been minimal, as they were primarily sword cultivators with little interest in spiritual plants. Hence, few stood up to defend Tian Ning now. Tian Ning was utterly speechless, merely wishing to conclude this tedious competition swiftly. She produced the talisman pouch her second senior brother had drawn for her and casually tossed a handful of explosive talismans at her opponent, as if they were worthless, showing no concern whatsoever. Boom! Boom! The tremendous explosions reverberated throughout the arena. Originally, Xiexingji had been gracefully countering his opponent with his masteress' newly imparted unique sword technique, Phantom Shadows, when he furrowed his brow and glanced toward the direction of the explosions. There stood the girl with her two little braids, casually tossing explosive talismans at her opponent. As their eyes met, Tian Ning suddenly smiled and threw another large handful of explosive talismans from her hand, exclaiming, "Oh, what do you think your senior sister's gift amounts to? Why exhaust yourself fighting when my second senior brother gifted me a pouch of talismans?" Xiexingji, who, indeed, is the immature one, how could she have the audacity to call him childish? With Tian Ning advancing to the next round, her unfortunate opponent bore the brunt of it. As Tian Ning continued to hurl talismans, unlike others who suffered various injuries during the competition, she didn't even break a sweat, perhaps feeling a bit of fatigue in her hands. How can you be so shameless? If you have the ability, don't rely on talismans. As a sword cultivator, fight me one-on-one. The opponent, possessing some wit, realized the futility of his verbal attacks, yet Tian Ning responded with another flurry of explosive talismans. Everyone, why was it that she seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of explosive talismans? By now, she must have thrown at least 1,000, even a talisman cultivator wouldn't be this extravagant. All attention became fixated on Tian Ning. While they berated her, they couldn't help but feel envious, for such was the plight of the sword cultivators. As the competition approached the top 8, someone finally could no longer contain themselves. Master, I believe this competition lacks fairness. The righteous Wenren Xue stepped forward, exuding an air of integrity, determined to seek justice for the other disciples. Junior sister Tian Ning relies not on her own strength, but on external items. This is unfair to those who diligently practice their swordsmanship. Master Xiao concurred with Wenren Xue's statement, primarily because 8 of the 20 arenas had already been demolished by Tian Ning's explosions. At this rate, the repair costs would be substantial. Henceforth, new disciples are prohibited from using talismans and external artifacts during competitions. Such a rule had never existed before, as sword cultivators were notoriously impoverished, often splitting a single nourishing pill into several portions just to survive. No one had anticipated that in such a minor competition, someone would unleash over 1,000 explosive talismans. A glimmer of triumph flashed in Wenren Xue's eyes. Without those numerous explosive talismans, she was eager to see how Tian Ning would cope with the upcoming matches using that recently learned sword technique. Tian Ning's enthusiasm for the competition had waned, her hands were rather fatigued, so before stepping onto the arena for the next match, she casually patted the little white cat that had been napping in a cool corner. No effort from Tian Ning would be necessary now. The white cat that followed Tian Ning to the arena transformed into a massive white tiger, swatting her opponent aside effortlessly, thus securing her place in the top 4. Below, Qingxin danced with delight, shouting, "Little junior sister, you are the best." Wenren Xue gritted her teeth. She had forgotten about this detail. Once again, she exclaimed, "Master, I believe this competition lacks fairness." Wenren Xue retorted, "That white tiger is a divine beast." With Tian Ning's actions, what meaning does the competition hold? Tian Ning, leaning bonelessly against the white tiger, did not indulge Wenren Xue this time. "This is my contracted beast, summoned through my own merit." "What, does your family reside in the ocean, so you wield such authority?" Wenren Xue had yet to devise a suitable response when Zhong Zhengluan, seated beside her, remarked, "Junior sister Tian Ning's words are surprising. This is Wanjian Sect, and both you and your opponent are sword cultivators, hence, the sword path competition is the most equitable." Zhong Zhengluan understood Wenren Xue's intentions. The next match would see Tian Ning pitted against Xie, and he would not allow that white tiger to become a stumbling block for his junior brother against Tian Ning. Supporting the little junior sister's stance, he sought to amplify the situation. However, Master Xiao had no intention of adopting such a stance. He still remembered that Tian Ning possessed innate sword bones. He was determined to covertly curry favor with her, hoping she would eventually join his sect. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Wenren Xue's master, Suyu, the real person behind the scenes, Qin Mingcheng, transmitted a message to him. "Master, do you not wish to witness the prowess of those with innate sword bones firsthand?" His words stirred Master Zhao's curiosity. Of course, he desired to see. Chapter 32. That is his wife. The innate sword bones prowess is undoubtedly distinct from that of ordinary disciples, yet, he overlooked the fact that Jingshu of Sword Guardian Mountain has been in a state of unconsciousness for 5 years, leaving Tian Ning without anyone to teach her the art of the sword. With his objective fulfilled, Qin Mingcheng cast a gentle smile at his beloved female disciple, signaling Wenren Xue to remain at ease. Indeed, Master Xiao swiftly declared that the contract beast could not take the stage. Ahem. Little Ning, this is ultimately a sword cultivator competition. In terms of personal desires, he truly yearned to witness the innate sword bone competing with a sword. The elder responsible for the tournament had already announced the 2 finalists, and Tian Ning was set to face Xie. The latter wore an expression of smug satisfaction, as if to say, "So what if you rejected me earlier, you still have to fight me." Moreover, she was now devoid of explosive talismans and her contract beast. Tian Ning found the insolence of this brat intolerable. In terms of annoyance, she was far superior to him. "Third senior sister, may I borrow your sword?" Tian Ning inquired from the stage. Under normal circumstances, sword cultivators would never lend their swords to others, for there is a saying that goes, the sword is akin to a sword cultivator's wife. Only if one acquires a better new wife would they consider giving away the old one. Wenren Xue's actions reflected this principle. However, Qingxin generously produced her cherished sword, a delicate white sword crafted from special metal, both resilient and supple. It was an exquisite sword she had obtained in the sword tomb, known as Qingxin, a premier sword of the highest tier, existing for over 1,000 years, likely capable of nurturing a sword spirit. Upon receiving the sword, Tian Ning, unwilling to concede, taunted Xiexingji, "Oh dear, my third senior sister is willing to lend me her beloved premier sword, yet your senior sister has provided you with such a worthless mid-tier sword?" Xiexingji, Wenren Xue, thank you, she certainly felt the sting of that remark. Once the premier sword was unveiled, what could a mid-tier sword possibly signify? It was utterly insignificant. The onlookers were astonished that Cherished could produce such a sword. Was it not said that the disciples of the 10,000 sword sect were all worthless? How could this woman possess a premier sword? Swords above the high tier possess their own temperaments and do not easily acknowledge a master, especially a premier sword likely to nurture a sword spirit. The newcomers over the years were unaware, but the seated masters and elders, along with some senior disciples, could still recall the spirited senior sister showcasing her brilliance in the 10,000 sword sect. To earn the recognition of the Qingshan sword, Cherished, she had once been a dazzling prodigy admired by all. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Master Xiao felt a twinge of moisture at the corners of his eyes. She had once been one of the children he watched grow, now facing a ruined future due to events 5 years prior. Despite Tian Ning acquiring the premier sword, most still held little faith in her. Xiexingji was convinced that the premier sword in her hands was akin to a 3-year-old playing with a large knife. He could not help but smirk inwardly. Would the premier sword obey her? Does she understand what it means to be unworthy of one's position? That is precisely her. He disdainfully lifted his chin, nostrils flaring as he looked down upon her. So what if you wield a premier sword? Today, I shall defeat you with this mid-tier sword in my hand, let you understand that strength is the ultimate truth, far beyond any external object. After Xiexingji's pompous declaration, Tian Ning had already grown bored, casually cracking a seed. Crack, crack, you talk too much, crack, crack. Xiexingji, could he not receive a modicum of respect? He buried the flames of hatred deep within, vowing not to disappoint Sister Xue, determined to make Tian Ning pay. With a fiery spirit, Xiexingji awaited the elder to announce the beginning of the match. However, crack, 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 the elder in charge of the match actually waited until Tian Ning finished cracking her seeds, casting her an amiable glance before finally declaring the match to commence. Xiexingji, why on earth did the elder wait for her to finish cracking seeds, and what was with that kind expression? Was this girl not the daughter of the Wenren family? Could she possibly be the illegitimate child of the elder in charge of the competition? Yet, Tian Ning paid no heed to Xiexingji's inner turmoil. The moment the elder called for the match to begin, her entire aura transformed. The young girl stood poised with her sword, her gaze sharp, and in an instant, she closed the distance, thrusting her blade towards the vulnerabilities exposed by Xiexingji. Startled, Xiexingji barely evaded several times, instantly realizing he could no longer underestimate Tian Ning, but the girl showed him no mercy, moving like a precisely calibrated machine, seemingly able to predict the direction of his evasion and directly striking. Xiexingji understood clearly that if he failed to dodge this blow, he would lose, but how long had it been since the match began? Hadn't he just started? How could he be eliminated like this? He had sworn to become the foremost disciple of this generation. Gritting his teeth, Xiexingji wielded his sword, compelled to unleash the first form of his unique technique, Shadowless Phantom. At that moment, 3 apparitions of Xiexingji appeared on the stage, all resembling the real him, leaving the audience unable to discern which was the true figure. This was the signature sword technique of creating phantoms to confuse the opponent in battle. Confident, he sent the closest doppelganger towards Tian Ning to attack, while he awaited the right moment. Yet, Tian Ning charged directly towards him, entirely disregarding the 2 phantoms. How could this be? Xiexingji was struck in the shoulder, disbelief washing over him as he attempted the Shadowless Phantom again, but his technique seemed utterly ineffective against Tian Ning. Every time, she could pinpoint his location flawlessly. Xiexingji's heart sank, and the spectators outside were equally astounded. Tian Ning had been employing basic sword techniques from start to finish. A disciple timidly asked, "Is the basic sword technique really that formidable?" "Certainly not." "So why did she wield it so impressively?" In this match, Xiexingji had already utilized several sword techniques, even resorting to the unparalleled skill of Shadowless Phantom, which far surpassed the basic sword technique. However, the crowd watched as Xiexingji continuously endured blows, realizing that perhaps the basic sword technique could reach such heights. Even Long Outyan, who was busy scavenging for scraps below, unconsciously halted his actions, fully aware of her formidable prowess as a sword cultivator. Cherished had witnessed Tian Ning employ the basic sword technique before, yet she remained exhilarated. Her little junior sister was wielding her sword, that was her wife. At that moment, Xiexingji finally recognized the anomaly. He felt as though his worldview was crumbling. Impossible, how could you defeat me relying solely on basic sword techniques? Clearly, Master's Shadowless Phantom is the strongest. Basic sword techniques, that feeble introductory sword art. How could all this transpire? Tian Ning merely replied coolly, "There are no weak sword techniques in this world, only those who wield them." Chapter 33. You call this waste? The Shadowless sword technique is indeed formidable, Tian Ning stated earnestly. Upon finishing her words, the movements of her swordplay transformed, and astute disciples immediately recognized the change, gasping in astonishment. That is the shadowless sword technique. Impossible, she has only seen it once. Does she intend to execute it? Insane, utterly insane, such foundational swordplay was undeniably impressive, yet to replicate the shadowless sword technique after merely one glance, did she truly consider herself a genius? No one believed she could, however. The eyes do not deceive. The young woman on the stage executed each move with impeccable precision, appearing even more adept than Xie. Soon, 5 identical figures of Tian Ning appeared on the stage, undeniably proclaiming her success. She had truly mastered it on the spot. Even Xiao Zhangmen, the sect leader, was so astonished that he rose from his seat. This is a natural sword talent. At that moment, no one could tear their gaze away from the young woman on the stage, not even Qin Mingcheng. Every individual harbors a desire for talent. If this were his disciple, he would nurture her. He believed that Tian Ning would undoubtedly become the foremost sword cultivator in the future. Yet, Tian Ning's error lay in provoking his most cherished disciple. A person radiating such brilliance could not afford to live, for his Xue would forever remain overshadowed. Wenren Xue bit her lip in frustration. Could this truly be the child of destiny, so exceedingly difficult to contend with? The 5 Tian Nings on stage thoroughly bested Xie, and after relieving some of her pent-up frustration, they unceremoniously kicked him off the stage, offering a kind remark. You will get beaten. Xie, how could she utter such words with a straight face? The match concluded. Though the competition had barely burned for a moment, the onlookers felt as though an eternity had passed. Some sword cultivators reported experiencing epiphanies, their minds unclouded, as the long-standing dilemmas within them transformed simply by witnessing a contest among new disciples. Recognizing the fragility of failure in such moments, Wenren Xue unhesitatingly approached Xie, administering a medicinal pill with concern in her reddened eyes. Junior brother, are you all right? Under normal circumstances, Xie would have disregarded his injuries and assured his sister, do not worry. I am fine. Yet at this moment, he questioned the meaning of life, his youthful eyes vacant as he muttered, if she is a waste who gained admission through backdoor means, then what am I? Something inferior to waste? Xie voice was barely audible, yet it stirred a tempest in the silent arena. The crowd was thrown into disarray. Wasn't this absurd? At this juncture, everyone felt their emotions were beyond expression. Only Shi Qingxing clapped energetically alongside Jiangxi, fervently cheering for their invincible junior sister. Rumors were swiftly dispelled, and no one dared to label Tian Ning as a backdoor waste any longer. Even the disciple who had spread the rumors hurriedly slinked away. Now, many began to discuss the name Tian Ning and the foundational swordplay they had previously overlooked. Not even the other match for the top 2 drew any attention until a disciple exclaimed, "Junior brother Long has advanced." They beheld a young man in green robes seated on the stage, spiritual energy swirling around him, converging into his being. An elder stepped forward to envelop Long Kangyan in a protective barrier, announcing a temporary halt to the match. After all, this was merely a friendly sparring among sect disciples, not a life-or-death struggle, especially for one with such potential who was currently advancing. Thus, everyone was obliged to wait for him to complete his advancement. As the final match loomed, anticipation surged among the crowd, eager to witness Tian Ning's prowess once more. Below the stage, Long Outyan paused in his refuse collection, yet he did not glance at the combatants on stage. Meanwhile, the red-clad girl battling Long Kangyan wore a perplexed expression. She had already struggled against him, and now that he was advancing, wound tea that be sheer torment. The red-clad maiden, named Xiaorushu, was the daughter of sect leader Xiao and his partner, acutely aware that she would be no match for Long Kangyan post-advancement, and thus decisively raised her hand in concession. However, after descending from the stage, she continued to observe Tian Ning curiously from a distance, showing little concern for Long Kangyan, who was advancing mid-battle. In previous years, a prodigy like Long Kangyan would have left a lasting impression, yet this time, a talent of extraordinary caliber had emerged, causing many to find Long Kangyan's sudden advancement unremarkable. Indeed, comparisons are futile. The crowd exhibited no impatience. They simply wished to behold Tian Ning in action, hoping Long Kangyan would become even stronger after his advancement, ideally more durable than Xie had been, for the sake of their enjoyment. With nothing better to do, Tian Ning cuddled her pet by and flipped through a novel, only to be interrupted after 10 pages by the announcement. Junior brother Long has successfully advanced. He has reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. He is the most likely candidate to claim victory this year. I wonder if junior sister Tian Ning can contend with him? I am firmly on junior sister Tian Ning's side. This monstrous dark horse is unparalleled. Some disciples even proposed placing bets. Noticing that Long Kangyan had stabilized his cultivation, the match elder signaled for Tian Ning to ascend the stage for the final contest for supremacy.
Tian Ning closed her novel and stepped up, intending to conclude the matter swiftly. Little did she anticipate that the outcome would surpass her expectations. Before either party could make a move, Long Kangyan proclaimed, "Sister Tian Ning, I concede." The crowd, is this it? After such a long wait, they were presented with this. Even Wenren Xue, who had hoped for a fierce contest, was rendered speechless. Long Kangyan, however, displayed remarkable self-awareness, stating, "I have been stagnating at the 9th stage of qi refinement for quite some time. However, after witnessing junior sister Tian Ning's match, I have experienced a breakthrough. To junior sister Tian Ning is akin to a master." Tian Ning, finding admiration reflected in his eyes, thought, indeed, those who enter Sword Guardian Mountain are all geniuses. Tian Ning? The crowd some glanced at the peculiar group from Wanjian Mountain, pondering whether Long Kangyan had advanced to the point of foolishness. Junior sister Tian Ning, as she passed Long Kangyan on her way down, he lowered his voice and said, "Please convey my regards to my brother." Brother? Tian Ning inexplicably turned her gaze to the diligent figure among the crowd, her fourth senior brother, diligently picking up refuse. Could it be as she suspected? After the match concluded, the sect leader beamed like the Buddha, his smile revealing creases on his face as he personally awarded the prizes. As the first place winner, Tian Ning received an impressive array of items, including various ointments for sword maintenance, several tomes on sword techniques, and some magical artifacts. These prizes were indeed generous for a competition among newly initiated disciples within Wanjian Sect. However, what puzzled Tian Ning was the absence of a sword among the rewards. Soon, the sect leader's announcement clarified the mystery. In 3 days, our Wanjian Sect will open the sword tomb, and at that time, the top 10 disciples from this competition shall be permitted to enter. Chapter 34. You truly are the pinnacle of filial piety, opening the sword tomb, so this is the true reason behind the competition for the newly initiated disciples. In stark contrast to Tian Ning's seemingly indifferent demeanor, the other 9 disciples were brimming with excitement. As swordsmen, each young dreamer aspired to possess an unparalleled divine sword, especially the sword tomb of the 10,000 Swords Sect, a place where their dreams could potentially materialize. They had even scoured the archives in search of records, eager to identify the swords they admired. Yet, while the sword cultivators sought their blades, the swords themselves were equally discerning in their choice of masters. The journey to the sword tomb was fraught with uncertainty. Upon returning to the Sword Guardian Mountain, Tian Ning was immediately enveloped by the warmth of her third senior sister. For sure, Qinshin, 3 days hence marked the auspicious day when their junior sister would enter the sword tomb, the moment she would acquire her very first sword. No one knew where she had procured a mountain of books, even higher than the college entrance exam materials, which she unceremoniously thrust upon Tian Ning. "Junior sister, see if there's anything you fancy." Tian Ning felt overwhelmed by this deluge of maternal affection, and with a sigh of resignation, she replied, "Third senior sister, I already possess a sword." If only entering the sword tomb could yield her a new blade, it would indeed ignite her motivation, but her current sword, this particular partner, was exceedingly possessive and had a rather irritable temperament. While she might flirt outside, bringing any other sword home, or into a contract, was simply out of the question. Qinshin, however, saw matters differently. The swords you acquire elsewhere cannot compare to those from the sword tomb of the 10,000 Swords Sect. She believed that her junior sister, so remarkably talented, deserved a sword that matched her prowess. Before Tian Ning could utter another word, Qinshin immersed herself in her pile of books, for selecting a sword was akin to choosing a life partner. One must not err in such a monumental decision. She was determined to find her junior sister several exquisite swords. The seemingly indifferent Long Outyan, who had returned with refuse, interjected, "The swords within the sword tomb are imbued with pride. Your junior sister already possesses one. Given these circumstances, the probability of those swords choosing her is practically zero. The swords of our 10,000 Swords Sect are not the sort that can be casually contracted." His mood appeared rather bleak, prompting him to speak candidly. "At this rate, it would be better for your junior sister's slot to go to the 11th disciple. After all, her going would be futile." Qinshin retorted, "Who says it would be futile for junior sister to go? Actually, you need not worry." Entering with a coffin slung over his shoulder, Fu Hongming overheard their discussion and, fearing a quarrel between Qinshin and Long Outyan, quickly added, "Your junior sister is a natural swordbone. There's absolutely no need to fret over sword-related issues. With her innate sword bone, cherished by the 10,000 Swords Sect, she merely needed to beckon with a finger, and the swords would come to her." Long Outyan? Qinshin? The two ceased their argument, incredulous that Fu Hongming had concealed such a significant fact. They had heard not a whisper about it. "Ah, did I never mention it to you? Initially, the elders and the sect leader all wished to take your junior sister as their disciple, each unwilling to concede. In the end, there was no choice but to let her decide for herself, and she chose our Sword Guardian Mountain, leading to her temporary stay here," Fu Hongming recalled. "Eldest senior brother, what nonsense! You have never conveyed such information." I nearly forgot. Sect leader Xiao mentioned he would grant your junior sister another opportunity to choose her sect. If she wishes, she can leave Sword Guardian Mountain at any time. Sure, Qinshin interjected. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That old man must be dreaming. Tian Ning patted her shoulder, signaling her third senior sister to remain calm. One must understand how splendid Sword Guardian Mountain was. No one interfered with her sword training. She could peruse storybooks daily, and when idle, could even offer guidance to her senior brothers and sisters. She had no desire to relocate. Bolstered by Fu Hongming's words, Shi Qinshin became even more convinced that only exceptionally fine swords could befit her junior sister, and her pace in perusing the books quickened. Tian Ning, by the way, fourth senior brother, that disciple named Long Kangyan asked me to send his regards to you. Lan Outyan, with a rather displeased expression, interjected, Junior sister, you must cease any further contact with him. He should not be associated with the waste of Sword Guardian Mountain. Fu Hongming hastily pulled Tian Ning aside to whisper, Junior sister, that Long Kangyan is actually the biological brother of your fourth senior brother. Due to the decline of Sword Guardian Mountain, your fourth senior brother severed ties with his family to avoid implicating them. It was unexpected that the lad would pursue his path to the 10,000 Sword Sect, becoming a new initiate. Tian Ning, who had come to terms with the situation, wore an expression of realization. One brother sacrificed familial ties for protection, while the other, not comprehending his brother's actions, deliberately sought refuge in the 10,000 Sword Sect. However, this was a matter for their family. Tian Ning felt it inappropriate to comment. The fourth senior brother was an adult, capable of handling his own affairs, while Tian Ning returned to her engrossing storybooks. As she departed, the others began to disperse, when Jiangxi, who had been relatively unnoticed, raised his hand. By the way, can we accompany junior sister to the sword tomb on the day she goes? He appeared somewhat hopeful. Since losing his sight, he had remained confined to a small room, as had his fellow senior brothers and sisters. It had been 5 years. This was the first time all of them from Sword Guardian Mountain would venture out together. He was elated today and wished to support his junior sister. Fu Hongming replied, It's not impossible. Shi Qinshin set her book aside. We absolutely must go. Lan Outyan recalled the small figure that had once chased after him. As the second disciple, that person would surely attend, causing him to feel a headache. I want to go. Really, what a pity, fourth junior brother, Jiangxi said, pulling out a handful of talismans. I had intended to give these to you if you were coming. Lan Outyan, go. I will go. Those were talismans personally drawn by the second senior brother, worth 10,000 high-grade spirit stones each 5 years ago. Fu Hongming and Shi Qinshin, what an opportunist. Thus, 3 days passed, and the day of the Sword Tomb's opening arrived, where the disciples of Sword Guardian Mountain gathered once more following their inaugural outing. Fu Hongming seemed to have unlocked some hidden attribute, now eagerly carrying the coffin of their master outside. Greetings, Sect Leader Xiao, with a cheerful, Greetings, Sect Leader. IVE brought our master out for some sunlight and fresh air. Who would encase their own master in a coffin? You truly are the epitome of filial piety, Sect Leader. What a coincidence. We were just hoping to discuss something with you, Shi Qinshin chimed in, presenting their premeditated proposal. Absolutely not. Sect Leader Xiao rejected without a moment's hesitation, setting aside the fact that he had promised Qin Mingqing to allow his beloved disciple, Wenren Xue, as the sole accompanying direct disciple to enter the Sword Tomb alongside the top 10. The current state of the disciples from Sword Guardian Mountain rendered them wholly unfit for entry into the Sword Tomb. Fu Hongming, manage your junior sister. Sect Leader Xiao sighed. With her current cultivation level, she cannot even wield a sword. How can she enter the Sword Tomb? Chapter 34. Your filial piety is truly overwhelming, opening the Sword Tomb, so this is the true reason for hosting the competition for the newly initiated disciples. In stark contrast to the seemingly indifferent demeanor of Tian Ning, the other 9 disciples exuded palpable excitement. All of them were sword cultivators, young souls with dreams, yearning to possess an extraordinary divine sword. Especially the Sword Tomb of the Wanjian Sect, a place where their aspirations could be fulfilled. They had even ventured to the library to peruse records and identify the swords they admired. However, while the sword cultivators sought their swords, the swords were simultaneously discerning their potential masters. This expedition to the Sword Tomb was shrouded in uncertainty. As Tian Ning returned to the Swordguard Mountain, she was immediately enveloped by the enthusiasm of her third senior sister. For Shi Qinshin, 3 days hence marked the significant day when their little junior sister would enter the Sword Tomb for the first time to acquire her inaugural sword. No one knew from where she had amassed a towering stack of books, even higher than those for college entrance examinations, which she unceremoniously thrust into Tian Ning's hands, exclaiming, Little junior sister, see if any of these appeal to you. Tian Ning felt overwhelmed by this deluge of maternal affection, and helplessly replied, Third senior sister, I already possess a sword.
Were she to obtain a new sword within the sword tomb, Tian Ning would certainly feel motivated. However, her current sword, this particular spouse was exceedingly jealous and had a rather irritable temperament. It was one thing for her to flirt outside, but bringing back, contracting, another sword was absolutely out of the question. Cherished, however, held a different perspective. The swords you acquire outside cannot possibly compare to those from the sword tomb of the Wanjian Sect. She believed her little junior sister was so remarkable that she deserved a sword befitting her prowess. Before Tian Ning could articulate further, Cherished was already engrossed in the pile of books, declaring that selecting a sword was akin to choosing a life companion, and one could never afford to make a wrong choice. She was determined to find several exceptional swords for her little junior sister. Meanwhile, Wanjian, who had returned from scavenging, remarked, "The swords within the sword tomb possess a certain pride. Your little junior sister already has one. Under such circumstances, the probability of those swords choosing her is virtually non-existent. Alright, the swords of our Wanjian Sect are not something that can be casually contracted." He appeared rather displeased and bluntly stated, "From this perspective, it would be better to relinquish your little junior sister's spot to the 11th disciple. After all, it would be futile for her to go." Cherished was indignant. "Who says it would be futile for our little junior sister to go? Actually, you need not worry about that." Fuming with a coffin on his back, Fu Hongming entered just in time to overhear their conversation, fearing a quarrel might ensue between Cherished and Wanjian. He hastily interjected, "Our little junior sister is a natural sword bone, so there is absolutely no need to fret over the sword issue. With the innate sword bone favored by the Wanjian Sect, she would only need to beckon with a finger, and the sword would come to her." Wanjian? Cherished? The two ceased their bickering, unable to believe how deeply Fu Hongming had concealed this fact. They had not caught wind of it at all. "Ah! Did I not mention this to you? It was because the elders and the sect leader all wished to take our little junior sister as their disciple, none willing to concede. Ultimately, there was no choice but to let her choose for herself, and she selected us at the Sword Guard Mountain, thus allowing her to come here temporarily," Fu Hongming recounted meticulously. "Elder brother, what nonsense, you have never spoken such words. I almost forgot, sect leader Xiao mentioned he would grant our little junior sister another opportunity to choose her sect. If she wishes, she can leave the Sword Guard Mountain at any time," Cherished interjected. "Impossible." "Absolutely not, that old man is dreaming." Tian Ning patted her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. After all, the Sword Guard Mountain was wonderful. No one monitored her sword practice, she could read novels daily, and whenever she had idle time, she could guide her senior brothers and sisters. She had no intention of relocating. Due to Fu Hongming's words, Cherished was even more convinced that only exceptionally good swords would be worthy of her little junior sister, and her pace of flipping through the books quickened. "Tian Ning, by the way, fourth senior brother, that junior disciple named Long Kangyan asked me to send his regards to you." Wanjian, with a rather displeased expression, responded, "Little junior sister, you must cease all contact with him. He should not be associating with the waste of the Sword Guard Mountain." Fu Hongming hastily pulled Tian Ning aside and whispered, "Little junior sister, that Long Kangyan is actually your fourth senior brother's biological brother. Due to the decline of the Sword Guard Mountain, your fourth senior brother severed ties with them to protect his family. However, it was unexpected that the lad would chase after them to the Wanjian Sect and become a newly initiated disciple." Upon realizing the backstory, Tian Ning exhibited an expression of understanding, one sibling willing to forsake familial ties for protection, while the other, unable to comprehend his brother's actions, had specifically chosen to join the Wanjian Sect. However, this was a matter for their family, and Tian Ning refrained from commenting. Her fourth senior brother was an adult, he could manage his own affairs. Tian Ning continued to immerse herself in her novels. As she departed, the others contemplated dispersing as well, when Jiangxi, who had been rather inconspicuous, raised his hand. "Speaking of which, can we accompany little junior sister to the sword tomb on that day?" He appeared somewhat hopeful. Ever since losing his sight, he had been confined within a small room, as had his senior brothers and sisters, for 5 years. This would be the first time they all ventured out together from the Sword Guard Mountain. He was elated today and wished to support little junior sister. Fu Hongming replied, "It's not impossible." Cherished set down her book. "We must go." Wanjian, recalling the figure that had once chased after him, thought that as the second disciple, that person would surely attend as well, causing him to feel a headache. I won't go." "Really, that's such a pity, fourth senior brother," Jiangxi said, pulling out a stack of talismans. "I was planning to give these to you if you were going." Wanjian, "I'll go." "I'll go." Those talismans were hand-drawn by the second senior brother and could have sold for a staggering 10,000 high-grade spirit stones each 5 years ago. Fu Hongming and Cherished, how promising. Thus, after 3 days passed, the day of opening the sword tomb arrived, and the group from the Sword Guard Mountain gathered once more. Ever since their first outing, Fu Hongming seemed to have unlocked some hidden attribute, now fervently carrying a coffin as he ventured out, greeting Sect Leader Xue with enthusiasm. Greetings, Sect Leader. IVE brought our master out for some sunshine and fresh air. Who would encase their own master in a coffin? Your filial piety is truly overwhelming, Sect Leader. What a coincidence. We just wanted to discuss a matter with you, Shi Qingqing chimed in, approaching with her well-prepared proposal. Absolutely not. Sect Leader Xiao rejected without a moment's thought, setting aside his promise to Qin Mingcheng, allowing his beloved disciple, Wenren Xue, as the sole accompanying disciple to enter the sword tomb alongside the top 10. The current state of the Sword Guard Mountain's disciples rendered them wholly unsuitable for entering the sword tomb. Fu Hongming, you need to keep your junior sister in check. Sect Leader Xiao sighed. With her current cultivation level, she cannot even wield a sword. How could she possibly enter the sword tomb? Chapter 34. You truly exemplify filial piety. Is the activation of the sword tomb truly the underlying reason for hosting the competition for newly initiated disciples? In stark contrast to Tian Ning's seemingly apathetic demeanor, the other 9 disciples displayed an extraordinary level of excitement. As sword cultivators, each young aspirant harbored dreams of wielding an unparalleled divine sword. Particularly, the sword tomb of the 10,000 Sword Sect stood as the epitome of their aspirations, a place where their dreams could manifest. They had even ventured to the library in advance, perusing records to identify swords that captured their admiration. However, while the sword cultivators sought their blades, the swords were equally discerning, seeking out their rightful owners. Thus, the forthcoming journey to the sword tomb remained fraught with uncertainty. Upon returning to the Guardian Sword Mountain, Tian Ning was immediately enveloped by the enthusiastic presence of her third senior sister. For Shi Qingqing, 3 days hence marked the momentous occasion of their junior sister's first foray into the sword tomb. No one could fathom from where she had procured an overwhelming stack of books, surpassing even the height of college entrance exam materials. She thrust the entire collection upon Tian Ning, exclaiming, "Junior sister, see if any of these appeal to you." Tian Ning found herself nearly suffocated by this surfeit of maternal love, and helplessly replied, "Third sister, I already possess a sword. Were it possible to acquire a new blade within the sword tomb, Tian Ning would surely find motivation." Yet, her current sword, this particular partner was exceedingly possessive and had a temper to match. While she might flirt outside, bringing home, or rather, into a contract, another sword was utterly out of the question. Shi Qingqing, however, held a different view. How could the sword you acquired outside possibly compare to those from the sword tomb of the 10,000 Sword Sect? She believed that her junior sister, possessing such remarkable potential, deserved a sword that matched her prowess. Before Tian Ning could articulate her thoughts, Shi Qingqing had already immersed herself in the books, resolute in her quest to select the perfect swords. After all, choosing a sword was akin to selecting a soulmate, and one could never afford to make a mistake. Dragon Outwen, having returned from his expedition, remarked, "The swords within the sword tomb are imbued with a certain pride. Your junior sister already possesses one. Under such circumstances, the probability of those swords choosing her is virtually non-existent. Our swords in the 10,000 Sword Sect are not the sort that can be casually contracted." He appeared rather disgruntled and bluntly stated, "From this perspective, it might be better for junior sister to forfeit her spot to the 11th disciple. After all, her participation would be futile." Shi Qingqing bristled at his words. "Who says it would be futile for junior sister to attend?" "Actually, you need not worry." Just then, Fu Hongming entered, carrying a coffin. Upon overhearing their conversation, he quickly interjected, fearing a quarrel might erupt between Shi Qingqing and Dragon Outwen. "Junior sister is a natural swordbone, so there is no need to fret about her sword. With a constitution favored by the 10,000 Sword Sect due to her innate sword bone, she only needed to beckon with a finger, and the swords would come to her." Dragon Outwen? Shi Qingqing? The two ceased their bickering, unable to fathom how deeply Fu Hongming had concealed this information from them. "Ah, did I not mention this before?" Initially, the elders and the sect master were eager to take junior sister as their disciple, unwilling to relinquish her. Ultimately, they had no choice but to allow junior sister to choose, and she selected us from the Guardian Sword Mountain, hence her temporary stay. Fu Hongming recalled with precision. The eldest senior brother was truly ridiculous. Those words had never crossed his lips. "I almost forgot. Sect Master Xiao mentioned he would give junior sister another opportunity to select her sect. If junior sister desires, she can leave the Guardian Sword Mountain at any time." Shi Qingqing interjected vehemently, "Absolutely not. That old man is dreaming." Tian Ning gently patted her shoulder, signaling her third sister to remain calm. After all, the Guardian Sword Mountain was a delightful place, free from scrutiny while she practiced her swordsmanship, able to immerse herself in tales daily, and occasionally guide her senior brothers and sisters. She had no desire to uproot her life. Thanks to Fu Hongming's words, Shi Qingqin was even more convinced that only exceptional swords could be worthy of her junior sister, thus her pace in sifting through the books quickened. Tian Ning, by the way, fourth senior brother, that disciple named Long Kangyan asked me to send his regards to you. Dragon Outyan, wearing a discontented expression, interjected, Junior sister, you must sever any ties with him. He should not have any associations with the discarded disciples of the Guardian Sword Mountain. Fu Hongming hurriedly pulled Tian Ning aside and whispered, Junior sister, that Long Kangyan is actually your fourth senior brother's biological brother. Due to the decline of the Guardian Sword Mountain, your fourth senior brother severed ties with his family to protect them. Little did he anticipate that the lad would pursue them to the 10,000 Sword Sect and become a newly initiated disciple. Tian Ning, realizing the implications, wore a look of understanding. One brother, willing to forsake familial ties for protection, while the other, unable to comprehend his brother's actions, sought refuge within the 10,000 Sword Sect. Nevertheless, such matters were personal, and Tian Ning refrained from voicing an opinion. Her fourth senior brother was an adult, he could handle his own affairs. She returned to her beloved tales. As Tian Ning departed, the others began to disperse, when Jiangxi, who had been largely overlooked, raised his hand. By the way, can we accompany junior sister to the sword tomb on that day? He appeared somewhat hopeful. Ever since he had lost his sight, he had secluded himself within a cramped space, as had his fellow disciples, for 5 long years. This would be the first time the entire Guardian Sword Mountain would venture out together. He was elated and wished to support his junior sister. Fu Hongming replied, it's not impossible. Shi Qingqin set her book aside. We must go. Dragon Outyan recalled that fleeting silhouette from his memory, and as the second disciple, that individual would undoubtedly attend, leaving him feeling exasperated. I want to go. Really, that's such a pity, fourth senior brother, Jiangxi remarked, producing a handful of talismans. I had intended to give these to you if you attended. Dragon Outyan, go. I will go. Those were talismans personally crafted by the second senior brother, capable of fetching a price of 10,000 high-grade spirit stones each 5 years prior. Fu Hongming and Shi Qingqin exchanged glances. What a transformation! Thus, as 3 days passed, the day of the Sword Tomb's opening arrived, and the disciples of the Guardian Sword Mountain gathered once more. Following their inaugural outing, Fu Hongming seemed to have unlocked some hidden attribute. He was now fervently engaged in carrying the coffin of their master into the open. Greeting Sect Master Shao with enthusiasm. Greetings, Sect Master. IVE brought our master out for some sunlight and fresh air. Who would dare to transport their master in a coffin? You truly exemplify filial piety, Sect Master. What a coincidence. We were just hoping to discuss something with you. Shi Qingqin approached, outlining their premeditated plan. Absolutely not. Sect Master Shao rejected her proposal without a moment's thought, setting aside his promise to Qin Mingcheng, allowing his beloved disciple, Wenren Xue, to be the sole accompanying disciple entering the Sword Tomb alongside the top 10. The current state of these disciples from the Guardian Sword Mountain rendered them ill-suited for such an endeavor. Fu Hongming, manage your junior sister. Sect Master Shao sighed. With her current cultivation level, she cannot even wield a sword. How could she possibly enter the Sword Tomb? Chapter 34. Your filial piety knows no bounds. Is this the true reason for the opening of the Sword Tomb, coinciding with the competition for new disciples? In stark contrast to Tian Ning's seemingly indifferent demeanor, the other 9 disciples were radiating excitement. As sword cultivators, these young aspirants all yearned for an extraordinary divine sword, especially the Sword Tomb of the 10,000 Sword Sect, a place that could fulfill their dreams. They had even scoured the archives and the library to peruse records and seek out their desired swords. However, while the sword cultivators were selecting their swords, the swords themselves were also discerning their potential masters, making the journey to the Sword Tomb shrouded in uncertainty. Upon returning to the Guardian Sword Mountain, Tian Ning was met with the exuberance of her senior sister. For Shi Qingqin, 3 days hence marked the significant day when their little junior sister would enter the Sword Tomb to acquire her very first sword. It was a mystery where she had procured an overwhelming pile of books, towering even higher than exam preparation materials. Shi Qingqin stuffed them all into Tian Ning's hands. Junior sister, see if there's anything you fancy. Tian Ning felt suffocated by this overwhelming display of maternal love and helplessly replied, Senior sister, I already possess a sword. If entering the Sword Tomb could yield her a new sword, Tian Ning would indeed feel motivated. However, her current sword was exceptionally possessive and temperamental. While it might be tolerable for her to flirt with others outside, bringing any such distractions home, or into a contract, was absolutely out of the question. Shi Qingqin, however, held a different perspective. The swords you obtained outside cannot possibly compare to those from the Sword Tomb of the 10,000 Sword Sect. She believed that her junior sister, so formidable in her own right, deserved a sword that matched her prowess. Before Tian Ning could articulate her thoughts further, Shi Qianqin had already embraced her mountain of books to begin her research. Choosing a sword was akin to selecting a life partner. One must never make a wrong choice. She was determined to find several excellent swords for her junior sister. The aloof Long Outyan, who had just returned from scavenging, remarked, "The swords within the sword tomb possess their own pride. Your junior sister already has one. Under such circumstances, the probability of those swords choosing her is virtually non-existent. Our sect's swords are not the sort that can be casually contracted." He appeared rather displeased and bluntly stated, "From this perspective, it would be better for junior sister's spot to be given to the 11th disciple, as going would be of no use anyway." Shi Qianqin was indignant. "Who says it would be of no use for junior sister to go? Actually, you need not worry if Fu Hongming, carrying a coffin, entered just in time to overhear their conversation." Fearing a quarrel between Shi Qianqin and Long Outyan, he quickly interjected, "Junior sister possesses innate sword bones. There is no need to fret about the sword issue. With her innate sword bones, favored by the 10,000 sword sect, she merely needed to beckon with a finger, and the swords would come to her." Long Outyan? Shi Qianqin? The two ceased their argument, unable to fathom how deeply Fu Hongming had concealed such information. They had heard not a whisper of it before. "Ah! Did I not mention it to you?" Initially, the elders and the sect leader all wished to take junior sister as their disciple, each unwilling to concede. Ultimately, it was decided that junior sister would choose for herself, and she selected our guardian sword mountain, hence her temporary stay with us, Fu Hongming recalled with precision. "Eldest brother, what nonsense is this? You have never mentioned such matters before." "I almost forgot." Sect leader shouted, "Say he would give junior sister another chance to choose a sect. If junior sister desires, she can depart from the guardian sword mountain at any time." Shi Qianqin interjected, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That old man must be dreaming." Tian Ning patted her shoulder, signaling her senior sister to remain calm. One must understand how splendid it was at the guardian sword mountain, where no one oversaw her sword training. She could read novels daily, and when she had the leisure, she could guide her seniors. She had no intention of relocating. Because of Fu Hongming's words, Shi Qianqin became even more certain that only exceptionally good swords were worthy of her junior sister, and her pace in perusing the tomes quickened. "Tian Ning, by the way, fourth senior brother, that disciple named Long Kangyan asked me to send his regards to you." Long Outyan, with a decidedly sour expression, responded, "Junior sister, you must cease all contact with him. He should not be associated with the waste of the guardian sword mountain." Fu Hongming hurriedly pulled Tian Ning aside to whisper, "Junior sister, that Long Kangyan is actually your fourth senior brother's biological brother. Due to the decline of the guardian sword mountain, your fourth senior brother severed ties with his family to avoid implicating them. Little did they expect that the lad would pursue a path to the 10,000 sword sect and become a new disciple." Tian Ning, who had just unearthed this long-buried family drama, displayed an expression of understanding. One brother had sacrificed his relationship with the family to protect the other, while the other, oblivious to his brother's sacrifices, had specifically sought entry into the 10,000 sword sect. However, these were personal matters for others, and Tian Ning felt it inappropriate to comment. Her fourth senior brother was an adult and capable of handling his own affairs, so Tian Ning returned to her engrossing novels. Once Tian Ning departed, the others contemplated dispersing as well. At that moment, Jiang Shi, who had been rather inconspicuous, raised his hand. "Speaking of which, can we accompany junior sister to the sword tomb on the day she goes?" He appeared somewhat hopeful. Ever since his vision had failed him, he had remained confined within the small quarters, as had his fellow disciples. It had been 5 years. This would be the first time all of them from the guardian sword mountain would venture out together. He felt elated today and wished to provide support for his junior sister. Fu Hongming replied, "It is not impossible." Shi Qianqin set down her books. "We must go." Long Outyan, recalling a small figure that once chased after him, felt a headache as he realized that the second-ranked disciple would undoubtedly attend as well. I will not go." "Really, that would be quite unfortunate for fourth senior brother," Jiang Shi remarked, producing a handful of talismans. "I was originally planning to give these to you if you were to go." Long Outyan, "I'll go." "I will." Those were talismans personally drawn by second senior brother, which could have fetched 10,000 high-grade spirit stones each 5 years prior. Fu Hongming and Shi Qianqin, what a promising development. Thus, 3 days passed, and the day of the sword tomb's opening arrived, bringing the group from Guardian Sword Mountain together once more. Ever since the first occasion, Fu Hongming seemed to have unlocked some hidden attribute, now fervently carrying around a coffin meant for their master and greeting Sect Leader Xiao with enthusiasm. "Greetings, Sect Leader. I have brought our master out for some sunshine and fresh air." "Who would place their master inside a coffin? Your filial piety is truly remarkable, Sect Leader. What a coincidence." "We were just hoping to discuss something with you," Shi Qianqin interjected, moving closer to convey their planned proposal.
Absolutely not.
Sect leader Xiao rejected without a moment's hesitation, setting aside the fact that he had promised Qin Mingcheng that his cherished disciple, Wenren Xue, would be the sole accompanying direct disciple entering the Sword Tomb alongside the top 10. The current state of the Guardian Sword Mountain disciples was entirely unsuitable for such an endeavor.
Fu Hongming, keep an eye on your junior sister.
Sect leader Xiao sighed. With her current cultivation level, she cannot even wield a sword. How can she enter the Sword Tomb?
Chapter 35.
Not just for, but also the master. It's alright, Sect Master. We won't hold you back if we go in together, Fu Hongming assured. Moreover, third junior sister's meridians have already been restored.
Have you found the blaze fruit? Sect Master Xiao inquired, taken aback.
That seemed plausible. As long as Shi Qingqin wielded her sword, she could effortlessly defeat disciples of the same rank. Furthermore, 2 elders were accompanying them.
That still won't do, that you 4 are going in? Don't even think about it.
He had already promised Qin Mingcheng. Fu Hongming patted the coffin he was carrying on his back. It's not just 4, there's also our master.
As a dutiful disciple, how could he possibly leave his master behind?
Sect Master Xiao. This group from Sword Guardian Mountain remained as oblivious as ever to reason. Sect Master, please don't be so unreasonable. We can discuss this properly, Jiangxi said, addressing the heir. Sect Master Xiao, second senior brother, the Sect Master is right here, Shi Qingqin corrected him.
Thank you, third junior sister,
Jiangxi grinned widely. I recall that the Sect Master still owes our master 10 favors.
Why not count this as a repayment?
The other 3 quickly caught on, nearly forgetting this detail. It was indeed seconds quick thinking. Sect Master Xiao gazed at Jiangxi, who had invoked the favors left by Jing Shu before the incident. The other 3 were silent. That was a favor from Jing Shu, specifically meant for the day those ungrateful disciples sought help from him, to do his utmost to fulfill 10 requests. For 5 years, the disciples of Sword Guardian Mountain had never spoken of it, and now they dared to bring it up. Sect Master Xiao felt a pang of sadness. Fine, I shall grant your request. Simultaneously, as if recalling something, he hastily added, Little Ning is a disciple I have taken a liking to. She is destined to inherit the entire Myriad Sword Sect, so treat her well and do not bully her. The 4 are well. Since they had entered Myriad Sword Mountain, there was no way they would be let out. Having finally secured the Sect Master's consent, the 4 tacitly refrained from voicing any objections. During their discussion, the disciples below had nearly all gathered. Although only 10 could enter the Sword Tomb to select swords, the accompanying elders carried a type of recording stone that would broadcast the events inside to the outside. The disciples were eager to see what swords these 10 would contract. It was said that once a genius emerged from the Sword Tomb with a sword possessing a spirit, while others might return empty-handed. The outcome was uncertain. As the crowd had assembled, Sect Master Xiao confirmed the top 10 participants for entering the Sword Tomb, and then began announcing the names of those who would accompany these disciples for their protection. Typically, it would be 2 elders and 1 outstanding direct disciple. Wenren Xue awaited this moment. Being chosen as an accompanying direct disciple not only represented the sect's esteem but would also enhance her prestige among her peers. Her master had already assured her that she would be the one. After announcing the 2 elders, Sect Master shouted indeed call out Wenren Xue's name, but he did not stop there. He continued with a string of names: Fu Hongming, Jiangxi, Shi Qingqin, Long Outyan.
Wenren Xue?
At this point, those who had been enviously eyeing Wenren Xue as the accompanying direct disciple shifted their focus.
So many direct disciples?
Who are these people? I don't recognize them, never heard of them. Clearly, you all are newcomers from the past 5 years. Those are people from Sword Guardian Mountain. One disciple, puzzled, asked, Senior brother, aren't the Sword Guardian Mountain disciples all useless? How could they be on par with senior sister Wenren Xue? That senior brother shook his head, a look of profound mystery upon his face. As the Sword Guardian Mountain group stepped forward, everyone felt the Sect Master had perhaps lost his mind.
Ahem.
Actually, the strength of the Sword Guardian Mountain disciples is quite commendable. It is just right to enter the Sword Tomb together to protect our new little ones. Sect Master Xiao, avoiding looking in Qin Mingcheng's direction, spoke nonsensically. Qin Mingcheng, unable to bear seeing Wenren Xue's aggrieved expression, directly transmitted a message to Sect Master Xiao. Sect Master Xiao, seemingly deaf, continued to speak to himself, urging everyone to prepare and hurry inside. Tian Ning was astonished that her seniors had managed to convince the Sect Master to let her enter the Sword Tomb with them. This was a delightful surprise.
Little junior sister.
Shi Qingqin was about to approach when Elder Qiu seized the opportunity. Little Ning, I know of a sword that is particularly suitable for you. I shall take you to retrieve it once we enter. Another elder Yi, unwilling to be outdone, stood in another position. No, the sword you choose cannot compare to the one I have meticulously selected for little Ning. I had my eye on it a month ago. Wenren Xue, she had never endured such indignity. Everyone was astonished that the two elders would treat Tian Ning so favorably. It was evident to all that the usually stern elder Yi was practically beaming with joy. Sect Master Xiao and the other elders were acutely aware of the situation. Those two shameless old fellows, using their positions to entice the disciples they coveted. Qingqing pulled Jiangxi along, eagerly trailing behind. Then came Long Outyan, who preferred to keep his distance from his younger brother, while Wenren Xue followed with confusion. Behind them were the other top 9, and lastly, Fu Hongming ambled along, careful not to jostle the coffin containing their master. Typically, when entering the sword tomb, the selection of swords relied solely on individual fate, and the elders would not interfere. Yet this time, the two elders were particularly loquacious. Elder Qiu urged, "Little Ning, quickly take a look at this sword. It is named Sang Biao, imposing and grand, its blade wide, it will certainly make a statement." Elder Yi scoffed, "What good sword could there be at the periphery? Little Ning should come with me. The swords here are not mere wildflowers that Tian Ning can casually pick." Qingqing stepped forward, pushing aside the two elders and grasping Tian Ning's arm. "You two still have to protect the other disciples. Hurry along with your duties." Though she desperately wished to foster a connection with Tian Ning during this gathering and proposed taking her as a disciple, duty called, and the two elders said nothing further, diligently leading the group deeper into the sword tomb. The deeper they went, the more powerful the swords became. Along the way, 3 swords floated toward 3 disciples. Selecting them, the elders informed them that not only did they choose the sword, but the sword itself would also choose its suitable master. If they were willing, they should grasp the sword, and if not, they need not pay it any mind. Moreover, it was imperative to consider carefully when choosing a sword. For sword cultivators who already possessed a dedicated sword, unless they were exceptionally gifted, it was rare for a second sword to choose them, much like 2 women sharing a husband. Swords do not favor such arrangements. Chapter 36 of the incident at the sword tomb. 2 disciples voluntarily grasped the sword, their blood sealing the contract, while another disciple refrained from doing so, wishing to venture deeper into the sword tomb in search of a superior blade. Additionally, 2 other disciples eagerly clutched the swords they had set their sights on, yet only one succeeded. The sword held by the other immediately resisted, attempting to break free from his grasp. Unwilling to concede defeat, the disciple was ultimately dragged skyward, flailing like a kite with its string severed, until he was rescued by an elder. Long Kangyan stealthily sought to shorten the distance between himself and Long Outyan, resembling a loyal hound soliciting his master's opinion. "Brother, which sword do you think I should contract with?" Long Outyan ignored him and turned to Jiangxi, second senior brother. "Could you spare me a bit more of your talisman energy?" "Fourth junior brother, one must not indulge excessively in wine. You too should exercise moderation," Jiangxi replied. "Long Outyan, is this preferential treatment? You granted the little junior sister a whole bag of talismans." Qingqing diligently immersed herself in an abundance of sword knowledge, far more industriously than during her own earlier foray into the sword tomb, passionately introducing it to Tian Ning. Xiao Roshu had quietly taken her position beside Tian Ning, observing her intently without uttering a word. Under the intensity of that burning gaze, Tian Ning felt increasingly uncomfortable. "Junior sister, do you require anything?" "No," Xiao Roshu continued to scrutinize her. Tian Ning, as the daughter of the sect leader, Xiao Roshu was already aware, through her father's tales, of Tian Ning's innate swordbone. Her curiosity was piqued. Indeed, Tian Ning displayed remarkable prowess during the arena competition, but did the innate swordbone only manifest to such a degree? From a young age, she had perused the ancient texts detailing the innate swordbone, and in comparison to those predecessors, she found Tian Ning lacking. Outside, sect leader Xiao observed his daughter with a sheen of sweat upon his brow, recalling her childhood obsession with the myriad stories surrounding the innate swordbone, feeling a tinge of anxiety, hoping she would not engage in any reckless behavior. Amidst the lively atmosphere, the overlooked Wenren Xue could only seek a sense of belonging through Xiesingji, recommending swords suitable for the younger junior brother. Unbeknownst to anyone, a disciple at the rear of the group had quietly detached from the ensemble, and they had now reached the innermost depths of the sword tomb. Long Outyan suddenly halted upon spotting a sword, his indecision rendering him inactive as he coughed incessantly. "Cough cough cough, cough cough cough." Jiangxi inquired, "Fourth junior brother, are you unwell?" Long Outyan replied, "My throat feels somewhat off." "What of it?" Cough cough cough. Long Kangyan's eyes lit up, and he dashed towards that sword. Tian Ning thought, "Fourth senior brother truly is a peculiar character." Long Kangyan possessed commendable talent and an obstinate nature. Although initially rebuffed by the sword, he refused to relinquish it no matter how it struggled against him. Ultimately, after a tumultuous contest, the sword ceased its resistance. Following Wenren Xue's recommendation, Xiesingji selected a sword. Ordinarily, this should pose no issue, as Wenren Xue was well aware of her junior brother's exceptional aptitude, which was why he had been accepted as a direct disciple of their master. However, Xie Xingji's mindset had shifted during his earlier match with Tian Ning, that no matter his efforts, he could not subdue that sword, ultimately settling for a lesser quality advanced sword. With time slipping away, Xiao Rushu ceased her scrutiny of Tian Ning and chose a brilliant crimson sword. Rushu, wait a moment, the spirit of the Guanairi sword possesses an exceedingly volatile temperament. Are you truly certain of your decision? Elder Chiu stepped forward to advise, given her status as the sect leader's daughter, this sword bore a spirit. Uncle, I have long since made my decision. Clad in vibrant red, she appeared particularly flamboyant. If I am to choose, it must be the strongest sword. Very well, old Ji and I shall protect you. The process of Xiao Rushu contracting the Guanairi sword was exceedingly protracted and arduous. Upon grasping the sword, her flesh felt as though it were being seared by flames. Initially, she withstood the pain, but as it intensified, she could no longer stifle her cries, yet she refused to relinquish her grip. I saw you in illustrations when I was 3, it hurts, it hurts. I adore you, please stay with me. The agony was unbearable, prompting her to speak in an attempt to distract herself. I am so beautiful, you would not regret following me. I promise to wipe your blade every day, taking you to witness the world's most exquisite vistas. Outside, sect leader Xiao felt a surge of compassion. Observing the signs of Xiao Rushu's impending success in forging a contract, only Tian Ning and the disciple who had earlier rejected a sword remained. Unable to contain herself, Shi Qinqin exclaimed, Junior sister, will you truly not attempt a contract? It could be worth a try. Tian Ning shook her head. Given her companion's temperament, it would be best to avoid it, but even if she were to contract a sword in return, it would inevitably be subjected to daily beatings. She felt it would be unjust for the sword to endure such treatment alongside her. Ultimately, Xiao Rushu succeeded in her contract, yet she emerged with a bald head, her hair singed away by the flames of the Guanairi sword, though she was fortunate to be clad in advanced robes. However, she was entirely unconcerned, gazing at Tian Ning in astonishment. Why have you yet to select a sword? They had already reached the depths of the sword tomb. Surely, as one endowed with an innate sword bone, she wouldn't leave empty-handed? Tian Ning was at a loss for what she was thinking, so she hastily conjured an excuse. She humbly stated, I am not worthy, I do not match the caliber of the swords here. Xiao Rushu stared at her in disbelief. Tian Ning could not fathom why this young girl was so invested in her, given their lack of acquaintance. Two elders offered their sympathies, yet upon seeing Tian Ning's steadfast resolve, they recognized there was little they could do and began tallying the number of disciples in preparation to exit. However, upon counting, they discovered one was missing. It is junior brother Chao, who placed 10th in this competition. One disciple remarked. This junior brother Chao was inconspicuous, blending into the background so seamlessly that they had not even noticed when he had vanished. As the elders prepared to assign Fu Hongming and the others to watch over the new disciples while they searched for the missing one, a malevolent aura unique to demonic cultivators permeated the sword tomb. This is dire. Elder Chiu exclaimed, glancing towards the southeast, a jolt of alarm coursing through him. There existed an unstable factor within the sword tomb, though it had remained undisturbed for millennia. Could it truly be so? The group followed Elder Chiu towards the southeast, not traveling far before they encountered the lost disciple. Junior brother Chao. He stood at the center of a blood-painted formation, his left radial artery severed, blood steadily dripping to sustain the temporary array on the ground, while his right hand gripped a pitch-black sword. His expression was frenzied as he shouted repeatedly, All hail my master, the demon sovereign descends, slaying gods and quelling the earth, divine weapon to intimidate the heavens. Elder Chiu recognized it instantly. It is a demonic sword. Old Yi, you must immediately lead everyone away and seek the sect leader's assistance. Upon seeing the demonic sword, sect leader Xiao could no longer remain seated. Open the sword tomb at once. A calamity was imminent. Yet, the disciple offered them no opportunity. Upon finishing his incantation, he did not hesitate, plunging the sword into his own heart. With his demise, the formation solidified. Strange patterns began to emerge upon the obsidian sword, and the array on the ground tore apart the very fabric of the sword tomb space, while the sole recording stone capable of relaying information about the sword tomb status became unresponsive. Chapter 37. His beloved daughter is still trapped inside. Everything transpired with alarming rapidity as the onlookers within the sword tomb beheld a dozen demonic cultivators emerging from the spatial rift. Armed with weapons, it was evident that these fiends were well prepared, all possessing the formidable cultivation of the god transformation stage. Oh my, look at these tender-skinned disciples of the righteous path. Which charming suitor shall I choose to accompany me in a tempestuous affair of dual cultivation? Despicable harlot, step aside, we have pressing matters to attend to as commanded by the young master. Allow me to devour them all. Do as you wish, as long as we can extract their blood and return with a formation to summon the demon sword.
A pack of demonic cultivators fixated on them with a ravenous gaze, resembling wolves poised to pounce. Elder Chio immediately positioned himself before the others, shouting, "Flee!" The sect leader must have already activated the exit of the sword tomb. "Take the children and leave at once." His words elicited a shrill laugh from one of the female demons. "Ha ha ha, why are the righteous always so foolish? Since we have the ability to arrive here, it means we were prepared long ago. Those outside can no longer enter the sword tomb. Filthy fiend, do not be so arrogant." Elder Chio, undeterred, drew his sword, striving to buy time for the others to escape. "Uncle Chio!" Xiaorushu, attempting to advance, was swiftly pulled back by Elder Yi. "Leave now. Anyone who dares to linger defies the Elder's command." They were merely a group of nascent cultivators, incapable of contributing anything but hindrance. Elder Yi was acutely aware of the situation. He longed to remain and confront the demons alongside his old friend, yet it was imperative to ensure the safety of these children. Sure, Qingxin's complexion turned ashen, her hatred for the demons running deep within her bones, though fortunately, Tian Ning managed to pull her away in time. The elders of the Wanjian Sect were all cultivators who had reached the god transformation stage, whereas the demonic cultivators had forcibly amassed their power through nefarious means. In a confrontation, those with solid foundations in cultivation would find themselves at a significant disadvantage. Moreover, among equals, sword cultivators were undeniably the most formidable warriors. Elder Chio alone could contend with 7 or 8 demonic cultivators without yielding an inch. "Curse that old fool! Forget him, capture those helpless little rabbits, let us see how audacious this old fool remains," commanded the leading demonic cultivator, who then reverently lifted the magic sword lying on the ground. "After a millennium, at last, the demon clan has retrieved you. My subordinate shall escort you home." Meanwhile, the Wanjian Sect outside was in utter chaos. The sword tomb could not be opened, there was no way to do so. "Sect leader, what on earth is happening? Why can't we open the sword tomb?" Tian Ning was frantic. Wenren Xue was still inside, and what if something happened to her? Elder Shao was equally anxious. His own daughter remained trapped within, yet before he could voice his concerns, a disciple rushed in, breathless, shouting, "No! It's bad, sect leader, demonic cultivators, they have invaded." "What?" As everyone gasped in shock, a disciple was kicked inside, collapsing on the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, grievously wounded. "Sect leader Shao, it has been a long time." "The Wanjian Sect remains as predictable as ever." A frivolous male voice spoke, his wickedly charming visage all too familiar to the elders of the Wanjian Sect. "Wu Hanyan, how dare you show your face in the Wanjian Sect?" Sect leader Shao was seething with rage. Wu Hanyan, unfurling his folding fan, provocatively smiled. "Why should I not? By the way, please convey my regards to Qingxin for me. Should she have a change of heart, I shall still reserve a position for her as my concubine, just as I promised 5 years ago." This man was one of the culprits responsible for the downfall of the Sword Guardian lineage 5 years prior. Sect leader Shao was utterly furious, drawing his sword, intent on slaying the fiend. "Hold, do you not wish to rescue those disciples still trapped within the sword tomb? This time, we have dispatched over a dozen demonic cultivators at the god transformation stage. Sect leader Shao, if you do not wish for those young ones to perish inside, then surrender voluntarily and bow to the demon clan." Wu Hanyan was evidently not there for a brawl. They had meticulously orchestrated everything, specifically targeting the Wanjian Sect. "I recall that sect leader Zhao's daughter is still inside. Yes, if you bow your head now, all lives within the sword tomb can be spared before they meet their end." Qin Ming's heart raced at the thought of Wenren Xue still trapped inside. "Sect leader, why not, Qin Ming? Have you forgotten the ruthless nature of the demons 5 years ago? We righteous cultivators, with ironclad resolve, vow never to submit to the demon clan." As the leader of the sect, he understood his responsibilities profoundly. He could compromise on many matters, but not when it came to demons. Sect leader Shao unsheathed his sword, commanding today, all disciples of the Wanjian Sect vow to resist the demon clan to the death. To the death, we resist the demon clan. To the death, we resist the demon clan. Even understanding that it was ill-timed, Qin Ming still spoke up once more. "Rushu, what about Xue and the others? Elder Qin, your duty is to protect the Wanjian Sect." Sect leader Shao asserted, "We shall find a way to open the sword tomb and rescue those children." Wu Hanyan, clearly amused, ridiculed, "You will not be able to open the sword tomb. The exit has been sealed by the demon sword. That sword was left by our master, the demon sovereign, a relic capable of controlling space. Originally, the demon sword had lain dormant within the Wanjian Sect. Even if the demon clan desired to reclaim it, they had no means to do so. However, 2 months prior, the sword had abruptly awakened, exhibiting a strong desire to escape the sword tomb.
providing Wu Hanyan and his cohorts with the perfect opportunity to scheme. It was a pity that the sect leader of the Wanjian Sect was obstinately stubborn. Even with the life of his own daughter at stake, he refused to bow down. It seemed that this time, they would only be able to spill the blood of some disciples of the Wanjian Sect. Wu Hanyan held no interest in the battle between the demonic cultivators and the disciples of the Wanjian Sect. His gaze drifted to the familiar mountain peak, Qinshin. Tian Ning and her companions had reached the place from which they initially entered. Just as the demonic cultivator had claimed, there was no way to open the exit. They were trapped within the sword tomb. When Wenren Xue's delicate face turned pale. No, that can't be, my master will certainly find a way to rescue me. Yet, in mere moments, the demonic cultivators had caught up, numbering in the dozens. Elder Yi was forced to engage in battle, hastily urging them to hide, but within the sword tomb, where could they possibly conceal themselves? One disciple, caught off guard, was seized by a demonic cultivator, crying out in panic, "Help! Save me!" Without a moment's hesitation, Qinshin drew her sword and charged forward, while Long Outyan pushed Long Kangyan and Tian Ning towards Jiangxi before rushing to assist. Fu Huaming handed his coffin to Tian Ning, little junior sister. If anything goes awry, take second junior brother and hide inside. This coffin is a high-grade defensive artifact, it should barely accommodate 3 people. Chapter 37. His beloved daughter was still inside. Everything transpired with astonishing swiftness as the onlookers within the sword tomb beheld a dozen demonic, armed with weapons. They clearly came prepared, all possessing the formidable cultivation of the transformation stage. Oh my, just look at these delicately skinned disciples of the righteous path. Which handsome suitor shall I choose to indulge in a tempestuous dual cultivation with? Get out of the way, you harlot. We have pressing matters to attend to as instructed by the young master. Let me devour them all. Do as you please, as long as we can extract their blood and return with a formation to bring the demonic sword back. A horde of demonic cultivators gazed greedily at them, akin to ravenous wolves. Elder Chio immediately positioned himself before the others, urging, "Flee, the sect master should have already activated the exit of the sword tomb. Take the children and escape first." However, his words elicited a piercing laugh from one of the female demonic cultivators. "Ha ha ha. Why are the righteous always so foolish? Since we have the ability to come here, we have long been prepared. Those outside can no longer enter the sword tomb. Demon, do not be so arrogant." Elder Chio, disbelieving, drew his sword, striving to buy time for others to escape. "Uncle Chio!" The eager Xiao Rishu was forcibly pulled back by Elder Yi. "We must go. Anyone who dares to stay is defying the elder's orders." They were merely a group of Qi refinement stage novices, unable to effect any change, only hindering their escape. Elder Yi understood the situation all too well. He yearned to remain and confront the demonic cultivators alongside his old friends, but someone had to ensure the children's safe departure. Qinshin's face turned pale. She harbored an intense hatred for the demonic cultivators. Fortunately, Tian Ning managed to drag her away just in time. The elders of the Wan Sword Sect were all cultivators who had reached the transformation stage, while the demonic cultivators practiced sinister arts, forcibly accumulating their cultivation. In a real confrontation, those with genuine solid cultivation could potentially fall a great realm. Moreover, among equals, sword cultivators undoubtedly possessed the greatest combat prowess. Elder Cho alone could contend with 7 or 8 demonic cultivators at the transformation stage without a clear victor. Damn that old fool. Forget him, go capture those powerless little rabbits. Let us see how that old man dares to be so arrogant then. After issuing orders to his subordinates, the leading demonic cultivator reverently picked up the demonic sword from the ground. After a millennium, finally, the demon clan has retrieved you. My subordinates will take you home. Meanwhile, outside, the Wan Sword Sect was in utter chaos. The sword tomb could not be opened. No matter what they tried, it was futile. "Master, what on earth is happening? Why can't we open the sword tomb?" Xin Ming was frantic. When Wenren Xue was still inside, what would happen if something befell her? Elder Xiao was equally anxious. His beloved daughter remained within, yet, before Elder Xiao could voice his concerns, a disciple rushed in, breathlessly exclaiming, "No. It's bad, Master, the demonic cultivators, they have invaded." "What?" As everyone was taken aback, a disciple was kicked inside, collapsing to the ground, spitting blood, gravely injured. "Elder Xiao, it has been a while. The Wan Sword Sect remains as it ever was." A frivolous male voice spoke, and the alluring face was one the elders of the Wan Sword Sect recognized all too well. "Wu Hanyan. How dare you show your face in the Wan Sword Sect?" Elder Xiao was livid. Wu Hanyan, however, provocatively waved his folding fan, smirking, "Why would I not? By the way, please convey my regards to Qinshin from me." If she regrets her decision, I shall still honor my promise from 5 years ago and offer her a position as a concubine in my household. This man was one of the chief architects behind the downfall of the Sword Guardian Mountain lineage 5 years prior. Elder Xiao, consumed by rage, drew his life sword, ready to slay his adversary. Hold on, do you not wish to rescue those disciples still trapped in the sword tomb? This time, we have dispatched over a dozen demonic cultivators at the transformation stage. Elder Xiao, if you do not want those little ones to perish inside, you must surrender and submit to the demon clan. Wu Hanyan was evidently not here for a fight. They had meticulously planned everything, specifically targeting the Wanjian Sect. I recall that Elder Xiao's daughter is still inside, correct? While the beings in there have not yet killed everyone, if Elder Xiao concedes, the lives of all within the sword tomb can be spared. Have you forgotten the merciless nature of the demonic cultivators 5 years ago? We righteous cultivators are unwavering, vowing to never submit to them. He could compromise on many matters, but not on the issue of demonic cultivators. Elder Xiao unsheathed his sword, commanding all. Today, all disciples of the Wanjian Sect vow to resist the demon clan to the death. To the death, we resist the demon clan. To the death, we resist the demon clan. Even knowing it was an inopportune moment, Tian Ning spoke again. Rushu, what about Xue and the others? Elder Qin, your duty is to protect the Wanjian Sect. Elder Xiao declared, we shall find a way to open the sword tomb and rescue those children. Wu Hanyan, overhearing this, immediately scoffed, you cannot open the sword tomb. The exit has already been sealed by the demonic sword, that is the sword left behind by our lord, the demon sovereign, a unique ancient divine sword capable of controlling space. The demonic sword had remained dormant within the Wanjian Sect. Even if the demon clan wished to retrieve it, they had no means. However, 2 months prior, the demonic sword had abruptly awakened, exhibiting a strong desire to exit the sword tomb, providing Wu Hanyan and his cohorts with their opportunity to orchestrate everything. It was a pity that the Wanjian Sect's master was so obstinate. Even with the threat to his own daughter's life, he refused to yield. It seemed this time, they could only claim the blood of some disciples from the Wanjian Sect. Wu Hanyan displayed no interest in the battle between his demonic cultivators and the disciples of the Wanjian Sect. His gaze shifted to the familiar mountaintop. Qinshin, Tian Ning and the others arrived at the original entry point. Indeed, as the demonic cultivators had claimed, the exit could not be opened no matter what. They were trapped within the sword tomb. Wenren Xue's face was ashen. It cannot be, my master will surely find a way to rescue me. Yet, in mere moments, the demonic cultivators had caught up, numbering in the dozens. Elder Yu was forced to engage in combat, hastily instructing them to hide, but within the sword tomb, where only swords resided, where could they possibly conceal themselves? A disciple, caught unawares, was seized by a demonic cultivator, crying out in panic, help! Save me! Qinshin, without hesitation, drew her sword. Long Outyan pushed Long Canny and Tian Ning to Jiang Xi's side before immediately rushing to assist. Fu Hongming handed the coffin he carried to Tian Ning, saying, little junior sister. If anything happens, you must take second junior brother and hide inside. This coffin is a high-tier defensive artifact. It should barely accommodate 3 people. Chapter 38, let her leave on her own. Similarly, as Fu Hongming finished speaking, he grasped his sword and charged forth. In an instant, Jiang Xi set up a defensive formation beneath her feet. The disciples of Hujian Mountain had experienced a great battle 5 years prior. Even though their cultivation was no longer what it once was, they could still react swiftly in the face of impending danger. At this moment, the senior brothers and sisters of Hujian Mountain were remarkably dependable. The other new disciples couldn't help but wonder, were they truly the so-called worthless beings everyone spoke of? Yet Tian Ning was aware that the third senior sister's cultivation was merely at the 5th stage of foundation establishment. The 4th senior brother had long since been unable to stabilize his golden core, and the 1st senior brother was only at the golden core stage. How could they possibly contend with so many demonic cultivators at the transformation stage? Senior brothers of Hujian Mountain, let me out, I possess the Guaniri sword to assist. Xiao Rushu was the first to speak. Jiang Xi ignored her. She had only just completed her contract, and even with the divine sword's spirit, her current strength would not suffice. Going out would only hinder their efforts. Meanwhile, Tian Ning continued to rummage through her bag. Shortly after, she found everything she needed and addressed the other 7 disciples, come here. Few responded to her, as everyone anxiously watched the formation's perimeter, especially Long Kangyan, who, upon seeing Long Outyan injured, urgently called out to his brother, eager to join the fray. Tian Ning handed 2 bags to the 2 disciples who approached, stuffing a total of 7 bags into their hands. What are you doing? Long Kangyan's eyes reddened. Tian Ning raised her voice seriously, you know how to throw talismans, right? Since you would only be a hindrance outside, wait for the right moment and throw the explosive talismans from the bags to help. Did you hear that? You can help too. Everyone was taken aback. then opened their bags to find them filled to the brim with explosive talismans, 7 bags brimming with explosives. After making her point, Tian Ning no longer engaged them. She placed a coffin beside the second senior brother and spoke, "Second senior brother, can you create a hole in the formation for each of them to throw their explosive talismans?" Jiangxi replied, "Certainly. Additionally, second senior brother, let me out. I can assist." Jiangxi almost immediately retorted, "No, little junior sister, it's too dangerous. Second senior brother, trust me, I can save everyone." The young girl's determined voice rang out, though Jiangxi could not see her, he could easily imagine the expression on her face. Tian Ning handed him a bag. "This contains healing elixirs. If you find it difficult to maintain the formation, take one. Rest assured, I have plenty of elixirs and talismans, I will not be a burden." Jiangxi held the bag filled with elixirs, realizing that he was currently powerless to do anything. He could only reluctantly state, "All right. Little junior sister, you must stay safe, don't worry, second senior brother." The girl responded with utmost confidence, "I will be just fine." Tian Ning exited the protective formation, grasped the nearest sword, infused it with spiritual energy, and immediately joined the battle. The remaining 7 disciples snapped out of their stupor, promptly beginning to hurl explosive talismans. They threw them continuously. At least now, they were no longer merely anxiously waiting within the protective formation. They wanted to help, even if just a little. Xiaxingji shared the same sentiment, hastening his movements, faster, even faster. He could not allow the seniors of Hujian Mountain to come to harm. Yet suddenly, a most inappropriate voice chimed in beside him, "Little junior brother, Tian Ning did not give me a bag." Xiaxingji stiffly turned his head. That familiar face remained as beautiful as ever, yet he suddenly felt that the senior sister he had always respected, Xue, seemed so foreign. Wenren Xue gazed greedily at the bag of explosive talismans in Xiaxingji's hands, completely oblivious to the way he looked at her, continuing to speak, "Little junior brother, share half of the talismans with your senior sister. Tian Ning is deliberately targeting me, intentionally withholding the bag. Even at such a critical moment, she does this to prevent me from helping. Don't you understand? In such a crucial time, every person counts. Her pettiness will only lead to the elder's demise." What is she saying? Xiaxingji felt a wave of nausea, almost ready to vomit. How revolting. Why did he find senior sister Xue so repulsive? Wenren Xue's attention was solely on the bag. She reached out to take it, but Xiaxingji instinctively recoiled from her movement. "What's wrong, little junior brother?" Wenren Xue looked up, but Xiaxingji wore a look she could not comprehend. Was it disdain? How could her little junior brother display such an expression toward her? "Senior sister," Xiaxingji spoke, struggling to comprehend, "why aren't you out there helping?" "What are you saying, little junior brother? Those are ruthless demonic cultivators. Besides, there are so many explosive talismans, the senior brothers and sisters of Hujian Mountain have all gone out. That senior sister is only at the 5th stage of foundation establishment. Even Tian Ning has gone out, she is only at the qi refining stage." Xiaxingji nearly shouted, "Senior sister, you are already at the golden core stage, how can you hide here, just like us at the qi refining stage?" His words caused Wenren Xue's face to flush crimson, but Xiaxingji, unable to accept such behavior from his senior sister, continued, "Clearly, Master dotes on you so much, granting you so many magical artifacts, yet you hide here? Little junior brother, you don't understand me, how ridiculous. How do you have the face to do this?" Their commotion captured the attention of others, and Xiao Rushu was the first to speak up. "Jiang brother, can you throw this kind of person out of the protective formation?" The others agreed. A golden core hiding behind qi refiners was beyond shameless. Did such a person even qualify as a sword cultivator? Jiangxi coldly replied, "I cannot, let her leave on her own." Xiao Rushu shouted, "Did you hear that? Get out, if you are a sword cultivator, have the guts to take up your sword and face the demonic cultivators. We don't have time to waste on you. Ignore her and quickly throw the talismans to help." Xiaxingji looked at her in disappointment. "Senior sister, please go out." Even with her thick skin, Wenren Xue could no longer remain there. Convinced that Master had given her so many magical artifacts and would ensure her safety, she bit her lip and was forced to step out, yet she did not join the battle immediately like the others. The others were entirely indifferent to her. Even though Tian Ning's swordplay was formidable, she, as a foundation establishment cultivator, was simply no match for the transformation stage. She could only do her best to assist her seniors, delivering the prepared bags to the injured brothers and sisters, not forgetting Elder Yi. She worked diligently to keep her distance from the demonic cultivators, refusing to engage in combat, fully aware that she was no match in a confrontation. Chapter 39. It is you who will die. Moreover, this time entering the sword tomb was within the confines of the 10,000 sword sect, and Tian Ning never anticipated encountering peril. Consequently, she did not bring Chiu and Xiaobai along, nor did she don the garments crafted by the old man. They remained in the large chest in her courtyard. Now, having sustained injuries from the demonic cultivators, her life was truly at stake. Tian Ning darted among the 4 individuals with remarkable swiftness, akin to an eel, evading capture at every turn. The demonic cultivators, finding her irksome, resolved to capture the little girl last, opting first to deal with the others. Yet, she, as a supporting force, leapt about energetically, continuously administering elixirs to the 4 and employing talismans to create chaos, prolonging the battle for an extended period. In fact, the demonic cultivators were already exhausted beyond measure, and inexplicably, she seized the opportunity to rescue a disciple. After saving the individual, Tian Ning immediately sent them towards the protective array, frantically affixing acceleration talismans to herself. Her legs seemed to spark with friction as she ran. Spotting a demonic cultivator blocking her path, she unceremoniously hurled the disciple into the protective array like a ball, then she took off at full speed. After all, who would be foolish enough to allow themselves to be caught by a demonic cultivator and risk their life? Everyone, cover senior sister Tian Ning, Xiao Rusha cried out, seizing a handful of explosive talismans from her mustard seed pouch and throwing them wildly. She had witnessed Tian Ning narrowly escape danger multiple times, her heart in her throat. Without needing her to shout, the others were eager to empty their explosive talismans onto the demonic cultivators. You demonic cultivators shall not lay a finger on senior sister Tian Ning. Long Kangyan could no longer afford to check on his injured and bedraggled brother. It was Tian Ning's situation that made his heart race with trepidation. Run faster, senior sister Tian Ning, please hurry. Tian Ning truly exerted herself. After rescuing the individual, she did not linger in battle but sought to usher the others into the protective array of second senior brother. Everyone was on the brink of collapse. They desperately needed a moment to recuperate. However, at that moment, the demonic cultivators had already sensed that something was amiss. Capture that wretched girl. If it weren't for her, these individuals would not have been able to hold out for so long. Forget about the others, seize her first. Seize what? Are you a righteous cultivator? Just kill her, quickly. These demonic cultivators offered her no chance to return to the protective array, and even as Fu Hongming desperately attempted to impede them, the demonic cultivators paid him no heed. Tian Ning had unwittingly attracted all their animosity. Her heart was heavy, yet her hands did not dare to cease applying acceleration talismans. She firmly believed that she would survive. She possessed an abundance of acceleration talismans. If all else failed, she could simply exhaust the demonic cultivators until they collapsed. However, while the scenario was pleasant in imagination, reality proved to be cruel. The demonic cultivators who had previously dealt with Elder Chiu in the depths of the sword tomb had arrived. The leading male demonic cultivator furrowed his brow. How could it take so long to resolve this? There are so many direct disciples who could easily be taken hostage. I even assign more personnel to your side. Boss, it's that wretched girl. She is too slippery. We simply cannot catch her. One demonic cultivator lamented, having never encountered someone so adept at evasion. A bunch of useless fools. You cannot even handle a 9th level chi refinement girl. The male demonic cultivator's eyes glinted with a chilling murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on Tian Ning, who was still bounding among the demonic cultivators. One of his blood-red eyes began to fill with blood. Seeing this, the subordinate demonic cultivators understood that the little girl was doomed. Their leader had cultivated a technique known as the demon eye, which allowed him to foresee the opponent's position 2 seconds into the future, and it was precisely because of this ability that he was valued by the left protector. Unbeknownst to Wen, a sword had appeared in the leader's hand. His entire left eye was now shrouded in crimson. He saw it. Following his strike, the direction of his sword was precisely where Tian Ning was about to flee. There was no time left. Despite her body instinctively continuing in the pre-planned direction, even as Tian Ning's mind clearly understood the danger, she still found herself in the path of the man's imminent strike. Junior sister, Tian Ning heard someone calling her name. Who was it? She felt darkness enveloping her, as something warm and soft embraced her. Though she could not see, she distinctly felt the hot liquid dripping from her hands. It was blood. But whose blood? Was it hers? No. She felt no pain. She was not the one injured. Then whose was it? Junior sister. This time, Tian Ning recognized the voice. Third senior sister. Tian Ning trembled uncontrollably, fully aware of what she feared. Hurry, return to second senior brother's protective array. Do not be so reckless. You must protect yourself first. Do not speak. Do not say another word. Something dripped down her cheek, and in a state of panic, she hastily retrieved a life-saving elixir from her mustard seed pouch and forced it into Shi Qingshin's mouth. Premium life-saving elixir. It could forcibly sustain someone on the brink of death for an hour. Who would have thought a mere chi refinement girl would possess such a valuable item? If only he could kill her, everything she owned would be his. Tian Ning continued to administer a multitude of restorative elixirs to Shi Qingshin, knowing her third senior sister would be fine, that she would survive, yet the fear she had just felt lingered in her memory. Your luck holds. You have a good senior sister to block the sword for you, but this time, no one can save you. The male demonic cultivator pointed his sword directly at Tian Ning, almost able to envision the treasures he would acquire after slaying this girl. Due to his excessive confidence, he overlooked the fury burning in Tian Ning's eyes. I will not die, it is you who will perish. The girl stared at him, her expression frigid to the extreme. Her spiritual energy began to ripple around her. At this moment, Tian Ning was truly enraged. The male demonic cultivator, however, laughed as if he had heard a great jest, but soon, his laughter faltered. The ground beneath them trembled, and the surrounding swords vibrated ominously, as if something monumental was about to transpire. This sword tomb, could it be experiencing an earthquake? One demonic cultivator inquired. How could that be? This is the sword tomb, not the outside world. Do you not realize? It is not the earth that quakes, it is those swords. Almost simultaneously with the utterance of this observation, one sword, two swords, three swords, countless blades embedded in the ground soared into the air, as if responding to a summons. Even the sword in the man's hand and the demonic swords held by his subordinates began to hum, as though in response to something. What is happening? Unable to comprehend this phenomenon, some demonic cultivators found their swords flying uncontrollably into the air, merging with those other swords. It was at this moment that they were struck with terror. All the swords were converging towards the little girl, they were centering around her. Ah, my sword, Wenren Xue exclaimed in shock, her sword completely out of her control, including those swords just acquired by the new disciples. Xiao Rusha watched as her son's sword resolutely flew towards the girl, her eyes alight with wonder. She had only seen such a sight in fragmented records. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. She held her breath, recalling that passage from the records. When one calls, 10,000 swords respond. This is the innate sword bones. Chapter 40. She, the born sword bone within the sword tomb. The demon cultivators stood frozen, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment at the scene before them. Those among them who wielded swords found themselves utterly bereft of their weapons, their attempts to summon their swords back through divine consciousness proving utterly futile. Even the demon swords willingly merged into the multitude, choosing to become part of the countless blades surrounding them. No. Demon sword, my lord awaits your return to the demon realm, cried one demon cultivator, clutching the demon sword in despair. Their mission had been to retrieve the sword of the former demon sovereign from a millennium ago, for the new demon sovereign had long coveted this weapon. 2 months prior, the demon sword had unexpectedly responded to them, filling the demon sovereign with elation and determination to reclaim it from the sword tomb of the 10,000 sword sect. Yet now, the demon sword had forsaken them. All the swords converged as if they could sense the fury of Tian Ning, an invisible pressure overwhelming the demon clan present, as they gradually coalesced into an enormous sword high above. What is happening? Stammered a bewildered demon cultivator. Have those swords gone mad? Old man, quickly summon your sword back, a female demon cultivator wielding a whip urged the nearby elder. I cannot, it is impossible, leader. Why do I feel as if my soul-devouring sword seems rather pleased? One demon cultivator gazed vacantly at the leading male cultivator, his face a mask of confusion and incomprehension. But it is undeniably my sword. The leading male cultivator stared intently at the unfolding scene, recognizing only one possibility: born sword bone. She is the born sword bone. With her singular strength, she commanded the myriad swords to heed her call. But yet, despite being the born sword bone, the girl before them had merely attained the chi refining stage. The sword tomb, once filled with swords thrust into the ground, now lay desolate, as every sword had come forth willingly to serve her. We cannot allow her to live. This was merely the unripe potential of her talent. Should such a prodigy be allowed to mature, she would inevitably become the sharpest sword in the hands of the six sects, and the demon realm would face an impending catastrophe. Kill her, the male demon cultivator commanded, his voice echoing with urgency. However, at that moment, no one heeded his call. The colossal sword descended, and the demon cultivators had no time to flee. Not in midair, the girl clad in pink formed a seal with her fingers. Behind her was an innumerable array of swords, spiritual energy coalescing at her. She slowly spoke. Today, the demon clan has trespassed against the 10,000 sword sect, and thus, there is no escape for you. With her as the focal point, the entire sword tomb radiated a brilliant light, sword energy gathering into formations, creating a dazzling sword array that enveloped the tomb. As the massive sword fell, all demon cultivators heard the nightmarish voice that heralded their doom. Today, I, Tian Ning, disciple of the 10,000 sword sect, shall entertain you on behalf of the sect leader. The star-absorbing formation activates, all swords return to their origin. The colossal sword surged violently toward the demon cultivators, and in an instant, the bodies of more than half were cleaved in twain. Accompanied by the anguished wails of the demon cultivators, the disciples of the 10,000 sword sect stood in stunned silence. If she was the reaper of souls in the eyes of the demon cultivators, she was equally a radiant beacon of hope for the disciples, their salvation amidst despair. The scattered demon cultivators fled in disarray, while the enormous sword descended like a celestial body, each blade resembling a falling star, a deluge of swords raining down upon the sword tomb. There was no place to hide, no escape for the demon cultivators. Outside the sword tomb, at the 10,000 Swords Sect, everyone watched in disbelief as the spectacle unfolded. Centered around the 10,000 Swords Sect, swords within a 100-mile radius seemed to awaken with sentience, frantically converging upon the sect. No one held a sword, yet they ascended into the air, attacking the demon cultivators. What is happening? No one could believe their eyes. Were they dreaming? Not only had the sudden appearance of swords aided them, but even the disciples' own swords were participating in this battle. Such an unfathomable scenario left Wu Hanyan utterly bewildered. What was going on? Was it some secret technique practiced by Elder Xiao? No, hadn't he seen the master of the sect wear a similarly perplexed expression? But why had the sword suddenly? Yet, it seemed Master Xiao had finally comprehended something. He suddenly threw back his head and laughed heartily, leaving everyone present in a state of confusion. It was as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders as he picked up a stick from the ground, pointing it at Wu Hanyan. There was no other choice. His sword had also taken matters into its own hands. You despicable demon cultivators, today you shall take nothing from the 10,000 Swords Sect, for you shall all perish here. With the addition of those swords, the disciples of the 10,000 Swords Sect gained the upper hand. The demon cultivators, already at a disadvantage, were routed and forced to flee in disarray. Even Wu Hanyan realized the situation had turned dire, completely unprepared for such a one-sided turn of events. Although he did not understand what had transpired, his cunning nature prompted him to escape the battlefield at once. Those demon cultivators were merely pawns in his game, their deaths were inconsequential. He skillfully navigated towards the back mountain of the 10,000 Swords Sect, the nearest and safest route for departure, rarely traversed by others. Yet, perched atop a large banyan tree along his escape route, sat a red-haired girl, barefoot and swaying gently. The moment he appeared, she produced a heavy top-quality spiritual stone and hurled it downward, her aim precise enough to create a massive crater where Wu Hanyan had once stood. Narrowly evading disaster, Wu Hanyan glared furiously in the direction of the girl, only to be momentarily taken aback by her graceful figure and stunning visage. Instinctively, his ingrained cad demeanor kicked in, and he transformed into a model of politeness, hands raised in a respectful gesture. I happened to pass through this area, unaware of why the young lady would resort to such violence? You intend to harm Ning Ning? The girl tilted her head slightly, her voice still unpracticed, yet her gaze bore the weight of disdain for a mere insect. Almost I. With a gentle flick of her hand, crimson flames erupted around Wu Hanyan, engulfing him in excruciating pain as if his very soul were being incinerated, until he was reduced to ashes. The girl cast a dispassionate glance at the remnants, boring, a counterfeit. In the demon realm, the meditating Wu Hanyan abruptly spat a mouthful of blood. Who was it who had killed his avatar? Left Guardian, it's bad. It is terrible. A panicked demon cultivator rushed in to report. All those we sent to the sword tomb to retrieve the demon sword are dead. All dead. How could this be? Those were more than a dozen golden core cultivators. The 10,000 Swords Sect had only sent 2 elders and 1 senior disciple to accompany the newly inducted disciples. How could those individuals possibly contend with his men? What had transpired within the sword tomb? Chapter 40. She is bored of the sword within the sword tomb. The demon cultivators stood in stunned silence, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. Those among them who wielded swords had utterly lost control of their weapons. No amount of mental manipulation could summon their swords back to them. Astonishingly, even the demonic swords willingly merged into the multitude, becoming but one among countless blades. No. Demonic sword, my lord is still awaiting your return to the demon realm, a demon cultivator exclaimed, clutching the demonic sword in despair. Their mission had been to retrieve the sword of the former demon sovereign from a millennium ago, as the new demon sovereign had long coveted it. 2 months prior, the demonic sword had unexpectedly responded to them, filling the demon sovereign with joy and determination to reclaim it from the sword tomb of the 10,000 Swords Sect. Yet now the demonic sword had forsaken them. All the swords congregated, seemingly sensing the fury of Tian Ning. An invisible pressure emanated from her, intimidating all present from the demon race, as they began to coalesce into an immense sword in midair. What is happening? One bewildered demon cultivator stammered. Have those swords gone mad? Old man, quickly summon your sword back, a female demon cultivator, wielding a whip, urged the elder demon cultivator beside her. I cannot, it is impossible, leader. Why do I feel that my soul-reaping sword seems quite pleased? Another demon cultivator gazed vacantly at the leading male demon cultivator, a look of confusion etched upon his face. But it is undeniably my sword. The leading male demon cultivator fixed his gaze upon the unfolding scene, recognizing only one possibility: born of the sword. She is born of the sword. With her solitary strength, she commanded all swords to heed her call. Yet, despite being born of the sword, this girl before them possessed merely the cultivation of chi refinement. Inside the sword tomb, what once was littered with swords now lay barren. As all the blades had responded to her summons, they willingly submitted to her command. She cannot be allowed to live. This was merely the unrefined version of her. If such a prodigious talent were to continue her ascent, she would inevitably become the sharpest sword in the hands of the sixth sex, and at that time, the demon realm would face utter catastrophe. "Kill her," the male demon cultivator bellowed, an order echoing through the air. However, at that moment, no one responded. The colossal sword was descending, and the demon cultivators had no time to escape. In midair, the girl clad in pink raised her fingers, forming seals. Behind Tian Ning, countless swords hovered, their spiritual energy coalescing at her fingertips. As she spoke slowly, "Today, the demon race has trespassed against the 10,000 Swords Sect, thus there shall be no path for you to leave alive." With her as the focal point, the entire sword tomb erupted in radiant light, sword energy converging into formations, creating a dazzling sword array that enveloped the tomb. As the giant sword descended, all demon cultivators heard a nightmarish voice proclaiming, "Today, Tian Ning, disciple of the 10,000 Swords Sect, shall host you in place of the sect master." The celestial star shift formation commences, and all swords return to their origin. The gigantic sword charged violently towards the demon cultivators, and in an instant, the bodies of a considerable number of them were cleaved in two. Accompanied by the piercing wails of the demon cultivators, the disciples of the 10,000 Swords Sect stood in stunned amazement, witnessing this scene. If she was the grim reaper in the eyes of the demon cultivators, she was equally a radiant beacon of hope in the eyes of the disciples, their salvation amid despair. The scattered demon cultivators fled in disarray, yet the colossal sword descended like stars falling from the heavens, each blade resembling a celestial body plummeting, raining swords upon the sword tomb. In the presence of the demon cultivators, there was no escape, no refuge. Outside the sword tomb, at the 10,000 Swords Sect, everyone gazed in disbelief at the scene before them. Centered around the 10,000 Swords Sect, swords from 100 miles radius seemed to awaken with sentience, madly converging towards the sect. No one wielded a sword, yet they ascended into the air, attacking the demon cultivators. What is happening? No one could fathom the scene unfolding before their eyes. Surely, they were dreaming. Not only had the swords appeared out of nowhere to assist them, but even the disciples' own swords had joined the fray. How could it be that these swords were fighting against the demon cultivators? Such an unfathomable situation left Wu Hanyan utterly perplexed. What on earth was transpiring? Was it an arcane technique of Elder Xiao? No, did he not see the bewilderment etched upon Sect Master Zhao's face? Yet why had these swords suddenly? However, it seemed that Sect Master Xiao had finally grasped the truth. He suddenly threw back his head and laughed heartily, leaving all present in a state of confusion. As if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, he picked up a stick from the ground and pointed it at Wu Hanyan, for his sword had also taken it upon itself to join the battle. "You cowardly demon cultivators, today you shall take nothing from the 10,000 Swords Sect, for you shall all perish here." With the swords now allied with them, the disciples of the 10,000 Swords Sect seized the upper hand. This shift in fortune sent the already beleaguered demon cultivators into a rout, fleeing in disarray. Even Wu Hanyan sensed the tide turning against them and realized the dire predicament. He had not anticipated such a one-sided outcome. Though oblivious to the reasons behind it, the cunning strategist opted to flee the battlefield at once. The demon cultivators were merely pawns in his game, their demise mattered not. Skillfully, he made his way toward the rear mountain of the 10,000 Swords Sect, the closest escape route, often deserted and thus deemed quite safe. Yet at that very moment, perched upon a banyan tree blocking his path, sat a barefoot red-haired girl, swinging her legs nonchalantly. The instant he appeared, the girl produced a massive high-grade spirit stone weighing several tons and hurled it downwards, striking precisely where Wu Hanyan stood, creating a gaping hole. Narrowly avoiding disaster, Wu Hanyan glared furiously in the direction of the girl, yet upon beholding her enchanting figure and stunning visage, he was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, his ingrained lecherous nature kicked in, and he transformed into a picture of a courteous gentleman, raising his hands in a gesture of respect. "I happened to pass through this area and was unaware of the young lady's intentions to harm." "You wish to harm Ning Ning?" The girl tilted her head slightly, resembling a delicate bird as she regarded him. Her speech was still somewhat unrefined, yet her gaze bore the weight of contempt for an insignificant insect. "You all must die." With a gentle lift of her hand, crimson flames suddenly engulfed Wu Hanyan, the searing pain akin to his very soul being scorched, and in an instant, he was reduced to ashes. The girl glanced dismissively, boring, a counterfeit. Within the demon realm, the meditating Wu Hanyan coughed up a mouthful of blood. Who was responsible for obliterating his avatar? Left Protector, it is bad. It is terrible. A panicked demon cultivator rushed in to report. "All those we dispatched to the sword tomb to retrieve the demonic sword have perished. All perished." How could this be possible? Those were over a dozen divine transformation experts. The 10,000 Sword Sect had sent at most 2 elders and 1 old personal disciple to accompany the newly initiated disciples. How could those individuals possibly contend with his forces? What on earth transpired within the Sword Tomb? Chapter 41 of the Wrath of Heaven. As the final breath of the last demon cultivator escaped, Tian Ning could no longer sustain the sword formation. Her internal spiritual energy had been completely depleted, nearly exhausted. Indeed, it was overly ambitious for her, a mere 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator, to execute such a maneuver. Her body plummeted from the air like a fallen leaf, utterly devoid of strength.
Junior sister. Sister Tian Ning.
Witnessing her frail figure, everyone instinctively rushed to catch her. Just moments ago, that silhouette had appeared so towering, saving them all. Yet now, they realized that she was merely a young girl who had just come of age. However, someone stepped forward first. Wenren Xue, who had appeared at the closest proximity to Tian Ning, harbored a frenzied thought in her heart. Kill her. This was the perfect opportunity, and now was the moment when Tian Ning was at her weakest. To slay her would be as simple as crushing an ant. There could be no better chance. Ignoring the voice in her mind that screamed for her to stop, Wenren stubbornly trusted her own judgment. She was weary of waiting any longer, of thinking that she must first find a way to diminish the fortune of the child of destiny before she could act. All her previous attempts to deal with Tian Ning had borne no fruit. That even her once fond 4th brother had changed. For her, the willing dragon Han now hid in the shadows as a knife, and even her devoted junior brother, who once had eyes only for her, now urged her to seek death at the hands of the demon clan. All of this was due to Tian Ning's presence. If only Tian Ning were dead, everything could return to the way it was before. With a dagger in hand, she struck without hesitation towards Tian Ning.
Wenren Xue, are you mad? What are you doing?
Disregarding the voices urging her to desist, Wenren Xue had only one thought in her mind: she was too close, and having not expended a shred of spiritual energy during the battle, even if Fu Hongming were to intervene at this moment, it would be too late. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Wenren Xue. She could do this. However, those inside the sword tomb could not see, while the disciples of the myriad sword sect outside witnessed the scene unfold with stark clarity. Just a moment ago, the sky was clear, but in an instant, the heavens darkened and the winds howled, ominous storm clouds gathering overhead. The scene was as terrifying as a celestial transformation cultivator undergoing tribulation, leaving no time for anyone to react. A thick bolt of golden lightning descended from the sky, striking directly at the sword tomb.
Is this the Elder breaking through? How terrifying! Impossible. Elder Qiu and Elder Yi are far from breaking through. But there were no other celestial transformation cultivators within the sword tomb.
This could not possibly be the work of those demon cultivators. After all, heavenly tribulations were the nemesis of demon cultivators. Only the Master Shao hesitated to speak. Is it the wrath of heaven that is stirring? The sudden lightning struck the sword tomb, aiming directly at Wenren Xue as if it had eyes of its own, while Tian Ning, who was on the verge of collision, was untouched by any lightning. Wenren Xue was forced to endure the lightning strike. All the precious artifacts gifted by her master shattered upon impact. Even her cultivation began to regress. First stage of golden core. Perfect foundation establishment. 9th level of foundation establishment. 8th level of foundation establishment.
Her cultivation continued to plummet. No, no. Please don't.
Wenren Xue felt her spiritual energy slipping away, growing weaker by the moment, while the annoying voice in her head continued to berate her for her reckless actions. Fu Hongming swiftly caught Tian Ning and handed her over to Long Ao Tian's embrace.
Senior brother Long Ao Tian noticed the murderous intent in Fu Hongming's eyes.
Although it was still daylight, that senior brother had emerged. Kill her, and that old man Qin Ming Cheng will. Little 4. Fu Hongming's cold gaze was like a bottomless icy pool, exuding a chilling intent. That old ghost is no longer here, but your senior brother will protect you. Take care of junior sister.
Long Ao Tian was momentarily speechless, ultimately refraining from saying more.
As the heavenly thunder ceased, Wenren Xue's cultivation had inexplicably fallen to the peak of Qi refinement, a reality she could hardly believe. She felt her body sway dangerously, plummeting downward. Who would catch her? Her junior brother. Her junior brother would surely not let her come to harm. Unbeknownst to her, Xie Xingji could no longer endure the nausea and had retched on the spot. Fu Hongming would not allow Wenren Xue to land so easily. He leapt in front of her, sparing no compassion. He raised his foot and relentlessly stomped on Wenren Xue's abdomen, then kicked her harshly towards the ground. Wenren Xue's once ethereal white garments were now marred with footprints, no longer resembling the pristine fairy she had entered as. With a resounding crash, she fell to the ground. Fu Hongming advanced towards her, his large blade making a sharp sound against the ground, instilling terror in Wenren Xue's heart. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was just influenced by the demonic energy of those demon cultivators, that's why I acted that way. You cannot kill me, Elder Yi, you must not let him kill me. I am a direct disciple under the name of Suyuzhenren. Fu Hongming's murderous intent was too palpable. Being a disciple of the Myriad Sword Sect, Wenren Xue could not escape the scrutiny of Elder Yi, who had no choice but to speak. Hongming, you have already taught her a lesson, so show some mercy. But Fu Hongming countered. Elder Yi, according to the sect rules of the Myriad Sword Sect, how should we deal with those who harm fellow disciples? Dismantle their cultivation and expel them from the sect. Elder Yi replied that he did not wish to wade into this murky water, but Wenren Xue was a direct disciple and the most favored of Qin Mingchang. If she were to perish within the sword tomb, it would be the sect master who would face the consequences. In his position as an elder, Elder Yi had to consider more. He could only mediate, saying, let us take her out and leave her fate to the sect master. I still need to check on Elder Chou's condition. That won't do. Once we are outside, won't Qin Mingcheng protect her? Xiao Rushu cried out. She was all too aware of the ability of these old fellows to downplay major issues and trivialize minor ones. Elder Yi's brows twitched. How could this young lady be so oblivious to the situation, recklessly charging ahead with her temper? We all saw clearly that she intended to kill Sister Tian Ning. How can we simply let her go? After all, they were young, with hearts still untainted. They were not elders who had lived over a century. With Xiao Rushu leading the charge, Long Kong Nian also stepped forward to shout. Soon after, other newly admitted disciples joined in. When the demon cultivators sought to kill them, it was Sister Tian Ning who had bravely stepped forward. She was clearly just like them, merely a chi refinement cultivator. She had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the demon cultivators, yet almost fell victim to a betrayal from her own sect. A group of newly admitted disciples stood up, having only recently joined the Myriad Sword Sect and bearing no fond illusions about Wenren Xue. In fact, the shocking scene of the Myriad Swords returning to the sect had ignited their determination to protect Sister Tian Ning with their lives. I already said I was influenced by demonic energy. Besides, she isn't dead, is she? Chapter 41. The wrath of heaven. As the last of the demonic cultivators breathed their last, Tian Ning could no longer sustain the sword formation. Her internal spiritual power was entirely depleted, nearly exhausted. Indeed, it was overly ambitious for her, with her 9th level chi refinement cultivation, to execute such a maneuver. Her body plummeted from the air like a fallen leaf, utterly devoid of strength. Junior sister. Tian Ning's senior sister. Witnessing her delicate figure, everyone instinctively rushed to catch her. Just moments ago, that silhouette had appeared so grand, rescuing all, yet at this moment, the crowd suddenly realized that she was merely a young girl who had only recently come of age. However, someone moved ahead of the rest. Wenren Xue had inexplicably appeared in the position closest to Tian Ning, harboring a frenzied thought in her heart. Kill her. This was the perfect opportunity. Now, Tian Ning was at her weakest. To eliminate her would be as effortless as squashing an ant. There could be no better chance. Ignoring the voice in her mind that urged her to desist, Wenren Xue obstinately trusted her own judgment. She was no longer willing to wait, no longer willing to entertain the notion that she must first devise a way to diminish the fortune of the child of destiny before she could act. Her numerous attempts to deal with Tian Ning had all ended in failure, but even her once loving fourth brother had changed, willingly lurking in the shadows as a knife for her, while even her little junior brother, who once had only her in his heart, urged her to seek death at the hands of the demonic clan. All of this due to Tian Ning's presence. Once Tian Ning was dead, everything could return to how it once was. She brandished a dagger, resolutely launching herself at Tian Ning. Wenren Xue, are you mad? What are you doing? Completely disregarding the voices attempting to halt her, Wenren Xue had but one thought. She was too close and had not expended a shred of spiritual energy in the recent battle, thus, even if Fu Hongming acted swiftly, it would be too late. Wenren Xue's heart surged with excitement. She could achieve this. However, those within the sword tomb were oblivious, while outside, the disciples of the 10,000 Sword Sect witnessed the unfolding scene with stark clarity. Just a moment ago, the sky had been clear and serene, but in an instant, a tempest brewed, dark clouds gathering ominously overhead. The scene was as terrifying as a deity crossing tribulation, offering no moment for contemplation before a mighty bolt of golden lightning descended from the heavens, striking directly at the sword tomb. What, is the elder breaking through? How alarming! Impossible. Elder Chou and Elder Yi are far from a breakthrough. Yet there were no other transformation cultivators within the sword tomb. This could not possibly be the doing of those demonic cultivators, for heavenly tribulations were the nemesis of demons. Only Xiao Zhengmen hesitated to speak. Is it the will of heaven, in anger? The sudden lightning bolt descended upon the sword tomb, aimed squarely at Wenren Xue. It seemed as if it had eyes, for it homed in entirely on her, while not a single bolt grazed Tian Ning, who was mere moments away from collision. Wenren Xue was forcibly struck by the bolt, the treasured artifacts bestowed upon her by her master shattering instantly. Even her cultivation began to regress. First level golden core. Great perfection of foundation establishment. Ninth level of foundation establishment. Eighth level of foundation establishment. Her cultivation continued to plummet. No, no. Please. Wenren Xue felt the spiritual energy within her slipping away, growing increasingly feeble, as the irritating voice in her mind continued to chastise her reckless actions. Fu Hongming swiftly caught Tian Ning, depositing her into Long Outyan's embrace. Senior brother, Long Outyan discerned the murderous intent in Fu Hongming's eyes. Despite it still being daylight, that senior brother had emerged. Killer, that old Qin Mingcheng will little for. Fu Hongming's icy gaze was like a bottomless cold pool, radiating a chilling murderous intent. That old wretch is no more, but your senior brother will protect you. Take good care of junior sister. Long Outyan choked back his words, ultimately refraining from saying more. As the heavenly lightning ceased, Wenren Xue's cultivation had inexplicably dropped to great perfection of qi refinement, a reality she could scarcely believe. Wenren Xue felt her body sway precariously, and she began to fall. Who would catch her? Her junior brother. Her junior brother would surely not let her come to harm. Unbeknownst to her, Xie had long since been overwhelmed by nausea, retching on the spot. Fu Hongming would not allow Wenren Xue to fall to the ground unchallenged. He leaped forward, positioning himself before her, displaying no mercy. Yet he raised his foot, mercilessly stomping on her abdomen, then delivering a brutal kick that sent her crashing to the ground. Wenren Xue's ethereal white robes were now marred with footprints. Far from the pristine image of the little fairy she had entered with a thunderous crash, she slammed into the earth. Fu Hongming approached her step by step, the tip of his blade scraping sharply against the ground, producing a sound that filled Wenren Xue with terror. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was just influenced by the demonic energy of those cultivators, that's why I acted that way. You cannot kill me, Elder Yi, you cannot let him kill me. I am but a direct disciple under the name of Su Yu. The murderous intent emanating from Fu Hongming was all too evident, yet, as a disciple of the 10,000 Sword Sect, Wenren Xue was still entitled to protection, compelling Elder Yi to speak. Hongming, you've already taught her a lesson, show her some mercy. Fu Hongming retorted. Elder Yi, according to the sect's rules, how should we deal with those who harm their fellow disciples? Dismantle their cultivation and expel them from the sect. Elder Yi replied that he was reluctant to wade into this murky water, yet Wenren Xue was a direct disciple and the most favored by Qin Mingcheng. Should she perish in the sword tomb, the one facing repercussions would be the sect leader. As an elder, Elder Yi had to consider the bigger picture. He could only offer a compromise. Let us take her out and leave her fate to the sect leader. I still need to check on Elder Chou's condition. That won't do. Once we exit, won't she be protected by Qin Mingcheng? Xiaorushu interjected, her voice rising in protest. She was all too aware of how these old-timers would downplay significant matters and trivialize minor ones. Elder Yi's brows twitched in agitation. How could this young lady be so oblivious to the situation, charging forth with her temper? We all saw clearly, she intended to kill senior sister Tian Ning. How can we let her go just like that? Ultimately, it was the passionate spirit of youth. They were not elders, having not lived for a century. With Xiaorushu's lead, Long Kangyan also stood forth, raising his voice. Soon after, other new disciples joined in. When the demonic cultivators sought to slay them, it was senior sister Tian Ning who stood unwaveringly in their defense, even though she was merely a qi refinement cultivator. She had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the demons, yet now faced betrayal from her own sect. A throng of new disciples rallied together. They had only recently joined the 10,000 Sword Sect and bore no illusions about Wenren Xue. Instead, the shocking scene of the 10,000 swords returning to the sect ignited their resolve to protect senior sister Tian Ning at all costs. I have already said I was influenced by demonic energy. Besides, she's still alive, isn't she? Chapter 42. Which hand do you wish to harm my junior sister? You cannot kill me, even if I am in the wrong. It is for the sect master to decide, and you have no right to take matters into your own hands. Wenren Xue had never found herself in such a dire predicament. Even Xie had cowardly hidden away instead of aiding her. She was thrown into disarray, her sole desire to flee from this place. She did not wish to remain here, she yearned to escape. Once outside, her master could protect her. At that moment, while Elder Yi found himself in a predicament, Fu Hongming made his stance clear. You may spare her life. Elder Yi had barely begun to breathe a sigh of relief when Fu Hongming continued. Which hand do you intend to use to harm my junior sister? Oh, I recall now. It is the right hand. His words were nonchalant, yet his hand executed a savage motion, and with a swift stroke of the blade, Wenren Xue's entire right hand was brutally severed. Blood spattered everywhere. Ah, my hand, what have you done? That is my sword-wielding hand. Her anguished cries evoked no pity from Fu Hongming, who sheathed his sword and coldly remarked, "With this, we are even. There is no need to trouble the sect master." The crowd stood in stunned silence. Was this truly a matter of mere inconvenience? How ruthless! That it turned out that this senior brother from the sword-protecting mountain, who usually bore a facade of kindness and gentleness, possessed such a terrifying core beneath. Even Long Outyan found it gratifying. It became evident that sometimes, when it came to showing off, the senior brother left even Long Outyan feeling inadequate. Fourth brother, Tian Ning, had barely regained consciousness, her energy depleted. Summoning the last remnants of her strength, she weakly uttered, You need to open the 367th pocket in my mustard seed pouch, the 666th pocket of that pouch of the 888th. Please feed me the elixir inside, Long Outyan. Surely, my junior sister cannot have lost her senses? What nonsensical words is she uttering? He dared not delay, immediately rummaging through Tian Ning's mustard seed pouch, only to find himself dumbfounded. What, does a mustard seed pouch truly contain another mustard seed pouch? No, is there really someone as affluent as my junior sister in this world? Long Outyan felt acutely that his unfortunate appetite was perfectly suited to indulge in the soft rice of his junior sister. Suppressing the impulse to gaze enviously at those precious items, for he knew they would never belong to him, he instead recognized the stark disparity between wealth and poverty. Gently placing Tian Ning down, he fed her the elixir, which melted upon contact, allowing her to feel her spiritual energy gradually returning. With that, a sense of relief washed over the crowd. However, a sudden spatial rift appeared once more, and the familiar, ominously patterned demon sword unexpectedly sliced through Tian Ning's arm while everyone had let their guard down. What? No one was controlling the demon sword. Could it be that a demon cultivator had survived? But it was not as they had imagined. Blood dripped onto the demon sword, which began to radiate a strange light. Even Tian Ning, with her typically calm demeanor, could not help but curse, "Damn." The gash on her arm was not small. She had lost a considerable amount of blood. Normally, even a slight wound would prompt her to hastily consume a premium healing elixir, but now, with so much blood lost, the consequences should something sinister catch wind of it were unfathomable. Yet, the demon sword appeared overjoyed, twisting its blade as if to ingratiate itself before Tian Ning, the crowd. Is this truly a demon sword? If that group of demons were still alive and witnessed their long-desired sword behaving in such a manner, their eyes would surely pop out. Furious, Tian Ning swatted it away with her uninjured hand and quickly consumed a premium healing elixir to expedite the healing of her wound. Blood pooled on the ground, and suddenly, a white long sword flew in from who knows where, accidentally falling upon the blood, seemingly innocent in its intentions yet eerily reminiscent of a scheming green tea. The crowd, seriously, how does a sword manage to be so theatrical? With one courageous warrior leading the charge, the subsequent swords felt little psychological burden, each one suddenly appearing and clumsily falling. Oh dear, I simply stumbled due to the contract. I did not wish for this. The silence spoke volumes. Everyone was left speechless given the limited blood remaining. The other swords abandoned any semblance of restraint and began to engage in battle, instantly evoking a sense of "You lot, get out of my way. Let me take the lead." Fortunately, Wenren Xue fainted from the pain. Otherwise, witnessing such a scene would have surely infuriated her. In the brief moment Tian Ning took to consume a healing elixir, her contracted swords were rapidly accumulating one. By this point, the blood on the ground had vanished, and one sword that had failed to secure a coveted spot rubbed against Tian Ning's skirt, as if pleading, "Sister, blood, please." Tian Ning, behind her, a group of swords that had just acquired new skills were eager to try them out. Gazing at the multitude of swords before her, Tian Ning felt overwhelmed. These swords had just assisted her in saving everyone, unlike the demon sword, which was the instigator of this incident. Tian Ning patiently coaxed them as one would a child. Her master was quite fierce. If they ever encountered her, they would surely face daily beatings. Moreover, she had already contracted so many swords. If she contracted more, they would likely never have the chance to be utilized. Fortunately, these swords were amenable to persuasion. Otherwise, if she were to empty the entire sword mound, Sect Master Shao would surely come after her with a vengeance. Though she had managed to dissuade them, there were still those that had been contracted. Tian Ning counted 1, 2, 3, 9, and lo and behold, with the demon sword, she had precisely 10. She could almost envision herself as a scoundrel, returning from an outing with a gaggle of little wives, and the furious expression of her own sword. Senior sister Tian Ning is truly remarkable. The human realm's joys and sorrows do not resonate with one another. Xiao Rushi gave her a thumbs up, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She believed Tian Ning to be even more impressive than those born with innate sword bones recorded in the ancient scrolls. Within the territory of the Beast Tamers sect. Dressed in emerald green garments, a man with squinting eyes, who was savoring this year's newly harvested spiritual tea, suddenly opened his eyes. Delicious, his gaze subconsciously drifted toward the direction of the 10,000 sword sect, drawn by an innate allure stemming from his bloodline. Inside the Long family ancestral hall, mountains of corpses lay piled high, the stench of blood overwhelming. A monstrous creature, feasting upon the remains, seemed to have caught a whiff of something. Its voice resonated with the multitude of souls. Delicious. I want to eat. We must consume whatever is there. You go and bring her here. The elders of the Long family were taken aback, gazing at the direction indicated by the creature. Do you mean the 10,000 Sword Sect? Another elder spoke. I recall that person's brother is at the 10,000 Sword Sect. Go, summon him back. The elder commanded authoritatively. Chapter 43. This is not a procurement trip to the Sword Tomb. Subsequently, everyone ventured deep into the Sword Tomb and discovered the gravely injured Elder Chio, who still clung to life. After administering healing elixirs, Elder Chio was no longer in danger, and aside from the disciple who had tragically taken his own life with a magic sword, everyone emerged from the Sword Tomb safely. A few newly initiated disciples proactively returned the seed bags to Tian Ning. They envied senior sister Tian Ning for possessing such an abundance of talismans, seemingly enough to last a lifetime. More than that, they were filled with admiration. In such dire circumstances, she had selflessly offered her resources, enabling them to assist the elders and their senior brothers and sisters at the Sword Protection Mountain. Long Ao Tian carried Chin Xan on his back, while Fu Hongming disdainfully hoisted the nearly forgotten coffin. The group returned in high spirits, even more boisterous than their arrival. Due to the recent incident, the bonds among the new disciples had grown significantly closer. Only Xie Xingji remained silent, bearing Wenren Xue at the rear of the procession. In the past, he had felt a sense of pride in having a senior sister like Wenren Xue, as everyone in the sect proclaimed her to be an exceptionally gifted talent, gentle, kind-hearted, and amiable. No matter how beautiful the words were that adorned Wenren Xue, he had never found anything amiss. However, this time, he beheld a selfish and self-serving senior sister, indifferent to the safety of her fellow disciples and even inflicting harm upon the very benefactor who had saved them. He felt utterly revolted, struggling to come to terms with it. The image of that perfect person in his heart shattered. He found himself at a loss as to where to stand. While the eldest brother of Sword Protection Mountain was indeed ruthless and merciless, it was under the premise that the senior sister intended to kill Tian Ning. If she had succeeded, wouldn't the girl who had fought valiantly to protect everyone have become a mere joke? With such complex emotions, he exited the Sword Tomb. Outside, Master Shao had been waiting for quite some time. Shortly after the swords had gone berserk and attacked the demon cultivators, he had deduced that only someone with innate sword bones could achieve such a feat. The swords within the Sword Tomb were even more numerous and powerful. He believed the situation inside must be far better than he had anticipated. Sure enough, his somewhat impetuous daughter was the first to burst out, wailing, "Father! I almost didn't get to see you again. Do you know our father-daughter bond nearly faded away?" All right, behave yourself, my dear." Master Shao winced at her cacophony, but upon recalling that his daughter had nearly lost her life inside, even his hardened heart softened. "I'll prepare some defensive talismans for you later. If anything happens to you, your mother will be heartbroken." Xiao Roshu, she shouldn't have harbored any illusions about this fellow who saw only love. The others soon emerged, and upon seeing the two injured elders, Master Shao quickly ordered them to be taken away for treatment. Since the matter had been resolved, he did not rush to inquire about the details. "Thank you for protecting the little ones. Please rest for now. The disciples who successfully contracted swords should register first. Tian Ning, I have something to discuss with you at the main peak." Before he could finish his sentence, his jaw dropped in astonishment, for walking out behind him was Tian Ning, trailed by an overwhelming number of swords, so many that they seemed countless. And these were not just any swords, each was a well-known exquisite blade, most of which had already developed sword spirits. What was happening? The crowd gazed in awe at the swords that emerged. The Flying Snow Sword, the Dragon Abyss Sword, the Seven Stars Sword, the Purple Lightning Sword, and what was that last one? A magic sword? Master Shao was astounded. The magic sword had actually been summoned. She didn't have any contracted swords at all, did she? Well, one disciple exclaimed in shock. The last image recorded by the stone was of the demon cultivator's invasion. However, prior to that, Tian Ning had not contracted a single sword. How had she emerged with? Everyone counted and gasped. 10. This was not a procurement trip to the Sword Tomb, yet she brought them along? Didn't swords prefer pure love? What could she possibly have done to contract 10 swords at once? Could it be that she used some forbidden technique? One disciple mused, utterly bewildered. For anyone to enter the Sword Tomb and successfully contract even one sword was an incredible honor. 10 was beyond imagination. Those who had emerged from the Sword Tomb expressed that 10 was hardly a significant number. After all, they had been present, bearing witness to the events. It seemed that as long as Tian Ning nodded, she could clear out the entire Sword Tomb. They could hardly fathom the extent of senior sister Tian Ning's prowess. Before the disciples who had yet to enter the Sword Tomb could speak on Tian Ning's behalf, the last to exit was Xie Xingji. At that moment, Wenren Xue, whom he carried on his back, fortuitously awakened, observing the countless envious gazes directed at the young girl. She felt an overwhelming hatred. Suddenly, with a thud, Wenren Xue fell to her knees, addressing the assembly of Wanjian Sect disciples. "Please, Master, Sect leader, intercede for me." The left side of her garment was drenched in blood, and upon closer inspection, it became evident that her entire right arm was missing. Kneeling on the ground, she struggled to support herself with one hand, repeatedly bowing her head in a series of thuds, seemingly unaware of the pain, continuing until her forehead bled, presenting a pitiful image of the perfect victim. "Xue heir. Junior's sister Xue. Sister." A crowd surrounded her, yet Xie Xingji, closest to Wenren Xue, found himself retreating, the nauseating sensation returning, and he could not help but vomit on the spot. "Little junior brother, what are you doing?" Lu Er, a disciple from Tianliang Mountain, was utterly disgusted by the vomit splattered on him, yet he had no time to concern himself with Xie Xingji. Wenren Xue's condition was dire, and she must have suffered greatly. Wenren Xue's master, Tian Ning trembled with rage. The oppressive aura of his god transformation stage weighed heavily upon the disciples. "Tell me, I will seek justice for you." He knew that such a situation could only arise from that one with innate sword bones. "Qin Mingchang, I am not dead yet, the Wanjian Sect is not yours to command." Master Shao furrowed his brow, having shielded the children when Qin Mingchang made his move. He was equally taken aback by the severity of Wenren Xue's injuries, but what did Qin Mingchang mean by targeting the sword protection mountain? Wenren Xue had not even spoken yet. Qin Mingchang's expression darkened. "Sect leader, my beloved disciple lost control due to her emotions. It is not the master's fault." Wenren Xue, weakly leaning against her eldest brother, Zhong Zhengluan, gazed intently toward the direction of Wanjian Sect. It was Tian Ning from Sword Protection Mountain who, "Please hold on a moment." Tian Ning raised her hand, interrupting her. "Everyone, allow me to advance a level first." Spiritual energy surged around her, gathering frantically. She could no longer wait for Wenren Xue's forthcoming tirade and promptly sat down to advance right there. The 10 swords immediately formed a protective circle around her, and the disciples from Sword Protection Mountain did the same. The crowd? Wenren Xue, words caught in her throat. "Wait," which good person suddenly decided to advance mid-sentence. This was even more absurd than last time with Long Kong Yen. Should they continue pursuing responsibility, or perhaps, wait until she completed her advancement? That was certainly out of the question. The atmosphere Wenren Xue had painstakingly crafted had been largely shattered. She felt that Tian Ning, that wretched person, had done it on purpose. Chapter 44. You must be under the influence of demonic energy. As for advancement, it is unpredictable. Even if she wished to stand and accuse Tian Ning, it would be impossible. Fortunately, her master remained steadfastly by her side, and Qin Mingchang declared that today he would demand an explanation for his disciple. The uninformed disciples below the stage chattered amongst themselves. Upon witnessing the pitiful and disheveled appearance of Wenren Xue, they naturally felt a pang of sympathy. However, they were taken aback when Wenren Xue pointed her finger directly at Tian Ning. Was such a cruel act not the hallmark of a demonic cultivator? Yet, Wenren Xue had always maintained a good reputation within the Wanjian Sect. It seemed implausible for her to lie without reason. Thus, what truly transpired within the sword tomb after the recording stone ceased to function? Yet, they would never fathom that the seemingly pitiable Wenren Xue would be the villain crying out first. Master Shao glanced at the ascending Tian Ning, then at the unyielding Qin Mingchang and his entourage, and could only allow Wenren Xue to speak first. Gratefully, Wenren Xue bowed twice to Master Shao, although her demeanor made him feel quite uneasy about receiving such a grand gesture. Once granted permission, Wenren Xue immediately resumed her unfinished account. At Hujian Mountain, Tian Ning harbored a personal grudge against her disciples, refusing to set aside her vendetta even as demonic cultivators approached. Aware that her disciples had only recently broken through to the Golden Core stage, rendering them unstable in their cultivation and incapable of confronting the demons directly, she possessed countless talismans that could have aided Elder Yi in resisting the demonic forces but chose to bestow them upon other junior brothers and sisters, isolating her disciple instead. "All I wished was to contribute my share." "You speak nonsense, a mere Golden Core disciple hiding among us Qi refinement practitioners, and you still have the audacity to make excuses?" Xiao Rushu interjected, pointing an accusatory finger at her. "Moreover, those talismans belong to senior sister Tian Ning. Are you a thief? What right do you have to demand them from her?" Earlier, Master Shao had not paid much attention to his daughter's baldness, for preserving her life was of utmost importance. However, he could no longer tolerate the sight of his bald daughter making such a ruckus in front of everyone. He tugged at Xiao Rushu and handed her a hair restoration pill. "Enough, young lady, cease your incessant babbling, let her finish speaking. Otherwise, if this continued, they would be embroiled in conflict all day long." Xiao Rushu relented to her father's diplomacy, albeit begrudgingly. biting the hair restoration pill in frustration. I am not lying, Xiao Shimi, you simply do not comprehend my situation, Wenren Xue insisted, barely holding her fragile form upright. Had my cultivation not been unstable, I would not have been influenced by the demonic energy, causing me to lose control and strike at Tian Ning. I recognize that was my fault, yet I genuinely fought against the demonic energy, striving to regain my clarity. I did not wish to harm Tian Ning, even though she treated me in such a manner. Ugh, the entire assembly fell silent to heed her words, yet at that moment, Xie Xingji unexpectedly vomited. The crowd was left speechless. If they were not aware of Xie Xingji's usual attitude toward Wenren Xue, they might have thought he was mocking her. Wenren Xue gritted her teeth and pressed on, asserting that if she firmly attributed her actions to demonic energy, then it could not be her fault. In the end, I resisted the demonic energy, and Tian Ning was unharmed. However, the eldest brother of Hujian Mountain, he publicly employed extrajudicial punishment, taking advantage of my inability to retaliate within the secret realm and severing my hand that held the sword. Master, sect leader. I acknowledge that my disciple was at fault, even if the demonic energy affected my mind against my will. I willingly accept punishment. Elder Yi has also promised that he will ensure both of you will penalize me, yet he disregards the matter entirely, ruthlessly attacking me instead of fuhonging. With each word Wenren Xue uttered, Qin Mingcheng felt as though his heart were being cut by daggers. In a place concealed from his view, his beloved disciple was subjected to such humiliation. Enraged, he prepared to strike at Fu Hongming. Tian Ning, having completed her advancement, suddenly opened her eyes. 10 contract swords surged forth, intercepting Qin Mingcheng just before he could act. She had broken through, reaching the pinnacle of qi refinement. Who could have anticipated that Tian Ning would ascend so swiftly? She surpassed Long Kangyan's advancement by a significant margin. Would this not jeopardize the stability of her realm? Little junior sister, do not force yourself to accelerate your breakthrough. An unstable cultivation will have repercussions in the future. Fu Hongming expressed concern, wishing he could press down on her shoulders to compel Tian Ning to sit and stabilize her cultivation. It is fine, eldest brother, I have advanced normally, Tian Ning reassured him. She would not allow her master and senior sister to be bullied in her presence. Qin Mingcheng's subsequent action further infuriated Master Xiao, leading to the involvement of the elders from the law enforcement hall, who, alongside Tian Ning's sword, subdued Qin Mingcheng. Qin Mingcheng, do you not possess an ounce of dignity as an elder? If your disciple has been wronged, then let us all sit down and clarify this matter. We cannot convict someone based solely on her testimony. Master Zhao's words rang with fairness. The disciples of Hujian Mountain had yet to voice their opinions, yet you have already resorted to violence. What does this say of your intentions? Sect leader, Master is merely concerned for his disciple. Which sword cultivator could remain calm upon witnessing their disciple's hand severed while wielding a sword? Master merely wishes to assist his disciple. Wenren Xue whined pitifully. Master Xiao found her lamentations exceedingly vexing. Enough, let us first hear what the two elders and the disciples of Hujian Mountain have to say. Elder Qiu had been absent throughout, while Elder Yi was acutely aware that the incident within the sword tomb would have ended far worse had the disciples of Hujian Mountain not banded together to resist the demonic cultivators. For reasons unknown, he thought back to 5 years ago, when that person had not yet lapsed into unconsciousness. Had that individual still been present, they would not have allowed anyone to bully their disciples in such a manner. In the presence of that individual, what could Qin Mingcheng accomplish? How could he tolerate any wrongdoing against such a group of children? A pang of bitterness filled Elder Yi's heart as he stepped forward to speak on behalf of Hujian Mountain. Sect, as a righteous disciple of our sect, possessing the cultivation of golden core and numerous protective artifacts, she cowardly hid behind her junior brothers and sisters, fearing for her life when confronted by demonic cultivators. She is unworthy to be a disciple of Wanjian Sect. He declared this publicly, positioning himself before the disciples of Hujian Mountain, locking eyes with Qin Mingcheng. The talismans belong to Tian Ning. She may give them to whomever she pleases. Wenren Xue, as a companion accompanying the newcomers into the sword tomb, has the audacity to blame Tian Ning. If that is the case, Qin Mingcheng, why do you not inquire of your beloved disciple why she did not distribute her protective artifacts among the other junior brothers and sisters? From the very beginning, Qin Mingcheng's affection for Wenren Xue had undoubtedly afforded her numerous protective artifacts. Elder Yi's words cut straight to the heart of the matter. Even as an ancient cultivator of the transformation stage, he had been saved by a mere qi refinement girl. Though he wished to avoid escalating the situation, since Wenren Xue had initiated the confrontation, he could not stand idly by while the disciples of Hujian Mountain were oppressed by Qin Mingcheng's status. Following Elder Yi's lead, the newly initiated disciples who had entered the sword tomb alongside Xiao Rushu also stood up in defense of Tian Ning. They had collectively battled against the demonic cultivators within the sword tomb, teetering on the brink of death.
Moreover, Tian Ning had nearly perished twice. Under such dire circumstances, Wenren Xue not only begrudged Tian Ning for not providing her a single talisman but also turned and attacked her. Xiao Rushu was the first to voice her outrage. You must be under the influence of demonic energy, still affected by it. The remaining disciples chimed in. Wenren Xue, how dare you be so shameless? If it weren't for senior sister Tian Ning, we would all have perished at the hands of the demonic cultivators. The newly initiated disciples were not swayed by her claims. Although they were young, they understood right from wrong. In the face of so many demonic cultivators of the transformation stage, Tian Ning's willingness to stand up made her the hero for all. Could any one of them have accomplished such a feat, or would any of them possess the courage to step forward? I merely acted under the influence of demonic energy. Wenren Xue's mind was in disarray, and she could only cling to this point. Even though she recognized that attacking Tian Ning at this moment was exceedingly irrational, she had suffered a severe drop in her cultivation from golden core to chi refinement, with her sword-wielding hand brutally severed by the scoundrels of Hujian Mountain. How could she bear to witness Tian Ning contract 10 swords in succession, shining brilliantly before all the disciples of Wanjian Sect? How could she endure it? Why should it be so? She had never faced such humiliation before. Everything had been proceeding perfectly according to plan until Tian Ning's arrival. Qin Mingcheng's expression grew grim in response to these accusations, particularly as Elder Yi, of equal rank, sided with Hujian Mountain. He furrowed his brow, suppressing his rage. Xue has already explained, she was merely affected by the demonic energy. She has lost her sword-wielding hand. What more do you want from her? Rather than pursuing the faults of one who has already been punished, we should discuss how to penalize Fu Hongming for his extrajudicial actions. The malevolence emanating from Fu Hongming was on par with Qin Mingcheng's. He was unafraid and willing to bear the consequences of his actions. Today, as long as he could deal with the individual who harmed his junior sister, he would accept any punishment that came his way. The old codger had fallen, but he, as the eldest brother, would not allow his junior brothers and sisters to be bullied by outsiders. Tian Ning promptly seized his sleeve. Eldest brother, you stay here and keep an eye on master and third senior sister. I'll handle this. This does not concern you, little junior sister, Tian Ning interjected, otherwise, I'll evaluate your swordsmanship progress tonight. Fu Hongming replied, silly girl, don't cause trouble. He had erred, and it was his responsibility to bear the consequences. Tian Ning blinked, producing a rope from seemingly nowhere, leaping to ensnare him tightly before handing him over to Long Outyan. Fourth brother, I'll be right back. Long Outyan was left speechless. He had nearly been moved to tears by his eldest brother's display of emotion just moments ago. Could she not refrain from disrupting the atmosphere? Tian Ning advanced, halting at a reasonable distance from Wenren Xue. Before she could utter a word, those standing behind Wenren Xue had already begun to voice their opinions. Your eldest brother severed my little junior sister's hand. If he does not sever both his hands today, this matter will remain unresolved. Do not think that with Elder Ye's protection, he can escape unscathed. The disciples of Hujian Mountain, acting in such a manner akin to demonic cultivators, must be punished according to sect regulations, stripped of their cultivation, and expelled from the sect. Wenren Yang's expression was complex. Sixth sister, regardless of the circumstances, you cannot allow them to treat fifth sister in this manner. They say 3 women make a play, and this group of men could easily enact a drama together. Wenren Xue had many supporters, aside from Qin Mingcheng, and their voices filled the air, creating a cacophony. Tian Ning sensed that they could continue for quite some time, so she retrieved a chair from her storage pouch. You all carry on, she remarked, then pulled out a book. The other disciples of Wanjian Sect were equally at a loss, who wished to endure their incessant ranting. They had been stalled for so long without progress. Were they all mad? Before Master Xiao could intervene, a disciple could no longer contain themselves. Can you all be quiet? You were told to let the disciples of Hujian Mountain speak, yet you all chatter on endlessly? Everyone has their own affairs, we do not revolve around your disputes. If you want to insult each other, do it elsewhere. You all sound like a bunch of women. Wenren Xue's supporters fell silent. No man could tolerate being compared to women in such a fashion. Once they quieted, only then did Tian Ning put away her book. She succinctly stated, since Wenren Xue claims she was affected by demonic energy, let us examine whether she harbors any demonic energy within her. Everyone was taken aback. They had expected her to defend Fu Hongming or at the very least to insult Wenren Xue for her shamelessness. Yet, they were surprised to hear her rationally propose to check for demonic energy within Wenren Xue. Such a logical suggestion rendered it difficult to refute. No. The demonic energy has already dissipated. Wenren Xue shook her head, curling into sect leader Luan's embrace in sheer resistance. Silence. What my senior sister Tian Ning says is correct.
Xiao Rushu was once again the first to step forward, drawing attention to herself. We almost forgot, you coward hid behind everyone throughout, not even daring to confront a shadow of a demonic cultivator. How could you possibly have come into contact with demonic energy? Chapter 45. Is it not just acting? Tian Ning would not simply let Wenren Xue off the hook. If she intended to stir up trouble, then let it be so. Let the wicked reap the consequences of their own deeds. The young girl rested her chin on her hand, a playful smile gracing her lips as she addressed the group who had been staunchly defending Wenren Xue. No matter how you slice it, there cannot be a complete absence of demonic energy, can there, esteemed colleagues? This was an undeniable fact, one that no one could refute. Xiao Zhangmen immediately summoned the demon-sensing stone, completely disregarding Wenren Xue, who was now teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. After all, if she fainted, they could still conduct the test without her involvement. Tian Ning continued her onslaught earlier, when Wenren Xue claimed that demonic energy had invaded her body, causing her to lose her sanity and seek my life. But if she is devoid of any demonic energy, at this point, Tian Ning exaggeratedly covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with fear and disbelief. It was merely acting, something she was quite capable of. Then she intentionally sought to kill me. Tian Ning collapsed into her chair, wailing, Why have you done this to me? You usurped my identity as the daughter of the Wenren family for 15 years. My parents, who should have loved and cherished me, doted on you instead. Even when they brought me back, they showed you, a mere cuckoo without any blood relations, the same kindness. What more could you possibly want? You have lived my life for 15 years, and now that I have returned, fearing that I might reclaim what is rightfully mine, you use demonic energy as an excuse to deliberately try to take my life? Wenren Xue. I never imagined you to be such a person. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Might you not show some respect for our collective intelligence with your exaggerated performance? However, in an instant, the disciples were left with a sense of astonishment, realizing the truth was indeed this way. Yet, they distinctly remembered, weren't we told that Tian Ning was the illegitimate daughter of the Wenren family, cast out and only recently brought back? Indeed, shouldn't Tian Ning be envious of Wenren Xue? How has it turned around? Tian Ning overheard this and surmised that Wenren Xue had spun countless tales against her behind the scenes. This girl truly had no shame, refusing to admit her lack of blood ties to the Wenren family while concocting schemes against her. This esteemed senior brother. And this esteemed senior sister, where did you hear such baseless rumors? You must know that I am the true blood daughter of the Wenren family. If you do not believe me, you may inquire of my fourth brother. He is right here. Tian Ning took it upon herself to dispel the rumors, determined to thwart all of Wenren Xue's schemes today. When Ren Yang was pushed forward, feeling the pleading gaze of Wenren Xue, and was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Sixth sister, he had witnessed Tian Ning's brilliance during the secret realm and the competition among the new disciples. He had seen her shine on the arena stage, unfazed in front of the disciples of the sixth sex, concocting top-grade pills in abundance. She sparkled like the stars, drawing people to her even without the support of the Wenren family. Deep down, he wished to draw closer to this sister, and under different circumstances, he would have acted without hesitation. However, Wenren Xue was his beloved sister whom he had cherished for 15 years, and he did not wish for them to clash in such a manner. He hoped for them to coexist harmoniously like ordinary sisters from a prestigious family. Let us discuss family matters when we return home, shall we? If fifth sister is truly envious, I will have our mother adjudicate. Though his words leaned towards Wenren Xue, for her, who had always received unreserved affection from Wenren Yang, it felt as though her fourth brother had changed. As for Tian Ning, she would not feel disheartened by Wenren Yang's words from the very first day of her return to the Wenren residence. The unfulfilled welcomes, the second-hand treatment, and the deliberate provocations had been insufficient to make her regard the Wenren family as kin. Never mind, I should have known better than to rely on you, fourth brother, she stated, devoid of emotion, her tone casual. I never expected anything from you. Though Tian Ning no longer pressed him for the truth, Wenren Yang felt an emptiness in his heart. Why Tian Ning paid him no mind. Individuals like Wenren Xue needed to be dealt with decisively, otherwise, they would incessantly seek to provoke you. When Ren Yang, Long Han, Xiexingji one after another, they came to cause trouble, and Tian Ning had no time to entertain them. Before all the disciples of the Wanjian Sect, Tian Ning earnestly declared, esteemed fellow disciples, today, my fourth brother, Wenren Yang, may shield his foster sister and refuse to acknowledge the truth, but I, Tian Ning, shall provide an account for all of you. Let us clarify the rumors surrounding me. The young girl raised her hand, 3 fingers together, invoking heaven as her witness. By the authority of heaven, I, Tian Ning, am the true blood of the head of the Wenren family and his wife. Wenren Xue is merely a fraudulent cuckoo that has occupied the nest for 15 years, all that I have spoken is the truth, and should there be a single falsehood, may heaven strike me down, and may I suffer a wretched fate." She had audaciously sworn a heavenly oath on the spot. Now, even those disciples who had initially stood by Wenren Xue, believing Tian Ning to be spouting nonsense, could not help but concede, if she were lying, the heavens would have already struck her down, and moreover, lying under a heavenly oath would taint one's heart of Tao. With just a few words, the future prospects of a cultivator could be utterly destroyed. "Sixth sister, why must you go to such lengths?" When Renyan's immediate concern was, what will happen to fifth sister in the sect after this? Are you completely daft? Can you not distinguish between man and ghost? Xiao Zhangmen could not restrain the fiercely loyal Xiao Rushu, who rushed forth to defend her idol. "My sister Tian Ning has spoken nothing but the truth from the beginning. Besides, why on earth would there be unfounded rumors circulating within the sect about Tian Ning being the daughter of a concubine? Why would it be said that Tian Ning is envious of this shameless individual? Is my sister Tian Ning merely indulging in idle gossip? Ha, have you considered who benefits most from these rumors? And I have never seen a brother as you, even if you are Wenren Xue's brother. Ignoring the disparagement of Tian Ning while leaping to defend Wenren Xue at the slightest criticism is hardly justifiable. I suggest you drain the water from your head first. Get away. Keep your distance from my sister Tian Ning." Her words flowed forth like a torrent, and she fought with fervor. "My sister Tian Ning possesses a natural affinity for the sword. To eliminate Wenren Xue would be a trivial matter. What need have I for jealousy? She truly had the audacity." Tian Ning mentally applauded Xiao Rushu. This girl was indeed her perfect mouthpiece. Xiao Zhangmen gazed heavenward in despair. The entire sect had witnessed his daughter's fierce demeanor, and how would she ever find a Tao partner in the future? Xiao Rushu, when he named her, he had hoped she would grow into a calm and virtuous woman suited for a Tao partner, yet she had strayed far from his expectations. At this point, the demon-sensing stone also yielded its results. "Master, no traces of demonic energy were found." This single statement shattered the elaborate web of lies woven by Wenren Xue. In such a dramatic reversal, all the disciples stood in shock. Was it truly possible for someone to be so shameless? Chapter 45. Is it not just acting? Tian Ning would certainly not let Wenren Xue off the hook so easily. If she sought to stir trouble, then let her reap the consequences of her own misdeeds. The young girl propped her chin on her hand, a teasing smile playing on her lips as she addressed the group that had just been defending Wenren Xue. "No matter the circumstances, the demonic aura cannot possibly leave no trace, can it, esteemed colleagues?" This was an undeniable fact, one that none could refute. Xiao Zhangmen promptly summoned the demon detection stone, disregarding the fact that Wenren Xue was on the verge of fainting, her condition precarious. After all, even if she lost consciousness, the stone could still yield results without requiring her participation. Tian Ning continued her performance. "Not long ago, Wenren Xue claimed that the demonic energy had invaded her body, causing her to lose her senses and attempt to kill me. Yet, if she possesses no trace of demonic energy." At this point, Tian Ning exaggeratedly covered her mouth, her eyes wide with feigned terror and disbelief. "Is it not just acting? She could do that too. Then, she deliberately sought to kill me." Tian Ning collapsed into her chair, wailing, Why have you treated me this way? You have usurped my identity as the daughter of the Wenren family for 15 years. My parents, who should have cherished and loved me, doted upon you instead, and when they brought me back, they paid no heed to me, treating you, a mere cuckoo, with such kindness. What more could you possibly want? You have enjoyed 15 years of my life, and now, simply because I have returned, you fear that I might reclaim what is rightfully mine, and thus use the guise of demonic energy as an excuse to attempt to kill me? Wenren Xue. I never imagined you to be this kind of person. The onlookers could only stare in stunned silence. Could you not at least show some respect for our intelligence with your exaggerated performance? However, all the disciples suddenly felt as if they were witnessing a grand revelation. Was the truth truly this? Yet, they distinctly remembered. Was it not said that Tian Ning was the illegitimate daughter of the Wenren family, who had been taken in from the streets? Indeed, should she not be the one envious of Wenren Xue instead? How has the situation reversed? Tian Ning, overhearing their murmurs, suspected that Wenren Xue had been orchestrating her downfall behind the scenes. This individual truly had the audacity to deny her own lack of blood relation to the Wenren family while plotting against her. Esteemed senior brother. And you, senior sister, from where do you derive these baseless rumors? For your information, I am the legitimate daughter of the Wenren family. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with my fourth brother, who is right here. Tian Ning seized the opportunity to dispel the slander, determined to thwart Wenren Xue's schemes today. Wenren Yang was pushed forward, caught off guard by Wenren Xue's pleading gaze, unsure of how to proceed. Sixth sister, he had witnessed Tian Ning's extraordinary performance among the new disciples during their competition in the secret realm. He had seen her shine on the arena stage, presenting solutions without a hint of trepidation, and concocting exceptional elixirs with ease. She was as radiant as the stars. Even without the backing of the Wenren family, she had drawn many admirers. Deep down, he wished to cultivate a closer bond with this sister, and though he would have acted without hesitation in other matters, Wenren Xue was, after all, his beloved sister of 15 years, and he did not wish to see their relationship deteriorate. I propose we discuss family matters privately, shall we? If that fifth sister truly feels envious, I will have our mother resolve it for you. Although his words still leaned towards Wenren Xue, for the sister who had always been unreservedly favored by Wenren Yang, his stance had noticeably shifted. As for Tian Ning, she would not feel disheartened by Wenren Yang's words from the very first day of her return to the Wenren estate. The unfulfilled welcomes, the second-hand treatment, the deliberate provocations, none of these were enough to bind her to the Wenren family as kin. Forget it, I should have known better than to rely on you, fourth brother, she stated flatly, her tone devoid of emotion. I never expected anything from you. Although Tian Ning no longer pressed him to reveal the truth, Wenren Yang felt an inexplicable emptiness within. Why Tian Ning paid him no mind. Individuals like Wenren Xue, if not dealt with decisively, would continue to emerge and provoke trouble. When Ran Yang, Longhan, Xiexingji, one after another, they came forth to create discord, and Tian Ning had neither the time nor inclination to entertain them. Before all the disciples of the Wanjian Sect, Tian Ning earnestly proclaimed, "Esteemed fellow disciples, today, my fourth brother Wenren Yang may shelter his adoptive sister and refuse to acknowledge the truth, but I, Tian Ning, shall provide everyone with a clear account. Let us address the rumors surrounding me." The young girl raised her hand, 3 fingers together, as if invoking the heavens. By the heavens above, I, Tian Ning, am the legitimate bloodline of the Wenren family, while Wenren Xue is merely an impostor who has occupied my place for 15 years. All that I have stated is the truth. Should there be a single word of falsehood, may the heavens strike me down, and may I meet with a wretched end. She had audaciously sworn an oath before the heavens. At this moment, even those who had stood by when Wenren Xue dismissed Tian Ning's claims were compelled to believe her. If she were lying, the heavens would have already unleashed their wrath, and moreover, swearing a heavenly oath would jeopardize one's Tao heart. Just a couple of words could ruin the future prospects of a cultivator. Sixth sister, why must you take it this far? Wenren Yang's immediate concern was, what will become of fifth sister in the sect after this? Furthermore, why would there be inexplicable rumors circulating within the sect that Tian Ning is the daughter of a concubine? Why would it be said that she is envious of this shameless individual? Is it possible that my sister Tian Ning has nothing better to do than to deliberately spread such rumors? Have you considered who benefits most from these slanders? And you, I have never seen a brother like you. Even if you are Wenren Xue's brain, you turn a blind eye when others speak ill of my sister Tian Ning, yet you leap to defend Wenren Xue at the slightest provocation. You should not criticize her for speaking the truth. I suggest you first pour out the water from your brain. Get lost, stay away from my sister Tian Ning. She chattered away, her fighting spirit fierce. My sister Tian Ning is a born swordswoman. To eliminate Wenren Xue is a trivial matter, requiring no jealousy at all. They truly have the audacity. In her heart, Tian Ning applauded Xiao Rushu. This girl was indeed her mouthpiece. Xiao Zhangmen gazed helplessly at the heavens. His daughter's fierce demeanor had been witnessed by the entire sect. How would she ever find a Dao partner now? Xiao Rushu, when he had chosen this name, he had hoped for his daughter to grow into a gentle and virtuous young woman, yet she was nothing like the expectations he had held. At this moment, the demon detection stone also yielded its results. Sect Master, no traces of demonic energy have been detected. In a single stroke, this revelation shattered the elaborate web of lies spun by Wenren Xue. The abrupt twist left all the disciples dumbfounded. Was it indeed a case of the thief calling out "Stop thief"? How could there exist such an utterly shameless person in the world? Chapter 46. You already have me. The truth is laid bare before us, Tian Ning remarked nonchalantly. According to the sect's regulations, those who harm fellow disciples shall have their cultivation revoked and be expelled from the sect. She paused and turned her gaze to Wenren Yang. This outcome isn't too bad. You need not worry about her future in the sect. After all, she was to be cast out of the Wanjian Sect. Wenren Yang remained silent, having no words since the revelation of the demonic aura. No. Master, I was just momentarily confused. I implore your forgiveness. Wenren Xue was suddenly alarmed, gripping Qin Mingcheng tightly. She had not anticipated Tian Ning's ruthless resolve. If she were truly expelled from the Wanjian Sect, what would others think of her? Well, Tian Ning interjected, the one you have harmed is me. Shouldn't you be seeking my forgiveness? Or perhaps, she continued, you simply wish to evade responsibility, hoping Elder Qin will shield you before the entire sect. Wenren Xue, how insidious your scheme is. Elder Qin is as steadfast as a mountain, impartial and just. He would never be the sort to shelter a disciple or disregard the sect's rules. You are fully aware of this, yet you still wish to place Elder Qin in such a predicament. The crowd fell silent. Qin Ming Chang, feeling the heat of the situation, remained speechless. The supporters of Wenren Xue softened their stance, attempting to appeal to emotion, but the senior disciples from Hujian Mountain stepped forth, fiercely defending their junior sister. In such a moment, what was there to hold back? No one would dare bully their little sister. Among them, Fu Hongming was the most outrageous, sobbing uncontrollably while clutching a coffin. Master, woo. It is the disciples' unfilial conduct, unable to protect our little sister. They bully us because Hujian Mountain lacks a master to safeguard us. Woo. I recall 5 years ago when you sacrificed everything to protect the Wanjian Sect. Now, look at this situation. His candid mention of 5 years ago made the elder's expressions falter. Objectively speaking, Wenren Xue indeed deserved expulsion from the sect. In the end, Qin Mingchang relented. Without even detecting the demonic aura, what more could he argue? Zhong Zhangluan, the foremost disciple under Qin Mingchang, protested, Master, our little sister has already lost a hand. She has been punished enough. Must you be so merciless? Furthermore, her cultivation has plummeted from golden core to the peak of qi refinement. We still do not know if someone from Hujian Mountain employed some foul sorcery. Xiaorusha rolled her eyes in response. Did you not see that your little sister was too ashamed to even mention it herself? A bolt of heavenly thunder struck her within the sword tomb. It seems even the heavens could not bear witness. The crowd finally grasped that the thunderbolt which had fallen in the sword tomb had been aimed at Wenren Xue. It seemed, indeed, that she was quite lacking. For if she were not, why would a heavenly thunderbolt strike her alone? Master Xiao was nearly inclined to smack his daughter's forehead, urging her to manage her expressions. He suppressed his impulse and maintained a stern demeanor. The matter has reached this point, Wenren Xue has harmed fellow disciples and is to be expelled from the Wanjian Sect. Master! Pack your belongings and leave the sect at once. Master Xiao had no time to entertain the pleas for mercy from those behind Wenren Xue. So much time had already been wasted. The sect, besieged by demonic cultivators, needed to be reorganized, and the truth behind the incidents in the sword tomb needed to be uncovered. Why had a newly initiated disciple chosen to take her own life to assist the demonic cultivators? Were they under control, or were there spies hidden within the Wanjian Sect? And what of the demonic sword that Tian Ning had brought forth? Another headache. Waving his hand to disperse the crowd, Master Xiao took a moment to remind Tian Ning. Cough, cough. Little Ning, remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not draw forth the demonic sword. This sword is the fateful blade of the most potent demon lord from a millennium ago. Should it emerge, chaos will surely ensue. The new demon lord had long coveted the demonic sword. If the demonic realm were to learn that their long-desired sword had fallen into the hands of a mere girl, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Tian Ning nodded obediently and then returned to rest with her senior brothers and sisters. The journey to the sword tomb had been exhausting, and everyone collapsed into their own courtyards to sleep. Tian Ning too wished for slumber, yet she had unfinished matters to attend to. Gazing at the 10 gleaming swords before her, she needed to find them a proper resting place. What was destined to come would inevitably arrive. Tian Ning resignedly led them into her consciousness, akin to a husband bringing home a horde of concubines to his rightful wife. Her heart raced, inexplicably overcome with guilt. Would bringing so many swords back disturb the peace of her consciousness? Tian Ning's consciousness was unusually vast, far from the norm for someone in the qi refinement stage. In fact, one could argue that foundation-building cultivators typically lacked a conscious space. Upon entry, the decor was particularly warm and inviting, evidently well-maintained, resembling a cozy abode where the owner awaited the return of the family's patriarch. As she approached the door, her hand hesitated momentarily before she steeled herself. However, before she could push the door open, it swung open from within. Ning Ning, Ning Ning, you haven't come to see me for 366 hours. The figure inside lunged forward like an exuberant golden retriever. Slightly taller than Tian Ning, he appeared as a 15-year-old youth, his face hauntingly beautiful, akin to an enchanting fairy. In stark contrast, his bright, pure eyes sparkled with excitement, flushed with a hint of crimson, as he eagerly moved to embrace her. Tian Ning, Jin Jian, behave yourself. Tian Ning, with unyielding resolve, blocked the handsome youth's eager advance. In terms of appearance, his beauty was indeed unparalleled. Even amidst the realm of cultivation, where handsome men and beautiful women were abundant, he would undoubtedly stand out. However, this fellow possessed a fatal flaw that Tian Ning simply could not accept: his flowing rainbow-colored hair. Perhaps in her younger days, Tian Ning would have envied such a style, but she had long since transcended juvenile tastes and found Jin Jian's peculiar beauty utterly unappreciable. Moreover, the vibrant hues of his hair seemed designed to draw attention, glaringly bright enough to transform any darkened room into a disco scene. No matter how many times she looked, that dazzling spectacle would always blind her. Ning Ning, why do you carry the scent of other sword spirits? Jian exclaimed, his shock evident as he realized there were uninvited guests. He merely tilted his head slightly and beheld the 10 sword spirits, Jian. His eyes brimmed with tears, lips pressed tightly together, as he appeared utterly heartbroken. Why? He looked as if he were on the verge of collapse, unable to bear the weight of the truth. Ning, you already have me. Despite having just moments ago exhibited no abnormality as a human-like sword spirit, he now began to fade, as if on the brink of complete disappearance. Tian Ning, are all you swords so theatrically gifted? Tian Ning sighed in exasperation. It was an unforeseen circumstance. Under such conditions, no one would have anticipated that the emergence of a demonic sword with self-awareness would seek a contract. Given how matters stood, Tian Ning decided to be honest. Fortuitously, she had consumed healing pills quickly, or else there would have been more than just these 10, but at this moment, Tian Ning was thoroughly exhausted. Having unleashed a myriad of swords in the sword tomb, coupled with her recent advancement, she yearned only to lie down and rest, after repeatedly advising Jian not to bully the other swords, and that some lessons were in order for the demonic sword. Tian Ning sought out a bed to sleep. It wasn't until Tian Ning departed that Jian's previously forlorn expression evaporated, replaced by a gradually darkening gaze fixed upon the demonic sword, a mocking smile forming. So it was this unruly interloper who dared to lead the charge. As a coveted entity sought by the demon lord, the demonic sword was certainly no pushover. Its bizarrely patterned blade began to glow, dark mist coalescing in the air, as a magnetic male voice resonated with an air of warning. A fool, she belongs to me. Understand? Though taken aback by Tian Ning's possession of a fateful blade, the demonic sword, driven by its inherent bloodlust, resolved to aid Tian Ning in her descent into darkness, assisting the new demon lord in ascending to power. Thus, this worthless being before it had no reason to remain. Jian could no longer contain the pent-up fury he had held in check until now, unable to tolerate such provocation. This scene was akin to a mistress openly insulting the rightful wife. Without waiting for the demonic sword spirit to fully coalesce, Jian launched a left hook, a right hook, immediately dispersing the spirit of the demonic sword. The demonic sword had always regarded itself with disdain, fearing no blade save for the one forged specifically to combat it by the righteous sect a millennium ago, yet today, it found itself being mercilessly trampled by an unknown sword. Yes, trampled. Even after delivering the blows, Jian was not yet satisfied, wishing to reduce this interloper to mere fragments. So you wish to resort to underhanded tactics? Do not think that a successful contract will suffice. In the days to come, I shall thoroughly torment this little scoundrel. At that moment, the demonic sword had lost all semblance of its former glory, cast outside like a clothesline, threatened with further beatings should it dare to resist. With this display of dominance, the other swords immediately quieted down. If the demonic sword could be so easily subdued, they would need to weigh their own ambitions carefully. Meanwhile, when Wenren Xue was in her room uncontrollably lashing out at objects, Master Shao had already dispatched someone to escort her away from the Wanjian Sect, back to the Wenren family. She had gone from the exalted daughter of destiny to a despised outcast. How could she possibly come to terms with this? I had warned you long ago, you must diminish her fortune. Only by ensuring that all abandon and despise her can you take action. Now look, your recklessness may have drawn the attention of the heavenly will to our presence. The system within her mind berated Wenren Xue's impulsiveness. How had it ended up with such a hot-headed host? Diminish, you've said it 1,000 times. It was so easy to deal with those I encountered before, and yet this time, even Long Han has been silenced in the secret realm. How long must I watch that scoundrel prance around? After a moment of silence, the system helplessly replied, we are in this together. I do not wish to see you fail either. The fortune residing within Tian Ning is simply too formidable. You must exercise patience and proceed gradually. At this moment, when Wenren Xue had little patience to heed advice, did you not say this was a book? Why is there no plot for me? Which transmigrator lacks a narrative? This indeed is a world from a book, but the information received from headquarters indicates there is no plot. The system could only express its perplexity. The absence of any narrative concerning Tian Ning was as if she did not exist at all, though that was impossible. Only intruding transmigrators lacked a narrative, and such individuals were despised by the heavenly will. If discovered, they would be sent back to their original worlds. How could a transmigrator possibly possess such overwhelming fortune? At that moment, the door creaked open, and Qin Mingcheng entered. Xue, master. Please, I beg you to plead with the sect leader. Xue does not wish to leave her master. Xue wants to remain under her master's guidance. When Wenren Xue had already tidied herself, appearing quite pitiful, believing her master would not want to see her in distress. Xue, you are only temporarily leaving, Qin Mingcheng gently reassured her. I shall certainly help you find the 9th-tier spirit herb, revitalization grass, to restore your hand, and then devise a plan for you to regain your former glory in the Wanjian Sect. Returning to the Wenren family is merely to avoid the storm.
I will not let that Tian Ning off the hook. Is that true, master?
Wenren Xue gazed at the system panel, noting the favorability rating at 90%, her face displaying gratitude while her heart brimmed with disdain. Her master had always been looking through her to another person, and the favorability had remained stagnant. Xue must trust your master. Qin Mingcheng embraced her, pulling her close. When you return, your task is to find a way to contract with that brat, Long Yi. The absence of Wenren Xue was a boon for Tian Ning, at least now she would not be inexplicably troubled when visiting the task hall. She made a point to check her points, finding she had enough to last another 6 months. After that, she would need to undertake another task. With ample time on her hands, Tian Ning resumed her reading in her courtyard. Recently, Hujian Mountain had been bustling. Xiao Rushu seemed eager to drop by multiple times a day, occasionally dragging along Long Kong Yan. Xiao Rushu was curious about Tian Ning's daily life, wondering if someone with innate sword bones would surely be diligent, perhaps practicing swordsmanship for 12 hours a day? In reality, she was mistaken. Tian Ning spent 12 hours a day engrossed in her reading. Xiao Rushu felt her illusions shatter, striving to defend Tian Ning. Could it be this is what it means to be a genius? For the sake of celebrating Tian Ning's success in the sword tomb and her contract with 10 swords, Si Qin Xian had prepared an elaborate feast, enthusiastically inviting Xiao Rushu and Long Kong Yan. The group gathered under the moonlight to drink and feast, as if returning to the lively days of Hujian Mountain. The three little ones were enjoying fruit wine. Chapter 47. The family-like cohesion of Sword Guardian Mountain. Long Kangyan, who has a poor tolerance for alcohol, clings to his brother's thigh, lamenting, "Whoa, you never tell me anything. I have clearly grown up, but what on earth happened back then?" Long Outyan, filled with disdain, kicks him away. "It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. After all, father has written to me, stating that he will reveal everything upon my return home. Don't go back." Long Outyan's expression darkens as he delivers another kick to the oblivious lad. At this moment, however, Long Kangyan is too intoxicated to comprehend his words, merely mumbling incessantly like a wrong child in kindergarten. Xiao Rushu, having sneaked a drink from Fu Hongming and his companions, drunkenly embraces a tree in the courtyard, professing, "Sister Tian Ning, do you know how much I adore you? Your move, the 10,000 swords return to the sect, was absolutely stunning. I have never encountered anyone so dashing in my life. You surpass even the predecessors recorded in the fragments. I regret apprenticing under my father. If only I had known, I should have sought your tutelage sooner. Or you could be my second master. Here, you would be on par with my father." No, how could my father compare to you?" Tian Ning, if Master Xiao were to hear such remarks, he would undoubtedly be infuriated. Fu Hongming, with mischievous intent, attempts to pour wine down the throat of the aged corpse in the coffin, only to be discovered by Shi Qinshin, who brandishes her sword, ready to strike this unfilial senior brother. Their playful chase around the courtyard is more entertaining than a theatrical performance. Tian Ning finds a tree to sit upon and enjoy the moonlight, amused by the lively scene below. Before she can retrieve her book, she notices Jiang Shi, who is visually impaired, slowly and awkwardly climbing the tree, inching closer to her. "What's the matter, second senior brother?" Tian Ning assumes he is intoxicated. Little junior sister, Jiangxi, evidently ill at ease in the tree, speaks with a somewhat airy voice, yet strives to maintain his composure. "I wanted to say, you can consider me as your brother, and your first and fourth senior brothers are also your brothers, while your third senior sister is like an elder sister, or if you prefer, you may regard me as your mother." After a pause, he suddenly realizes, but wait, that wouldn't work. Otherwise, master and third junior sister's seniority would be confused. Tian Ning, in any case, that biased fourth brother of ours is someone we can do without. Whatever you need, little junior sister, feel free to tell your brothers and sisters. Sword Guardian Mountain is your home, and you must share anything with us. Jiangxi rambles on earnestly. Tian Ning listens attentively. The second senior brother is the most thoughtful among the siblings, likely worried about her given the incident with Wenren Yang favoring Wenren Xue that day. She feels a warm sensation in her heart. Compared to the Wenren family, which is bound by blood, the people of Sword Guardian Mountain seem even more like family rather than treating her as a daughter. The Wenren family regards her as a mere pet, ensuring she has food and clothing, and only occasionally recalling her presence to play with her. Such a place has never felt like home to Tian Ning. Second senior brother, rest assured, I am indifferent to their treatment, Tian Ning replies. Jiangshi cannot see her expression, but he understands that a girl who has grown up away from her parents and is suddenly brought back home must harbor a deep longing for love. He senses that little junior sister is feigning strength. Jiangshi wishes to say something to comfort her, but at that moment, Long Outyan, having freed himself from Long Kangyan, leaps up, his grievances spilling forth. Second senior brother, are you secretly bestowing gifts upon little junior sister behind my back again? You cannot always be so biased. Do you not realize that I, your junior brother, also experience heartache? Whether or not his heart is truly broken, Jiangshi cannot ascertain, but he is disgusted and silently retreats, beginning to descend the tree. The second senior brother, unable to move freely, is someone Tian Ning wishes to assist down, but Long Outyan blocks her, asserting, though second senior brother cannot see, his hearing is remarkably acute. Fear not, he can manage on his own. What a commendable junior brother you are. Come, sit down, fourth senior brother has something to say to you, he says with eager anticipation. Little junior sister, do you recall what you said to me when we first met? Tian Ning? What did she say? Long Outyan brushes it off nonchalantly. No matter, fourth senior brother knows you are a busy person. What exactly do you wish to convey, fourth senior brother? Tian Ning can no longer tolerate his inexplicable tone, which is quite irksome. Oh, it's just that, you mentioned that from now on, I shall be responsible for the garbage in your courtyard. As long as you are here, my duty of collecting your garbage shall continue. Long Outyan blinks eagerly, hinting wildly, I don't ask for much, just a little from your fingertips will suffice. He has seen the vast wealth of little junior sister, enough to crush him with ease. So that's all it is. Tian Ning had thought he was unwell. She retrieves a high-grade spirit stone and offers it to him. How about this, fourth senior brother, please do me a favor. This is your reward. Little junior sister, command me without hesitation, fourth senior brother is at your service. Long Outyan cradles the spirit stone, nearly floating with delight. During my journey to the secret realm with third senior sister, I visited numerous shops, yet I have not come across a store selling storybooks. Do you know where I might procure them in the cultivation realm? It's not that Tian Ning lacks for storybooks. She stocked up on a plethora when leaving her home. However, she feels the need to hoard more, given the long lifespan of cultivators, and she has not encountered any establishments selling such books in the cultivation world. Storybooks? Little junior sister, your time in the cultivation realm is brief, and you may not be aware that cultivators prioritize their training. Items that disrupt their Tao hearts were eradicated thousands of years ago. Moreover, there are scarcely any writers, so those who sell them are even fewer. Long Outyan ponders for a moment before continuing. I recall there is a shop near the Long family that sells storybooks, with collections accumulated over thousands of years. Tian Ning is instantly intrigued. What tales might the cultivation world's storybooks hold? Be prudent and refrain from heading to the Long family. It has been quite unstable in recent years, Long Outyan states, extinguishing the small flame of hope ignited by the mention of the Long family. I will arrange for someone to bring you the storybooks, so just wait patiently. Since fourth senior brother has said so, she shall obediently wait. However, since that dinner, Tian Ning has not seen Long Kangyan again. He must have returned to the Long family, and she wonders when he will return, noticing fourth senior brother's daily worries as he collects rubbish. Tian Ning continues to lead a fulfilling life. For as long as her storybooks remain unread, she considers herself the happiest creature in the world. One day, third senior sister plans to descend the mountain to purchase some new fabric, and Tian Ning accompanies her. On their way down, they encounter a man who calls out to them. Esteemed Taoists of the 10,000 Sword Sect, please hold on. I see the embroidered characters on your clothing denote you as disciples of Sword Guardian Mountain. Shurchinshin inquires, what business do you have? I am Long Xian, a representative of the Long family. I have a letter for Long Outyan of Sword Guardian Mountain. If it's convenient, I would appreciate your guidance to Sword Guardian Mountain. The Long family, Long Outyan harbors a deep resentment towards the Long family, and Tian Ning is well aware of this. It has been quite some time since Long Kangyan left, yet he has not returned. The sisters exchange glances, both understanding that this individual does not come with good intentions. Their desire to purchase fabric dissipates as they escort Long Xian to Sword Guardian Mountain. Chapter 48, The Exclusively Crafted Charm. Brother Ao Tian, it has been such a long time, 5 years to be precise. In the face of Long Xian's exuberance, Long Ao Tian remained indifferent, his expression devoid of warmth as he ushered the man into his courtyard. Once inside, Tian Ning and a few others huddled together. Jiangshi exclaimed, this is a conspiracy, it must be. Fu Hongming began to piece together the events. The poison afflicting our fourth junior brother was undoubtedly instigated by the Long family. 5 years ago, when the sect encountered turmoil, our fourth junior brother also faced misfortune within the Long household. Though he publicly claimed it was due to the betrayal of brothers and women, in truth, he severed all ties with the entire Long family. Shi added, "We must remember that the father of our fourth junior brother has been thriving within the branch family all these years. How could a father stand idly by while his exceptionally gifted child suffers at the hands of his own kin?" Tian Ning boldly speculated, "Could it be that he is enduring humiliation for a greater purpose?" The others responded with puzzled expressions. Tian Ning continued, "It means to bear the burden of disgrace. It was merely a guess of mine." With so little information at hand, Tian Ning could only conjecture. After all, she had read countless tales. Fu Hongming remarked, "We must wait for our fourth junior brother to emerge and share what transpired." Uncertain of their conversation, when Long Ao Tian finally appeared, his demeanor was even more surly. Even when Long Xue attempted to engage him further, saying, "Brother Ao Tian, I recall the bond we shared in our youth," Long Ao Tian coldly retorted, "If that is all you have to say, then be gone." Long Xue could only leave awkwardly, and the others showed no inclination to see him off, instead gathering around Long Ao Tian to ascertain the situation. "I must return to the Long family," Long Ao Tian declared. The group reacted with little surprise, merely responding, "Oh." Long Ao Tian reiterated, "I shall depart today." Tian Ning raised her hand, "Fourth senior brother, I wish to accompany you." "No, you cannot go, you must remain at the Sword Guard Mountain. I know you wish to procure tales, and I will arrange for someone to bring them to you." Tian Ning had anticipated Long Ao Tian's refusal, yet his reaction seemed excessively fervent. "Little junior sister is simply concerned for you, and I shall accompany you as well." Shi interjected, "Old fourth, your senior brothers and sisters are here, and do not forget, you were once our cherished youngest. How could we bear to see you face the storm alone?" Long Ao Tian scoffed, "You're both over 40. How can you still be referred to as the youngest?" Tian Ning was taken aback, realizing that fourth senior brother was indeed over 40. Truly, in the realm of cultivation, age bore no visible marks. Long Ao Tian turned away, "There is no need for you to accompany me, I can handle this alone. One is at the peak of chi refinement, and the other is at the 5th level of foundation establishment, both lacking the capability to assist me," he stated dismissively. Fourth junior brother, Jiangxi produced a mustard seed pouch. Second senior brother is aware of the dangers you face and intended to give you this to aid you. However, since you refuse to accept the goodwill of third junior sister and little junior sister, I shall withhold it. Long Ao Tian was taken aback, realizing the significance of the pouch filled with charms. One could hardly overlook its value. Given the perilous nature of his return to the Long family, Long Ao Tian, lacking absolute certainty, hurriedly accepted the pouch from Jiangxi, allowing Tian Ning and Shi to accompany him, though he insisted multiple times that they were not to interfere, claiming he could resolve matters on his own. Men often carry such inexplicable confidence, especially someone like Long Ao Tian. Tian Ning and Shi exchanged knowing glances, refraining from interrupting him. Jiangxi then handed another mustard seed pouch to Shi and 3 to Tian Ning. Long Ao Tian was left speechless. Had it been any other time, he would have protested against second brother's blatant favoritism, but this time Long Ao Tian sensed that his mischievous second brother might have discerned something, hence bestowing such generous protection upon the little junior sister. While the trio prepared their belongings, Xiaorushu arrived, insisting on joining them for the lengthy journey ahead, employing every tactic to persuade them. Fu Hongming sighed, "Xiao junior sister, our words hold no weight. Only the approval of Master Xiao matters. No one could bear the burden of responsibility should the masteress' daughter encounter trouble during their travels." Upon hearing this, Xiaorushu ceased her antics and hurried off to seek her father. Soon after, a disciple arrived at Sword Guard Mountain to escort Tian Ning and the others. Master Xiao was currently busy providing a plethora of protective artifacts to Xiaorushu, and upon seeing the group, he cautioned them that the Long family had been increasingly restless in recent years, particularly with the series of mysterious disappearances among rogue cultivators. The Long family resided within the territory of the beast-taming sect, which had been investigating the matter for some time, seeking to eliminate this source of trouble. However, the Long family's operations had been exceedingly discreet, preventing any incriminating evidence from being uncovered. He advised them to exercise utmost caution, and should anything occur, to present his secret order to the beast-taming sect for assistance. Master Xiao was an enlightened father, understanding that daughters do not remain at home forever, especially one as spirited as Xiaorushu. Thus, sending her out for early experience could bear no ill consequence. Thus, the quartet set off towards the Long family. The beast-taming sect lay a considerable distance from the charm immortal sect, and Long Ao Tian led them aboard a flying vessel, estimating a 4-day journey ahead. Tian Ning had deliberately donned the attire crafted by her elder, bringing along her pet Joju, and even remembered her large trunk, ensuring thorough preparation. Ever since the incident at the Sword Tomb, Tian Ning felt compelled to be vigilant regarding her own safety. One could never predict when unforeseen circumstances might arise. Xiaobai chose to remain behind at Sword Guard Mountain for a leisurely slumber. After completing all her precautionary measures, Tian Ning felt unusually at ease. She had initially planned to pass the 4 days by reading tales, but unexpectedly encountered 2 disciples from the Charm Immortal Sect who opened up a new realm of possibilities for her. On the deck of the vessel, a young man clad in the outer disciple's garb of the Charm Immortal Sect, burdened with an array of luggage, trailed behind a man dressed in the attire of an inner disciple, calling out, "Brother Mao! Brother Mao, please wait for me." Elder Mao said, "You must not cause trouble outside." The individual addressed as Brother Mao turned and affixed a mysterious talisman to the young man's forehead, exclaiming, "Yuan Yang, you are far too loud." Yuan Yang erupted into uncontrollable laughter, as if someone had activated a tickling charm within him. "Ha ha, Brother Mao! Please, hurry and dispel this laughter charm, ha ha ha. I have no intention of doing so. Once you start talking, it never ends." Their ruckus drew attention, especially Yuan Yang's exuberant laughter, prompting curiosity about the jovial young man capable of such mirth. Tian Ning found herself intrigued by the so-called laughter charm. The talismans her elder had taught her were all rather serious in nature. She had never before encountered such an entertaining charm, reminiscent of the previous encounter with the ecstasy pill. Laughter charms, she yearned to learn. Tian Ning inquired, "Third senior sister, do you know if the instructional texts for talismans include designs for such laughter charms? They seem quite fascinating." Regrettably, second senior brother was absent. Qinqin shook her head, admitting her expertise lay solely in swordsmanship and alchemy, and there were no talisman cultivators among their party. "This friend has a discerning eye." Mao Qingfei, overhearing Tian Ning's words, approached with an air of enthusiasm. "This is an exclusive charm of my own creation. It is unique, no other talisman cultivator can replicate it." Chapter 49. Surely not all of them are drawn by her. Impressive, fellow cultivator, you have actually created your own talismans. Tian Ning had never entertained such thoughts until now. Her desire to draw talismans was suddenly ignited. If she could truly create her own, wouldn't that mean she could craft numerous unique talismans? With enthusiasm, Tian Ning immediately inquired, "Fellow cultivator, would you be willing to sell me a talisman for my study? Or, given your remarkable talent, have you ever published a book on how to create talismans? I would like to purchase it for further learning." "Ahem, fellow cultivator, you flatter me." "I am not yet at the stage of publishing a book," replied Mao Qingfei, who was momentarily elevated by the praise. It was well known that the members of his sect regarded his newly developed talismans with disdain, and no one was willing to test them. He had only ventured out because he had paid a fearless cultivator near the Beastmaster sect to test all the new talismans he had drawn. Fortuitously encountering someone of like mind, Mao Qingfei was more than willing to impart his talisman-making methods to this remarkably perceptive fellow cultivator. "Meeting you is serendipity. If you are a talisman practitioner, and do not mind, I can teach you during our voyage over the next few days." Tian Ning was deeply moved, exclaiming, "Your generosity and noble demeanor leave me profoundly grateful." "Not at all, I am Mao Qingfei, a disciple of the Talisman Immortal Sect. May I inquire your name, fellow cultivator?" "I am Tian Ning, a disciple of the 10,000 Swords Sect. What a fortunate day it is to make your acquaintance, fellow Mao." "Ha ha ha, well said. Please, after you, fellow Tian." "Fellow Mao, please, go ahead." In just a few brief exchanges, the two had instantly become kindred spirits, leaving Long Outyan and Yuan Yang in a state of bewilderment. Just moments ago, they were strangers. Qinqin kindly tore the laughter talisman off Yuan Yang, who had long been laughing uncontrollably, and now felt a sense of relief, hastily expressing his gratitude. Considering Mao Qingfei's situation, Yuan Yang thoughtfully advised, "Perhaps it would be wise to keep an eye on that fellow cultivator Tian.My senior brother Mao's talismans are not particularly reliable." As a victim, Yuan Yang spoke from experience. Senior brother Mao had claimed to develop a talisman that could burn continuously without firewood, resulting in an explosion in the dining hall of the Talisman Immortal Sect. He had also attempted to create a talisman that emitted the fragrance of flowers when worn by female disciples, but instead, a junior sister had exuded a foul stench for an entire month. There were countless such mishaps, leading the members of the Talisman Immortal Sect to be unable to tolerate him any longer, thus sending him away to wreak havoc elsewhere. Qinqin reassured everyone, "It's all right. Our junior sister is merely learning to draw talismans, not testing them." It was rare for the junior sister to show interest in new experiences rather than spending all her time indoors reading novels, so Qinqin was quite encouraging. Xiao Rushu inquired curiously, "Sister Tian can draw talismans as well?" Qinqin replied, "She should have some understanding." Their junior sister seemed to be quite the prodigy. Recalling having witnessed Tian Ning's seemingly endless supply of talismans, Long Outyan fell silent. Surely, not all of them could have been drawn by her, could they? Thanks to the immediate rapport between Tian Ning and Mao Qingfei, the dynamics among the group began to loosen. Bored aboard the flying ship, they watched as the two drew talismans. Since these were newly created talismans, their effects were unknown once completed. Xiao Rusha picked one up, puzzled, and asked, "Sister Tian, what kind of talisman is this?" Tian Ning's hands moved swiftly, her strokes wild. Despite wielding a nearly worn-down brush, she failed not once, producing talisman after talisman with remarkable success. Even Mao Qingfei was astonished, wondering if they were merely low-tier self-created talismans that achieved 100% success rate. After glancing at the talisman, Tian Ning declared, "This is the diarrhea talisman." The others responded with stunned silence. What a vile talisman! Even Yuan Yang, who was nearly dozing off, widened his eyes in shock. If one were to affix this talisman on someone, would they still have a chance to survive? Remarkable, fellow cultivator Tian, you truly are a talent. Mao Qingfei had how had he never conceived of such an ingenious talisman? Xiao Rushu awkwardly set down the talisman and distanced herself. How terrifying, if it were to be affixed to someone, what a nightmare that would be. Yuan Yang consoled her, it's merely the name given by the creator, whether this talisman has any effect must be determined through testing. Testing, several times, the group instinctively stepped back 10 meters from Tian Ning, hoping their junior sister wouldn't harbor any malicious intent to use them as test subjects for her talismans. After finishing a dozen talismans, Tian Ning stretched, feeling exhausted. Observing the group's reactions, she felt a pang of disappointment. Third senior sister, fourth senior brother, why are you standing so far away? Am I that kind of person? Just as we need to find someone, if any issues arise along the way, Tian Ning suddenly smiled wickedly, it would be a perfect opportunity to test my handiwork. Seeing the pile of talismans on the table, everyone shuddered. Mao Qingfei's interest was piqued. Would it be convenient for me to join you? I also have many talismans that need testing. Although the person I hired agreed to test all my talismans, I worry he might struggle alone. You are more concerned about losing your test subjects than the talismans themselves. Long Outyan knew his senior brother's character all too well. No. Long Outyan firmly refused. He lacked sufficient confidence in protecting the junior sisters, and adding 2 more people would undoubtedly complicate matters. Very well, Mao Qingfei conceded, producing many talismans he had prepared earlier, offering them to Tian Ning. If it is not too much trouble, fellow cultivator, could you assist in testing the efficacy of these talismans? We can exchange communication jade slips, and you can inform me of the results later. It will also facilitate further discussions on talisman drawing. Tian Ning did not yet possess a communication jade slip, as she had grown accustomed to solitude and rarely ventured out, having no friends to contact here. In that case, I will leave mine for now, Shi Qingshin interjected. Once I take the junior sister to purchase communication jade slips, you will be able to communicate directly. Mao Qingfei naturally had no objections. During their time aboard the flying ship, Tian Ning became utterly engrossed in drawing talismans, to the extent that when they finally disembarked, she felt dizzy and drained, succumbing to exhaustion. Shi Qingshin chuckled affectionately, you truly are incorrigible. They found a nearby inn to stay for the night, as they could not recklessly approach the Long family, who knew what traps awaited them. That night, Long Outyan, concerned for his brother's safety, practiced swordsmanship restlessly in the courtyard behind the inn. Shi Qingshin approached and exchanged moves with him, before sheathing her sword and sighing, fourth junior brother, has your cultivation regressed again? What kind of poison could cause this? It was astonishing that such a toxin could continuously diminish a cultivator's power. Understanding her thoughts, Long Outyan replied, this poison has no antidote. Third senior sister, you need not waste your efforts on me. It would be wiser to focus on restoring your dantian. Shi Qingshin could not discern whether he spoke the truth or simply wished to shield her from worry. Long Outyan changed the subject. Tomorrow, I will seek out someone trustworthy from the Long family to gather information, and then we shall go rescue Kong Yen. Chapter 50. You can also become rude. The individual brought by Long Outyan was a timid-looking girl clad in maid attire. He introduced her, saying, this is Jizi. Jizi was a child rescued years ago by Long Outyan's mother from the clutches of a human trafficker. Even after her passing, Jizi would secretly relay bits of information to him. She informed them that a gossiping aunt in the mansion claimed that the young master had been imprisoned in an underground dungeon. The location was guarded day and night, making any rescue attempt quite challenging. Nevertheless, it was imperative to try. Tian Ning sketched several concealment talismans that could temporarily mask their presence, albeit for a fleeting duration, necessitating continuous reapplication. As night fell, the 4 of them cautiously scaled the walls of the Long residence, following Long Outyan toward the dungeon's direction. Fortunately, the guards were not particularly formidable. Tian Ning, brimming with excitement, produced her talisman for inducing gastrointestinal distress and, with a gust of wind, affixed it to the guard on the left. To their astonishment, the previously composed guard suddenly began to vomit, startling the guard on the right.
"Did you eat something you shouldn't have?"
As he spoke, a foul odor wafted through the air. The afflicted guard, doubled over, ran away while exclaiming, "Ugh, I can't hold it in anymore." The guard on the right stood speechless, as did the others. Could such talismans truly be crafted by mere mortals? Just then, another breeze swept through, and Tian Ning produced a talisman of unknown origin, murmuring, "Balala, transformation into a full talisman."
The others were left dumbfounded. What kind of absurd preamble was that?
They then beheld the remaining guard, drooling and staring vacantly, as he began to suck on his own fingers. With the guards incapacitated, Tian Ning swaggered forth and knocked the dazed guard unconscious with a punch.
"Let us go."
She entered as if it were her own home. Long Outyen followed behind, his thoughts a jumble. What on earth was his little junior sister thinking? Xiao Rushu excitedly approached, whispering, "Tian Ning, may I have a turn as well?" Of course, Tian Ning generously handed her a handful.
"Thank you, senior sister."
The four of them proceeded deeper until they reached the cell where Long Kangyan was held, surprisingly encountering not a single guard along the way.
Not good.
Long Outyen realized the gravity of the situation too late as a middle-aged man, flanked by a group of guards, surrounded them. The man at the forefront was none other than Long Outyen's father, Long Biao. Long Biao regarded his once beloved son with a complex expression, while a rather plain-looking man beside him mocked, "Second brother, who would have thought that despite your diminished prowess, your charm remains undiminished?
You are still accompanied by 3 women."
The trio could only respond with silence. Tian Ning exclaimed in surprise, "I never knew you were such a brother."
Long Outyen retorted, "Junior sister, don't listen to his nonsense.
That was in the past, I have long since changed." Who among the youth had not once been captivated by beauty? He had long been chastised by his master for such tendencies, hadn't he? The man seemed to harbor a deep-seated hatred for Long Outyen, exclaiming, "Ha, you're even bold enough to lay hands on your junior sister."
Long Outyen could only remain speechless. "Long Junhai, be quiet."
"You worthless wretch, is this how you treat a woman you secretly admire, you coward? Long Outyen, you're courting death."
"Enough, Junhai, as the eldest son, you are to inherit my position in the future. How can you be so unable to restrain yourself?"
Seeing the two squabble endlessly, their father, Long Biao, finally interjected, prompting Long Junhai to obediently fall silent. From an outsider's perspective, Long Biao appeared to be a benevolent father, even attempting to persuade, "Outyen, your father knows you were merely young and reckless back then. I have missed you dearly over the years, just hand over the person in question, and I shall forgive your past transgressions." His words were profoundly moving, yet Xiao Rushu was far too engrossed in the talismans to pay heed. She swiftly produced one and affixed it to the nearest guard. The affected guard promptly sat down, removed his shoes, and began gnawing on his own toes.
Tian Ning quickly clarified, "This is the Kiss My Little Feet talisman." Her naming conventions were becoming increasingly outlandish.
Long Biao's facial muscles twitched, yet he persisted in delivering his message, "Your father will forgive your past mistakes." Xiao Rushu found the amusement irresistible and sought out another guard to affix another talisman. This time, the guard collapsed into a deep slumber. Tian Ning applauded, "This is the sleep-inducing talisman by Taoist Mao. It appears to be quite effective."
Long Biao could only stare in disbelief. Did they not understand the meaning of respect?
Xiao Rushu, now addicted to the thrill, affixed yet another talisman. This time, the unfortunate victim could only brace himself on the ground, howling, "Owo, owo."
Tian Ning sighed, "This is the dog-barking talisman by Taoist Mao."
Judging by the sound, it seems he has evolved into a different species. Of this one, however, can be deemed a failure. In comparison to the bizarre talismans conjured by his junior sister, Mao Chengfei's creations appeared strangely conventional. Long Junhai could no longer contain himself, angrily retorting, "Do you all have no manners? Do you not understand the concept of respecting my father while he speaks?
You too can become rude." Tian Ning kindly affixed a talisman to him, the disowning family talisman.
What on earth was the extent of her eccentric talisman repertoire? In the next moment, the very Long Junhai who had demanded respect from his father unexpectedly struck Long Biao with a swift blow.
"No, father.
I didn't mean to hit you," he protested, even as his hand continued to swing, leaving everyone utterly shocked.
"You unfilial wretch."
Long Biao retaliated with a slap of his own. Seizing the opportunity while Long Junhai was still in shock, he quickly tore the talismans from his son, his pent-up fury boiling over. These younger generations had gone too far. "Today, you dare to humiliate the Long family," jumping and twisting in darkness, screaming and crawling talisman. Tian Ning wasted no time, slapping the talisman onto Long Biao before he could finish his sentence. The onlookers could only stare in disbelief. There was nothing beyond her capabilities. After placing the talisman, Tian Ning added, as the saying goes, villains perish due to excessive verbosity. Everyone remember this: when it's time to act, do so decisively, and do not hesitate. The guards watched in stunned silence as Long Biao truly began to jump and twist in a darkly distorted manner, howling in agony. They began to retreat, desperate to distance themselves from these two lunatics. Junior sister, I want one too, I want one too. Who could resist such delightfully chaotic talismans? Third junior sister, here you go. At that moment, Tian Ning resembled an overbearing CEO, casually distributing a handful. Meanwhile, the imprisoned Long Kangyan spoke up, Tian Ning, could you please release me first? I wish to contribute to your efforts. Long Outyan could only sigh in exasperation. It was over. Even his younger brother had gone astray. Tian Qingshin, having received the talismans, immediately entered a frenzied mode of hunting. Slap, slap, slap. She frantically affixed talismans, ensuring none could escape. As the wails of anguish echoed throughout the Long family's dungeon, those who heard were left with their hair standing on end. What kind of horrifying punishment had they endured to elicit such desperate cries? Chapter 51. Stubbornness. All over. Long Outyan had anticipated an intense battle that night, yet he was unprepared for the ferocity that ensued. Tian Ning and her companions pursued the guards with a fervor akin to madness, their actions reminiscent of free-spirited individuals throwing talismans without restraint. Even Long Kangyan joined in this frivolous game, and astonishingly, Long Outyan had already secured victory without even drawing his sword. Observing Long Biao and Long Jun Kai, who were bound by Qingshin, Long Outyan could only laugh in exasperation. He felt a sense of disappointment. You, a golden core, and you, a fully realized foundation establishment, is this all you can muster? A few talismans and you're done for. Even if your cultivation was forcibly augmented by that loathsome entity, you shouldn't be this weak. Long Outyan chuckled mockingly. Long Biao and Long Jun Kai could hardly suppress their urge to roll their eyes at him. How could a few individuals withstand such perverse talismans, moreover, who in their right mind would carry an abundance of talismans as if they were mere trinkets? Long Biao, being the elder, patiently warned, tonight, we've caused a stir that the main family will undoubtedly notice. Outyan, do you truly wish to escalate this to the point of severing ties with the main family? Ignoring him, Long Outyan seized a talisman from Tian Ning, a symbol of vomiting and diarrhea, and affixed it to himself. A preemptive act of filial piety towards his father, allowing him to remain obstinate and arrogant at this moment. As soon as the talisman was applied, chaos erupted. Long Jun Kai, witnessing his father's dismal state, was immediately silenced. The aftermath involved clearing up the Long family mess, which Long Outyan confidently claimed he could handle alone, allowing Tian Ning and the others to return to Wanjian Mountain ahead of schedule. Tian Ning was taken aback by how effortlessly the issues within the Long family were resolved. Her senior brother mentioned that he would compile all the transgressions committed by the Long family over the years to present to the Beastmaster sect. Although Long Biao only managed a branch family, he had committed countless misdeeds. In Long Biao's study alone, they uncovered numerous records of scattered cultivators who had gone missing, all offered up to the main family. What exactly did they compel these scattered cultivators to do? Gazing at the alarming figures, what were Qingshin and the others truly orchestrating behind the scenes? Long Outyan shook his head, and despite his relentless questioning, Long Biao steadfastly claimed ignorance of the main family's affairs. Tian Ning wished to linger a little longer, as there were no pressing matters at hand. They could wait for her senior brother to organize all the evidence before departing for the Beastmaster sect. However, Long Outyan insisted they take Long Kangyan back to the sect first. He is still young. I do not wish for him to witness his brother leading their biological father to his demise. The remaining matters, I shall handle alone. Even with his assurances, Qingshin remained unconvinced. But what if something goes awry while you are alone in the Long family? There will be no issues. I have everything under control, Long Outyan reassured her, signaling for her to relax. You and the junior sister have already helped me resolve significant troubles. Besides, I still possess the talisman given to me by my second senior brother. If trouble arises, I can certainly make my escape. Tian Ning felt an inexplicable unease, scrutinizing him for a prolonged moment. Junior sister, what is that look in your eyes? Once I hand everything over to the Beastmaster sect, I will return immediately. I am not one to recklessly confront the main family. He chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Tian Ning sensed something was amiss, yet she couldn't articulate it. Just as Long Outyan had mentioned, they had successfully subdued every capable individual in the Long residence the previous night, so the main family would not detect any abnormalities in the short term. Yet, his eagerness for them to depart, was it truly just to shield Long Kangyan from witnessing his ruthless handling of Long Biao? It was evident that Long Outyan genuinely wished for them to leave at once, for GZ had returned early that morning with the cherished book Tian Ning had longed for. For the first time, Tian Ning found herself disenchanted with the beloved tome. Even as Long Outyan deliberately saw them onto the flying ship, she unusually refrained from immediately perusing the book or drawing talismans, instead standing alone on the deck, letting the breeze wash over her. She couldn't shake the feeling that she was overlooking some crucial piece of information. After bidding farewell to Tian Ning and the others, Long Outyan did not return but instead accompanied GZ to the main family. GZ donned the attire of a disciple of the Wanjian Sect, her face concealed by a thin veil, persistently following in Long Outyan's wake. GZ, do you regret it? Long Outyan halted his steps and asked suddenly. GZ shook her head. This life was given to me by the madam, they took her life, I have no regrets in seeking vengeance for her. Long Outyan retrieved a pill from his talisman pouch, one that could forcibly elevate cultivation for a brief period. For years, he had awaited this moment, willing to risk mutual destruction, but there was no need to involve the third sister and junior sister in this. AGZ feigned unconsciousness as Long Outyan carried her into the main family, where Long Xue greeted them with a smile. Brother Outyan, you've finally come to your senses. His fervent gaze lingered on GZ, eagerly urging them to enter. Brother Outyan, once you accomplish this monumental task, you will surely earn the master's favor. At that time, not only will you attain the Yuaning stage, but the master will also elevate you to the transformation stage. Long Xian rambled incessantly, recounting how the master had been throwing fits over the Wanjian Sect for the past month, expressing his desire to feast, losing interest in all other foods, obsessively fixated on this one. Finally, they had managed to procure it. It was worth noting that the Long family had expended considerable spirit stones to ascertain that on the day of the Wanjian Sect's invasion by demonic cultivators, swords of immense power had risen to defend it, a feat only achievable by those with innate sword bones. Yet, despite their relentless inquiries, the Wanjian Sect remained tight-lipped, with no indication of who possessed the innate sword bone. The only useful information was that the individual was a new disciple of the Wanjian Sect this year, and thus, they had resorted to threatening Long Kangyan's life, compelling Long Outyan to lure the person to the Long family master. The person you sought has been delivered. Long Xian ingratiatingly approached the monstrous figure, seemingly oblivious to its grotesque form, brimming with flattery. Following him into the underground chamber, Long Outyan was confronted with a scene that nearly made him retch. Where is it? Where is it? The creature spoke with a multitude of voices, men, women, children, every utterance a testament to the lives it had consumed. Long Xian pointed to GZ, cradled in Long Outyan's arms. Master, it is here. Wrong. The monster's eyes widened in fury upon not finding the coveted meal, letting out a piercing shriek. Liar. She is not the one, she does not possess the fragrance. Before Long Xian could react, facing the abominable creature, Long Outyan summoned his spiritual energy, forcibly drawing upon the enhancement provided by the pill. Today, he would bring ruin upon the entire filthy family. Long Xian's expression changed dramatically. Master, he intends to self-destruct. In that fleeting moment as Long Xian spoke, Long Outyan felt his hastily summoned cultivation plummet rapidly, particularly in proximity to the monster. He could distinctly sense his power being devoured by the creature. Senior sister Tian Ning, are you worried about brother? He assured me that nothing would happen. Long Kangyan seated himself beside Tian Ning, who had been gazing intently towards the direction of the Long family. I just feel that fourth senior brother is acting strangely, as if he is eager for us to leave. Tian Ning spoke candidly. Given Long Outyan's penchant for bravado, he often preferred to shoulder burdens alone. Much like that night when they first met, he had been unable to defeat the senior brother yet remained obstinate, stepping forward to protect their master. Long Kangyan, not particularly skilled in comforting young ladies, could only share his own experiences to console Tian Ning. I used to think brother was being unreasonable, keeping secrets from me. However, once I learned of our father's misdeeds, I felt lost. I even feared I might be complicit through my cowardice. Turning to face Tian Ning, Long Kangyan spoke earnestly. In that moment, I realized that brother kept things from me to shield me. Therefore, senior sister Tian Ning, let us trust him together, believe that he will manage everything well. As the saying goes, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. If faced with the genuine sincerity of a young man, Tian Ning felt her anxious heart ease considerably. All right, she replied, observing the faint smile on Long Kangyan's face. However, in the next instant, she seemed to perceive something writhing beneath the skin of that face. Chapter 52. The disgraceful talismans don't move. Tian Ning tackled Long Kangyan to the ground, and beside them, Xiao Rushu's excited scream pierced the air. Sister Tian Ning, so this is your relationship. Tian Ning, she couldn't help but admire the vivid imagination of the young girls these days. However, she had no time for explanations. She could see clearly that there was indeed something alive and wriggling beneath the left side of Long Kangyan's face. Without hesitation, Tian Ning retrieved a small knife from her mustard seed bag. Long Kangyan instinctively attempted to struggle, but Tian Ning swiftly affixed a binding talisman to him. In that moment, she had an abundance of talismans at her disposal. She used the knife to slice open the layer of skin, and as blood flowed from the wound, a large, bloated goo worm was revealed, writhing and burrowing deeper into the flesh. Chirp, chirp. The dusty sparrow perched atop her head protested with a couple of cries, utterly disgusted by the sight. In a moment of desperation, it plucked one of its feathers with its beak and handed it to Tian Ning. Without wasting any time, Tian Ning swiftly pierced the worm's body with the feather, forcibly extracting it from Long Kangyan's face. Long Kangyan let out a pained cry, cold sweat beating at his temples. Remarkably, after the worm was entirely removed, his cultivation plummeted from the peak of qi refinement to the 9th level. As the feather punctured the worm, it continued to squirm even after being pulled out. Xiao Rushu, terrified, had already collapsed to the ground, unable to bear the sight of such a repugnant creature. Chirp! The sparrow chirped once more, and the feather ignited, reducing the worm to ashes in an instant. Having heard the commotion, Qianqing emerged. Having witnessed the entire scene unfold, the spectacle had drawn quite a crowd, and Tian Ning quickly summarized, "Third sister, we must return. It likely isn't poison, but a goo worm. Let's go." Without hesitation, Qianqing drew her sword and prepared to leap off the flying vessel, retracing their steps. I want to go with you." Xiao Rushu struggled to rise from the ground, her legs still trembling. Behind her, Long Kangyan, half of his face smeared with blood, was in a similar state. "Xiao Junior sister, take the sect master's secret order to summon help from the Beast Master sect," Tian Ning instructed. "You are the daughter of sect master Xiao, and the leader of the Beast Master sect will surely recognize you. Who better to send for assistance?" With no time to lose, Tian Ning surmised that Long Outyan had deliberately led them astray. She affixed a series of acceleration talismans to her sword and sped off. She prayed that her troublesome fourth brother would hold on. At the Long family estate, the head of the household was furious for having brought back a counterfeit item, causing the elders to tremble in fear, anxious that the master's wrath might fall upon them. Just as they finally escaped the oppressive atmosphere, a guard burst in, laughing heartily. "Ha ha, elders, ha ha!" Laughter. The elders wished they could strike down this oblivious servant, audacious enough to laugh in their presence. "Someone has intruded, ha ha, it's not that I want to laugh." The servant was utterly flustered, unable to contain himself. As the servant laughed uncontrollably, several others rushed in, inexplicably jumping, twisting, and screaming in dark, distorted ways. The elders? At that moment, a voice rang out from outside, "Ascension Talisman." They looked up to see several individuals ascending. The Grand Elder of the Long family's expression changed drastically. As a fellow elder released his yuaning pressure, the aged voice boomed, "Who dares to cause trouble in my Long family? I am Tian Ning, a disciple of the Sword Guard Mountain of the 10,000 Sword Sect. I have come today to retrieve my troublesome fourth brother from the Long family. Please, make way, good dogs, do not obstruct the path." A young girl in pink flew in on her sword, a large mustard seed bag slung over her shoulder, her hands filled with talismans, which she began to scatter downwards like a celestial maiden showering flowers. Anyone touched by the talismans began to behave erratically, with some unfortunate souls being struck multiple times, amplifying the effects. The scene devolved into chaos, resembling a rural stage performance, leaving onlookers stunned. The most astonishing part was that Tian Ning, when running out of talismans, simply reached into her bag and produced more, as if it contained an endless supply. 1 handful, 2 handfuls, 3 handfuls, and still more to come? "You ignorant child, how dare you offend my Long family? Today shall be your tomb." The Grand Elder, suppressing the discomfort from a talisman that induced vomiting, drew his sword, ready to deal with this insufferable girl. Behind Tian Ning, Qianqing's sword energy surged rapidly, directly confronting the Grand Elder. Poof! Qianqing spat out a mouthful of blood, forcibly withstanding a blow from the yuaning stage, feeling as if her entire body might shatter. "Qianqing?" The Grand Elder recognized her. "It's you. Such a vile talisman, could it be the work of Jiangxi?" His serious demeanor was striking, but Tian Ning, ever the trickster, swiftly applied a speed talisman and darted behind him. "Take this." Bada la la, energy transformation into an idiot talisman. The once mighty Grand Elder immediately transformed into a drooling fool, uttering strange sounds of hee hee hee. Qianqing. Tian Ning then produced a handful of unknown talismans and affixed them all to the Grand Elder. He was the strongest here, wouldn't it be prudent to apply a few more for safety? Meanwhile, Long Kengyan, facing off against another elder, was also on the verge of collapse. Tian Ning continued to rush over, launching sneak attacks that left the Long family in utter disarray, as everyone screamed to capture her and put an end to her antics. In the midst of this chaos, she affixed a no-kin talisman to her forehead, causing her to charge wildly at her own family. At that moment, a figure hidden in the shadows finally could no longer bear to watch. A presence from the transformation stage manifested, and the talismans floating in the air instantaneously shattered into fragments. A tall, middle-aged man emerged from the Long family's ancestral hall, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, looking down upon Tian Ning with disdain. With a mere flick of his finger, he sent Tian Ning crashing into a wall 10 meters away. Little junior sister. Sister Tian Ning. The Grand Elder, having regained his senses, hurried to the man's side. Family head. Thank you for your intervention. A foundation establishment and 2 chi refiners, do you waste my time with such trivial matters? The Long family head scoffed. These are merely disgraceful talismans. His gaze shifted to Shi Qinshin and Long Kengyan, his annoyance prompting him to take action. What could the 10,000 Sword Sect do? As long as they handled the aftermath properly, the 6 major sects would never trace the incident back to the Long family. Disgraceful talismans? The girl who had been smashed into the wall did not lose consciousness. Her delicate pink dress was dusted with debris, yet she was unfazed. With a slight gathering of her fingers, she concentrated golden spiritual energy and began to paint in the air. Then let me show you the art of talismans. Drawing talismans from a distance? One of the talisman cultivators immediately recognized her actions. Just her? Even the talisman cultivators of the transformation stage would hesitate. Others scoffed. As talisman cultivators, they understood how challenging it was to draw talismans from a distance. Only a handful of transformation stage cultivators could achieve this, let alone a mere chi refinement girl. However, golden patterns gradually took shape in the air, and from Tian Ning's great mustard seed bag, countless yellow talismans flew forth, each finding its place, affixing themselves to the ground. Just as the Long family had sensed something amiss and prepared to strike, she smiled calmly, her tone as cold as ice. Ancient fire spirit talisman explosion. At the moment she uttered those words, the blue sky above suddenly parted, and a dazzling golden light shone upon the girl, leaving everyone in disbelief. Heavens, divine blessings from the Tao? How could this be possible? Drawing talismans from a distance received divine favor. Moreover, that girl was clearly a disciple of the 10,000 Sword Sect. What followed was a deafening explosion. All the talismans detonated simultaneously, creating a mushroom cloud in the air, the terrifying force obliterating the entire Long family estate. The Long family head and Grand Elder, standing closest, had numerous defensive artifacts shattered, illustrating just how powerful this attack was. The ground of the Long family estate trembled, collapsing, and the grotesque monsters they had painstakingly concealed underground were finally exposed to the light of day. Chapter 53 Slay the Gu Mother. Upon receiving the urgent plea for assistance from Xiaorushu, the esteemed leader of the beast-taming sect, Gu Zhangmen hurriedly led his disciples towards the residence of the Long family. Once a modest clan within the beast-taming sect, the Long family had experienced a remarkable surge in their cultivation over the span of nearly 7 or 8 years, yet, within the territory governed by the beast-taming sect, a series of mysterious disappearances of rogue cultivators had occurred, with no substantial evidence to capture the culprits. Gu Zhangmen dared not delay and rushed to rescue, only to witness the divine blessings descending upon them, the source being the direction of the Long family. Then came a thunderous roar, followed by a violent explosion that shook the very earth, sending shockwaves that even the disciples riding on the back of the celestial crane could feel. Gu Zhangmen swiftly erected a protective barrier to shield his disciples, but as the smoke of the explosion cleared, they were left in utter astonishment at the sight before them. The Long family had been reduced to rubble. What kind of formidable spiritual power could unleash such devastation? Yet, before they could fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, they were once again struck dumb by the horrific scene unfolding. The ground of the Long family had been shattered by the explosion, revealing a hidden space beneath, where decomposed corpses lay piled high, emitting a nauseating stench that was unbearable. To make matters worse, repulsive insects crawled incessantly among the remains. Merely these grotesque sights would not have instilled such terror in the disciples. However, they beheld, at the very center, a monstrous Gu mother, voraciously feasting upon fresh corpses, its size comparable to 10 grown men combined. Ugh! Some disciples could no longer contain their revulsion, while Xiaorushu was so horrified that her legs gave way beneath her. Xianming Gu, exclaimed Elder Gu, his countenance changing drastically. He could scarcely believe that such a vile entity could exist within the territory of the beast-taming sect. The Long family had brazenly harbored the Xianming Gu beneath their main household, willing to sacrifice lives to nourish it. Such insidious conduct was no different from that of demonic cultivators. Slay the Gu Mother. A voice emerged from among the corpses, none other than Long Outyan, who had been bound as a reserve for the Xian Minggu, too weak to resist. In a short span of time, his cultivation had plummeted to the qi refining stage, rendering him nearly indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Jiyu Zhongmen, fully aware of the peril posed by the Xian Minggu, knew that once the offspring Gu entered a host's body, it would parasitically drain their cultivation day and night until it ultimately left them lifeless. Those who served the Gu Mother were utterly without limits, willingly offering their bodies for the offspring to inhabit, in exchange for a temporary surge in power. The Long family had buried such a calamity. Elder Gu immediately commanded the execution of the Gu Mother, declaring that any resistors from the Long family would be dealt with on the spot. Instantly, chaos erupted on both sides. Below, amidst a mound of stones, Tian Ning and Qin emerged, their heads popping up from the debris. Tian Ning's technique had proven remarkably effective, rivaling the lethality of the myriad swords returning to their source, yet its drawback was the significant drain on her spiritual energy, leaving her feeling utterly depleted. However, they had come prepared. Tian Ning had instructed Qin to safeguard her and administer spiritual pills when the time was right. Once they regained their bearings, they witnessed the battle above, where Long Kangyan had already rushed ahead to rescue his brother. It is said that when the sky falls, there should be someone tall to bear the weight. With the arrival of such a formidable sect as the beast-taming sect, even the dragon family's patriarch, who had reached the god transformation stage, would struggle against Gu Zhongmen. Regardless of how fiercely the Long family fought to protect the Gu Mother, their efforts were doomed to be in vain. Tian Ning and Qin ventured forth to rescue Jizi. The Gu Mother herself was not particularly powerful. Had it not been for the Long family's desperate defense, they could have eradicated the vile creature. Tian Ning surmised that, barring any unforeseen occurrences, the ordeal should come to a close. But indeed, an unforeseen event was about to unfold. As the Long family faltered against the beast-taming sect, the patriarch of the Long family was felled, and Gu Zhengmen's contracted beast, the fierce wind eagle, prepared to unleash a wind blade to dispatch the Gu Mother. Astonishingly, the Gu Mother spoke, her voice resembling a cacophony of countless individuals echoing the same plea. "Come back, my precious ones, hurry back." What did it mean? Yet, in the next moment, a grotesque offspring Gu crawled out from the patriarch's nostrils. This offspring Gu differed from the one extracted from Long Kangyan's face aboard the ship. It exhibited a translucent hue, and soon after, moth-like creatures emerged from within, flying back to the Gu Mother, where they were devoured whole. The Gu Mother's cultivation surged as it absorbed the offspring Gu. The instant the offspring Gu escaped its host, the patriarch of the Long family perished. This was merely the beginning. As more offspring Gu continued to crawl out from the mouths and noses of the Long family members, the numbers overwhelming. Without exception, every member of the Long family had been hollowed out from within by the parasitic Gu, awaiting merely a spark to extinguish their lives entirely. In the distance, more transformed offspring Gu flew towards them, originating from the direction of the Long family's branch. Long before the patriarch met his demise, Tian Ning had instructed Qin to suppress the tumultuous offspring Gu within Jizi, as she anxiously pulled Long Kangyan, still in shock, to help contain the offspring Gu within Long Outyan. If the offspring Gu were allowed to escape, both the fourth senior brother and Jizi would be doomed. Don't waste your efforts." Long Outyan managed a strained smile, as if having anticipated this day, and spoke as though he were bequeathing his final wishes. "Without the Long family's hindrance, Kangyan, your path ahead will be wholly unobstructed. And little junior sister, thank you for coming to Guardian Sword Mountain. I apologize, it is fourth senior brother who has held you back." The offspring Gu, insatiable like a famished ghost, grew restless to escape the moment the flow of spiritual energy ceased. Tian Ning loathed such sentimental scenes. She would not allow her fourth senior brother to come to harm. Were it not for the fact that she could not free her hands at that moment, she would have certainly knocked him unconscious. Did he not see that his brother was already in tears? Yet he continued to supply spiritual energy without pause, as if life and death were inconsequential, the most heart-wrenching of all being the loved ones left behind. Chirp. Seizing the moment while the Gu Mother had yet to fully digest the power of the offspring Gu it had consumed, Tian Ning intended to command Zhou to incinerate that abomination. Just then, a piercing cry of a phoenix echoed from the horizon, and flames descended from the sky. Legendary phoenix flames capable of incinerating all malevolence surged towards the Gu Mother, reducing countless offspring Gu to ash upon contact, while the Gu Mother let out a wretched shriek. It attempted to flee, but where could its corpulent form escape to? The unquenchable phoenix flames would not be extinguished. As the Gu Mother met its demise, Tian Ning sensed the restless offspring Gu within Long Outyan calming down, quickly growing feeble. With the Gu Mother dead, it would not be long before the offspring Gu would cease to exist. Tian Ning fed Long Outyan a handful of healing elixirs, forcefully shoving them into his mouth. Choking on the elixirs, Long Outyan could only respond with silence. He felt as if his little junior sister was exceedingly angry. Tian Ning paid him no mind. Instead, she turned her gaze to the figure and beast hovering above on the celestial crane. The flames from earlier had not been conjured by Qiuying. This was the first time Tian Ning had witnessed a phoenix other than Qiuying. The male phoenix, resplendent in its fiery plumage, appeared to be fully grown, its form reduced to resemble an exuberant rooster, proudly perched on the back of the celestial crane, surveying all below. Chapter 54. I am not watching him. The little bird, chirping above Tian Ning's head, merely cast a fleeting glance before losing interest and closing its eyes to rest. Tian Ning, filled with curiosity about the fire phoenix, noted that unlike the dragon clan, which flourished in numbers, the phoenix lineage remained fixed in quantity, constantly reborn through the cycle of nirvana. To her surprise, the Beastmaster sect had formed a contract with a fire phoenix. Beside her, Long Ao Tian spoke up to alleviate Tian Ning's confusion. That is Zhou Han, the chief disciple of the Beastmaster sect. Junior sister, do not gaze too long. He is a prodigy of our generation, a future candidate for the sect leader, and the object of pursuit for countless female cultivators. Were it anyone else, Long Ao Tian might have offered respect and encouragement, but Zhou Han had long declared that he bore deep-seated enmity and advised against falling for him, as it would lead nowhere. Tian Ning sincerely replied, I am not watching him, I am observing his chicken. Long Ao Tian, how are you faring now, fourth senior brother? Seizing a rare moment of lightheartedness, Tian Ning planned to settle accounts with him once he recovered. Long Ao Tian dared not conceal the truth any longer. Had it not been for Tian Ning and the others arriving just in time, he would have been lost. He had just learned from Long Kongnian that his brother had also fallen victim to that scoundrel's curse. Thankfully, the tiger does not eat its young, yet Long Biao sought to eliminate them all. He had thought that as long as Long Kongnian returned to the Wanjian Sect for protection, distancing himself from the Long family would ensure his safety. The child curse has perished, and all the cultivation it absorbed over the years has been returned. However, the body cannot bear it all at once and requires time to refine. There were no significant issues remaining. Recovery was merely a matter of time. The avarice of the Long family had led to their total annihilation, leaving only Long Ao Tian and Long Kongnian alive among them. The subsequent matters were not particularly difficult to handle, but the Long family's transgressions had resulted in innumerable casualties, leaving a considerable mess to be dealt with by the Wanjian Sect. Master Gu warmly invited them to recuperate at the Beastmaster sect, and the group accepted, tacitly avoiding discussions of the bestowed blessings from the heavens. It was advantageous for Tian Ning to possess such formidable abilities. Yet, as she was still in the qi refining stage, she needed to conceal her brilliance until she attained the strength to protect herself, lest she be exploited by those with ulterior motives. This was a sentiment deeply understood by Shiqinqin and Long Ao Tian. They had endured enough hardship and could not bear to have their junior sister suffer similarly. Even when Master Gu casually mentioned it, the two feigned complete ignorance. Unlike sword cultivators who flew with their swords, the Beastmaster sect had nurtured countless celestial cranes, facilitating the daily travel of their disciples. Thus, Tian Ning and her companions rode a celestial crane to the Beastmaster sect. Along the way, Xiaorushu approached to inquire if they were injured. She genuinely wished to assist, but that insect was simply too revolting. Fortunately, they had not sustained serious injuries. After the Beastmaster sect personnel examined their conditions, they were merely advised to rest adequately. One disciple turned to Tian Ning and said, Junior sister, our sect possesses some spirit fruits beneficial for recovery. Come with me to retrieve them. To Tian Ning's surprise, the Beastmaster sect members were quite amiable. She rose to follow the disciple. I will go. Excluding the insect incident, Xiaorushu was always eager to help. I will accompany my senior sister to fetch them. She had not contributed much today and could not allow Tian Ning to go alone. She can manage alone, the disciple contemplated before adding, there is not much to collect, and as outsiders, it is inappropriate for you to wander within the Beastmaster sect. Tian Ning halted, sensing something amiss. Why was this person so eager to send her alone? Even Xiaorushu was not allowed to accompany her. Shiqinqin, sharp-eyed, scrutinized the disciple and warned, What are your intentions towards my junior sister? The disciple, caught off guard by the suspicion, hurriedly explained, No. The Beastmaster sect maintains a good relationship with the Wanjian Sect. How could I harbor ill intentions towards this junior sister? I merely wish for her to retrieve the spirit fruits. Shiqinqin and Long Ao Tian did not believe him. The disciple's face betrayed his unease. Just as they found themselves at an impasse, an imposing young man entered. I have some matters to discuss with her. The newcomer was none other than Zhou Han, the one who had contracted the fire phoenix. He addressed the exposed disciple, You may leave now. Tian Ning did not expect Zhou Han to appear. Could it be that his fire phoenix had sensed the little bird? Yet, no proud rooster followed him, and both Shiqinqin and Long Ao Tian's expressions shifted subtly. What do you want with my junior sister? You are not acquainted. Shiqinqin guardedly questioned Zhou Han. Zhou Han, however, disregarded their concerns and spoke directly to Tian Ning. I know you are a newly accepted disciple of Hujian Mountain. However, as far as I know, immortal master Jingshu remains in a deep coma. A disciple not recognized by their master cannot truly be considered part of Hujian Mountain. Since you do not belong to Hujian Mountain, allow me to kindly remind you. If you wish to avoid peril, leave Hujian Mountain at once. Your current position will attract unnecessary trouble and lead to your demise.
Tian Ning?
She could not comprehend the meaning behind his words. Were it not for the absence of malice emanating from him, Tian Ning might have felt threatened, yet Johann spoke as if stating facts. Before departing, he addressed Shi Qianqin once more. Shi Qianqin, if you wish to restore your golden core, come tomorrow with the guiding disciple. He left like a riddle, leaving everyone present bewildered. Having initially been curious about the fire phoenix, Tian Ning now realized that Johann must have some connection with Hujian Mountain. Observing the expressions of her senior brothers and sisters, she understood everything. Yet, how could Johann, as a disciple of the Beastmaster sect, be entwined with Hujian Mountain? Shi Qianqin sent Xiaorishu, Long Kong Nian, and Jizia away to rest. Junior sister, this matter does not concern you, Shi Qianqin stated plainly. Tian Ning nodded. She would not misinterpret anything. There was no need to conceal matters. Open dialogue was preferable. After all, she had long grown accustomed to the multitude of stories behind her senior brothers and sisters, as if each were the protagonist of their own tale. Long Ao Tian began to recount Johann's connection to Hujian Mountain. Johann has a sister named Zhou Manya, who, 5 years ago, betrayed our sect and fell into demonic cultivation. Junior sister, you may not be aware, but when the demonic realm invaded the eastern continent, the Zhou family's parents were among the frontline warriors, leading the charge against the demon cultivators. They dedicated themselves to the safety of the world, slaying the invading fiends to protect the populace. Ultimately, they perished on the battlefield, leaving behind their 2 children, Johann and Zhou Manya.
Tian Ning was somewhat taken aback. A girl whose parents sacrificed for the greater good became a demon cultivator?
Shi Qianqin seemed to recall something. Equally astonished, the Zhou parents were individuals of remarkable integrity.
Their offspring should have followed in Johann's footsteps. Who would have anticipated that Zhou Manya would turn out to be such a disgrace?
Long Ao Tian continued. Zhou Manya was infatuated with our master and resorted to all means to join Hujian Mountain, leveraging her parents' reputation to persuade the sect leaders to take her in, becoming one of our past junior sisters. She harbored an unusual obsession with the position of junior sister. Long Ao Tian strained to remember, always claiming she was the youngest, insisting that we should pamper her and that we should think of her whenever we had something good to share. Even when we offered gifts to other disciples, she would interfere, stating that we were all disciples of the same master and that the fruits of our labor should not flow to outsiders. But those were my belongings. I should be free to give them to whomever I wish. Why should I be compelled to share with her?
Long Ao Tian now found the memory utterly absurd.
Chapter 55. My sister's inherent stupidity. Indeed, as long as the master casts a glance at any female disciple, she immediately begins to act coy, forbidding him from accepting any more apprentices. Upon hearing Long Ao Tian's words, Shi Qianqin recalled the matter. The two were deeply impressed by their 5th junior sister. Tian Ning seemed to have pieced it together. So Johann is looking out for me. He believes that if Zhou Manya discovers that the Sword Guardian Mountain has welcomed a new junior sister, she will surely attempt to eliminate me?
That must be the case.
Shi Qianqin thought it unnecessary to elaborate. That wretched woman has been hiding in the demon realm for 5 years, and the master remains in a deep slumber. How could she possibly emerge?
Long Ao Tian disagreed. We have all witnessed Zhou Manya's malice. We cannot expose our junior sister to danger.
If it were in the past, he would have never believed he could feel a close kinship with the newly arrived junior sister, as everyone was terrified of Zhou Manya. However, having endured the trials of the Sword Tomb against the demonic cultivators and the affairs of the Long family's dark arts, Long Ao Tian truly regarded Tian Ning as his junior sister. He did not wish for her to become a target of that mentally deranged woman. Zhou Manya, I believe she might not be able to best me, Tian Ning stated confidently. Shi Qianqin Long Ao Tian, such a sound argument left them speechless. Reflecting on Tian Ning's displayed abilities in the Sword Tomb and the Long family, well, it was hard to assess. Perhaps, it would be Zhou Manya who ends up unfortunate. Even so, Shi Qianqin instinctively tightened her grip on her sword and resolutely declared, Junior sister, do not fear, the 3rd senior sister will diligently cultivate to eliminate that wretched woman. As long as the threat was eradicated, their junior sister would be safe. Tian Ning was moved by the 3rd senior sister's fervent encouragement and clapped enthusiastically. However, what weighed more heavily on their minds was Johann's words before his departure regarding the restoration of Shi Qianqin's golden core. Mending a shattered golden core was far more challenging than restoring meridians, requiring a rare 8th-tier spirit herb. The fractured star lotus, the 6th-tier spirit herb, the blaze fruit, was already exceedingly precious. As for the fractured star lotus, it could take a century to even locate a trace of it. Mere conjecture yielded no answers, and the group had no choice but to retire early, awaiting the morrow. The next day, Shi Qinqin received a message from Fu Hongming early in the morning. After the events of the previous day, she had informed her senior brother of her safety. After reading the message, Shi Qinqin remarked, "Junior sister, the senior brother advises that we should preferably remain outside for a while. There is no need to rush back to the sect."
Tian Ning inquired, "What has happened?"
"It concerns Wenren Xue, Shi Qinqin's. All the brothers of the Wenren family outside have returned, and they have sent people to Sword Guardian Mountain multiple times, urging you to return, junior sister."
This was clearly a trap.
Wenren Xue truly knows how to stir up trouble. Could she not see that their junior sister was entirely disinterested in her, yet she insisted on courting disaster by drawing closer? Tian Ning found it difficult to comprehend Wenren Xue's thought process. She was not afraid of her but found her incessant buzzing around like a fly to be quite bothersome. "The senior brother has already replied, stating that you are out training, and they cannot do much," Shi Qinqin said truthfully. "They likely wish for you to change your stance, compelling Wenren Xue to return to the Wanjian Sect." Tian Ning replied, "Forget it. I do not particularly wish to see her." They were still uncertain when they could return. If Johan truly knew the whereabouts of the fractured star lotus, they had much to busy themselves with in order to restore Shi Qinqin's golden core. Thus, it remained unclear when they could return to Sword Guardian Mountain. At this moment, a disciple from the Beast Tamer sect arrived, leading the trio to Johan's courtyard, which was remarkably spacious. No wonder he was the chief disciple. This courtyard was at least 3 times the size of Tian Ning's. From afar, Tian Ning spotted a large rooster leisurely pecking at a spirit fruit in the courtyard, completely indifferent to their presence. Johan had been waiting there for some time, but he did not beat around the bush and stated plainly, "Shi Qinqin, I possess the fractured star lotus, which I acquired by sheer chance. Currently, there are also elders within the Beast Tamer sect who can assist you in restoring your golden core, but the precondition is that you must agree to one of my conditions."
This revelation was unexpected.
They had assumed Johan merely knew of the fractured star lotus but did not expect him to provide comprehensive assistance. Shi Qinqin was taken aback. "What do you want me to do?" "I require you to swear a heavenly oath." Johan's eyes were cold, laced with murderous intent. "After restoring your golden core, you must assist me in killing her." It was not difficult to deduce whom he referred to. However, it was surprising that a brother would go to such lengths. Shi Qinqin had originally thought Johan would merely incapacitate Zhou Manya, allowing that wretched woman to live. Johan declared, "What? Are you afraid?" "How could I be? I would gladly wish for that wretched woman to perish." Shi Qinqin would naturally not refuse. "I just did not expect this to come from you. After all, she is your biological sister." "She is not." Johan's expression grew increasingly frigid. "My sister is inherently foolish and stubborn, not the kind of person who is deep-minded and adept at disguise."
"The 3 of them, is he truly her brother?"
"How can one speak so of their own sister?" Shi Qinqin paid no heed to this. After all, her ultimate goal aligned with Johan's. Since they were in the same boat, she promptly made the heavenly oath that Johan desired.
"Enough, follow me. I will take you to meet the elder."
Johan nodded and continued, "Restoring the golden core will take some time, but it should coincide with the upcoming 6 Sects Grand Competition in a few months."
Shi Qinqin asked, "You want me to participate in the 6 Sects Grand Competition?"
Johan replied, "The reward for the first sect in this competition is the soul mirror." Shi Qinqin raised an eyebrow, surprised. "It seems you have not given up on your conjecture. The head of the Buddhist sect has verified that she has not been possessed." The soul mirror, possession. Tian Ning was somewhat lost in the rhythm of their conversation. "Junior sister, the person illuminated by the soul mirror can reveal whether they have been possessed," Long Outyin clarified quietly for Tian Ning, keeping his voice low. "Johan is particularly fond of Zhou Manya. However, before she joined our Sword Guardian Mountain, rumors began that Johan believes his sister has been possessed, and he does not trust even the head of the Buddhist sect who personally intervened. Later, as she fell into darkness, it seems he has still not given up."
"I cannot recognize my own sister?"
"She is not my sister, it is she who caused my sister's demise."
Johan scoffed coldly. "Long Outyin, instead of attempting to lower your voice to avoid my hearing, you might as well use sound transmission. It would be more effective."
Long Outyin, he wished he could, but he had yet to refine the cultivation devoured by the insects. He was currently just a pitiful little chi-refining cultivator, utterly incapable of using sound transmission. In just a few brief exchanges, Tian Ning formed a bold hypothesis. Could it be that Zhou Manya was akin to Wenren Xue? Chapter 56. Dare to be even more absurd. Johan led them to a side room suffused with the fragrance of herbs. However, from the moment they entered, the little bird atop Tian Ning's head began to peck at her restlessly, an unusual behavior reserved only for moments of peril. Yet, they were within the beast-taming sect, where no danger was apparent. It wasn't until Johann pushed open the door that they beheld a room cluttered with various spiritual plants and herbs, at the center of which sat a drowsy man dressed in green. Johann greeted him with utmost respect, stating, "Senior Xuanqiu." He gestured for Shi to step forward. "This is the individual I previously mentioned whose golden dan has shattered. I implore you to refine the shattered star lotus for her, to assist in restoring her golden dan." The green-clad man lazily opened his sleepy eyes, his gaze landing curiously on Tian Ning. "And who might she be?" Johann quickly interjected, "These two are also disciples of the Sword Guardian Mountain. I brought them here because they have recently endured the trials of the Xianin Good. I humbly request that you examine them to ascertain if they have suffered any ill effects." Tian Ning and Long Outyen were taken aback. Johann was surprisingly kind. Johann then bluntly stated, "You have done me a favor, so if you encounter Zhou Manya in the future, please help me eliminate her." Tian Ning, Long Outyen, it was evident he was truly eager to dispose of Zhou Manya. "The lad over there is not in any significant danger. Recovering his cultivation is merely a matter of time," Xuanqiu remarked, pointing casually at Long Outyen. However, he exhibited an unexpected interest in Tian Ning, striding over and, taking advantage of his height over the petite girl, seized the little sparrow from her head. "What are you doing?" Tian Ning exclaimed, having never encountered someone so brazen as to snatch a bird. Knowing that Zhou detested being touched, she immediately resolved to reclaim her. "Do not be disrespectful to Senior Xuanqiu." Johann, caught off guard by this turn of events, instinctively intervened to shield Tian Ning. Tian Ning was swift, leaving Johann grasping at air, as she firmly seized Xuanqiu's arm, refusing to let go, released Zhou. Before Tian Ning could make another move, a previously uninvolved rooster burst into the courtyard, transforming into a young boy who called out to Tian Ning, "You shall not disrespect Senior Xuanqiu." Truly a master and servant, their manner of speaking was remarkably similar. Yet, Tian Ning was not without her own backing. At that moment, Xuanqiu's palm radiated a brilliant red light, and the drab little sparrow before their eyes transformed into a stunning red-haired woman. The woman, consumed with fury, wasted no time in stepping barefoot onto Xuanqiu's cold face, exclaiming, "You wretched fool, your hand is sweaty, do not touch me." "Ah!" The fire phoenix, now in the form of a young boy, gasped in surprise, as if a mouse had just encountered a cat, shrinking back behind Johann. "It is the Phoenix Sovereign, how could he fail to recognize her?" The instinctive pressure from her bloodline caused the young fire phoenix to cower, never expecting the Phoenix Sovereign to appear in the realm of cultivation. "What?" Johann comprehended the two words spoken by the fire phoenix but found it hard to believe. The Phoenix Sovereign was as unattainable as Senior Xuanqiu, yet the scene before them was utterly surreal, with the red figure striking the green-clad man. Surprisingly, despite his less-than-muscular physique, Xuanqiu seemed remarkably resilient to the onslaught, showing no signs of bruising even as Zhou relentlessly pummeled him. "What?" Shi and Long Outyen were utterly perplexed. What was the situation at present? Johann, casting a scrutinizing glance at Tian Ning, inquired, "Perhaps we should ask your little junior sister why the Phoenix Sovereign of the ancient four divine beasts is by her side?" He had never considered the possibility of a contract. After all, they were ancient divine beasts, far more formidable than mere spiritual beasts, and even his fire phoenix was but one of the Phoenix Sovereign's favored. Tian Ning felt they were equally clueless. Taoist Johann, perhaps you should clarify your own situation before posing questions to others. Yet the reality was quite different. Johann had not formed a contract with Xuanqiu. He wished he could, but it was utterly improbable. Contracting an ancient divine beast was akin to chasing a fool's dream. If Xuanqiu were even willing to assist him in eliminating Zhou Manya, it would be a dream come true. It was merely a serendipitous encounter. "I found Senior Xuanqiu starving by the roadside for several months," Johann explained. "Senior Xuanqiu found the cuisine of the beast-taming sect to his liking, thus he has temporarily taken up residence here. Indeed, it was simply that the food at the beast-taming sect was exceptional." Tian Ning, so, the black tortoise was a glutton. "And what about you?" Johann insisted on knowing, struggling to understand why the Phoenix Sovereign would be found in the company of a mere chi refining girl. Tian Ning casually replied, "Because Zhou enjoys making a nest on my head, it feels warm and gives a sense of home." "Johann, could you possibly be more outrageous?" As if to affirm her statement, the red-haired woman, having vented her frustrations, transformed back into a small sparrow and flew back to perch atop Tian Ning's head. Johann's expression grew complex. "In that case, with the Phoenix Sovereign safeguarding your life, you need not worry about that fellow taking action against you." Meanwhile, Xuanqiu, having endured the beating, remained unperturbed, casually rising from the ground and cheerfully remarking, "I haven't seen that scruffy little bird in ages. I was just a bit too excited. You three should stay here with me. It will take a few months to restore the golden dan, and the herbs here will also benefit the recovery of your cultivation." He conveyed this to Shi Qingxin and Long Outyan, yet his gaze remained fixed on Tian Ning throughout. The three had no objections. They were not in a hurry to return to the 10,000 Sword Sect, though Xiaorushu and Long Kangyan needed to go back. With the grand competition among the six sects approaching, as new disciples, they needed to return to receive guidance from the elders. Reflecting on Long Kangyan, Xiaorushu, and Jizi, Long Outyan stated, "I will first make arrangements for the other two junior brothers and sisters to return to the sect, as well as for one of my clan members." "You need not worry about them," Johan replied briskly. "I will arrange for someone to escort them back to the 10,000 Sword Sect. As for the member of the Long family, he can remain at the beast-taming sect to assist with the subsequent investigation." After expressing their gratitude, the trio settled into the beast-taming sect. While Shi Qingxin focused on restoring her golden dan and Long Outyan sought to recover his cultivation, Tian Ning found herself with little to occupy her time. Fortunately, she had always been the type to entertain herself and could find joy in each passing day, spending her time reading tales or playfully engaging with the cats and dogs that abounded at the beast-taming sect. Returning to check on her senior brothers and sisters, she found the members of the Black Tortoise clan were skilled in healing. Both were recovering splendidly, leaving her with no cause for concern. Tian Ning felt her days were fulfilling and delightful, yet this was merely her perception. That someone had been eyeing her with disapproval for quite some time. Johan could hardly believe that such a lackadaisical swordsman existed. Each day, she seemed to confine herself within her room, immersed in tales, or ventured out merely to frolic with spirit beasts. It was quite exasperating. Not to mention, she never touched a sword, instead wielding a tattered brush to doodle. She was no talisman practitioner, speaking of which, he had seen her tending to herbs, yet never once had he seen her handle a sword. Chapter 57. A pride in myself. The sovereign of the realm detests such squandering of time and life. After enduring for 7 consecutive days, Johan could no longer contain his frustration. He intercepted Tian Ning, who was about to step out to feed the cranes, and inquired, "Are you not a bit too idle?" The group resided in Johan's courtyard, and every time Tian Ning emerged from the side room, he could see her. He found it incomprehensible how someone so young could be so indolent. "I am not idle, I have matters to attend to." In the crane garden, a nest of eggs was about to hatch today, and Tian Ning wished to take a glance at the baby cranes. Newly hatched chicks were delightful, particularly after the elders of the Beastmaster sect had dried their feathers, transforming them into adorable, fluffy creatures. Johan gazed at her with a mix of disappointment and exasperation. "Follow me." Tian Ning, puzzled by his intentions, obediently trailed after him. After spending several days together, she had begun to discern the type of person Johan was. He bore the dignity of the chief disciple and appeared somewhat aloof, yet, regardless of the size of the matter at hand, he strived to excel in all tasks, treating both his fellow disciples and those from other sects, like Tian Ning, with the same condescending equality. Johan led Tian Ning to the free arena of the Beastmaster sect. This venue resembled the competition stage of the 10,000 Swords sect, where disciples would engage in private matches. Unlike the 10,000 Swords sect, however, the rules of the Beastmaster sect's arena adhered to a defense system. If a disciple managed to win 10 consecutive matches in a single day and successfully defend their position, they could select a rare spiritual fruit favored by their contracted spirit beast as a reward. This effectively encouraged participation, as rare spiritual fruits were quite costly when purchased from outside. Upon their arrival, they found a considerable gathering of disciples around the arena, a popular event within the Beastmaster sect that never lacked attendees. Tian Ning initially assumed Johan had brought her there to alleviate her boredom, and she was about to retrieve a stool when Johan pointed to the arena and declared, "You, go up." Tian Ning was taken aback. "Ha! I have already informed the elder. You are to compete with the new disciples, and the rewards will be duly granted if you win." This was not merely a matter of rewards. If it were the Dragon Clan, Tian Ning would have been unreserved in utilizing her talismans. However, this was a friendly sect, and one could not afford to be overly aggressive. She gazed skyward. "I just remembered that I haven't taken the talismans I finished drawing yesterday out to dry. What are you, a sword cultivator, doing all day with talismans?" Johan, unable to tolerate it any longer, addressed the disciples near the arena. "You shall take turns engaging in friendly exchanges with this junior sister from the 10,000 Sword sect. Brother Zhou, you actually took the time to come here." Johan's reputation within the Beastmaster sect was formidable. As the master of the Fire Phoenix, he served as a role model for his juniors, and his mere appearance incited a wave of excitement. Especially the young man on the arena who had just won against his opponent. His eyes gleamed upon spotting Johan, and he rushed over eagerly. Brother Zhou, let me fight her." Uncertain of Tian Ning's swordsmanship, Johan cautioned, "Yin Yan, this is merely a friendly spar. Take care not to injure junior sister Tian Ning." Yin Yan nodded vigorously. Junior sister Tian Ning, I look forward to your guidance. With no option to refuse, Tian Ning ascended the arena, opting for a swift resolution. As she prepared to engage, Johan remained, curious to witness the prowess of the one chosen by the Phoenix Lord. Surely, since Tian Ning had been accepted into the 10,000 Swords Sect, she possessed remarkable skills. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Tian Ning did not draw her sword after Yin Yan summoned his spirit beast, a screeching eagle. Tian Ning swiftly applied a handful of speed talismans onto herself, darted behind Yin Yan, and with a forceful shove, sent him tumbling off the arena.
I win! Tian Ning exclaimed triumphantly.
The onlookers were left speechless.
That's not fair, do it again. How can a sword cultivator use talismans?
Yin Yan could scarcely believe he had lost in such a manner. Why not? I drew these talismans, so I am also a talisman cultivator, Tian Ning retorted. Furthermore, you were distracted by Brother Zhou, which allowed me to seize the opportunity. Yin Yan was at a loss for words. His excitement at Brother Zhou's presence had indeed caused him to lose focus. Let us have another go. I want you to use your sword against me.
Tian Ning replied, this isn't an inn. Are you expecting me to serve dishes as well?
She turned to return to her quarters, wishing to indulge in her novels without further interference from Johan.
Junior sister Tian Ning, since you are disinterested in the arena, why not assist in the Spirit Beast Garden to earn some spirit stones?
Johan intercepted her, admonishing, you cannot spend your days idly. As the saying goes, heaven rewards the diligent, and we, as cultivators, ought to be even more industrious. Reluctantly, Tian Ning complied and went to the Spirit Beast Garden, where at least there were adorable spirit beasts. However, the elder assigned her the task of cleaning up after the spirit beasts. In silence, Tian Ning performed a hand sign, causing the waste to float away towards the vegetable fields on the back mountain, and then, like someone fleeing from a ghost, she dashed back to her quarters without looking back. Seeing her in such a state, Xianxiu approached with amusement. If you wish to avoid being pursued by Johan for chores, why not help me with a task? I will inform Johan that you went to assist me.
Tian Ning was suspicious of his intentions.
What do you want?
Here's the thing.
I have been in the eastern continent for quite some time, and I miss the green bean grass from my homeland. Why not take a trip to the central continent to participate in the upcoming alchemy competition? The prize includes a basket of green bean grass. His eyes sparkled at the mention of food. Tian Ning doused his enthusiasm with cold water.
You just said it's happening in a few days.
It's not a short journey from the eastern continent to the central continent.
Though unsure of the exact duration, it was evident that traveling between two continents would not be swift.
After all, even their journey from the 10,000 Sword Sect to the Beastmaster Sect took 4 days by flying ship. Xianxiu's emerald eyes fixed on Tian Ning.
Do you not possess a demon sword? Can Tu open a spatial rift to go there? Oh no.
Before he could finish, Tian Ning swiftly covered his mouth.
How did you know?
The sect leader had warned her that the demon sword should not be taken out lightly. If the new demon lord discovered her contract with it, he might pursue her to the ends of the earth.
Moreover, using the demon sword will emit demonic energy. Do you want the Beastmaster Sect to capture me as a demon cultivator? Tian Ning found his suggestion utterly impractical.
Why are you silent?
What a ridiculous idea.
She glanced at Xianxiu, only to realize she had nearly forgotten that she was still covering his mouth. Hastily, she released him. Xianxiu's beautiful eyes widened. What kind of strength do you possess?
I can't break free.
Tian Ning replied, I possess innate strength. I have had it since childhood, and I take pride in it. Is there a problem with that?
Xianxiu was speechless.
I am a Xuanwu and can perceive the energy of all things more directly.
I noticed the presence of the demon sword on you from the very beginning.
He dismissed the previous topic, expressing confidence. Rest assured, in using the demon sword, I can completely conceal its demonic energy.
Unless the heavenly Tao itself intervenes, even tribulation stage cultivators won't perceive it. Tian Ning remained skeptical. Is that reliable?
Naturally, I would never gamble with green bean grass, Xianxiu asserted earnestly.
Have you not noticed that even within the Beastmaster Sect, the Phoenix Lord has not detected my presence?
Little girl, the abilities of the 4 ancient divine beasts surpass your imagination.
Chapter 57. I
am proud of myself. The Lord of the Realms cannot abide such wasteful acts of time and life. After enduring for 7 consecutive days, Johan finally reached his limit. He intercepted Tian Ning, who was about to go out to feed the cranes, and inquired, Are you not rather idle? The group resided in Johan's courtyard, and every time Tian Ning emerged from the side room, Johan could see her. He could not fathom how someone so young could be so indolent. I am not idle, I have matters to attend to, Tian Ning replied. Today, a clutch of eggs in the crane garden was due to hatch, and she intended to catch a glimpse of the baby cranes. Newly hatched chicks were delightful, especially after the elders of the Beastmaster sect dried their feathers, transforming them into adorable, fluffy creatures. Johan regarded her with a mixture of frustration and disappointment. Come with me. Tian Ning, bewildered, followed obediently. Over the past few days, she had come to understand Johan's character. He bore the dignity of the chief disciple and appeared somewhat aloof, and nonetheless, he approached all matters within the sect with utmost diligence, treating both his fellow disciples and those from other sects, like Tian Ning, with an equal measure of disdain. Johan led Tian Ning to the free arena of the Beastmaster sect. This venue was akin to the sparring grounds of the 10,000 Sword sect, where disciples engaged in informal contests. However, unlike the 10,000 Sword sect, the rules of the Beastmaster sect's arena adhered to a defending champion system. Any disciple who could achieve 10 consecutive victories in a single day would be permitted to select a rare spiritual fruit as a reward for their contracted spiritual beast. This effectively incentivized participation, as rare spiritual fruits were costly to procure outside. Upon their arrival, they found a throng of disciples gathered by the arena, a testament to the popularity of this event. Tian Ning assumed Johan had brought her to alleviate her boredom and was preparing to retrieve a stool. However, Johan pointed to the arena and commanded, "You, go up." Tian Ning was taken aback. "I have already informed the elder. You will compete against the new disciples, and the rewards will be dispatched as usual if you win." This was not merely a matter of rewards. Had it been a member of the Long family, Tian Ning would have felt free to use her talismans, but this was a friendly sect. She could not afford to be too aggressive. Looking skyward, Tian Ning muttered, "I just remembered that I haven't taken out the talismans I finished yesterday to dry. As a sword cultivator, what business do you have with talismans all day?" Johan retorted, exasperatedly addressing the disciple. "You actually took the time to come here." Johan's reputation within the Beastmaster sect was formidable. As the master of the Fire Phoenix, he served as a paragon for his junior disciples. His mere presence incited a stir. Particularly, a young man who had just triumphed over his opponent lit up at the sight of Johan and eagerly approached. Brother Zhou, I wish to compete with her." Uncertain of Tian Ning's swordsmanship, Johan cautioned, "Yin Yan, this is merely a friendly spar. Do not injure this junior sister, Tian Ning." Yin Yan nodded vigorously. "Junior sister Tian Ning, I look forward to your guidance." With no way to refuse, Tian Ning stepped up, opting for a swift resolution. Johan, curious to see the prowess of the one chosen by the Phoenix Lord, remained to observe. Surely, Tian Ning's admission into the 10,000 Sword sect indicated her exceptional abilities. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Tian Ning did not draw her sword. After Yin Yan summoned his spirit beast, a screech owl, Tian Ning swiftly affixed several speed talismans to herself, darting behind Yin Yan and shoving him off the arena. "I win!" Tian Ning declared triumphantly. The crowd was left speechless. "That doesn't count, let's go again. How can you, a sword cultivator, resort to talismans?" Yin Yan exclaimed, utterly astonished by his unexpected defeat. "Why not? I crafted those talismans myself." "I am also a talisman practitioner," Tian Ning countered. "Moreover, you were distracted by your admiration for Brother Zhou, allowing me to seize the opportunity." Yin Yan fell silent. Since Brother Zhou had specifically come to watch the contest, he had become somewhat flustered with excitement. "Once more, I demand you use your sword against me." Tian Ning retorted, "This is not a tavern. Are you expecting me to serve you dishes as well?" She turned to retreat to her quarters, wishing to immerse herself in her reading without being dragged into another match by Johan. "Junior sister Tian Ning, since you are disinclined to compete in the arena, why not assist in the Spirit Beast Garden to earn some spirit stones?" Johan intercepted her, admonishing, "How can you spend your days idly? As the saying goes, the heavens reward diligence, we cultivators ought to be even more industrious." Tian Ning was disinclined to listen to his lecturing and resigned herself to working in the Spirit Beast Garden. At least there would be adorable creatures there. However, the elder assigned her the task of cleaning up after the spirit beasts. Tian Ning silently performed a spell, causing the waste to float away to the vegetable fields behind the mountain, and then fled back to her quarters as if pursued by a ghost, not daring to look back. Seeing her in such a state, Xian Shou approached with amusement. "If you do not wish to be pursued by Johan, why not assist me with a task? I shall inform him that you were helping me."
Tian Ning regarded him with suspicion. You first tell me what it is.
Well, I've been on the eastern continent for quite some time and have been longing for a taste of the green bean grass from my homeland. Why not journey to the central continent to partake in the upcoming alchemy competition? There is a basketful of green bean grass among the prizes.
Xianxiu's eyes gleamed with excitement at the mention of food.
Tian Ning doused his enthusiasm with cold water. You mentioned it's happening in a few days, but the journey from the eastern continent to the central continent is not one to be accomplished in just a few days. Though she was uncertain of the exact duration, given that travel by ship from the 10,000 Sword Sect to the Beastmaster Sect took 4 days, it was clear the journey would be lengthy.
Xianxiu's emerald eyes fixed upon Tian Ning. Do you not possess the demon sword? Simply open a spatial rift to traverse over. Oof.
Before he could finish, Tian Ning swiftly covered his mouth.
How did you know?
The sect master had warned her against revealing the demon sword lightly. If the new demon lord discovered she had contracted it, she would surely be pursued to the ends of the earth.
Moreover, using the demon sword will emit demonic energy. Do you wish for the Beastmaster Sect to capture me as a demon cultivator? Tian Ning found his suggestion utterly implausible.
Why are you silent?
This is a dreadful idea.
She glanced at Xianxiu, then suddenly recalled that she had almost forgotten his mouth was still covered. She hastily released him. Xianxiu's beautiful eyes widened. What kind of monstrous strength is this?
I cannot break free.
Tian Ning replied, It is my innate strength. I have possessed it since childhood. I take pride in it, and what of it? Xianxiu fell silent. I am a Xuanwu, capable of perceiving the essence of all things more acutely than you might imagine. I have long sensed the presence of the demon sword on you, Xianxiu confidently asserted, shifting the topic. Rest assured, you may wield the demon sword. I can completely conceal the demonic energy. Unless the heavenly Tao itself intervenes, even those in the tribulation phase will remain oblivious.
Tian Ning remained skeptical. Is that truly reliable?
Of course, I would never wager on the green bean grass, Xianxiu replied earnestly.
Have you not noticed that even within the Beastmaster Sect, the Phoenix Lord has not discovered my presence?
Little girl, the powers of the 4 ancient divine beasts are far beyond your imagination. Chapter 58. You truly are a naming genius. Tian Ning was still reluctant to play the errand girl, for Xianxiu had her life firmly in his grasp.
What could be wrong with visiting the central continent?
Just make sure to return before the 6 Sects Grand Tournament. Who knows, you might even stumble upon some intriguing tales there. His words stirred something within Tian Ning. She certainly did not wish to endure daily bothers from Zhou Han at the Beastmaster Sect. After confirming the veracity of Xianxiu's statement with Jiu, she summoned the magic sword from her consciousness. Unlike before, when the sword's blade had emanated an eerie glow after absorbing blood in the sword tomb, the sword now appeared disheveled and listless, clearly having sustained numerous beatings within her consciousness. After all, if one were to assign blame, it would rest squarely on this fellow. However, upon being brought back to the light of day, the magic sword instantly perked up. It was well aware, ever since the contract was formed, Tian Ning had not wielded it, and it was the first to emerge. Indeed, its master regarded it differently from other flashy and worthless companions. It twisted and writhed in Tian Ning's hand, swaying incessantly. Tian Ning, how could a sword possess such an overactive imagination? Wary of the magic sword pulling any tricks, Tian Ning cautioned. Once the spatial rift opens, remember to return to my consciousness, alright? Just in case, for if anyone on the central continent recognized the magic sword, it could lead to trouble. The magic sword excitedly twisted itself into a pretzel, and Tian Ning felt it was far too premature to celebrate. It would likely receive another thrashing upon returning to her consciousness. Xianxiu enveloped Tian Ning in a layer of green light. As she stepped forward, she made a point to say, Take good care of my 3rd senior sister and 4th senior brother. Rest assured, Xianxiu waved farewell, not forgetting to add, you might also bring back some of my favorite local specialties, such as the lotus flower, duckweed, and canna lilies. Tian Ning chose to ignore him, channeling her spiritual energy into the spirit sword to open the spatial rift and leaping through. It soon became evident that Tian Ning had underestimated the distance between the eastern continent and the central continent. While the spatial rift proved convenient, the magic sword nearly drained her entire reservoir of spiritual energy, and the exit connecting to the other side of the rift was far from reliable. With a resounding thud, Tian Ning fell from the sky, landing directly in front of a boy. Thankfully, the height was not excessive, otherwise, she would have surely suffered a concussion. She lay sprawled on the ground, her gaze meeting the boy's glistening eyes, which appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old. His face was so gaunt it seemed sunken in, and his voice brimmed with anticipation. Are you my summoned beast? Tian Ning, what on earth? She was no Pokemon. Struggling to rise from the ground, she realized she had no spiritual energy left within her, even finding it impossible to open her storage pouch. Examining her surroundings, she found herself in a large square where numerous children were lined up, each approaching the platform where she stood. In their hands, they formed formations, using small knives to draw blood from their fingertips. Soon, the formations illuminated, and various spirit beasts emerged, which the children referred to as their contract beasts.
Is this the central continent?
To be cautious, Tian Ning still inquired of the boy beside her.
Yes, the boy replied timidly, reaching out to grasp the hem of Tian Ning's clothing, a smile breaking forth. My name is Meng Xian, and from now on, you shall be my master, De Hua.
Tian Ning, you truly are a genius when it comes to naming.
I am Tian Ning.
Refusing to accept this name, she intended to leave immediately, eager to find some spiritual stones or elixirs to replenish her energy, and to open her storage pouch at the very least.
De Hua, no, wait, Tian Ning.
You must come with me to register with the elders. Meng Xian panicked. Without the registration of a summoned beast, he would be expelled from the Meng family. Tian Ning realized he had misunderstood and patiently explained, I am not a summoned beast.
See, their summoned beasts all have beast forms, while I am human. No, you must be more powerful than them.
Meng Xian clung tightly to her, refusing to let go, and desperation filled his eyes, glistening with unshed tears. You are my contract beast.
Look, your clothes still bear my contract formation.
That was merely an unfortunate coincidence from her fall. Before Tian Ning could respond further, another child from a different line completed their formation. A chubby boy, having contracted a blazing wolf, approached, adorned in luxurious clothing.
He casually tossed the remnants of a fruit he had just consumed onto Meng Xian, mocking, Meng Xian, you little brat, you can't even summon a beast, how pathetic.
Everyone can see that this girl fell from the sky. She has no spiritual energy and is dressed in rags. Perhaps she is just a lowly servant who angered her master and was thrown from a ship. It seems you two, a waste and a maid, are truly a match made in heaven.
Tian Ning, could someone please explain to her why she had to face such nonsense upon her arrival? All she wanted was to quietly find some green bean grass, enjoy herself, and then return to the eastern continent. The malice did not end there. He pointed at Tian Ning and Meng Xian, shouting to the other children, everyone, throw something at this little brat. Whoever throws the best will earn a mid-tier spiritual stone as a reward.
The children, skilled in this cruel game, quickly began to hurl various objects at the two eggs, rotten vegetable leaves, shoes, a chaotic assortment of items. The elder, who had been observing, did not intervene, allowing the children to run amok. One eager child even prepared a basin of spoiled vegetable soup to splash over them. Meng Xian, having likely witnessed such tactics before, knew Tian Ning was being dragged down by him. He hurriedly shielded her with his small body, only to be drenched in the foul-smelling soup, instantly emitting a wretched odor. Tian Ning, you should leave quickly, this is not your concern, Meng Xian whispered, shrinking back. Tian Ning refused to flee. She was not here to be bullied. Unhappy, she decided to unleash her frustration, directly using her fists to demonstrate who was in charge. Thud, 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 echoed the sound of her fists striking the boy's head. Although her spiritual energy was depleted, her physical strength was far from negligible. The once arrogant chubby boy was soon reduced to pitiful howls, while his lackeys recoiled in fear, never expecting someone would dare to harm the village chief's precious son. Why you can't hit a child? Someone had already rushed to summon the elder, exclaiming that this woman was far too ruthless, and no one dared to intervene. Tian Ning delivered a kick to the chubby boy's well-padded behind, defiantly proclaiming, I enjoy hitting children, it's my favorite pastime. If you have a problem with that, let us settle it one-on-one. She stood ready, daring anyone to challenge her, causing the lackeys to retreat in fright. Without waiting for the elder to arrive, she left the chubby boy sprawled in the puddle of spoiled soup. Feeling a sense of satisfaction navigating the unfamiliar terrain of the central continent, she knew finding the tournament venue would consume considerable time. You, stop right there, a child called out, but Tian Ning paid him no mind. Seeing Tian Ning walking away, Meng Xian disregarded the other children and hurriedly jogged after her.
Tian Ning.
He clung to her. No matter how fast she tried to walk, he simply could not be shaken off. Chapter 59. How many more does she have? Tian Ning ventured to a bustling area just outside the village, seeking information.
Greetings, fellow cultivator, might you know if there is a location nearby where an alchemy competition is being held?
I heard there is a contest featuring a plethora of green bean grass as prizes. Initially, Tian Ning harbored little hope, as Xuanqiu had proven to be unreliable, failing to provide even a specific location. To her surprise, the alchemy competition Xuanqiu mentioned was quite renowned. The detained cultivator responded, you must be referring to the alchemy competition hosted by the Wanjian Sect. Talented alchemists from various sects have gathered there. However, Mengjia village lies beyond the jurisdiction of the Wanjian Sect. It is some distance from here, and registration for the competition concludes in 2 days.
Tian Ning expressed her gratitude. Given her current circumstances, she was uncertain if she could make it in time for the competition behind her. Meng Xian urged, Tian Ning, I know where the Yinyu sect is, I can lead you there. Tian Ning regarded the boy who had caught up with her and candidly remarked, by pursuing me like this, others will assume we are in league, and they will only escalate their bullying of you. Meng Xian managed a wry smile, they have always bullied me. This is merely one more excuse. He gazed at Tian Ning, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice, if you wish to go to Yinyu sect, I can guide you. Will you take me along? This year, all the sects are holding their recruitment ceremonies there, and I hope to seize this opportunity to see if any sect would be willing to accept me. Rest assured. I will not impose upon you, however, if I fail to successfully contract my spirit beast, the Meng family will cast me out. I need a place to find refuge. Unfamiliar with the central continent, Tian Ning indeed required a guide. Yet before that, her depleted spiritual energy needed replenishing. Meng Xian, do you have any spirit stones or restorative elixirs? Anything will suffice. I do. Meng Xian cautiously produced a low-grade spirit stone from his pocket. Though reluctant, he ultimately relinquished it to Tian Ning. She grasped the stone, swiftly absorbing its spiritual energy until it crumbled to dust. Opening her spatial pouch required only a modicum of spiritual energy, and she extracted a handful of restorative elixirs, resembling candy, and stuffed them in without hesitation, even offering some to Meng Xian. Go gather your belongings. We shall leave shortly. Meng Xian stared, bemused, at the flawless premium elixirs in his hands, a sense of bewilderment settling in his heart. His instincts had never led him astray, and following Tian Ning was a gamble, yet he hadn't anticipated her generosity to this extent. Far superior to those who merely painted grand visions for him. Could she be a runaway heiress from a prominent family? Otherwise, how could she appear in tattered clothing with such an abundance of premium elixirs? Beginning her inquiries with, is this the central continent? It seemed she must have fled from another realm, but was her sudden arrival truly coincidental, or was there intent behind it? As he pondered, Meng Xian guided Tian Ning to a modest dwelling. Unlike those children who had been spoiled by their families, he had long been accustomed to the vicissitudes of life, having once served as a servant in a prominent family alongside his mother. Instinctively, he assessed the character of others. From Tian Ning's willingness to reprimand the chubby boy despite his status, he surmised that she might be inclined to help someone as lowly as himself escape the mire of the Meng family. With these thoughts, Meng Xian quickly gathered his few belongings. After his mother's passing, the village children often vandalized his home to curry favor with the chubby boy, and he had become numb to it. He had thought that enduring until the summoning test would lead to a better life, only to find himself unable to summon even a spirit beast. Tian Ning patiently waited nearby, not urging him. With idle time, she retrieved the cultivation manuals her senior brother had purchased for her, curiously flipping through a few pages. The narratives were rather conventional, realistic, with unremarkable plots lacking highlights, and the others she perused were similarly mundane. However, after indulging in exquisite delicacies, a modest dish occasionally proved delightful. Before long, Meng Xian finished packing, anxious not to delay Tian Ning further. Tian Ning, we can depart now. Observing the way his small frame bent under the weight of pots and pans, she genuinely felt his desire to leave Mengjia village. She produced a new spatial pouch and handed it to the boy. Place your belongings inside. Thank you so much, I could manage carrying them, Meng Xian replied cautiously. Although he said this, he discreetly monitored Tian Ning's reaction, feeling an unexplainable distance growing in his heart. No need for thanks, you have already given me a spirit stone, have you not? The spiritual energy within the stone was purer, facilitating rapid absorption. The low-grade spirit stone Meng Xian had provided had greatly aided Tian Ning in her time of need. In this unfamiliar central continent, borrowing spirit stones from others might have branded her a fraud. Moreover, that low-grade spirit stone was significant wealth for Meng Xian. Thus, she and Meng Xian were nearly even now. Meng Xian accepted without further protest, obediently packing his belongings into the pouch. Yet, just as they were about to exit, the chubby boy whom Tian Ning had previously reprimanded barged in with a throng of followers. This time, they were not mere children but rather individuals with a semblance of intelligence, returning to report. The chubby boy was flanked by a cadre of lackeys and supportive relatives. Uncle, it was this little wretch, accompanied by a strange girl, who bullied me. Is it you, you wretched creature, who has tormented my nephew? The chubby boy's uncle, a cultivator at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, was considered powerful within the confines of Mengjia village. However, in Tian Ning's eyes, he was utterly insignificant. She could easily dispatch even those at the transformation stage. Moreover, there was no need for her to take action personally. A handful of explosive talismans gifted by her second senior brother would suffice.
The resounding explosions echoed as Meng Xian's modest dwelling was reduced to rubble in an instant. The Meng family members caught in the blast fared even worse. If merely one explosive talisman could be withstood by their defensive artifacts, who would hurl a dozen talismans as if they were mere cabbages? Even talisman cultivators would not waste their resources in such a manner. Yet, this was not the end. Tian Ning produced another batch of explosive talismans, this time, perhaps 20, if it weren't for her small hands preventing her from carrying more. Producing 100 or 1,000 at once would have posed no challenge. You. Let us resolve this peacefully. At this moment, the Meng family uncle realized the gravity of the situation. His eyes widened in terror, and his legs recoiled in fright. Wasn't she merely an unknown girl who had fallen from the sky? Clad in rags, she appeared to be a rogue cultivator without any backing. Which rogue cultivator could produce such a plethora of explosive talismans without hesitation? Miss, we are not mortal enemies, why must we be at such odds? Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. He implored, fearful that Tian Ning might act rashly, causing them to be obliterated with a mere tremor of her hand. Misunderstanding? Tian Ning replied with conviction, "Oh, I simply found your presence intolerable." With a flick of her wrist, the 20-plus explosive talismans hurtled towards the Meng family members, sending them sprawling to the ground. But the assault did not cease. She produced even more. The Meng family members were left dumbfounded. How many does she have? All their defensive artifacts shattered. If another wave were to come, they would surely be obliterated on the spot. Chapter 60, Are you mocking me? Esteemed sir, I beseech you to show mercy. What is it about us that displeases you? We are willing to amend our ways. The charred figure of Meng's uncle trembled as he knelt on the ground, nearly rushing to embrace Tian Ning's leg. Tian Ning replied, "You are simply too ugly." The Meng family members were rendered speechless. Tian Ning continued, "Will you return home and rebuild immediately?" Indeed, they wished to do so. "Great sir, you possess a magnanimous heart. Please consider us as nothing." Meng's uncle pressed his nephew's head to the ground, exclaiming, "It is all our fault for not recognizing the mountain of your greatness. I swear, we shall never again disrespect you." Upon his display of weakness, the others hastily joined in their pleas. "Words alone are insufficient," Tian Ning declared, pragmatic as ever. "Produce all of your mustard seeds." The Meng family was genuinely fearful that the explosive talismans in her possession might lead to their demise. After all, one could never ascertain the formidable backing of such a brazen young cultivator. They promptly retrieved their mustard seeds, surrendering them without a hint of hesitation. Tian Ning did not even glance at them, simply placing the items into her own mustard bag. With an abundance of her possessions, she was indifferent to such trifling gains, yet she would not easily provoke others. However, if they dared to provoke her, they would certainly face the consequences. This was a lesson the Meng family needed to learn. Meanwhile, Meng Xian, observing her unhesitating appropriation of their belongings, felt a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Tian Ning extracted a piece of paper from her mustard bag, one previously utilized by Wenren Xue for an apology. Fortunately, she had not discarded it, and it seemed it might prove useful in the future. "Recite your apologies according to this template," she instructed. The Meng family members were left speechless. Had she not just asserted that mere words were of no consequence? Glancing at the content of the paper, they noted descriptions such as pure-hearted, kind, fresh and refined, gentle and poised. Under the looming threat of unknown explosive talismans, the Meng family capitulated. Each member exhausted their vocabulary, striving to craft flattering phrases. Even the young rotund boy managed to utter the idioms "peach blossoms on a human face" and "dressed impeccably." Tian Ning remarked, "Are you mocking me?" The young boy, taken aback, could barely respond. Meng's uncle twitched at the corners of his mouth. Were not the terms pure-hearted, kind, gentle, and poised a form of mockery? He stifled his urge to scoff and quickly interceded on his nephew's behalf. "Your Excellency, please show leniency. Do not hold his words against him, he is not well-versed and speaks without thinking." Tian Ning had no intention of wasting further time with this group. She called for Meng Xian as they prepared to depart. "Let us go." Meng Xian, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he witnessed her easily teach a lesson to those who had bullied him for years, was taken aback by her next words. "You do not wish for them to apologize to me?" He seemed perplexed. Tian Ning responded with a questioning look. From their very first encounter, she had perceived that Meng Xian was more mature than his peers. Each individual grows in different environments. This was entirely natural, and since they were not particularly acquainted, they would part ways once they arrived at Wanjian Sect, each pursuing their own path. Yet, at this moment, Tian Ning inexplicably sensed that Meng Xian's gaze bore the weight of an adult's understanding. Tian Ning felt there might be secrets hidden within Meng Xian, but she was not one to pry unnecessarily. Thus, she stated matter-of-factly, "Once you become stronger, let them apologize to you. Would that not be far more satisfying?" Meng Xian contemplated her words, realizing their wisdom. Tian Ning encouraged him with a pat on the shoulder. Meng Xian, a true man relies on himself. This was advice she had learned from observing her second senior brother encouraging her fourth senior brother. Meng Xian gazed at Tian Ning in silence, as if seeking confirmation of something, and the young boy, now wiser, quickly sought to appease. All my faults are my own. If you have any further commands, I shall wholeheartedly obey. At that moment, Tian Ning noticed the numerous holes in Meng Xian's trousers and without hesitation stated, "Very well, then you shall remove your trousers." Is she truly this straightforward? He stubbornly clutched his trousers, refusing to yield. Meng Xian expressed his distaste. "I do not want his trousers." "Oh, then let us be on our way," Tian Ning remarked, merely suggesting out of kindness. As they were about to take their leave, a girl of similar age to Meng Xian rushed out from somewhere, immediately chastising the young boy who had just risen from the ground. "Meng Guang, how dare you bully Brother Xian? I am fully aware of everything that transpired at the summoning square today. You must apologize to Brother Xian." The young boy, unperturbed, treated the girl with a completely different demeanor. "Jin Yan, do not be angry, I admit my mistake," Tian Ning interjected. "You see, an apology has indeed come forth. I do not require one." Meng Xian appeared quite displeased with the girl, showing no intent to continue the conversation as he bluntly stated, "Tian Ning, let us depart. Otherwise, we shall miss the competition." Tian Ning had no objections. She had come to the central state for the green bean grass, to explore if there were any novels for sale, and to escape the clutches of the overzealous Johan. She had no desire to linger here playing house with children. "Brother Xian, where are you going?" Meng Jinyan hurriedly pursued them from behind. "I have already sought my father's permission. No one will force you out of Mengjia village. If you wish to participate in the sect's recruitment selection, you may accompany me. Tomorrow, my father will send someone to take these outstanding summoned beasts to the selection. At that point, you can join me on the flying ship. That would be far better than following an unknown person." As Meng Jinyan spoke, her gaze warily flickered towards Tian Ning, a clear indication of her protectiveness over her own kind. Tian Ning remained indifferent, ignoring Meng Jinyan entirely. She drew forth her flying snowsword and instructed Meng Xian to guide her. Meng Xian complied, albeit with a hint of anxiety as he grasped the corner of Tian Ning's garment, pointing towards the southeast. "We shall head in this direction." "Brother Xian, how can you?" Upon witnessing the interaction between Meng Xian and Tian Ning, Meng Jinyan became quite agitated, yet, the only response she received was the fading silhouettes of the two. Tian Ning, pressed for time, affixed an acceleration talisman to herself, and the flying snowsword surged forth like a wild stallion, its speed rendering their shadows invisible in the blink of an eye. Meng's uncle wiped the soot from his charred face, relieved they had quickly sought forgiveness. Given the speed with which she affixed the talisman, it was evident that this young lady must possess formidable backing. The rotund boy, now resembling a boiling sheep, rushed to comfort Meng Jinyan. "Jinyan, you need not be so kind to that little wretch, he is nothing but a worthless scoundrel. His departure will only benefit the Meng family by removing a parasite." He scratched his head, his face flushed with embarrassment. "You may not know, but I successfully summoned a flame wolf. Once I am acknowledged by a major sect, I shall become formidable, and I will protect you." Jinyan, he rambled on, oblivious to the fact that Meng Jinyan's attention was entirely focused on the direction in which Meng Xian had departed. Once again, she had missed her chance. Chapter 61, "Please wait a moment." Tian Ning, whoosh whoosh, turn left, whoosh whoosh. At this moment, Meng Xian, perched upon the flying snowsword, found himself inundated with a torrent of wind as he spoke, his words tumbling over one another in disarray. He had never before encountered such an outrageous speed of sword flight. Was he racing towards his own reincarnation? With one hand firmly gripping Tian Ning's garments, he felt a surge of gratitude for his initial decision, for without it, he surely would have plummeted from the sword. Received. Tian Ning immediately adjusted their course, displaying a remarkable composure, seemingly unaffected, though it was unclear what sorcery she employed. After enduring the trials at the Sword Tomb and the Long family, she had grown accustomed to this absurd velocity, especially with the approaching deadline for the alchemy competition registration looming just 2 days away, compelling them to hasten their journey. Only when their spiritual energy was nearly depleted did Tian Ning find a suitable spot to pause and recuperate. Consuming some elixirs to replenish her vitality, she then retrieved a selection of delicacies specially prepared by her third senior sister from her spatial pouch, inviting Meng Xian to partake, and once they were satiated, they resumed their journey. In truth, at this pace, we shall reach Xinyu Sect by tomorrow. When Meng Xian gazed at the delectable spread before him, yet his appetite had entirely vanished, his stomach roiling as if caught in a tempest. The speed of Tian Ning's sword flight was simply too exhilarating. He combed his wind-tousled hair and urged, "There is no need to hurry so. There's nothing pressing at hand, and arriving early will bring peace of mind." Tian Ning found a thrill in this extreme flight. If Johan were to witness her fervor, she would undoubtedly wish for her to apply such diligence to her cultivation. Meng Xian, if they continued flying at this rate, he would surely be sick.
How could there be nothing pressing?
Meng Xian proposed, how about I share with you my story?
Tian Ning, did she not appear eager to listen?
Yet, Meng Xian paid no heed to her interest. Already lost in the narrative he began weaving, with no other means to pass the time. Tian Ning felt compelled to listen, lest she whisk him away to the skies. Meng Xian began, I was born on a winter's day, amidst a flurry of snow, when my mother discovered me while washing clothes by the river. Tian Ning, the trope of a novel's male protagonist, was strikingly accurate. Silently, she produced some sunflower seeds and a small stool, reasoning that since she had the time, she might as well indulge in his tale. Meng Xian was a child abandoned by his parents at birth, raised by a foster mother who worked as a servant for a large family. By a twist of fate, she had found him. Initially, their lives together were quite satisfactory, but due to her appealing appearance, she caught the eye of the family's second master, who, disregarding her status as a mother, insisted on taking her as a concubine. Reluctant to comply, Meng Xian's foster mother fled with him from that household. However, the second master's wife, a woman known for her jealousy, leveraged her influence to prevent others from employing foster mothers. With the benefits accrued, others were all too willing to sell such a favor. In a cruel twist of fate, the foster mother had no choice but to return with Meng Xian to her hometown Meng family village. The villagers possessed a unique bloodline. Unlike ordinary beast tamers who needed to find spirit beasts to form contracts, they could summon their contracted beasts directly using ancestral contract formations upon reaching a certain age. However, this required an untainted Meng family bloodline, necessitating that the villagers marry within their own. Meng Xian's foster mother had left due to an arranged marriage she could not endure, and upon returning with a child of unknown paternity, Meng Xian faced disdain from the other children, who called him a bastard, taunting that with only half a Meng bloodline, he would likely be unable to summon a contracted beast upon reaching maturity. After his foster mother's death, the villagers eagerly awaited the day he would fail. Meng Xian was acutely aware that he bore no true Meng bloodline and had always known that success was beyond his reach. His desire to remain there was not for mere survival. His foster mother's health had been robust, and he was convinced that something had transpired on that fateful day. As he recounted his tale, a glint of hatred flickered in his eyes, his nails digging into his flesh, oblivious to the pain as blood trickled forth. This child had endured much. Recalling the excessive actions of the Meng family children, Tian Ning felt compelled to offer words of comfort, yet, before she could speak, the demonic sword in her consciousness surged to life, a strange man's voice filling her mind with temptations. Consume him. He possesses a natural demonic body. Devouring him will greatly enhance your demonic cultivation and the title of Demon Lord will soon be yours.
Tian Ning, as a cultivator, why would she aspire to become a Demon Lord?
The voice in her head was overly enthusiastic, entirely oblivious to her calm demeanor, as it continued to coax. Becoming a Demon Lord positions you as the most esteemed individual in the demon realm. At that juncture, you may do as you please. With me by your side, you shall be an invincible force. Such grandiose promises could hardly be more superficial. Who wished for invincibility when they could enjoy life leisurely? Tian Ning remained unmoved, finding the voice rather bothersome, akin to a fly buzzing incessantly. She raised her gaze to meet Meng Xian's, who seemed to be awaiting her response with sincerity. Tian Ning replied, please wait a moment.
She needed to address the incessant chatter in her mind first. Meng Xian?
He was baffled. Whenever he shared his past, women typically employed every means to utter unforgettable words to win his favor, yet Tian Ning appeared preoccupied. Meng Xian watched in astonishment as she laid out a small please wait. With that, she closed her eyes and peacefully drifted into slumbering. Meng Xian, though he could not see it, Tian Ning had thoroughly reprimanded the demonic sword within her consciousness, for it seemed to possess an unusual penchant for incessant chatter, its voice blaring as if the volume were cranked to the maximum. It was exceedingly irritating. Ignoring it would have sufficed, but the sword persisted, undeterred, chattering away in her mind with a fervor as if vowing to wear her down until she acquiesced to its demands. Tian Ning had no intention of indulging such a loathsome habit. Its attempts at seduction were one thing, but this incessant nagging was intolerable. Upon witnessing Tian Ning chastising the demonic sword, the sword approached with enthusiasm. Oh dear, Ning, how could I let you handle this yourself?
Allow me to deal with this wretch.
The demonic sword, upon seeing the sword, wilted as if its spirit had been drained. Its ethereal form clung to Tian Ning, wailing, woe is me.
Ning, do you not realize how many covet my presence outside? They would fight tooth and nail for me, yet I scarcely glance their way. For you, I would traverse 1,000 rivers for just a sip. How could you treat me thus?
Truly, the demonic sword was a master of emotional manipulation. Tian Ning coldly exposed the truth. It was you who shamelessly forced your way into my mind.
Chapter 62.
What a lavish game. The demon sword had been forcibly dragged away by Jian, and had protested with reluctance. No,
I don't want him, Ning. Even if I must be struck, I hope it is by your own hand." Tian Ning waved her sleeve, leaving not a trace of cloud behind. She entrusted the resolution of the demon sword to Jian and, feeling lighthearted, exited her consciousness. In reality, when Tian Ning opened her eyes, she found Meng Xian sitting on a wooden stump, his expression one of unutterable despair as he gazed at the sky in silence. "I'm fine now," Tian Ning said as she stowed her belongings into her mustard seed bag, taking a moment to compose herself after the earlier emotions. Adopting the demeanor of a caring elder sister and life mentor, she remarked, "Meng Xian, one must always look forward. You are still young, with a future filled with infinite brilliance. There are no insurmountable predicaments in life." Meng Xian, had she not suddenly fallen asleep, he would have undoubtedly displayed a touched expression. Yet, at this moment, he simply could not muster such feelings. He suspected that Tian Ning might be somewhat unhinged, who, before comforting someone, takes a nap. Surely, she wasn't searching for the right words. Though he thought this, he felt a strange sense of relief in his heart. This Tian Ning was likely not like those other women. Throughout their journey, Meng Xian refrained from further probing. Upon their successful arrival at Wanjian Sect, Tian Ning parted ways with him without lingering sentiment. Their encounter had been serendipitous, lacking in significant interaction. Tian Ning understood that it was not easy for a young boy like Meng Xian to be alone in the world, so she purposely gathered a few low-grade spirit stones and a couple of mid-grade ones to give him during their rest. Although these stones were not abundant, they would sustain Meng Xian for a while without attracting the envy of others. As Meng Xian watched the girl's retreating figure, he was at a loss for words regarding his emotions. For the first time, no woman had approached him with ulterior motives. He departed from the crowd to participate in the sect selection. The method of recruiting disciples in the central continent differs from that of the eastern continent. Instead of the 6 major sects selecting disciples individually, various sects gather together every 3 years for recruitment. Thus, a disciple rejected by one sect can immediately seek acceptance from another without having to travel far. The 6 major sects of the central continent also differ from those of the eastern continent. Unlike the Wanjian Sect or the beast taming sect, where the majority of disciples are sword cultivators or beast tamers, every sect in the central continent boasts a balanced development with practitioners of various professions. Being centrally located among the 5 continents, the central continent develops at a pace far superior to the other 4, with a far richer concentration of spiritual energy. There is a saying that the dragon veins lie somewhere within the central continent. The selection process lasts for half a month. By the time Meng Xian arrived, the registration point was still teeming with people. His attire was rather unremarkable, and typically, no sect would extend an invitation to him. However, shortly after entering the registration area, a young girl in a blue dress blocked his path. "Is this my target for?" She looks truly pitiful, her outfit resembles that of a stray dog. Ding! Male lead Meng Xian encountered, current affinity level 0. Host, please continue your efforts. The girl flashed a sweet smile, seemingly undeterred by Meng Xian's disheveled appearance. She extended her clean, delicate hand and cheerfully said, "Greetings, fellow cultivator. Would you be interested in joining our Taichu sect?" Here we go again. Meng Xian's face displayed a flustered confusion, yet his heart was filled with profound disdain. This was not the first time. Women inexplicably appeared beside him, accompanied by proclamations of a system-driven quest to win him over. These individuals had always approached with ulterior motives, going to great lengths to ingratiate themselves, only to burst into his life like a beacon of light when he was ensnared in a quagmire. Even they had intentionally orchestrated situations where he was humiliated, leading to his disgrace, and then offered salvation. This method of raising pigs to slaughter was not one he would fall for. The notion of was nothing but a facade of insincerity from beginning to end. Ding! Male lead Meng Xian current affinity level 5. Host, please continue your efforts. Alright, Meng Xian spoke, yet he did not dare to grasp the pristine little hand. Having already experienced this once, he would not fall into such foolishness again. Tian Ning went to register for the alchemy competition. The disciple provided her with a participation certificate and, after informing her of the competition time for the following day, encouraged her in accordance with tradition. This time, elders from various sects will personally attend to observe the competition. If you perform well, you may be accepted on the spot, so do your best. Tian Ning responded with a polite smile. She had already secured a sect for herself and was indifferent to this aspect. Her primary concern was to bring back some green bean grass for Xianxiu. Tian Ning found an inn to stay in, and the area beneath Wanjian Sect was quite lively, with numerous cultivators passing through, vendors calling out to attract customers. Wandering through such a place might even lead to fortuitous encounters. With nothing pressing to do, Tian Ning leisurely strolled about. Upon spotting beautiful jewelry and fabrics, she purchased double portions to wear matching outfits with her 3rd senior sister, along with talisman paper and pens for her 2nd senior brother, and a large blade from a vendor for her eldest senior brother. As for her fourth senior brother, she decided to gift him some spirit stones. Such flashy yet impractical gifts would surely delight him. Despite her patched clothing, Tian Ning managed to acquire multiple items, spending a considerable amount of spirit stones. While shopping, she suddenly remembered her nearly invisible master and nearly overlooked him. Everyone in Hujian Mountain deserved a gift of thus. Tian Ning entered a coffin shop facing the enthusiastic attendant who approached her. She inquired, "May I lie down in this coffin to see if it is comfortable?" After all, her master was still alive, so she naturally wanted to select a high-quality coffin to honor him. The attendant? Having seen many customers purchase coffins for deceased relatives, he had never encountered someone personally selecting one for themselves. The attendant twitched his lips. "Of course you may." Tian Ning examined several coffins to her satisfaction and earnestly laid down inside one. The attendant then, she sat up and evaluated, "Do you have a larger one? It should ideally accommodate 3 or 4 people." Recalling her eldest senior brother's previous suggestion that she hide in a coffin, Tian Ning felt it prudent to choose a larger one. In case of danger one day, it would be useful to conceal herself within rather than becoming a burden. Plus, she could still converse with her master, the attendant. Is she implying that she wishes to have several men accompany her in burial? What a lavish game she plays. Adhering to the principle of hospitality, the attendant maintained his smile regardless of how peculiar the customer's requests were. "Currently, we do not have such a coffin in stock. However, if you would like, you can place a deposit, and within a few days, we can have a craftsman create one for you." "Very well, spirit stones are no issue," Tian Ning stated, outlining her requirements. "It should have high defensive capabilities, and please add small hidden wheels to each side of the coffin. It would be much lighter to push along flat ground." The attendant was baffled. Who has a coffin equipped with wheels, denying the deceased their peace, seeking to take them around? Chapter 63. A change for the master. At that moment, a custom-made coffin was being carried into the courtyard. The coffin was crafted from exquisite golden silk nanmu, meticulously polished and carved, adorned with a thick layer of gold leaf that glimmered splendidly. Tian Ning's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "I would like one in this style as well, made to the same dimensions as the previous one. Do you have any other designs in your shop? Please show them all to me. I might as well place a bulk order." A change for the master to sleep in. The young attendant was left speechless, wondering if she mistook the purchase of a coffin for that of clothing, selecting from so many varieties. As Tian Ning exited the coffin shop, the attendant behind her found it hard to articulate his thoughts. He had never encountered such an eccentric customer. With the gifts secured, Tian Ning felt quite pleased. After a leisurely stroll, she realized she had not spotted any shops selling storybooks. Indeed, just like in the Eastern continent, storybooks were a rarity in the realm of cultivation, as the majority of cultivators were preoccupied with their own rigorous training, leaving little time for leisurely reading. As Tian Ning was about to return to the inn, her little companion, Xiao, unusually pecked her head twice. "What is it?" The gray-feathered sparrow fluttered its wings, flying before Tian Ning, its tiny, sparkling eyes glimmering with excitement as it chirped incessantly. Tian Ning understood Xiao's message. It had discovered a delectable scent. Since it was rare for Xiao to desire something, she willingly indulged it. Following the route indicated by Xiao, she came upon a small, deserted stall, where a variety of miscellaneous items lay scattered across the table. The stall's proprietors were several cultivators dressed in the garments of different sections. Tian Ning was unfamiliar with the sects of the central continent and could not discern whether they were major or minor sections. The group appeared rather unenthusiastic. Not only was there no one guarding the stall, but they also seemed to be engaged in a heated argument. A man with a sword hanging at his waist seemed intent on departing, while the other 4 attempted to persuade him to stay. "Zhuangjiu, there are still 2 days until the secret realm opens. Wait a little longer, and who knows, we might still have a chance." "Peng Yi, you yourself said there are only 2 days left. Which fool would want to join our team when they can have more spirit stones instead?" Zhuangjiu replied dismissively. Tian Ning, but watching Xiao flap its little wings incessantly, Tian Ning felt an inexplicable sense that she might indeed be that fool. "I no longer wish to waste time with you," Zhuangjiu declared, turning away without a backward glance. A male cultivator beside the female named Peng Yi exclaimed, "Senior sister, don't stop him, let him go. Does he really think we are unaware of his prior connections with the Taichu sect? It has been quite a burden for him to feign companionship with us these past few days." Among the remaining 4, 2 men and 2 women, one female cultivator who had remained silent throughout the exchange gestured for the others to cease their bickering upon noticing Tian Ning standing before the stall. The previously irate male cultivator approached Tian Ning and inquired, "Dear friend, do you require anything?" As he spoke, he observed a gray sparrow using its claws to rummage through the items on the table, eventually unearthing an inconspicuous seed at the bottom. The little creature joyfully flitted around Tian Ning, chirping excitedly. "My spirit beast desires this. May I inquire as to its price in spirit stones?"
Tian Ning asked, uncertain of what type of spirit plant the seed was, which so captivated Xiao Qiu. She thought it might be prudent to plant it in her spatial artifact, ensuring that Xiao Qiu could enjoy it daily. The male cultivator replied, "This item is not for sale, dear friend. I genuinely wish to purchase it. The price is negotiable," Tian Ning offered, producing a high-grade spirit stone and speaking earnestly. The male cultivator's interest was evidently piqued, his gaze fixated on the high-grade spirit stone in Tian Ning's hand. "Apologies, friend, but our stall is not actually for selling items," Pang Yi interjected, stepping forward to explain. She pointed to the right side of the stall, where Tian Ning noticed that the sign had fallen to the ground due to their earlier dispute. It was no wonder she had approached to inquire about prices. Pang Yi propped the sign upright, revealing the inscription "Frowny Face Team Recruiting Friends, Entering the Immortal Island Secret Realm." The Immortal Island Secret Realm? Tian Ning read the last 4 words aloud. This was her first encounter with a team seeking companions to enter a secret realm. Ordinarily, one would expect to find fellow sect members for such endeavors. After all, the dangers within a secret realm were unpredictable, and even among sect members, one could hardly rely completely on another, let alone strangers assembled along the way. These items were once obtained by our sect's elders from the Immortal Island Secret Realm. They are not meant for sale but rather to find like-minded individuals to join us in forming a team to enter the Immortal Island Secret Realm, Pang Yi explained, her tone becoming more enthusiastic. "Since your spirit beast has taken a liking to this seed, would you care to join us in entering the Immortal Island Secret Realm? I am certain we will find more seeds like this within the realm. A visit would be delightful, but considering the secret realm's notorious reputation for treachery and treasure-seeking, a larger group, when will it open for entry?" Tian Ning inquired. "I am willing to pay for that information." "Friend, are you not from the central continent?" Pang Yi, noticing that the young girl was alone and her attire did not suggest affiliation with any sect, took the time to clarify. "The Immortal Island's secret realm on the central continent is quite special. Unlike other secret realms, it opens once a year, but there are several prerequisites that must be met before entry is granted." Pang Yi proceeded to elucidate the rules to Tian Ning one by one. Below the Transcendence Stage. 2.to enter the monastery, each individual is required to pay a fee of 100 high-grade spirit stones. 3.it is imperative that the formation be a team-based system, consisting of approximately 5 to 10 individuals, all of whom must possess diverse vocational backgrounds as cultivators. For instance, 2 sword cultivators cannot be part of the same team, whereas a sword cultivator and a knife cultivator may join forces. Dual cultivation practitioners are particularly sought after in this regard, as they can select professions that do not conflict with their teammates. However, such dual cultivators are exceedingly rare. Furthermore, the perilous nature of the Celestial Island's secret realm necessitates a substantial expenditure of spirit stones, and were it not for the fortuitous opportunities that accompany such dangers, there would not be so many teams venturing into the secret realm each year. After all, each team that enters the realm is the result of meticulous deliberation by various sects and families. Tian Ning grasped the situation. The secret realm operates on a binding principle, requiring a minimum of 5 participants. "Ahem, esteemed friend, would you be interested in joining us in forming a team?" The 3 pairs of hopeful eyes gazed at Tian Ning with anticipation. "We have enough members here. You merely need to assist us with a slight contribution of spirit stones." Upon reflecting on their dwindling resources, Pang Yi realized that describing this slight contribution was rather shameless. She hastily produced a seed and candidly stated, "In truth, our sect can collectively offer 40 top-grade spirit stones, 6 mid-grade spirit stones, and 2 low-grade spirit stones. The remainder would require your assistance. However, rest assured, esteemed friend. Once we enter the secret realm, we shall not covet anything from you, be it opportunities, spiritual plants, or magical artifacts. Everything shall be considered yours." Chapter 64. My second senior brother is the toughest. What is your purpose for venturing into the secret realm? Tian Ning inquired. Since a team was to be formed, it was only fitting that both parties be forthright. What, if not for the allure of treasures, motivated these 4 individuals? "We seek our missing junior uncle," Pang Yi said, pausing briefly before adding with a wry smile, "It has been 10 years since his soul lamp has flickered, indicating he must be trapped by something. We wish to take a chance. I can agree to that, but you must each vow an oath to the Heavenly Tao," Tian Ning stated plainly, "to avert any potential conflicts over life and treasure later on." "Of course," Pang Yi replied, rousing the other youthful male cultivator from his slumber to join in the oath-taking. Subsequently, she offered a brief introduction to their group of the 4 hailed from a modest sect known as Wanjian Sect, which had once flourished a millennium ago, but had since fallen into decline. Pang Yi was the eldest among them, a practitioner of sound cultivation. The awakened male cultivator, ranked 2nd, was named Lei Tianji, a diviner akin to those in the Tianji Pavilion, who calculated destinies. It was said he had foreseen that setting up a stall here today would attract fated individuals to join them in the secret realm. However, after making this prediction, he had exhausted his spiritual energy, coughed up blood, and fainted, nearly losing his life. At present, he still appeared half-dead. Pang Yi sighed, "My second junior brother is lacking in skill, merely predicting this fortune has rendered him so weak." Tian Ning thought to herself, in a certain sense, he is quite impressive. The third female cultivator was named Yi, a practitioner of verbal cultivation. During their time on the central continent, Tian Ning had yet to encounter anyone specializing in this field. The inconspicuous male cultivator, ranked fourth and named Gao Yu, was an alchemist. The previously departed Zhuang Jiu was a rogue cultivator who, by chance, was rescued by Pang Yi and had taken temporary refuge in Wanjian Sect. However, he possessed an inflated ego and looked down upon such a small sect.
"I am Tian Ning, hailing from the eastern continent."
After a brief introduction, Tian Ning accepted a seat from them, counted out 500 superior-grade spirit stones, and handed them to Pang Yi, leaving her at the inn where she was staying. "You may come find me here in 2 days." The four were nearly blinded by the weight of the spirit stone bag. She had produced such a substantial sum of superior-grade spirit stones seemingly without a hint of reluctance. Exhausted, Lei Tianji weakly proclaimed, "As expected of me." Just after uttering this, he collapsed, unconscious and unresponsive.
Tian Ning thought, surely he isn't going to perish before even entering the secret realm?
Gao Yu hastily retrieved a low-grade healing elixir, already reduced to a tenth of its original size, and administered it to Lei Tianji, saying, "It's all right, it's all right.
Fellow Taoist Tian, do not panic, my second senior brother has the strongest constitution, he will survive." Tian Ning pondered, why is it that her sect seems incapable of producing a single normal disciple? Pang Yi, fearing Tian Ning might reconsider, quickly assured her that they would ensure everyone remained alive before entering the secret island's secret realm. Tian Ning remained silent.
"Ah, I almost forgot, but what is your profession, fellow Taoist?" Pang Yi suddenly recalled the crucial question. Although her and Lei Tianji's professions were relatively rare, alchemy was a popular vocation. If Tian Ning, with her petite stature, were also an alchemist, their efforts would be in vain. "I am a sword practitioner," Tian Ning replied. The three immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The following day, at the alchemy competition, they encountered Tian Ning. Among the participants of the four were taken aback. Gao Yu, also competing, exclaimed, "Fellow Taoist Tian, you are not an alchemist?" The Wanjian Sect members, who had finally relaxed after a night of worry, felt their anxiety return in an instant. It was common knowledge that the secret island's realm could discern the professions of the entering cultivators. Deception was futile, and those who lied would be expelled from the realm. Tian Ning, meanwhile, was munching on her scallion pancake, as the alchemy competition had a tight schedule, with participants called to prepare for the first round as soon as the sun rose. "Rest assured, I truly am a sword practitioner, Tian Ning. I merely came to participate as a favor for a friend who seeks the prize of green bean grass for the top 20. Having perused the prize list beforehand, Tian Ning was aware that green bean grass, while neither precious nor rare, was typically awarded as a prize in alchemy competitions, with the top 20 participants receiving it. The four's anxious hearts settled once more. A rudimentary understanding, indeed, there was nothing to worry about. It was common for impoverished sword practitioners to attempt alchemy or talisman crafting, just as delicate alchemists sometimes dabbled in swordsmanship. Such occurrences were entirely normal, typically fleeting interests that faded within days. Tian Ning was likely no different. Her claim of merely a rudimentary understanding was surely made for appearances, as they all recognized. Her true level of skill must be that of a novice. "I did not expect fellow Taoist Tian to be so diligent and eager to learn." Pang Yi, as the benefactor providing them with spirit stones, praised her, albeit with a hint of insincerity. The other three, catching Pang Yi's glance, instantly gave her a thumbs up. "Not at all," Tian Ning replied modestly. "As the saying goes, heaven rewards diligence, we cultivators ought to be even more industrious." Such familiar rhetoric would surely infuriate Johann, who would want to strike someone. The disciples responsible for the competition were still counting participants. Gao Yu, initially anxious about the alchemy contest, felt a wave of relaxation wash over him upon witnessing Tian Ning's confidence despite her skill level. He kindly addressed Tian Ning, "Fellow Taoist Tian, have no worries. If I manage to place in the top 20, I will certainly gift you the green bean grass."
Tian Ning replied, "If you can guarantee your success, I shall withdraw from the competition." Gao Yu was left bewildered.
Had he said something wrong? Gao Yu was typically timid and clumsy with words, struggling to engage in conversation.
"Then, what kind of pill do you plan to refine in the second round?" he asked awkwardly, smiling sheepishly. "I intend to make my most proficient healing elixir."
Healing elixirs are quite practical, the competition only requires one to be submitted for evaluation, and the remaining ones can be utilized by our senior brothers and sisters. He believed Tian Ning would likely opt for a low-grade pill with a high success rate. Tian Ning had already made her decision. I shall concoct a love pill. She still had half the materials left over. Tian Ning planned to seek out suppliers for more upon her return. At that moment, a shiver ran down the spine of a supplier far in the eastern continent. that Long Han started, fearing it was that crazy girl again. Just the thought of Tian Ning sent a shiver of dread through him, wishing never to encounter her again. However, upon returning from the Dragon Palace to the Wenren family, he learned of the fallout between Wenren Xue and Tian Ning. As a result, Wenren Xue had endured tremendous suffering, being expelled from the Wanjian Sect and losing her right hand that wielded a sword. Had it not been for her master, Qin Mingchang, who had procured a 9th-grade spirit plant, the resurrection grass, and refined it into a resurrection pill, she would now be too fearful to step outside, dreading the judgmental stares of others. Chapter 64. My second senior brother has the toughest fate. Then what is your purpose for venturing into the secret realm? Tian Ning inquired. Since they were to form a team, it was only fair that both parties be candid. What could possibly drive these 4 individuals, if not the allure of treasures? We seek our missing junior uncle, Pang Yi replied after a brief pause, a bitter smile gracing her lips. It has been 10 years, and the soul lamp has yet to extinguish. He must be ensnared by some predicament, and we wish to test our luck. I can agree to this, but you must swear an oath to the heavens, Tian Ning stated plainly, intending to avert any potential troubles stemming from murderous intentions for treasure. Pang Yi replied, of course. She then roused the other slumbering young man, who bore a doll-like visage, and together they swore the heavenly oath. Following this, she provided Tian Ning with a brief introduction to their circumstances. The 4 hailed from a modest sect known as Wanjian Sect, which was said to have flourished a millennium ago, only to succumb to the relentless passage of time. Pang Yi was the eldest among them and practiced sound cultivation. The young man awakened from his slumber, ranking second, was named Lei Tianji. He specialized in divination, akin to the practitioners of the Tianji Pavilion who predict destinies. It was said he had foreseen that setting up a stall here today would lead them to a fated companion to enter the immortal island's secret realm together. However, after making this prediction, he had exhausted his spiritual energy, spewed blood, and fainted, nearly losing his life. Even now, he resembled a specter on the brink of death. Pang Yi sighed. It is my second junior brother's lack of skill that has left him in such a pitiful state from merely predicting this one outcome. Tian Ning could only respond with silence. In some respects, he was rather impressive. The 3rd-ranked female cultivator was named Ji, a practitioner of the spoken word. This was Tian Ning's first encounter with such a discipline, having learned much during her time in the central continent. The inconspicuous male cultivator, ranked 4th, was called Gao Yu and practiced alchemy. Zhuangjiu, who had left earlier, was a rogue cultivator who, by sheer coincidence, had been rescued by Pang Yi and had since taken refuge in Wanjian Sect. However, he was a man of lofty ambitions who looked down upon such a small sect. I am Tian Ning, hailing from the eastern continent. After a brief introduction, Tian Ning accepted a seed, counting out 500 high-quality spirit stones to hand over to Pang Yi, leaving a note at the inn where she was staying. You may come find me here in 2 days. The 4 were dazzled by the weighty pouch of spirit stones. How could she produce such a substantial amount without a hint of hesitation? Having calculated this outcome, Lei Tianji weakly proclaimed, as expected of me. Just as he finished speaking, his frail body collapsed to the ground, unconscious and unresponsive. Tian Ning thought, but surely, he cannot perish before even entering the secret realm? Gao Yu hastily produced a low-grade healing elixir, already reduced to 1/10 of its original size, to administer to him. It's all right, it's all right. Fellow Taoist Tian, do not panic, my second senior brother has the toughest fate, he will pull through. Tian Ning mused, but is it too much to ask for her to encounter a normal sect? Pang Yi, fearing Tian Ning might reconsider, hastily assured her that they would ensure their comrade remained alive before entering the immortal island's secret realm. Ah! I almost forgot, what is your profession, fellow Taoist Tian? Pang Yi suddenly remembered the most crucial question. Although her and her companions' professions were quite rare, an alchemist was a sought-after vocation. If Tian Ning, with her petite frame, turned out to be an alchemist as well, their efforts would be in vain. I am a sword cultivator, Tian Ning replied. The 3 immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The following day, during the alchemy competition, they encountered Tian Ning as a contestant. The 4 exclaimed. Gao Yu, also participating, was astonished. Fellow Taoist Tian, you are not a sword cultivator? The Wanjian Sect members, who had finally relaxed, felt their hearts leap once more. It was common knowledge that the immortal island's secret realm could discern the professions of those who entered. Deceit would be futile, and they would simply be expelled from the realm.
Tian Ning continued to munch on her scallion pancakes, for the alchemy competition was tightly scheduled, and it had barely been dawn when the roll call for contestants began. Rest assured, I truly am a sword cultivator, Tian Ning reassured them, sensing their concern. I only possess a rudimentary understanding of alchemy and have come to participate as a favor for a friend who seeks the prize of green bean grass, awarded to the top 20 contestants. Tian Ning had perused the list of prizes beforehand. Green bean grass, neither particularly valuable nor rare, was commonly offered as a prize in alchemy competitions, with the top 20 contestants receiving it before as anxiety subsided once more. A mere rudimentary understanding, then there was nothing to worry about. It was not uncommon for impoverished sword cultivators to suddenly take up alchemy or talisman crafting, just as frail alchemists might turn to swordsmanship. Such occurrences were perfectly normal. Typically, these endeavors lasted only a fleeting moment before they abandoned their pursuits, and Tian Ning was likely no exception. Surely, her claim of merely possessing a basic understanding was merely for appearances. They all understood this. Her true skill level was undoubtedly that of an amateur. I did not expect fellow Taoist Tian to be so diligent in her studies. Pang Yi, as the benefactor supplying them with spirit stones, praised her with a hint of disingenuousness. The other three, receiving the approving glance from their senior sister, immediately gave her a thumbs up. Not at all, Tian Ning replied humbly. As the saying goes, diligence is rewarded by the heavens. We cultivators should strive to be industrious. Such familiar rhetoric would surely infuriate Johann to the point of wanting to strike someone. The disciples responsible for the competition were still tallying the participants. Gao Yu, initially anxious about the alchemy competition, felt a wave of relaxation wash over him upon witnessing Tian Ning's confidence. That he kindly remarked, "Fellow Taoist Tian, rest assured, if I manage to place in the top 20, I will certainly gift you the green bean grass." Tian Ning replied, "If you can guarantee your placement, I shall withdraw from the competition." Gao Yu? Had he said something wrong? Gao Yu was typically timid and not very articulate. He struggled to engage in conversation and could only do his best to make small talk. Then, what sort of elixir are you planning to concoct for the second round of free practice, fellow Taoist Tian? He asked with a sheepish smile. I intend to refine the healing elixir, as it is quite practical. The competition only requires one to submit a single elixir for evaluation, and the rest can be utilized by our senior brothers and sisters. He figured Tian Ning would choose a low-grade elixir with a high success rate. Tian Ning had already made her decision. The amorous elixir. There were still some materials left over from her prior concoctions. She planned to procure additional supplies from her vendor upon returning. At that moment, far away in the eastern continent, the vendor inexplicably shivered. Long Han was taken aback. Could it be that mad girl again? Just the thought of Tian Ning sent shivers down his spine, and he wished fervently never to encounter her again. However, upon returning from the Dragon Palace to the Wenren family, he learned that Wenren Xue had fallen out with Tian Ning, resulting in her suffering greatly. She had been expelled from the Wanjian Sect and even lost her right hand that wielded a sword. Had it not been for her master, Qin Mingchang, finding a 9th-grade spirit plant, the resurrection grass, and concocting a resurrection pill, Wenren Xue would have been too afraid to step outside, fearing the scornful glances of others. Chapter 65. Have you fallen in love with Tian Ning? Long Han naturally felt a pang of sympathy for Wenren Xue. However, he could not forget the humiliations he endured repeatedly within the secret realm. That mad girl was certainly not as delicate and easily bullied as she appeared. Furthermore, those who dared to lay a hand on her would undoubtedly meet a dire fate. Wenren Yang was one such example, as was he himself, and perhaps even Xue would be no different. After a moment of calm contemplation, the first words he uttered were a plea for Wenren Xue to abandon her pursuit and cease provoking Tian Ning. Wenren Xue's eyes, filled with innocent disbelief, reflected her confusion. Why did everyone who came into contact with Tian Ning seem to change? Could it be, Brother Han, have you fallen in love with Tian Ning? She cried out in sheer anguish. Long Han? How could he possibly harbor feelings for a mad girl? The mere thought of Tian Ning's outrageous antics extinguished any flicker of romantic interest. He merely perceived her as exceedingly troublesome, and it was best to avoid her altogether to prevent any misfortune that might ultimately befall both Xue and himself. Yet, when Wenren Xue was convinced that must be the case, what else could explain Long Han's words? If not some underhanded manipulation by Tian Ning, surely something had transpired within the secret realm to cause Long Han's heart to waver. In the past, he would have swiftly intervened on her behalf against any woman she found displeasing. Meanwhile, Tian Ning was taken aback by Gao Yu's unexpected query. The passion pill? Such a scandalous concoction could truly be presented in a competition?
She had underestimated her own naivety. Perhaps her expression of astonishment led Tian Ning to believe that the central continent was unaware of the passion pill's existence. Adhering to her principle of sharing good things, she enthusiastically offered, "If you are interested, I can provide you with the formula." Gao Yu, did she truly consider the passion pill to be a treasure? Reflecting on its properties, Tian Ning could not help but admire the ingenuity of the alchemist who had devised the formula. The individual who created this formula is truly remarkable. Thanks to this pill, during my last expedition to the secret realm, it saved everyone's lives. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Gao Yu was bewildered. The passion pill could save lives. Surely, she was jesting. After politely declining, he indicated that he was already familiar with the formula and chose not to pursue the topic further. Meanwhile, the disciples had completed the headcount and announced the official commencement of the alchemy competition. The first round focused on fundamental skills, with each participant presented with various spiritual herbs and papers. The initial lesson for alchemists is to recognize different spiritual herbs. Only by understanding their properties could they progress to the next stage of alchemy. This competition attracted a considerable number of alchemists, reportedly due to the presence of elders from major sects, who would personally observe the event. Those who performed exceptionally well had the chance to be accepted as direct disciples, prompting many alchemists to delay their sect selections. The venue for the alchemy competition was expansive, conveniently located near the recruitment sites for various sects, thus drawing a large audience of cultivators. Tian Ning was assigned number 1366, with the Xue sect having prepared small tables and chairs arranged in neat rows. Finding her designated spot, she noticed the spiritual herbs and papers were already set, allowing her to commence her answers immediately. To prevent cheating during the competition, each participant's table featured different spiritual herbs, leading to varied answers. Tian Ning surveyed the herbs before her. They were basic alchemical materials, with only a few rare spiritual herbs mixed in, rendering the task relatively straightforward. As she settled down to write her answers, the atmosphere was typically monotonous, with each participant quietly focusing while the audience stifled yawns. The genuine excitement would only arise in the second round, where free-form alchemy would take place. If any prodigious talent managed to concoct a premium elixir, other cultivators could openly bid to purchase it, and even if the alchemist declined, networking would still prove advantageous. Before Tian Ning could jot down more than a few words, she heard an unexpected murmur of astonishment from the audience. Looking up, she noticed that Gao Yu, seated a few rows ahead, had inexplicably covered his eyes with a black cloth. He sniffed the spiritual herbs delicately before accurately writing down their names and effects on the paper. This method of blind identification set him apart from the crowd. Even the elder alchemists were impressed, inquiring about Gao Yu's name, and one could not help but exclaim, "This child is indeed a talent." To rely solely on his sense of smell to achieve such a level, he is bound to make significant contributions to the field of alchemy in the future. Indeed, he was remarkable. Tian Ning mused that if her second senior brother possessed such a nose, he would not be engaging in conversations with unfamiliar objects every few days. After the conclusion of the first round, the inner disciples took some time to compare answers, and ultimately, out of more than 5,000 alchemists, only a little over 1,000 advanced to the second round. The eliminated participants departed, while the remaining contenders began preparing for the next phase of the competition. Tian Ning and Gao Yu had become acquaintances, and she generously praised his performance, to which Gao Yu responded bashfully, "It's really nothing much. It is primarily because our sect is exceedingly impoverished. We can't even afford to light candles at night." Eventually, I became accustomed to it and relied solely on my sense of smell. Tian Ning, it was evident they were quite destitute. Dividing a low-tier healing elixir into 10 portions to feed someone barely clinging to life was indeed a testament to their dire circumstances. As they conversed, a sudden shout pierced through the crowd of Brother Meng Xian. "Look, I've successfully entered the second round, aren't I amazing?" Tian Ning? That name sounded so familiar. Meng Xian was indeed the boy she encountered upon her arrival in the central continent. Many gazes turned towards the source of the exclamation, puzzled by the childish display. A 9-year-old girl in a blue dress was beaming and waving at the boy in the audience. "Ah, so they are just 2 children," remarked a cultivator with a hint of envy. "At such a young age, they already know of love. They should focus their thoughts on cultivation instead." Another cultivator beside him quickly pulled him back, cautioning, "Mind your words, that is the granddaughter of the Taichu sect's master, Lan Siran. I've heard she is already proficient in alchemy at such a tender age. Just look at how she is the youngest among the participants in this competition. That boy in the audience has truly struck gold." Tian Ning quickly spotted the familiar boy. Wasn't he at Meng Xian? She thought to herself that he was indeed extraordinary, perhaps following the trope of a male lead in a harem story. Listening to the surrounding cultivators' discussions only solidified her certainty.
However, it seemed as though the male and female leads of this group had psychological ages that belied their appearances. After exchanging pleasantries with Meng Xian, Lan Xiran approached them, deliberately bypassing Tian Ning and casting a meaningful glance at Gao Yu. "So it's you, Gao Yu? You possess some minor skills, but soon everyone will witness what a true alchemist is capable of," she boldly proclaimed before all present. "From this moment on, I will ensure that brother Meng Xian's attention is solely on me. Gao Yu, Tian Ning, you might as well tether Meng Xian to your waist." Chapter 66. A new system has emerged. Lan Xiran reveled in the attention cast upon her by those around, proudly holding her head high as she departed, leaving Gao Yu in a state of bewilderment. Gao Yu struggled to comprehend. "Taoist friend Tian, I recognize every word she uttered, yet when combined, I fail to grasp the meaning of her speech." He was unfamiliar with Lan Xiran. Why did she approach him so inexplicably with those words? Tian Ning speculated. Perhaps this is merely a peculiar quirk of alchemists expressing friendliness. Gao Yu remained perplexed. She appears no older than 9. Is it possible for someone so young to possess such oddities? What will she be like in her later years? Her temper must be insufferable. Not far off, Lan Xiran muttered to herself, "Are they out of their minds?" Had it not been for that sudden appearance of Gao Yu stealing her moment of glory, Meng Xian's attention would have undoubtedly remained fixated upon her. Nevertheless, Lan Xiran was filled with unwavering confidence. The forthcoming segment was her forte, and she was determined to capture Meng Xian's heart, becoming the unforgettable white moonlight in his eyes. As Tian Ning and Gao Yu reached no conclusion, the second round of the competition was about to commence. Thousands of alchemists gathered in a single venue to refine pills, a truly spectacular sight. To maintain order, an elder stepped forward, directing everyone to their designated positions before announcing the rules. The second round allowed for free alchemy. Participants had an hour to choose which pills to concoct, and those who failed would have to leave the competition grounds. Following this round, the elders would select the top 20 to advance to the third round. Throughout the competition, a recording stone would capture the entire process, and any form of pre-prepared pills would be strictly prohibited. Although participants were free to choose their pills, the majority found themselves in a quandary. Selecting a lower-tier pill that was easier to refine would likely result in a lower ranking, potentially excluding them from the top 20, yet opting for a higher difficulty pill posed the risk of disastrous failure. Lan Xiran had long prepared for this competition. Under the gaze of all, she produced the exquisite alchemical furnace her grandfather had specially gifted her. The moment the furnace appeared, gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience. "Is that the Blue Cloud treasure furnace? How could the sect leader bestow such a premium alchemical furnace upon her? She is merely 9 years old. They say Lan Xiran is a once-in-a-millennium alchemist. Surely, the sect leader has his reasons for entrusting her with the family treasure." Without needing to glance, Lan Xiran was certain that all eyes were upon her, and she believed Meng Xian would feel the same. The more such moments of glory she accumulated, the more points she would earn, enabling her to acquire additional tools to win Meng Xian's favor. Unbeknownst to her, Meng Xian's peripheral vision was discreetly observing Tian Ning. This carefree individual, a swordsman participating in an alchemical contest, was already remarkable enough, yet, he had also become entangled with the unfortunate Wanjian Sect. It was known that in his previous life, the Wanjian Sect had been annihilated by demonic cultivators, and though Meng Xian had not witnessed it firsthand, he had heard that the scene was utterly tragic. Those demonic cultivators were merciless, sparing not even infants in swaddling clothes, and infamously displayed the severed heads of all Wanjian Sect members at their main gate as a grotesque warning. Meng Xian wished for Tian Ning to remain unharmed in her association with the Wanjian Sect. After all, she was the first woman to assist him without ulterior motives. Oblivious to these thoughts, Tian Ning faced her greatest challenge. The venue was too small, and just as the crowd marveled at Lan Xiran's possession of the Blue Cloud treasure furnace, she abruptly raised her hand. "Excuse me, could I possibly have a larger space? My furnace is rather large, and it won't fit here." The disciple in charge glanced around at the multitude of competing alchemists and, realizing it was impossible to ask so many to vacate their places, replied, "If that's not feasible, you'll need to move to the back area." The disciple had meant well. How large could a furnace truly be? Tian Ning's position was ideal, centrally located for the competition. If she performed steadily, she might even catch the elder's attention. However, moving to the back would diminish her visibility. "Thank you, I'll go to the back." Tian Ning was indifferent to whether the alchemical elders noticed her. She assessed the remaining space behind her, which was ample enough to accommodate her stove. Thus, at the moment when Lan Xiran had yet to fully bask in the adulation of the crowd, Tian Ning took out her large stove from her spatial pouch, instantly startling everyone. The stove was so conspicuous that the audience's attention was immediately diverted. My heavens, this isn't an alchemical contest. Who on earth would be so cruel as to place a stove there? Surely, they cannot intend to use it for alchemy. As it turned out, they were right. I saw it.
That's the stove brought out by the alchemist. Where does this ragtag cultivator come from, looking so pitiful? Can T even afford a proper furnace? Just look at her tattered clothes. She might very well be from the Wanjian Sect. Lan Siren found herself deprived of the anticipated points, perplexed as to why her moment of glory had been repeatedly usurped today. Her gaze, tinged with discontent, shifted towards Tian Ning. What was there to be concerned about with a mere beggar? It was all just a ploy for attention. Suppressing her dissatisfaction, Lan Siren began the alchemical process, deliberately selecting the exceedingly difficult revival pill, for which she had pleaded with her grandfather for the scarce flame fruit. She was confident that the audience would redirect their focus back to her upon seeing the material she produced. After all, a mere gesture could only entertain for a fleeting moment. However, in the next instant, she heard a gasp from the audience. She is about to break through. Lan Siren. Now, not just the spectators but also the competing alchemists turned their attention towards the girl in pink who had produced the stove. Surrounding her, spiritual energy began to converge, with all the energy in the competition area flowing towards her, evidently signaling a breakthrough, transitioning from the peak of chi refinement to foundation establishment. No way, she merely brought out a stove, and now she is breaking through. A cultivator who had noticed Tian Ning earlier was left dumbfounded. Was this the trend of breakthroughs these days? Which genius is this, so formidable? Do they not allow others to thrive? Stop your wild conjectures. I suspect she is deliberately suppressing her cultivation to draw attention, planning this spectacle for the competition. One cultivator, feeling exceptionally clever, proclaimed, "Just look at her shabby attire in that stove. She must be quite calculating, believing that such an approach would leave a deep impression on the elders." What use is all this nonsense? The elders are assessing alchemical ability. Exactly, the competition lasts an hour. They won teapaws just for her breakthrough. Engaging in such theatrics may leave her with no time to refine a single pill. While some agreed, others disagreed. Stop talking nonsense. When it comes to breakthroughs, one cannot simply decide. I saw her earlier. She was genuinely surprised. It cannot have been intentional. Tian Ning was indeed bewildered. She was aware of her progression, realizing that this system existed even within the competition grounds of the central continent. Chapter 66. The new system has emerged. Lan Siren reveled in the attention of those around her, walking proudly with her head held high, leaving Gaoyu in a state of bewilderment. Gaoyu struggled to comprehend. Tian Daoyu, I recognize every word she uttered, yet when combined, I fail to grasp the meaning of her speech. He was unfamiliar with this Lan Siren. Why did she approach him out of the blue to say such things? Tian Ning speculated. Perhaps this is a peculiar way for alchemists to express friendliness. Gaoyu remained perplexed. She appears to be nearly 9 years old. How could she already possess such eccentricities? What will she be like when she grows older? Her temper must be dreadful. Not far off, Lan Siren thought, are they out of their minds? If it weren't for that unexpected Gaoyu stealing my moment of glory, Meng Xian's attention would have undoubtedly remained focused on me. Nevertheless, it matters not. I am exceedingly confident the forthcoming challenge is my forte, and I shall surely win Meng Xian's heart, becoming the unforgettable white moonlight in his life. As Tian Ning and Gaoyu failed to reach a conclusion, the second round of the competition was about to commence. The sight of thousands of alchemists refining pills in a single arena was indeed magnificent. To maintain order, an elder stepped forward, instructing everyone to take their positions in turn before announcing the rules. The second round allowed for free alchemical practice. Participants had 1 hour to choose which pills to concoct, and those who failed would have to exit the competition grounds after the hour elapsed. Following this round, the elders would select the top 20 participants to advance to the third round. A recording stone captured the entire process, and any pre-prepared pills would be strictly prohibited, as cheating would not be tolerated. Although participants could freely choose which pills to refine, the majority found themselves in a quandary. Selecting low-grade pills that were easier to concoct would likely result in a lower ranking, possibly preventing entry into the top 20. Yet, opting for more challenging formulas would result in disastrous failure. Lan Siren had long prepared for this competition. Under the gaze of the crowd, she dramatically produced the exquisite alchemical furnace that her grandfather had specially gifted her. The moment the furnace appeared, gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience. Is that truly the Blue Cloud treasure furnace? Master Lan actually bestowed this exquisite furnace upon her, and she is only 9 years old. It is said that Lan Siren is a once-in-a-millennium alchemical genius. Surely, Master Lan had his reasons for passing down the family treasure to her. Without needing to glance, Lan Siren was assured everyone was watching her, and she believed Meng Xian would be no exception. The more moments of glory she amassed, the more points she would earn, enabling her to acquire additional tools to captivate Meng Xian. Unbeknownst to her, Meng Xian's peripheral vision had been discreetly observing Tian Ning. This carefree individual, a swordsman participating in an alchemical competition, was already a curious sight, but now he was entangled with the unfortunate little sect of Lingyun. It was well known that in his past life, the Lingyun sect had been annihilated by demonic cultivators. Meng Xian had not witnessed it firsthand, but it was said to have been a horrific scene, with the demonic cultivators exhibiting extreme cruelty, sparing even infants in their cradles, and brazenly displaying the severed heads of all Lingyun sect members at their main gate as a show of force. Meng Xian wished for Tian Ning to remain unharmed in her association with Lingyun sect. After all, she was the first woman to assist him without ulterior motives. Oblivious to these inner thoughts, Tian Ning faced her greatest dilemma. The space was too small. Just as everyone marveled at Lan Siren's possession of the blue plot treasure furnace, she abruptly raised her hand. Excuse me, could I possibly be given a larger space? My furnace is rather large, and it cannot fit here. The disciple overseeing the competition glanced at the surrounding alchemists and realized there was no feasible way to clear a space for her, ultimately responding, perhaps you could squeeze in a bit? If that doesn't work, you'll have to move to the back. This disciple genuinely meant well. After all, how large could a furnace be? Tian Ning's position was advantageous, centrally located in the competition. If she performed steadily, she might catch the elders' attention. However, moving to the back would make it difficult to be noticed. Thank you, I will go to the back. Tian Ning was indifferent to whether the alchemical elders took notice of her. She surveyed the remaining space behind her, which was sufficiently large to accommodate her stove. Thus, before Lan Siren could fully bask in the audience's praise, Tian Ning retrieved her sizable stove from her storage bag, leaving everyone utterly astonished. The stove was so conspicuous that it instantly drew the audience's gaze. My heavens, this isn't an alchemical competition. Who would so cruelly place a stove there? Surely it won't be used for refining pills. It soon became evident that they were mistaken. I saw it. This is the stove brought out by that alchemist. Where did this ragged cultivator come from? Can't even afford a proper furnace. Just look at her tattered clothing. She must be from Lingyun sect. Lan Siren failed to accumulate the expected points, perplexed as to why, time and again, someone was robbing her of the spotlight. She cast a discontented glance toward Tian Ning. After all, she was just a beggar-like figure. Why should she be concerned about her, merely seeking attention? Suppressing her dissatisfaction, Lan Siren took out the spiritual herbs she had prepared and began her alchemical process, deliberately selecting the exceedingly difficult revitalizing pill, for which she had begged her grandfather for the coveted flame fruit. She believed that once the audience beheld the material she presented, their attention would surely return to her. After all, a clown could only entertain for a moment. However, the next second, she heard an audience member exclaim, She is about to break through. Lan Siren? This revelation attracted not only the onlookers but also the competing alchemists' attention. They beheld the girl in pink, who had produced the stove, as her spiritual energy coalesced, drawing all the spiritual power within the arena towards her. She was evidently on the verge of a breakthrough, transitioning from the peak of qi refinement to foundation establishment. No way, she just brought out a stove, and now she's breaking through? One cultivator who had been paying attention to Tian Ning was left dumbfounded. Is this the trend for breakthroughs nowadays? Which genius is this? So powerful, is anyone else even allowed to exist? Don't speculate without reason. I suspect this girl intentionally suppressed her cultivation to attract attention, planning the show for today's competition. One cultivator, convinced of his brilliance, declared, Just look at her attire and the stove. She must be cunning and calculating. She believes this will distinguish her from the others, leaving a deep impression on the elders. What use is all this nonsense? The elders are evaluating alchemical prowess. Exactly. The competition lasts for an hour. They won't pause for her just because she breaks through. With this performance, she likely won't have time to refine a single pill. While some agreed, others countered, Stop talking nonsense. When does one decide when to break through? I just saw her. She seemed genuinely surprised. It couldn't have been intentional. Tian Ning was indeed bewildered. She was aware of her advancement. Thus, there existed a system within the competition arena of the central continent. Chapter 67. Does anyone know what she is refining? It is not difficult to ascertain who it is, for Tian Ning has perused countless tales. Without needing to guess, she is well aware that it is Lan Siren. Observing the surroundings of Meng Xian, it is evident that they are not ordinary. The girl named Meng Jinyan may also be equipped with a system, and then there is Meng Xian. Tian Ning cannot help but feel that this central continent is even more outrageous than the eastern continent. Could it be that it has been transformed into a sieve? It appears that the old man's words indeed hold some weight. Her fate is such that she need not exert herself deliberately, merely wandering about leads to encounters. However, what matters now is the breakthrough. Tian Ning focuses intently on the spiritual energy within her body. as if she has distanced herself from the clamor of her surroundings. She can clearly sense the affinity this world holds for her. It is as if a mother, eager to feed her daughter, is forcefully offering her nourishing sustenance. Pure spiritual energy surges excitedly into her body, assisting her in breaking through to the chi refining stage and completing her foundation establishment. Normally, a successful foundation establishment in chi refining would not warrant much attention. Any moderately gifted cultivator could achieve this feat, and the crowd is merely astonished by her sudden breakthrough in such a setting. Yet, unexpectedly, the spiritual energy within the arena continuously converges into Tian Ning's body. Let alone breaking through to foundation establishment, even a golden core stage cultivator would likely perish from absorbing such an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy. As time passes, nearly half an hour elapses, and her body resembles an insatiable ocean, still absorbing spiritual energy. Is she genuinely breaking through to foundation establishment, not golden core? No one is paying attention to Lan Si-ran anymore. A cultivator senses the thinning spiritual energy in the air. Why is it all flowing towards her? Are you foolish? There is no thunder, it must be foundation establishment. What a shame this is a pill cultivator. If she were a sword cultivator or talisman cultivator, she would surely exhibit overwhelming combat prowess. Why look down upon pill cultivators? Do you not consume pills when injured? Listening to the audience's discussions, the trio from Wanjian Sect falls into silence. It seems she is indeed not a mere pill cultivator. Moreover, a sword cultivator elder, eager to join the fray, suggests on the spot, I think this little girl is quite impressive. Why not abandon pill cultivation and pursue sword cultivation instead? No, such powerful spiritual energy should rather be utilized in talisman cultivation. A talisman cultivator elder is equally tempted, for sufficient spiritual energy is precisely what they require for drawing talismans. The pill cultivator elders, as if having abundant spiritual energy precludes one from refining pills. Tian Ning takes a full half hour to break through, successfully advancing to the foundation establishment stage. Upon reopening her eyes, she perceives the changes in her physical constitution. She feels stronger. With this, returning to participate in the 6-sex competition poses no issues, and teaching Wenren Xue a lesson is likewise not in question. The incense for the second round of competition has burned to its halfway point. Many pill cultivators have already completed their pill refining, while some who failed their first attempt are hastily working on their second. Tian Ning, unhurried, retrieves the necessary spiritual herbs. Having already refined the intercourse pill once in the secret realm, the remaining time is ample. During the second round, she captures the audience's full attention. Their interest in the recovery pill being refined by Lan Si-ran is minimal, while they are instead eager to see what kind of pill Tian Ning will choose. Recovery pill, someone guesses. What does an outsider know? If she brought out the lotus, it surely cannot be a recovery pill. Given the spiritual herbs, it must be something beyond a simple low-tier pill. This person might possess some genuine skills. Does anyone truly know what she intends to refine? The crowd discusses for quite some time, yet no one can deduce the outcome. Even the elder pill cultivators seated above are uncertain. This may be an improved pill formula, or perhaps a self-created formula? It could very well be a modified formula from her family's elders, provided specifically for her to participate in the pill refining competition. After millennia of accumulation, the formulas passed down from predecessors have become exceedingly refined, and they are typically not altered lightly. Moreover, those capable of modifying formulas are invariably seasoned pill cultivators, let alone those who create their own. Tian Ning has begun to process the spiritual herbs. It appears there are only so many materials available, leaving the elders at a loss as to what she intends to refine. Had they known it was actually an improved intercourse pill, they might not have been so solemnly gathered to discuss. Over at Lan Si-ran's side, the recovery pill has been successfully refined. Though only 2 pills were produced, and of low quality, she is merely 9 years old. How difficult it is to refine a recovery pill. Her success is already a testament to her genius. Gao Yu, who was near Lan Si-ran, has also concluded his efforts, achieving commendable results with a full batch of mid-tier healing pills, placing him among the top contenders among this batch of aspiring pill cultivators seeking to join the sect. Observing the abundance of fine materials, Lan Si-ran had yet only produced 2 pills. He cannot help but sigh, what a waste, their sect is quite impoverished. Had he dared to be so extravagant in pill refining, he would undoubtedly be beaten to a pulp by his senior brothers and sisters. Lan Si-ran, how is it that her brilliance has been twisted into something unflattering in his words? Coincidentally, Gao Yu's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, and cultivators possess keen hearing. Many have caught wind of his remark. Consequently, the previous praise for Lan Si-ran diminishes. Infuriated, Lan Si-ran grits her teeth. She is determined to see how these two who have stolen her limelight fare in the competition. With but a little time remaining until the competition concludes, Tian Ning's intercourse pill is nearly complete, with only the final ingredient remaining. Within the entire competition arena, all eyes are fixed on her as she retrieves a porcelain bottle, tightly wrapped in a handkerchief, from her mustard seed bag and prepares to unveil it. What is that? I believe the pill she is refining must be something extraordinary. How could she possess such a mysterious ingredient? She is pouring it out. What is that? What is that? The crowd is filled with anticipation. They watch as a murky, viscous white liquid is poured into the cauldron, and the male cultivators present fall into a stunned silence. That substance, could it be it? Only female cultivators without partners remain guessing. Convention dictates that pill cultivators should not be disturbed while refining, yet one elder pill cultivator can no longer restrain himself and exclaims of this. Young friend Tian Ning, what pill are you refining? What kind of pill requires that substance? The elders can only hope they have misjudged the situation, having initially thought it was a formula bestowed by a powerful pill cultivator. The only one privy to the truth, Gao Yu, is aghast. She is genuinely refining such a pill in the competition, unremarkable as it may be. Now everyone is curious about what it is. Tian Ning, having emptied the remaining half of the porcelain bottle, replies a guess. The crowd, are they children? Must they guess? The elder, unable to contain his curiosity, speaks up. Is it the intercourse pill? Tian Ning gives him a thumbs up. Elder, you are truly remarkable. Elder, there is no need for such flattery. Tian Ning, this is a specially improved version of mine, with exceptionally powerful effects. The crowd, what uses such a vulgar pill? No matter how powerful, no longer engaging in idle chatter, Tian Ning begins to form the pill sealing gestures, and upon the successful refinement of the intercourse pill, the second round of the competition draws to a close. Chapter 68. Such licentious individuals exist. Perhaps overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation, the collective anticipation of the audience plummeted in an instant. Some irritable cultivators began to berate Tian Ning for her apparent theatrics. They had expected her concocted elixir to be as astonishing as a breakthrough in foundational cultivation, but instead, was this it? What a waste of my expectations, she merely brewed a trivial pleasure pill. Well, she never claimed to be refining anything extraordinary. Perhaps we were simply too hopeful. Even so, it is inappropriate to concoct such a pill in a formal competition. One could argue she is disrespecting the tournament. The tournament does not explicitly forbid the creation of pleasure pills. True enough. No one anticipated such a choice. In the second round, 2/3 of the participants succeeded in their alchemical endeavors, presenting their elixirs to the elders in succession, with Tian Ning positioned at the very end, requiring a lengthy wait. Unlike the anxious demeanor of others, she calmly retrieved a chair, accompanied by her recent favorite. The assessment of the elixirs on stage proceeded swiftly. The experienced alchemists were able to deliver standard evaluations in no time. However, due to the sheer number of participants, most of the elixirs were rather unremarkable. Some spectators, growing bored, glanced in Tian Ning's direction and were astonished to see her engrossed in reading. Surprisingly, this Tian Ning is quite diligent, studying earnestly right after her alchemical work, one cultivator remarked. His comment drew the attention of many. Who would have thought this young girl was so industrious? What book is she reading? Let me see. What to do after conceiving 10 mighty offspring in one night? The crowd? 10, is she out of her mind? How could one person possibly carry 10 children? A female cultivator gasped, realizing the terrifying implications of such a pregnancy. Ah, my dear fellow, you seem to have missed the point. The focus should be on the 10 mighty beings, corrected another female cultivator. Goodness, such a licentious individual exists. One night with 10 suitors, even with exceptional constitution, how could one endure that? Some female cultivators had already turned crimson, covering their faces, while a male cultivator scoffed. Such promiscuity surely marks her as a demonic seductress. Indeed, it's a mere delusion. How could mighty beings possibly vie for the affections of a single woman? Others stepped forward to debunk the tale. It's evident that this narrative is nonsensical. There simply isn't a bed large enough for 10. Tian Ning, you just acknowledged it was nonsense. Why then do you analyze it so earnestly? Tian Ning's book immediately captured everyone's attention, its title so explosive it left them in shock. Discussions erupted, and merely glancing at the title had conjured countless vivid images in their minds, so much so that no one even noticed Lan Siren taking the stage, along with her painstakingly refined revival pill. Lan Siren, is this an alchemical competition, or Tian Ning's personal showcase? When will it end? Her meticulously planned moment of glory had vanished. Even Meng Xian couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. He recalled that during their journey, she had been reading a book titled The Unfeeling Taoist Sword Master Saving the World. How had it transformed into something so outrageous in just a few days? The book Meng Xian had seen, The Unfeeling Taoist Sword Master Saving the World, was a gift from Long Outyan to Tian Ning, originating from the realm of cultivation. Tian Ning had finished reading it the previous day. Following the principle of enjoying a light meal before a grand feast, she had opted for a book that appeared particularly intriguing. Little did she anticipate it would cause such a hullabaloo. Grandfather, Lon Siren called out, her voice tinged with grievance. Observing his granddaughter's pouty expression, the head of Tai Chu Sect rose from his seat, declaring, "Young friend Tian Ning, you have severely disrupted the competition, you must immediately put away your book. In the future, such indecent materials are strictly prohibited." Tian Ning disregarded him and directly inquired of the disciple responsible for maintaining order, "Is there a rule against reading books during the alchemical competition?" And no. The disciple shook his head. Such a rule did not exist. The head of Tai Chu Sect furrowed his brow, since assuming this position, no one had dared to treat him with such disrespect. "This is a regulation I am establishing now. Tian Ning, is this your family's alchemical competition? Rules can be changed at whim, you might as well declare her the winner outright." Tian Ning pointed directly at Lon Siren. Was she not aware, earlier, the other elders had given Lon Siren scores ranging from 6 to 8, while this old coot had awarded her a 10? How could one so blatantly grant favoritism in a prestigious competition? "You!" The head of Tai Chu Sect was about to retort when he was halted by the head of Yunyu Sect. Tian Ning's remarks held merit. This was the territory of Yunyu Sect, and it was not for Tai Chu Sect to impose its will. Furthermore, altering the rules required the consent of more than half the elders. What authority did this old man have to dictate? "Headlon, this young friend speaks truthfully, why must you persist in such obstinacy?" To have a sect master accused of obstinacy was a profound humiliation. Yet other elders from various sects echoed the sentiments of Yunyu Sect. The head of Tai Chu Sect understood the implications. If he were to defend his granddaughter today and publicly embarrass a junior, it would indeed be a disgrace. He could only relent, mentally noting to remember this ungrateful girl. Since she craved the spotlight so desperately, he would propose to take her as his personal disciple before everyone, and once she entered Tai Chu Sect, disciplining her would be far easier. Tian Ning, however, took the opportunity to pull out several books and arrange them neatly for all to see. The titles, "My Grandmother Lived 1,000 Years Because She Never Interfered in Others' Affairs," "The Perfect Old Man." Both mischievous and unrefined. The waves of the Yangtze River push the front waves forward, the front waves die on the beach. The head of Tai Chu Sect, the crowd, where on earth did she acquire such peculiar titles for her books? The head of Tai Chu Sect suddenly felt as if she had delivered a resounding slap to him without uttering a single word. At that moment, an elder from Tai Chu Sect stepped forward, saying, "I presume everyone is quite curious about the elixir this young friend Tian Ning has concocted. Why not take a look at her creation?" He smiled ingratiatingly at Headlon. The girl had already attracted considerable discontent for producing a pleasure pill. The eye in their eyes, such a vulgar elixir could hardly be of any worth. Now, by specifically calling out Tian Ning, it was intended to embarrass her. This would also help restore the dignity of the sect master. The other sect elders had no objections. As long as Tai Chu Sect behaved itself and sought consensus on matters, there was no reason to oppose such a minor issue. Chapter 69. Spare everyone's eyes. The elders unanimously agreed, and immediately a disciple approached Tian Ning, signaling her to start the cauldron, accompanying her in presenting the refined elixirs. Regarding the rather unsophisticated and low-grade amorous pill, no one held any expectations. Even if the cauldron were filled to the brim, it was merely a substance to provoke the primal instincts of beasts, and for cultivators, it was considered less useful than a common healing elixir. However, when Tian Ning lifted the lid of the cauldron, astonishment ensued once more. A cauldron full of exquisite amorous pills? It is well known how rare exquisite pills are, requiring alchemists to completely eliminate impurities from the spiritual herbs and to meticulously control the spiritual flames. Any moment of negligence during the refining process could jeopardize the outcome. Crafting an exquisite pill is no trivial feat. What good is it? With such talent, she would be better off focusing her efforts on producing useful elixirs, scoffed one cultivator. If she could refine anything other than this amorous pill, even if it were any other type of elixir, the elders would surely regard her with greater esteem, lamented another cultivator. I wonder if she can concoct other exquisite elixirs. The elders shared the same curiosity upon seeing the disciple presenting the amorous pill. If she could indeed produce exquisite pills beyond just the amorous variety, she would undoubtedly be a coveted asset among the various sects. Ahem, this amorous pill appears rather impressive. An elder alchemist inquired of Tian Ning, "Can you refine any other exquisite elixirs?" If Tian Ning could produce exquisite elixirs of other kinds, she would undoubtedly be a dark horse in this year's alchemical competition. Tian Ning nodded affirmatively, "Absolutely. Elder Lu, are you truly taking her word for it? Mocked the sect leader of Tai Chu. In previous years, there have been disciples who lied to gain entry into the sect. If she were genuinely that remarkable, why would she not refine other elixirs and instead choose to produce the amorous pill? The other elders also maintained a cautious stance. The leader of Yunyu Sect suggested, since this is the second round of the competition, let us first observe the effectiveness of this amorous pill. Apart from a few beast tamers, others showed little interest in the amorous pill. It is widely acknowledged that the higher the grade of a spiritual beast, the more challenging it is to breed, especially for those raised in captivity, where their offspring are exceedingly precious. While the amorous pill may assist in reproduction, it is only effective for lower-grade spiritual beasts, and prolonged use could lead to resistance. In fact, some inferior quality amorous pills, when used excessively, might even affect the virility of male beasts. Yet, how effective could this exquisite amorous pill be? Tian Ning inquired. Are there any formidable rare spiritual beasts? The more difficult they are to breed, the better. A mere drop of my amorous pill guarantees a cure. The crowd was left speechless. Is a cure really how this works? Not being able to breed is hardly a dire ailment. The Tai Chu sect leader remarked. Isn't there a frost phantom wolf male beast that the Yunyu sect has been reluctant to mate with the female? Why not let this exquisite amorous pill give it a try? An elder expressed concern, but the frost phantom wolf is a high-grade spiritual beast, and furthermore, the Tai Chu sect leader countered, what is there to be concerned about? If she is claiming to refine the amorous pill, then if she cannot even remedy a high-grade spiritual beast, what use is an exquisite version? The Yunyu sect leader signaled for a disciple to bring forth the frost phantom wolf. After a brief wait, a massive, snow-white spherical spiritual pet was led onto the stage. Unlike the robust physique of a typical wolf, this frost phantom wolf appeared to have been overly indulged by the Yunyu sect, resembling a fluffy ball and struggling to move, immediately collapsing onto the ground, panting lazily. The beast tamer elder behind it, presumably its master, quickly took out some meat, exclaiming, "Poor Dabai must be exhausted, quickly, have a bite to replenish your energy." Tian Ning observed, it seems the creature is not ailing, merely excessively plump. Following that, two beautiful female frost phantom wolves were brought forth, showcasing the normal physique expected of wolves, with clear muscle definition and snow-white fur shimmering under the sunlight. These two females bore sharp gazes, exuding an untamed wildness, while the rotund male resembled a Samoyed, his eyes reflecting an ave dullness. The onlookers were left speechless. Is this truly a suitable scenario for the amorous pill to be effective? Tian Ning remained unfazed, confident that the raw materials were provided by the Dragon Clan, and the frost phantom wolf paled in comparison. However, upon witnessing the disciple prepare to administer an entire pill, Tian Ning quickly interjected. My dear friend, you only need to divide it into 10 portions and take just one. On second thought, for safety's sake, let's make it 20 portions and take one, she insisted earnestly. Should they administer an entire pill, it might exhaust the wolf before the effects even take place. The disciple hesitated, looking towards the Yunyu sect leader, uncertain whether to heed Tian Ning's advice. The Yunyu sect leader chuckled, young friend, confidence is commendable, but you may be overestimating your abilities. There are many waiting in line behind you, your approach may only waste everyone's time. Tian Ning was acutely aware of the potent effects of the amorous pill, stating firmly, divide it into 20 portions and take one. If it fails, I will withdraw from the competition myself. With her declaration, the other sect leaders and elders ceased further discussion, knowing ultimately, the embarrassment would fall on her alone. The elixirs were already small. After dividing them into 20ths, they would reduce to the size of a grain of rice. Could such a minuscule amount genuinely stimulate reproduction in the frost phantom wolf? No one would believe it. After administering the minuscule portion to Dabai, its droopy eyelids instantly widened, and it began to gaze eagerly at the two female frost phantom wolves. At that moment, all thoughts of its usual favorite, raw meat, were forgotten, and with a resounding howl, it lunged toward the female wolves, intent on showcasing its virility. The audience was left speechless. While the effects were indeed potent, did they truly need to witness such an embarrassing spectacle? Startled by Dabai's sudden actions, the two female frost phantom wolves instinctively attempted to escape, but Dabai, displaying remarkable vigor, persisted in fulfilling its duty regardless of how the females reacted. The elder beast tamer from Yunyu sect shed tears of joy, urgently exclaiming, quickly, bring over the other female frost phantom wolves. The crowd was left in shock. Is this truly an alchemical competition? What on earth is happening? Aside from the beast tamers, all present cultivators wished they could poke their own eyes out. How did this alchemical contest evolve into a scene of wild beasts mating? The other sect leaders and elders were equally at a loss for words. It was the Yunyu sect leader who first regained composure, hastily draping a black cloth over the scandalous display. Ahem, this amorous pill indeed exhibits remarkable effects, the Yunyu sect leader managed to say with considerable effort.
The Taichu sect leader regarded Tian Ning with a complex gaze, surprised by the young girl's abilities, yet still mindful of his aggrieved granddaughter. He remarked, "We still cannot ascertain how long it will last. Let us continue the competition and observe the results." The audience collectively sighed, "But for the love of all that is sacred, spare us from such sights." Chapter 70:2 Prominent packages. Thus, the alchemy competition unfolded in the most bizarre manner. On the right, the elders were engaged in evaluating the quality of the pills, while from beneath a massive black cloth on the left emanated the occasional low growl of a beast, alongside disciples of the Yin sect tirelessly transporting female frost-howling wolves. The count was beyond comprehension, and yet, the corpulent wolf showed no signs of concluding. The spectators were left speechless. Why do they have to possess such ears? After several hundred alchemists had taken their turns, the event showed no sign of wrapping up. The crowd was in a stupor. Could it truly be said that this was a supreme copulation pill? Its endurance was remarkable, yet, the duration of its effects seemed excessively prolonged, especially considering it had been divided into a mere 20th. The owner of the large white wolf felt a twinge of gratitude that Tian Ning had insisted on administering the copulation pill in such a diminished quantity, otherwise, with a duration 20 times greater, one feared the wolf might perish from exhaustion. Gao Yu had completed his evaluation, and the elders were favorably impressed, awarding him a high score that assured his place among the top 20. He sidled up to Tian Ning, his curiosity piqued for the first time regarding the copulation pill. "Tian, what modifications did you make to this pill? The potency was rather overwhelming." Other summoner elders and interested alchemists pricked up their ears, eager to learn. If they could master this improved version of the copulation pill, the issue of spirit beasts' reproduction would no longer pose a concern. Tian Ning replied, "It's nothing extraordinary, I merely replaced the basic materials with higher-tier substitutes." She spoke the truth. With so many spectators during the alchemical competition, even if the elders reviewed the recorded footage later, they would find her statement accurate. "I see." Gao Yu wanted to commend Tian Ning, but regarding this pill, he was at a loss for words. Tian Ning pondered for a moment. If one must emphasize something, the key lies in the essence of the spirit beasts. That's from the Dragon Clan. Gao Yu was left speechless. The crowd was taken aback. It was common knowledge that the Dragon Clan was an immensely proud and arrogant divine beast. How had she managed to persuade them to part with such a substance? But that was not the crux of the matter. The real question was why, when encountering the dragons, she had chosen that particular item. That no one could have anticipated that the copulation pill would involve the Dragon Clan. It seemed the male frost-howling wolves would not find respite today. As it turned out, that was indeed the case. Even as the last alchemist concluded, the commotion from the frost-howling wolves persisted, affirming the exceptional quality of the copulation pill. The alchemist elders were already deliberating the selection of the top 20, unanimously deciding to include Tian Ning, primarily due to her remarkable prowess. She consistently surprised them, and they were eager to see what other pills she could concoct. This outcome came as no surprise to Tian Ning. With the mung bean grass secured, she had accomplished her primary objective in coming to the central continent. The remaining time was hers to spend as she pleased, provided she returned a month before the grand competition of the 6 sections. Gao Yu was also among the top 20, and he appeared particularly elated, his excitement causing his hands to fidget in uncertainty. "Tian, I did it, I truly made it into the top 20. Seeing his exuberance, Tian Ning laid out a cloth on the ground for Gao Yu to stand upon. Then, she took out her sword, flew to a height of 2 meters, and scattered handfuls of flower petals from her mustard seed pouch, exclaiming with cheer, "Congratulations, Gao, on entering the top 20. Gao Yu blushed and spun in circles. "Thank you. Thank you." The onlookers were left speechless. These two conspicuous displays. All the petals landed upon the cloth, and after the celebration, Tian Ning tidied everything up as if nothing had ever occurred. The crowd was taken aback once more. She was surprisingly polite. However, a sword cultivator elder noticed a crucial point. "You can wield a sword, aren't you still in the foundation establishment stage, but aren't you an alchemist?" Tian Ning replied, "I am a sword cultivator, but I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding alchemy." The elders were left astonished. They had not anticipated her to be a dual cultivation genius in both swordsmanship and alchemy. Some elders gazed at Tian Ning with fervor, recognizing that such dual talents were exceedingly rare. How wonderful it would be to take her under their wing. Even the head of the Taichu sect felt a pang of regret. If such a genius were to join his sect, it would bring great honor. The next round of the competition involved a preordained recipe. The Yin sect had prepared the materials well in advance. The top 20 were tasked with concocting longevity pills within a specified time frame. To those cultivators who had long lives, longevity pills might seem trivial, but for those on the verge of a breakthrough, merely a few years away from transcending their current realm, the challenge was formidable, especially for high-quality longevity pills, which were always in high demand.
Yet, crafting longevity pills was not only exceedingly challenging but also required expensive materials. This time, the Yunyu sect had generously provided 20 sets of materials for the contestants, indicating a significant investment. Though it was the finals, there was no suspense for Tian Ning. Following her usual alchemical procedures, she once again produced a full furnace of top-grade pills, completing her task at double the speed of her competitors. She then obediently sat down, engrossed in a novel, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the other participants. If one were to overlook the glaringly inappropriate title of the book, the young girl's demeanor was deceptively innocent. There was no need to wait for others to finish. With a furnace full of exquisite longevity pills, who could rival her? When the sect master of Yunyu announced Tian Ning as the first-place winner of this alchemy competition, a benevolent smile graced his face. I see a remarkable affinity between Tian Ning and our Yunyu sect. She would be most suited to join our ranks. The other sects were left speechless. Tian Ning hesitated. I know. The sect master of Taichu assumed she was about to agree. Having forgotten the earlier unpleasantness, he sincerely wished to invite Tian Ning into Taichu's sect, boldly declaring, I see that Tian Ning possesses extraordinary talent in the realm of alchemy. She must not be wasted. I am perfectly suited to guide her. Everyone loves talent, don't they? The other sects exchanged glances, amused, recalling who had previously targeted her. Tian Ning spoke again. An elder from the sword cultivators interjected. I witnessed Tian Ning's formidable aura upon her breakthrough to foundation establishment. She is perfectly suited to train under me. Your sword techniques are nothing special. She would be better off with me. Another sword cultivator elder chimed in. Where do you think you rank against my prowess? What nonsense are you spouting? Your pathetic sword techniques can't compare to my own. Tian Ning remained silent, exasperated. If you all wish to argue, feel free. This scene felt eerily familiar. The elders and sect masters were on the verge of a quarrel, while Tian Ning habitually pulled out some sunflower seeds, crunching away. The onlookers were left in disbelief, seeing her grandfather almost ready to brawl over an outsider. Lan Siren was incensed, observing Tian Ning's nonchalant demeanor. She couldn't contain her frustration. They are nearly ready to fight over you, and you are still munching on seeds, she urged. You must hurry and intervene. Thank you for the reminder, Tian Ning replied, stepping back 2 paces to maintain a safe distance. I mustn't allow them to inadvertently harm me. Lan Siren was speechless. Just how terrified of death was she? Grandfather, stop, stop. Lan Siren, exasperated, could only approach and persuade them. Please, cease your quarrel. Chapter 71. She truly made me cry. She was unceremoniously flung far away by a sword cultivator elder, landing in a most disheveled manner. Gao Yu, witnessing this, instinctively took 2 steps back and remarked, Friend Tian, I believe your words carry considerable weight. The other top 20 competitors twitched at the corners of their mouths, yet their bodies obediently shifted forward a tad. Lan Siren's delicate face turned pallid. One of her defensive artifacts had shattered, and she could hardly fathom that these individuals would go to such lengths for a mere Tian Ning. Fortunately, the headmaster of Taichu's sect regained his composure and hastily approached to assess his beloved granddaughter's injuries. Tian Ning, having finished her sunflower seeds, gazed at the setting sun and the elders still embroiled in their disputes, and raised her voice. I already have a sect. It was time to conclude this farce over green bean grass. She needed to return and rest. The elders, who had previously occupied the elevated seats, fell into a sudden, deafening silence and ear-splitting stillness. What, then, were they truly fighting over? Lan Siren, who had been inexplicably struck away, struggled to catch her breath. How could this woman engage in such antics not for the sake of joining a major sect? The alchemy elders, lamenting the loss of a promising talent, could only shift their focus to Gao Yu, who also bore high hopes. This young friend Gao Yu interjected, I am a disciple of Wanjian Sect. One alchemy elder felt an acute pang of sorrow. You all have your sects. What business do you have participating in this grand competition? The heartache of witnessing 2 fine prospects slip through their fingers was unbearable. Gao Yu replied, the rules do not state that disciples of established sects cannot compete. While this was true, everyone knew that the alchemy competition served as an opportunity for alchemists to showcase their talents to major sections. Most participants aimed for this very goal, with only a select few like Lan Siren already belonging to a sect. However, those were established alchemists of some renown, while these 2 conspicuous figures were entirely unknown. Gao Yu was understandable. Wanjian Sect had fallen from grace over the years, no longer comparable to its glory a millennium ago, and its disciples remained exceedingly low-key. But where had this Tian Ning emerged from? Tian Ning had no intention of patiently clarifying the elder's doubts. She cheerfully placed 2 pots of green bean grass into her mustard seed bag, along with another pot gifted by Gao Yu, for which she reciprocated with a conjugal pill. Gao Yu laughed heartily and sincerely expressed, I cannot thank you enough, friend Tian. With your current reputation, this conjugal pill could fetch several high-grade spirit stones. Tian Ning, senior sister Pang Yi hurriedly covered Gao Yu's mouth. Is that how you speak? The conjugal pill given by friend Tian is to be cherished as a family heirloom. How could we sell it? Tian Ning, do you think I would believe you? The four individuals had not taken their eyes off the conjugal pill. Gao Yu carefully tucked it away, while Pang Yi warmly invited, Friend Tian, do you have time this evening? If it is convenient, we would like to treat you to dinner. Given the abundance of spirit stones Tian Ning had provided, the group felt a pang of guilt for taking advantage, and with Gao Yu's commendable ranking in this alchemy competition, they decided to treat Tian Ning to a meal. I do, Tian Ning nodded, but we are entering the secret realm tomorrow, so I need to retrieve something I arranged in advance. Pang Yi replied, then we shall accompany you to fetch your items before dining. The group quickly left the competition grounds. Lan Siren see that as she watched the two who had caused her predicament depart without a care. However, she had overheard their mention of entering a secret realm, and at this time, the only open secret realm was the Immortal Island secret realm. But could that group of impoverished Wanjian Sect disciples truly afford to enter? After Tian Ning departed, Meng Xian approached, his concern for Lan Siren's injuries evident. Sister Lan, are you alright? Lan Siren feigned weakness, cough, cough. I must apologize for the embarrassment, it is my lack of skill. Nonsense, in my heart, Sister Lan is the most formidable alchemist. He unintentionally revealed his true feelings, and upon realizing it, his face flushed, unable to meet Lan Siren's gaze. The previously disheartened Lan Siren felt a slight smile tugging at her lips, for she had heard him. Ding, male lead Meng Xian's current favorability 7. Please, host, continue your efforts. It seemed that this misfortune had led to unexpected fortune. It was a pity that both of them were still quite young. It would take several more years for their relationship to progress further. The headmaster of Taichu Sect, witnessing his granddaughter's injuries, spoke, Ranner, I believe it would be wise for you not to participate in this Immortal Island secret realm. No, Grandpa, I can go. Not to mention the significant opportunities that awaited there, but those two who had stolen her spotlight might also be attending. The four from Wanjian Sect assumed Tian Ning would select some talismans or weapons, as that would be the customary preparation for cultivators entering a secret realm. At that moment, they found themselves collectively silent before the coffin shop's plaque. After a lengthy pause, they regained their voices. Gao Yu exclaimed, Friend Tian is indeed a person of remarkable loyalty. Is she perhaps afraid that second senior brother might not fare well in the secret realm, hence preparing a coffin in advance? Pang Yi lamented, I truly could weep. Lei Tianji, he was unable to muster any joy. The shopkeeper, upon seeing Tian Ning, immediately donned his signature smile. Although this particular patron had a rather peculiar penchant, her order of several coffins had substantially increased his earnings. Tian Ning stated, you mentioned last time that a coffin could be completed in a day. I have matters to attend to, so I would like to take whichever one is ready first. The shopkeeper wasted no time and promptly had the finished coffin brought forth. Pang Yi, moved to the core, said, Friend Tian, we have only known each other for a day, yet I am astonished by your kindness and thoughtfulness, already ensuring my second junior brother's future. Lei Tianji. Tian Ning responded, you seem to misunderstand. This is for my master. The four were taken aback, instantly donning expressions of grief. Pang Yi said, apologies, Friend Tian, we have overstepped. Gao Yu added, Friend Tian, my condolences. Tian Ning, perplexed, replied, my master is quite well. He is still alive. Otherwise, their Swordguard Mountain would have disbanded long ago. Tian Ning continued, it's just that 5 years ago, an incident occurred, and my master has remained in a coma since. Thankfully, my senior brother is quite filial, he often stays by my master's side and even takes him out in a coffin to bask in the sun and catch some fresh air. The four were left speechless. Was this what one called filial piety? If it were their master, he would have expelled such a rebellious disciple from the sect. Tian Ning earnestly stated, my senior brother works so diligently for our master, I naturally cannot fall behind. Therefore, I have arranged for my master to have a dozen coffins. The four were left momentarily at a loss for words. Was she unwell, or simply wealthy? Pang Yi felt a pang of conscience. With a disciple like you, Friend Tian, even if your master remains in a coma, he will surely be moved to awaken. More likely, he would awaken in anger. Chapter 72, What on earth are they doing? Tian Ning listened with immense pleasure. She confidently asserted that her master would surely appreciate it, for this was a gift she had meticulously selected. The five of them joyfully made their way to an inn for a meal, and Tian Ning found herself particularly intrigued by the third member, Yi, who had yet to utter a word since their meeting. Tian Ning inquired, is it true that Yen Xiu's words can manifest into reality? Indeed, Gaoyu explained, otherwise, it would backfire. Therefore, Yanxiu seldom speaks lightly. Every word he utters is carefully considered, as a careless mistake could lead to disastrous consequences, necessitating utmost caution.
Yi nodded in agreement. With practiced ease, she retrieved paper and a pen from her mustard seed bag, and after writing, she presented it to Tian Ning. I apologize, but I am unable to speak. However, I have been attentively listening to what you have said. Upon reading this, Tian Ning's curiosity about Yanxiu deepened. She looked forward to witnessing Yi's prowess during their expedition into the secret realm. Pang Yi informed Tian Ning that the wood remain open for an entire month. They had allocated their time, spending 20 days accompanying Tian Ning in search of extraordinary treasures, followed by 10 days to locate their little master uncle. If Tian Ning preferred not to accompany them, she could wait safely at a designated spot. This was a proposal agreed upon by the four, and if Tian Ning found it unsuitable, she could voice her concerns, and they would adjust their schedule accordingly. In truth, Tian Ning did not require that much time. With Zhou by her side, she expected to find what she sought quite swiftly. After returning to the inn with the seed the previous night, Zhou eagerly expelled small flames, incinerating the dark casing surrounding the seed and revealing a bright red core. It was not merely a seed, but rather fire marrow, which explained Zhou's fondness for it, as it was one of the phoenix's favorite delicacies. Once they entered the secret realm, Zhou would automatically track the location of the fire marrow. Tian Ning suggested, let us each take half the time. You may accompany me to retrieve what I need first, and we shall use the remainder to search for your little master uncle. Pang Yi readily agreed, feeling fortunate that their encounter with Tian Ning had occurred.
Given the financial situation of the Wanjian Sect, their ability to enter had been uncertain. However, when it came time to settle the bill, the four could not muster a smile, as the extensive charges were entirely due to Tian Ning's prodigious appetite. This was truly quite excessive. Reluctantly paying the bill, they arranged the time and place to meet the following day. Pang Yi had mentioned that many teams entered each year, drawn by the unexpected opportunities that awaited within, prompting numerous individuals to take a gamble. Upon arrival, Tian Ning spotted a vast crowd from a distance. The major sects had already claimed prime positions at the front, while Pang Yi and her companions waved to Tian Ning from the back as everyone patiently queued to enter. Just before the entrance to the secret realm, Lan Siren observed Tian Ning's group standing at the outermost edge, fearing they would have to wait a considerable time before their turn arrived. This prompted a sense of satisfaction, for when the two had brazenly rejected the major sects, they likely never anticipated being relegated to such a dismal position. At this moment, they must be regretting their choices. With a smile, Lan Siren turned to Meng Xian and said, let us proceed inside. Unbeknownst to her, Tian Ning had never been one to shy away from idleness. She could easily occupy herself with a storybook. Skillfully, she produced the book titled What to Do After a Night of Passion When You're Carrying the Offspring of 10 Great Beings, and began to read without a hint of embarrassment, pondering who the true father of the heroine's children could be. Other practitioners in the vicinity busied themselves with cultivating their skills, conserving energy, or crafting talismans and pills, while only Tian Ning leisurely perused her book, appearing remarkably out of place among all the teams. Initially bored, Pang Yi and her companions gravitated closer to her, and soon a few curious female cultivators approached to observe. Practitioners possessed keen eyesight and could clearly read the text from a distance. Before long, a line of people had formed behind Tian Ning. Curiosity is a powerful force, and they wondered why so many had gathered in this spot. Once they began to read along, they found it impossible to tear themselves away. An entire hour passed, and not a single practitioner who had approached left. Their expressions were remarkably synchronized. When encountering a heart-wrenching part of the story, Tian Ning frowned, and so did the crowd. Upon the resolution of a misunderstanding, both Tian Ning and the other sighed in relief. The onlookers collectively pondered, what on earth are they doing? As more individuals joined the throng, their legs felt as if weighed down by lead, rendering them unable to move. Just as one team was about to enter the secret realm, they realized they were short a member and urgently called out to the crowd, Lu Baozhu, we are entering the secret realm. Where have you run off to, girl? Ah! Lu Baozhu, the female cultivator being called, was in line behind Tian Ning, and only upon hearing her name did she realize her predicament. Her face reflected reluctance as she gazed longingly at Tian Ning's book. Fellow cultivator, may I borrow it for a moment? Rest assured, I will pay you with spirit stones. At that moment, the plot had reached a thrilling juncture. The first great being, fully aware that nothing had transpired between them that fateful night, had deceived the heroine into believing the child was his. The heroine, gullible as ever, was on the verge of binding herself to him as a Tao partner, while only the second great being knew the truth and was rushing to the ceremony to reveal it to all. Ah, why did it have to be their team's turn to enter the secret realm at such a critical moment? Lu Baozhu had initially thought the wait was interminable, and out of sheer boredom, she had come to see what was happening. Yet, how could such a seemingly mundane book draw so many people? Once she began reading, she fell head over heels. She was utterly oblivious to how much time had passed. She truly did not want to leave. She was not the first great being's supporter and had no fondness for the pretense of justice that concealed ulterior motives. She was about to witness an exhilarating moment of retribution, and yet, why did they have to enter the secret realm now? As she voiced her frustration, the cultivators behind her, also preparing to enter the secret realm, grew restless. There was only one copy of the book, and if she borrowed it, what would the rest of them read? "Fellow cultivator, I will offer 20 high-grade spirit stones for you to sell me that book," declared a bold female cultivator. This prompted an uproar among those behind Tian Ning. "You are going too far. How can we all enjoy it this way? I'll give you 21 high-grade spirit stones. Do not give it to her, give it to me." I. 100 spirit stones, no one else can compete with me. Tian Ning could only stare in disbelief. Why had this straightforward entry into the secret realm devolved into an auction? "I do not lack spirit stones, so I shall not sell it," she stated plainly. Disappointment spread through the crowd, but with only one copy of the book, there was little they could do but cherish the time they had to read. Some considerate cultivators even handed Tian Ning small gifts, batting their eyelashes and saying, "Fellow cultivator, if you finish, would you be willing to lend it to me?" With one person leading the charge, the rest eagerly began to offer her gifts. Tian Ning could only sigh in exasperation. The elder responsible for the secret realm had never witnessed such a spectacle. The cultivators entering were not displeased, but rather wistfully gazed at the girl holding the book. Some even collectively stepped back in line. After all, what was a little extra time to enter the secret realm? They wanted to finish reading the climax first. The elder could only watch in silence. Chapter 72. What on earth are they doing? Tian Ning listened with immense delight. She confidently asserted that her master would undoubtedly appreciate this gift, as it was meticulously chosen by her. The five of them joyfully made their way to the tavern for a meal. Tian Ning found herself particularly intrigued by the third member, Yi, who had yet to utter a word since their first meeting. Tian Ning inquired, "Is it true that Yen Xiu's words can manifest into reality?" "Indeed," Gao Yu explained, "otherwise, it would backfire. Hence, Yen Xiu seldom speaks lightly. Every word uttered requires profound contemplation, for a careless slip of the tongue could lead to dire consequences, necessitating utmost caution." Yi nodded in agreement. She adeptly retrieved paper and a pen from her mustard seed bag, and after writing, she presented it to Tian Ning. "I apologize, but I am unable to speak. However, I am attentively listening to everything you say." Upon reading this, Tian Ning's curiosity about Yen Xiu deepened, and she eagerly anticipated whether this secret realm would allow her to witness Yi's prowess. Pang Yi informed Tian Ning that the Celestial Island's secret realm would be accessible for an entire month. They had arranged their schedule: 20 days accompanying Tian Ning in search of celestial treasures, and 10 days devoted to locating their junior master. If Tian Ning preferred not to join them in their search, she could wait safely until their return. This was a proposal discussed among the four, and they welcomed any adjustments Tian Ning deemed necessary. In truth, Tian Ning did not require such an extensive time frame. With Zhou by her side, she expected to find what she sought rather swiftly. After returning to the inn with the seeds the previous night, Zhou eagerly emitted small flames, incinerating the dark, encasing material surrounding the seeds, revealing a fiery red core within. It was not merely a seed, but rather fire marrow. No wonder Zhou was so fond of it, as it was one of the phoenix's favorite delicacies. Once inside the secret realm, Zhou would automatically track the location of the fire marrow. Tian Ning proposed, "Let us each take half the time. You can accompany me first to retrieve what I need, and we shall use the remaining time to search for your junior master." Pang Yi readily agreed, feeling fortunate that, had they not encountered Tian Ning, given Wanjian Sect's financial constraints, their entry into the Celestial Island's secret realm might have been in jeopardy. However, when the bill arrived, the four were unable to muster a smile. The dense stack of charges was solely attributed to Tian Ning's voracious appetite. Was it possible for one person to eat so much? After reluctantly settling the bill, they arranged the time and place to meet the following day. Pang Yi mentioned that numerous teams entered the Celestial Island's secret realm each year, drawn by the unexpected opportunities within, leading many to take a gamble. Upon Tian Ning's arrival, she spotted a vast throng below. The major sects had long since claimed the front positions. Pang Yi and her companions waved to Tian Ning from the back, as they all stood in line awaiting their turn to enter. At the entrance of the secret realm, Lan Ran observed Tian Ning's group at the outermost edge, fearing they would have to wait an eternity for their turn. This sight brought her great satisfaction, for when the two had brazenly rejected the major sects, they likely never imagined they would end up relegated to such a pitiful position. Surely, they must be regretting it now. With a smile, Lan Ran said to Meng Xian, "Let us proceed inside." Unbeknownst to her, Tian Ning was never one to shy away from idleness.
She could easily pass the time reading a novel, skillfully extracting the book titled What to Do When You Accidentally Conceive 10 Powerful Offspring After a Night of Passion. Tian Ning unabashedly began to read, eager to discover who the father of the heroine's child was. The other cultivators from various teams either seized the opportunity to cultivate, conserved their energy, or engaged in talisman crafting and alchemy, while Tian Ning leisurely immersed herself in her novel, standing out starkly among them. Initially, the bored Pang Yi and her companions gathered around to see what she was doing, followed by several curious female cultivators who approached to observe that the cultivators possessed excellent eyesight, able to read the text from a distance. In no time, a sizable crowd formed behind Tian Ning. Humans are inherently curious, and they wondered why so many had congregated around her. As they peered in, they found it impossible to look away, and before long, an entire hour had passed without a single person departing. Their expressions were surprisingly uniform. Upon encountering a heartbreaking scene, Tian Ning furrowed her brow, and the crowd mirrored her concern. When a misunderstanding was resolved, Tian Ning sighed in relief, and the crowd did likewise. Meanwhile, the other onlookers exchanged glances, perplexed by the unfolding drama. As the queue for entry into the secret realm grew shorter, one team suddenly realized they were missing a member and called out, "Lu Baozhu! Lu Baozhu, we're about to enter the secret realm, where are you off to?" "Ah!" Lu Baozhu, the female cultivator, was lost in the long line behind Tian Ning. Only upon hearing her name did she snap back to reality, her face a mask of reluctance as she gazed longingly at the book in Tian Ning's hands. "Dear friend, could you lend it to me? I assure you, I will pay you with spirit stones." At that moment, the plot had reached a thrilling juncture, where the first powerful figure, knowing that nothing had transpired between him and the heroine that night, deceived her into believing the child was his. The heroine, believing his words, was on the verge of becoming his partner before the eyes of heaven and earth, while only the second powerful figure, aware of the truth, rushed to the grand ceremony to reveal it to everyone. Ah, why, oh why, did their team have to enter the secret realm at such a pivotal moment? Initially, Lu Baozhu had thought the wait was interminably long, and out of sheer boredom, she had wandered over to see what the commotion was about. However, upon glimpsing the book's title, which seemed rather mundane, she never expected it would attract such a crowd, but once she laid eyes on it, she was instantly captivated. She was entirely unaware of how much time had passed. She truly did not wish to leave. She was not the first powerful figure, and had no affection for the seemingly righteous yet calculating individual. She was on the brink of witnessing a spectacular moment of poetic justice. Why did they have to enter the secret realm now? Her lamentations stirred the other cultivators waiting to enter the secret realm, who suddenly lost their composure. With only one copy of the book available, what would they do if she borrowed it? "Dear friend, I will offer 20 high-grade spirit stones for that book," declared a bold female cultivator. This prompted an uproar among those behind Tian Ning. "You are being unreasonable. How can we continue to enjoy this?" "I will offer 21 high-grade spirit stones. Do not give it to her, give it to me." No. "I will give 100, no one else can compete with me." Tian Ning, taken aback, thought, why has this idyllic moment of entering the secret realm turned into an auction? She stated plainly, "I do not lack spirit stones, hence I shall not sell it." The crowd was disheartened, yet with only one copy of the book, there was little they could do but cherish the fleeting moments they had left to enjoy it. Some considerate cultivators even slipped Tian Ning small offerings, blinking earnestly, "Dear friend, once you are done, could you lend it to me?" With one voice leading the charge, more and more began to approach Tian Ning with similar requests. Tian Ning could only stare in disbelief. The elder in charge of the secret realm had never witnessed such a scene before. The cultivators entering the Celestial Island's secret realm were not displeased but instead gazed longingly at the young girl absorbed in her book, some even shuffling back in line. After all, what was a little extra time entering the secret realm? They would first finish enjoying the thrilling narrative. Elder, Chapter 73. A fellow Taoist, you truly understand me. Such audacious maneuvers directly resulted in Tian Ning's team being summoned to enter the secret realm ahead of schedule. Having perused countless tales, Tian Ning was well versed in the tropes of storytelling. The more one reads, the easier it becomes to set aside the narrative, knowing that the storybook belongs to oneself and can be revisited at any time. Yet, the group behind her seemed to awaken from a dream. As they watched the departing girl, despite not knowing her, they felt an overwhelming urge to cling to her legs, pleading for her to stay. Once Tian Ning left, the hearts of the crowd followed the young girl. Someone began to reminisce about the plot they had just witnessed. "I initially thought the second great power was a good person, only to discover he was merely pretending, to the extent of wanting to cripple Zhou's cultivation for himself. Such a person is utterly unworthy of Zhou's lifelong trust." The speaker was a female sword cultivator. Another delicate alchemist, however, held a different view. "He hasn't done anything wrong. He simply loves Zhou too much. The female sword cultivator could not fathom this. Is it love to treat her like a pet, kept in a cage? Yet another talisman cultivator stepped forward, clasping the alchemist's hand. Fellow Taoist, I understand you. Fellow Taoist, you truly understand me. The two gripped each other's hands tightly, as if they were long-lost sisters reunited. The female sword cultivator could only stare in disbelief. This was a classic case of differing worldviews. She was utterly unable to comprehend their thoughts. At that moment, a physical cultivator approached the female sword cultivator. Fellow Taoist, there is no need for self-reflection. I believe you are correct. How can one who disrespects their partner be deemed a suitable match? Now it was the female sword cultivator's turn to be moved. Fellow Taoist, you truly understand me. The elders who had not approached to observe the tale, what on earth are they raving about? Merely having read a single storybook had forged a common topic among the crowd, prompting them to gather and engage in animated discussion, fostering an unexpected camaraderie. Even former enemies, previously at odds, were now able to converse joyfully, united by their shared grievances. Others watched in disbelief. Are they out of their minds? Meanwhile, the 4 members of Wanjian Sect entering the secret realm were also preoccupied with the contents of the tale. Had they known Tian Ning's storybook was so captivating, they would have foregone their meal the previous night to enjoy it together. They had all misunderstood the narrative, initially believing the female protagonist to be shameless, who had entangled herself with 10 great powers in a single night. They were astonished to discover that Jojo was, in fact, an exceptionally virtuous woman. That night, she had only been involved with one of the great powers, leaving the paternity of her child a mystery. The 4 members of Wanjian Sect were eager to uncover the identity of that great power, but they had entered the Immortal Island's secret realm to locate their junior uncle, suppressing their overwhelming curiosity as they followed closely behind Tian Ning. The little sparrow perched atop Tian Ning's head had flown down since entering the secret realm, leading the way ahead while chirping incessantly. Tian Ning remarked, "Let us go, just follow the sparrow." The little sparrow guided the 5 through a lengthy path, arriving at the outskirts of a dense bamboo forest. Numerous teams stood there, divided into 2 factions, each clad in distinct sect robes, belonging to Yunyu Sect and Taichu Sect. The atmosphere between the 2 parties appeared tense, as though a confrontation was imminent. The Taichu Sect members shouted, "Your junior sister is truly shameless, it is she who caused our sister Lan and junior brother Meng to suffer." The Yunyu Sect members retorted defiantly, "Our junior sister and that junior brother are childhood sweethearts. Had it not been for Lan Xiran's interference, how could such an incident have occurred?" Tian Ning was taken aback. Is it Lan Xiran only 9 years old, and Meng Xian and Meng Jinyan are merely 6 or 7? The sparrow flapped its wings impatiently, eager to enter. Tian Ning decided not to dwell on the grievances between the 2 sections. She halted her steps and cautioned the 4 behind.